Welcome back guys, like and hype this video, for more amazing updates. Chapter 1. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. No one in life has died since ancient times. If we don't become immortals, we will only become dust on the road together with the trash owner. Come on, cells must strive. What sound? Who is speaking? Luo Jun woke up suddenly, panting heavily, looking around. There was no one but the bare wall. Where did that sound come from? Looking up and looking out the window, the sky is not yet bright at this time, there are stars outside the window, and the bright moonlight shines in through the window. Ding! The text message alert sounded suddenly. This is an official advertisement. The above content is very simple. Every year, the force value test jointly conducted by the Extreme Martial Art Museum and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall will start 3 days later. The purpose of the test is to find talents with talent. For example, a year ago, there was a super genius named Luo Xiaofeng, who was said to have a psychic talent. Within a year, he became a high-level god of war. The existence of war. That is a world-renowned leader. But Luo Jun has traveled back for many years. He has an average talent. After finishing Martial Dao High School, he has no choice but to work in a factory. I used to go to high school and have a practitioner foundation, so I have the blood allowance provided by the state, which is more than 1,000 yuan a month. These years, as I grow older, I haven't exercised much, and my energy and blood have declined, and I'm afraid I won't be able to meet the standard for receiving subsidies. It's not that Luo Jun doesn't want to exercise, but that he has no money to buy medicinal materials. Of course, there is another way. That is military service. Every citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom is obliged to perform military service before reaching the age of 30. If you refuse to perform military service, you will be branded as a pillar of shame, be reviled by others, and all allowances and benefits will be cancelled. Of course, these are not like peaceful times. Serving in the military means that you may have to perform dangerous tasks, and if you don't do it, you may lose your life. Many wealthy businessmen and powerful people tried their best not to serve in the military. Then the only way is to join Extreme Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Martial Arts, and HR Alliance. Joining them is not only exempt from military service, but also benefits and even status are superior to others. The people inside are all noble lords, and they even override some laws. Certainly. Those who can join are all powerful practitioners, or have extraordinary backgrounds and Tongtian backgrounds. Well. Luo Jun sighed, it's been so long since he traveled here, it's fine if he doesn't have a system. In fact, his martial Dao talent is not that weak, it's just because he doesn't have money to buy medicinal materials to improve his qi and blood. All in vain. If you fail the test 3 days later, you can only risk your life to serve in the military. Of course, every man has a dream of being a strong army. Not much resistance to military service. Just forced to go, doomed to do nothing. Master is giving up on himself again. It's okay, I give up on myself every day, I'm already used to the master's trash behavior. It's a pity that we are only cells, he can't hear our voice. The master is not strong enough, then we will cultivate ourselves. No one in life has died since ancient times. Only by becoming an immortal can one transcend everything. Sooner or later, all the fellow Daoists present will become immortals. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. The power to become a fairy, the hope of eternal life. The deafening auditory hallucinations appeared again. Luo Jun looked around in horror, but couldn't find the source of the sound. This voice seems to come from inside the body. Could it be that his qi and blood have weakened to the point of insanity? Luo Jun shook his head, put aside his random thoughts, suddenly felt dry mouth. He got up and fumbled for a glass of water in the dark. However, when he went to get the cup, he was caught off guard and tripped over the table leg underneath. He staggered and fell to the ground, his elbow was cut by a nail. He grinned in pain. It was too late to shout. Luo heard a strange sound again. Brothers, run, the vascular endothelial cells are ruptured. Bacteria are coming. Red blood cells escape. Luo Jun. The sound was super loud, very shocking, as if there were thousands of troops galloping, but the outside world was peaceful. Can it be confirmed that these voices are coming from the body? And right now? A voice appeared in Luo Jun's mind, and the expression on his face also froze. Thereupon, the rivers and seas in the heart also rose up. Help! Bacteria start killing brothers and sisters. Who can help me? Luo Jun heard many people calling for help, and just as he was wondering where the sound came from, an entrance suddenly appeared in front of his sight. Driven by curiosity, he entered the entrance. Because these strange sounds seemed to come from that entrance? Chapter 2. Luo Jun's sight suddenly blurred. Come to a red world. The blood-red sky and the densely textured land. Where is this? This time I crossed again? Ah! Suddenly, an exclamation came from a distance. In front, a petite and lovely red-haired girl curled up into a ball with a panicked expression. It's such a comfortable place. Lukewarm, inexhaustible food. It's decided, this is our kingdom. Behind the red-haired girl suddenly appeared a monster that looked like a sea urchin but had huge claws. This is bacteria. Luo Jun was stunned, and a horrifying thought came to his mind. Could it be that he shrunk countless times and entered his own body? Can you understand the voice of cells? First, kill all these damned aborigines. The monsters emerged one by one, forming a mighty array of soldiers. And those red-haired girls ran away in fright. Just when one of the monsters was running towards Luo Jun, above the head, suddenly fell a huge white figure. Like a god coming down to earth, tearing up the bacteria monster with bare hands. Some directly defy life and death and perish with the cells. Go to hell, you bastards! Go to hell! Get out! White figures followed one after another, like the return of God of War, punching to the flesh, crushing the bacterial monsters one by one. At this time, Luo Jun saw the all-white figure, and suddenly spoke, I am neutrophil U1146 in white blood cells, and the invading bacteria have been expelled. The red blood cell girls were overjoyed and returned to work, transporting oxygen like couriers. At this time, the leading white blood cell began to direct the scene, saying, listen well, don't let a single bacterium go. If you let go of one of them, something big will happen. Looking at everything in front of him, Luo Jun finally realized suddenly. It turned out that those strange voices before were all voices in my own body. So here comes the question. Why do these body cells seem to be alive? Want to become a fairy all of a sudden? At this time, a red blood cell soldier came over seriously. Hey, newbie, what's your number, why don't you work? I'm just here, so what's my job? Luo Jun scratched his head, a little uncomfortable. Hey, the master doesn't eat well all day, and the nutrition can't keep up. The brothers and sisters born are getting weaker and weaker one by one. Now there are still red blood cells that don't even know what their mission is. If this continues, sooner or later he will die with his master. The red blood cell soldier suddenly blamed Luo Jun as the master. Luo Jun. For some reason, he suddenly felt guilty. He added in his heart, I know, I have to eat well in the future. Master, I guess I have some unavoidable reasons. Luo Jun responded awkwardly. Can you not eat if you have difficulties? If you have difficulties, you can ruin your body. Why don't you exercise well? According to the senior, the previous owner exercised every day, and not only did he have many brothers and sisters, but they were all very strong. Now, a random internal blood vessel ruptured, allowing BD bacteria to come in and hurt the brothers and sisters. The red blood cell soldier suddenly became emotional. Luo Jun was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer the red blood cells in his body. When you can hear the cells in your body calling. This feels so weird. So curious. It's a pity, we talk too much, and the master won't know. We all know it's not easy for the master, but, if the master can hear us. I want to say to the master, even when you are lonely and desperate, please remember that there are countless cells that only live for you. Finish these words. The red blood cell soldier's eyes were particularly firm, and he suddenly called out loudly. The master is not up to date, please be sure to keep up. Although our lifespan is short, as long as we work hard, we will be able to escape sooner or later. I must become a fairy and live forever. The red blood cell soldiers raised their arms and shouted. We must strive for our success. The other soldiers stopped what they were doing and shouted. Be up to date. Be up to date. We must become immortals. Eternal. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. The cries of the red blood cells came like an overwhelming mountain. They were originally very small, working for the host in the body in obscurity. If the host is careless for a while, or eats junk food badly, it will cause them great trouble. From a macro perspective, this is equivalent to a universe. And Luo Jun is the master of the universe. Tears come to my eyes, brothers. Luo Jun was actually moved by the incomparable determination of the cells in his body. Chapter 3. Unfortunately, immortals are fake. Where are there immortals in the world? There is no cultivation technique, how can I become a fairy? Luo Jun was very confused, aren't immortals something made up in fairy tales? Not to mention becoming a fairy, even the cultivation technique in this era does not exist. Cultivation technique is a luxury in this era. Only practitioners who have cultivated to the level of God of War are eligible to contact. Now he is just an ordinary person who is not even a practitioner? Sudden. Luo Jun thought of the world he was in his previous life, and he had read some ancient documents about the pre-Qin Qi refiners. Regarding some of the secret recipes of Taoist cultivation, I don't know if they can be used. Refining gas to transform spirit, soul refining anti-virtual. Luo Jun tried to recite scriptures orally, trying to recall the literature records about cultivation. He didn't know that his unintentional memories and thoughts would be shared by brain cells. Refining gas, a Taoist term. It is the first stage of the foundation establishment Qigong of Nei Dan Shu, which is to refine qi to transform qi, refine qi to transform spirit, soul refining to restore the void, and refine the void to indistinguishable Dao. Inner alchemy is based on essence, qi, and spirit. The essence must be combined with the essence to transform it into a light, clear, and qualityless substance that combines essence and energy. Only then can it move with the river cart and refine it into a pill. According to historical records, the integration of Deva and Qi refining is just the initial stage, and it will be achieved naturally with one mind and calmness, and luck will go back and forth into a cycle, with a continuous stream and endless life. There are no distracting thoughts in the heart, and then there will be no emotions and desires, and the state of selflessness, all in one's own heart. Brothers, I have realized the secret of immortality. I feel it too. Become a fairy, become a fairy. Countless cells began to practice ecstatically. However, after all, it is the record in Luo Jun's memory, and there is no master, all cells are practicing blindly. Brothers, there is something wrong with the secret method of becoming an immortal. A red blood cell breaks, and it marks where it went wrong. Improve, must improve. Come on, be sure to fight. Fail. 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 One by one, the red blood cells fell down one by one, and then new red blood cells were added. Till the end. Boom. It seems that the cultivation technique was really made by the cells? Each of these cells seems to be a different protagonist, like 60 trillion microvortexes, starting breathing exercises in Luo Jun's body. Luo Jun's whole body was like a black hole, and he began to devour the surrounding air like a whale. Bits of starlight gathered from all directions, and finally formed a substantial spiritual qi, floating above Luo Jun's head. And Luo Jun himself was lying on the bed, motionless. He didn't need to practice at all, it was all done by the cells themselves. How to leave the cell world? As soon as this thought appeared, his figure faded and disappeared, and his consciousness returned to his body. Luo Jun opened his eyes suddenly, a ray of insignificant golden light appeared deep in his eyes, and finally turned into a ray of divine light. And his momentum is skyrocketing. His blood qi is soaring. His strength is increasing. He had a feeling that was getting stronger all the time, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and he felt an urge to vomit all the time. The cells in the body are so competitive that they can practice on their own. I seem to have deduced a set of cultivation technique from cells. In the dark, he shared a set of cultivation technique that has been tempered and improved countless times from countless cells. There is even a realm for cultivation technique. Acquired realm, innate realm. Only 2 realms have been deduced so far. The acquired realm is just to boil the internal energy and increase the qi and blood, which is very similar to the legendary cultivation technique in this world. It can be said that those cultivation techniques cultivated by God of War can increase the strength and blood of 10,000 caddies per layer. I don't know that the cultivation technique deduced from cells can play a role. Think here. Luo Jun couldn't wait to try it out, and just walked 2 steps, but suddenly felt a little dizzy. But soon he knew why. It is estimated that the cultivation technique was deduced, too many red blood cells were lost, and a little anemia. He can even clearly feel that the essence of heaven and earth is pouring into his body continuously, and these red blood cells are still practicing tirelessly. Tears. These cells are too competitive, but he, the master, is holding back. I need to buy some pork liver to replenish the blood. Thinking of the difficulty of red blood cells in the body, Luo Jun decided to replenish his body and eat well in the future. I don't know how much this cultivation technique of cell tinkering has added to my strength. Can you let me pass the blood qi test in 3 days? Luo Jun thought a little unconfidently, and decided to go out and try how much his punching strength had increased. The house was dark, coldly clear, and there were children's toys everywhere in the corners. That's right. Luo Jun has a daughter who is currently in elementary school. The reason why he was short of energy and blood was because all the money he saved was used to supplement nutrition for his children. Although the child is not his own, but for so many years the father and daughter have depended on each other for life, and they have already had a deep relationship. It has nothing to do with biological parents. At this time, it was daylight outside. Luo Jun tiptoed to the door. Just as he was about to open the door to go out, his palm was held by a tender little hand. Chapter 4. Dad, are you going out to work? A milky voice came from behind. Luo Jun turned around slightly, and said softly, Dad, go out to get some air, and he will be back soon. Fifa, I should be good at home. Go, Dad, I won't run around. The little girl tugged Luo Jun's sleeve suddenly. Luo Jun suddenly understood what was going on, and bent down. The little girl stood on tiptoe, kissed Luo Jun on the cheek, and said sweetly, Dad, go and come back quickly, I will make breakfast for you. Don't look at the girl's young age, she is only 10 years old. My daughter is hardworking and learned to cook when she was 8 or 9 years old. I especially like cooking. Sometimes, instead of Luo Jun taking care of her, she cooks and takes care of Luo Jun at home. She has the potential of a chef, but Luo Jun doesn't want her daughter to be able to cook. Okay, I'll let you do it today. Luo Jun usually doesn't let his daughter cook, but today he changed his mind. Okay. The little girl happily ran into the kitchen. Luo Jun took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, and walked out. Walking on the road of the dilapidated district. At this time, the sky was bright, and it was almost morning, and there were still some young people who were studying hard, running on the main road. After the cataclysm, fresh green vegetation is rare, and the air has become stale. Rows of bright lights overhead, surrounded by cold buildings, bridges, vehicles. Others are illusory synthetic plants. It seems that the scenery is moving and the flowers are blooming like brocade, but there is no life in it. Everyone on the street is expressionless. There seems to be a haze hidden in the depths of the eyes. There are many people who have never seen the real sunshine in their whole life. Daughter, I will let you live a good life. Luo Jun came to a public testing center. Come to a certain force testing machine in the corner. This strength testing machine is more than 1 meter high, like a cold tombstone. Hiss. Luo Jun took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened. The muscles of the whole body are tense, and the fists are clenched. Raise your fist. Blast out with one punch. Set off a storm. Boom. A loud, earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded in the dead and silent testing center. Buzz buzz. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched. The numbers on the steel jumped rapidly. 100 kg, 200 kg, 300 kg. 500 kg, 1000 kg, 1500 kg. Between the jumps in numbers, the strength testing machine unexpectedly cracked with a click, and then the cracks expanded like a broken mirror. The numbers on the display turned into colored stripes. After all, this is not a professional grade testing instrument. Under Luo Jun's punch, it exploded. True. The piercing siren sounded in my ears. A red light flickered overhead. Maliciously sabotaging a power tester is a felony. Damn it, call the police. Luo Jun's face changed suddenly, he quickly wrapped his clothes tightly, turned and left. While he didn't do any malicious damage, an overdose is going to blood qi, and he doesn't want any trouble. However, his heart was very excited. It works. Really useful. The cultivation technique deduced by the cells, in just a short period of time, his fist strength has increased by more than 10 times, and his blood has risen several levels. Early morning. Luo Jun was walking on the street, a little absent-minded. When he was at his peak, he was young and strong, and with the various supplements provided by the school, he only had a strength of 1000 kilograms. Now, just practicing the cultivation technique a bit, the energy and blood fist strength has actually increased to 1500 kilograms. After so many years, he has made great strides forward and felt a stronger power than when he was 17 or 18 years old. His excitement are unimaginable to ordinary people. The 26-year-old Luo Jun is already considered middle-aged in this era. He has been worried about what will happen to his daughter after he goes to serve in the military. Even if the national policy and benefits are good, a pension will be given and she will be sent to an exclusive orphanage. Will someone bully her? Luo Jun resisted the feeling of crying, his heart was both sad and full of hope, the fighting spirit that had been obliterated by time, and the sharp edge that had faded were being reawakened little by little. A sleeping old lion has woken up again. 10 minutes later. A figure of a hot woman stood in front of the strength testing machine. It's not like using equipment to maliciously sabotage, it should be unable to withstand the punching force. A person who looked like an assistant next to the woman looked at the jumping data on the instrument, and frowned. A person who can smash the test machine with a single punch, with a punch force of at least 2000 kilograms, is at least a practitioner. Even if you are a practitioner, you will be punished for destroying federal public facilities. The hot woman's face was cold, her eyes were full of murderous intent. These trash who dropped out of the academy, if they can't graduate, they will vent their anger with the instrument. Tune the monitoring for me. Yes. The assistant quickly manipulated the monitoring light curtain. Then, a handsome and very immature cheek appeared in front of the woman. The monitoring light curtain traced back the whole process of Luo Jun. Ordinary people? They are still wearing work uniforms, which means that they have not started material cultivation, yet they have such power. Is it a monster? The assistant covered his mouth in disbelief. Shut up! The hot woman's eyes are full of eagerness that cannot be concealed. Don't tell anyone about this. If such a talent is discovered in advance and reported, it must be first-class merit. Quickly check his identity. The assistant woke up like a dream, and started to look up the identity based on the remaining genetic material in a hurry. Luo Jun is in a good mood today, and bought a lot of fruits and vegetables, as well as pork liver, pork blood, and pork ribs. Now the blood is restored, and it is strengthening all the time. I have seen the hope. I can no longer treat the hard-working cells in the body badly. I need to make up for it, just to improve my daughter's life. Luo Jun, who had just returned home, happened to be watching his daughter tiptoely serving egg custard to the table. Seeing this scene, Luo Jun became suspicious. There were no eggs at home. Where did the eggs come from? Fei Fei, where did the eggs come from? Luo Jun couldn't help asking. This egg? Luo Fei smiled and said, it was sent by a kind aunt, but this aunt is a bit strange. She cared about me very much. She not only sent eggs, but also meat, and said she would take me away, but I will not go with strangers' woolen cloth. Chapter 5. The woman wants you to go with her. Luo Jun's face changed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Could that woman be the girl's mother? This idea suddenly came to mind. For so many years, Luo Jun and his children have been alone and dependent on each other. Although life is poor, it is precisely because of the company of children that he does not feel lonely, and his life is always passable. The reason why he was melancholy before was that he didn't let the child live a better life. But now, if the child's biological mother were to come and take the child. Yes. Luo Fei stuck out her tongue and whispered, and she has such a not wanting face, she actually asked me to call her mother. Luo Jun swayed, and an inexplicable sense of endless crisis came to his heart. He became a little nervous for no reason, and said hesitantly, then do you think she is your mother? Do you want to go with her? He pretended to be relaxed on purpose. In his head, he was thinking wildly. Why accept something from a stranger? Why do you want that woman's eggs? Because that woman is her biological mother? Luo Jun Moming was a little annoyed. But there was still a calm smile on his face, and he tried not to ask further questions. She's not my mother. Luo Fei jumped up, put her arms around Luo Jun's neck, and said childishly, my father is not married yet. I will have a mother when my father gets married. I don't recognize anyone else. While speaking, she rubbed her face against Luo Jun's unshaven face. Luo Jun's eyes were slightly moist, and his nose felt a little sour. The girl is smarter than he imagined. Perhaps she knew very well that the woman might be her mother. The child's unwavering persistence made Luo Jun almost choke up. Daddy will soon become very strong and will make you live a good life. Luo Jun said seriously, his voice was resounding and firm. As long as I can be with my father, I can do whatever I want. Dad, don't save money because of me. I didn't want that woman's things. Luo Fei pursed her lips, paused, then cupped Luo Jun's cheeks with her small hands, and said in a low voice, but, Dad, your complexion is really pale. To be honest, it's only because of lack of energy and blood and lack of nutrition. I want Dad to make up for it. Okay. Dad, thank you. Luo Jun suddenly realized, and was full of emotions. His face is pale now, perhaps because he has lost too much red blood cells, and his nutrition can't keep up. As the master, he actually dragged the cells back. Luo Jun brought his daughter to the dinner table and ate the egg fried rice made by his daughter bit by bit. His self-esteem made him want to throw out these things that others gave him. But all this is the daughter's mind. He can't live up to it. I can only forcibly step on the soles of my feet. After breakfast, Luo Jun took his daughter to wash up first, then sent her to a nearby elementary school before returning home. Immediately, I couldn't wait to move out the box hidden under the bed. It's full of books on various fist techniques. Although there is a cultivation technique for cultivation, there is still a lack of fist technique. Luo Jun once got a batch of books about fist technique. Due to his physical condition, he has been unable to practice with empathy. Now, is it possible to study? Hey! Luo Jun picked up a book, blew on the thick dust on it, and with a light touch, its original name appeared on the book. Shock Fist. Very simple name. At the same time, he took out the paper and pen, started to read from the first page, carefully read each word, and took some notes without reading a part. While he was studying hard, the sound of galloping horses came from within the body again. The cells were cheering again. Brain cells share this fist technique with all cells. Brothers, Master is cheering up. Master had a good meal today and supplemented his nutrition. There are more brothers and sisters than before, and they are stronger. If you are magnificent and crown the world, you will end up as a pink skeleton. If you are a generation of arrogance, sitting on thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, you will eventually turn into a pile of loess. So we want to become immortals. We want to become immortals, immortal cells. The master is reading boxing kung fu and shared it with us. Come on, let's practice together. Luo Jun is immersed in the ocean of learning, and there are drills and sharings from 60 trillion cells in his mind. His brain is like sharing a computer with 60 trillion times the computing power. The terrifying computing power makes his brain calculate faster and more logically. It is only a matter of seconds. It was not until dusk that Luo Jun read the entire book, and deduced a new set of cultivation technique after the cells were improved, corrected, and even based on the original ones. Let's call it Shock Fist. Every first stage, double the power boost. At present, it has been deduced to the 10th floor. He came outside the square and took a deep breath. Blast out with one punch. There was a gust of wind, and there were crackling sounds from the bones all over Luo Jun's body. Click! With a crisp sound, a small tree next to it collapsed. He was blown down by the strong wind blowing out of his fist. So how much strength do you have with your fist now? FK. Luo Jun showed shock. In the past, with On's physical fitness, if he punched a tree, not only would he not shake the tree, On's finger might be broken. This is not an exaggeration, because he is an ordinary person. But it was just a day and a night. On blood has reached an incredible level. Coupled with the blessing of this improved punch strength boosting technique, the strength of his punches may have increased by more than 10 times. And he himself didn't even exercise or practice much. Even if you don't move, the cells in the body are too competitive. They will perform breathing exercises and absorb the essence of the world all the time. Cells have a clear division of labor. Red blood cells are responsible for breathing exercises, and white blood cells start practicing boxing. It can't even fix Luo Jun, who is just getting ready to exercise. Perhaps a week of exercising by myself is not as effective as the cells practicing for a day. You work so hard, so what am I doing? Will you become stronger while lying down? Chapter 6. The sun was setting, and the evening glow dyed half of the sky red. After studying cultivation technique all day, it's afternoon in a blink of an eye. Originally, there was not enough red blood cells. Luo Jun was so hungry that he felt a little dizzy, and he could vaguely hear the cries of the cells in his body to supplement his nutrition. He passed the system and entered the cell universe. But he saw a scene that made him quite horrified. The master is not good at eating. Brothers and sisters, my lifespan has come to an end, and I have no nutritional supplements. I can only eat myself and supplement nutrition for you. A cell soldier actually took a knife and fork, cut the flesh of his body, and then gobbled it up. The cells next to him saw him off with a tragic expression. Senior, go all the way. Although you are dead, we will always remember you. Because of hunger and lack of nutrition, the cells in Luo Jun's body started to eat themselves. Autophagy refers to the phenomenon that when cells are starving, they eat useless or harmful substances in the body in order to cope with the crisis of survival. Although autophagy is a very common and normal phenomenon. But looking at it now, why is it so tragic? Why is it so tragic? Luo Jun couldn't stand it anymore, and quit the cell universe. It was too miserable. People practice so hard to enhance their own strength, and they don't eat well, and they have to be reduced to self-eating, and then add nutrients to their own body. Too inhuman. Luo Jun immediately took a taxi home. The pork ribs, pork liver, pig blood, various vegetables, fruits, and vegetables that I bought before were all made into hearty meals, as well as pig blood soup. Another part was served separately for my daughter. Have a meal. Luo Jun discovered for the first time that eating is so meaningful, it is saving the cells in the body. He began to gobble it up. Like wind and clouds, he ate up all the food on the table in front of him. It's been a long time since I've been hungry, and I haven't had such a full meal in a long time. Luo Jun burped. Countless cells in the body received sufficient nutrients and began to practice hard. Billions of cells, start lotus position meditation, breathing exercises. Luo Jun himself also sat on the ground in the lotus position, and began to practice according to the cultivation technique. Boom! His whole body was like a black hole, with violent winds suddenly blowing up in all directions. A little bit of light gathered from all directions. The rays of light merged into streams. Streams are reduced to rivers. The essence of heaven and earth in the air is almost materialized, almost draining the escaped spiritual chi particles in the surrounding air. Boom boom boom. Luo Jun's momentum is skyrocketing. Chi and blood are soaring. The essence of heaven and earth drilled into the body, accumulating less and more, and finally a stream of air quickly condensed in the meridians in the body. The more the air flows in Danshan, the more it gathers. Every time a part is gathered, his aura is soaring. At this time, there was a click in the body, and there was a soft sound. The airflow exclaimed materialized, and finally turned into a liquid cyclone. Numerous impurities leaked out of the skin of Luo Jun's whole body, and his whole body became stinky, as if he hadn't bathed for more than 10 days. Impurities form a thick layer of mud on the body. As the world went by, the mud scab became thicker and thicker, and finally the whole person was blurred, covered with a layer of mud tires, comparable to stone statues in temples. After a while, Luo Jun's body trembled, and the dirt on his body rustled. The mud tires on his body began to crack. He suddenly got up and burst the mud tire. Then, he opened his eyes, revealing an incredible look. The weather-beaten bronze skin on his body has now turned into snowy skin that is as smooth as a baby. The whole person is refreshed, as if a complete change has taken place. Just now. From the day after tomorrow, he entered the innate realm, which is the so-called Qi refining period. Corresponding to the follow-up of the refining period are foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. This made Luo Jun feel unreal. It seems that I am really cultivating immortals? But this is not the world of cultivating immortals, but the interstellar era after the cataclysm? What everyone absorbs is the universe substance. The levels are warriors, generals, god of war, and beyond god of war. Generally, the level is judged by punching strength. For example, a junior fighter practitioner, with a fist strength of 1 ton and a speed of 30 mph, ignores small caliber pistols and can be easily killed by machine guns. Human skulls are much harder than ordinary rocks, and even the weakest muscles can block ordinary small caliber pistol bullets. And the god of war class. The life expectancy is much longer than normal people. A punch and a kick can destroy a residential building in an attack. With hundreds of kilograms of weapons, you can swing several times the speed of sound. The concrete streets and asphalt roads that you fight through are cracked, and the shops along the street. A building with more than a dozen floors can only collapse suddenly, but no matter how powerful it is impossible to blast a mountain through a depth of 300 meters with one punch. In terms of defense, the collapse of more than a dozen floors of buildings can't hurt a single bit, and after wearing the Black God suit, it can't be killed by other methods except planet level and laser cannon. The speed is the lowest speed of sound, and it can easily walk in the hail of bullets. Struggling to death, he killed millions of rat beasts and collapsed dozens of high-rise buildings, but it is very difficult for ordinary soldiers to fall, and a national mourning meeting will be held for every fallen one. Warriors are the most precious treasure for humans to fight against monsters. Each one is precious and has unimaginable privileges. The intelligence of monsters is comparable to that of humans, and their bodies are much stronger than Vajra stones. They cannot be threatened by sniper rifles, and cannot be killed by missiles. They can only be killed by laser cannons. So here comes the question. Are you a cultivator? This cultivation technique or Luo Jun fiddled with it through the Taoist practice classics he had read in his previous life, and after cell deduction and exploration. Is this thing really reliable? There is no master, no predecessors, everything can only be deduced and practiced by oneself. The road ahead is broken and can only be made up by oneself. Is it really okay to go this way? With his current physical fitness, Luo Jun is sure to become the legendary god of war if he wants to go to the martial arts hall to practice secret techniques like the general public. Cultivation? After all, it's something that was fiddled with. Is it reliable? Just when he hesitated. The cells in the body have a deep obsession with becoming a fairy, and they have even started to practice. Really, every cell is the protagonist of the microcosm. Every cell is practicing, even though their lifespan is only a dozen days, or even a few days, or even a dozen hours for humans. But they will evolve as Luo Jun's strength progresses. Their relentless efforts to prolong own life. Red blood cell, fairies, we have entered the stage of refining qi, which is the stage of refining and transforming qi. White blood cells, come on, practice, and strive for an early foundation establishment. Step into the refining of qi and God. Macrophage, I have realized, innate has 9 levels and 3 realms, namely, starting from 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 qi facing Yuan, and finally returning to Yuan to be in trance. At that time, divine sense will be born, that is foundation establishment. Luo Jun is still confused, and the cells have already researched the specific content, direction, and follow-up of cultivation technique. Luo Jun. What else can I say? Luo Jun entered his own cell universe again and became a part of red blood cells. Your cultivation is cultivation, don't forget to give me a share. Chapter 7. Simulated Cell Universe. It's still that red world. That is own body. Luo Jun turned into a red blood cell warrior again, with a body as small as a microscope, so observing the world of the body, it looks quite curious. It can be seen that countless red blood cell soldiers actually started lotus position to meditate and breathing exercises. Groups of heaven and earth essence mixed with oxygen were sent away by the busy red blood cell soldiers. Ha 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 ha, I figured it out. The specific content of the first layer of the first realm of innate qi refining. A snow-white white blood cell looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Congratulations to fellow deist, and wish fellow deist an early foundation establishment. Congratulations fellow deist, please share. Congratulations. The surrounding cells gave their blessings one after another. Luo Jun was stunned, is this inside me? The working atmosphere is also great, right? Of course, he also had a cheeky, cupped hands, congratulations to the white blood cell boss, and please share the research results. That's nature. We are all cells, and we all want to live forever, so why not just understand it? White blood cells immediately share their own perception with all cells. The industrious brain cells also passed on this insight to Luo Jun as the master. In Luo Jun's mind, a feeling was added. In an instant, he understood many things. Innate refined gases divided into 9 layers and 3 realms. Starting from the 5 Qi dynasty. The first realm, the first layer. Condensing liver qi. The liver stores the soul, the day after tomorrow is the wandering soul, the innate is the benevolence, if it is empty in joy, the soul is settled, and the woody energy of Eastern Aoki is in the Yuan dynasty. Since then, the vitality has been endless, and the recovery ability has been increased by 10 times. This isn't really a fabrication. Huangdi Niajing Su Wen Xian Ming Wuyoki chapter, the liver stores the soul, which refers to the spiritual and emotional activities generated by the transformation of the essence and qi of the 5 internal organs and is stored in the liver. Soul refers to the thinking and consciousness activities that follow the activities of the mind. The liver stores blood, and consciousness activities need to be nourished by the blood. If the liver blood is deficient, sleepwalking, sleep-talking, or hallucinations and other so-called out-of-body symptoms may occur. From Su Wen Xian Ming Wu Qi. In layman's terms, it means that the spiritual and emotional activities produced by the 5 viscera are stored in the liver. The liver represents resilience and is a wood attribute. Because the cells have acquired the ability to communicate, they can also obtain the knowledge of Luo Jun. From the complicated records in the ancient Taoist books he read before, he really fiddled with the real method of cultivating immortals. However, Luo Jun does not plan to practice yet. Let the white blood cells be tested first. The white blood cells turned into a Daoist in white clothes. After meditating in lotus position for a while, he suddenly bit his arm. Is it autophagy again? Luo Jun looked at the white blood cells in surprise. Suddenly, the arm in the white-clothed Daoist's hand grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fellow Daoists, the experiment was successful. We are one step closer to becoming a fairy. That white blood cell Daoist was ecstatic. From then on, it stood out from the crowd of white blood cells, possessing 10 times the recovery power. The next time you encounter bacteria, it will not be eliminated so easily. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. Countless cells shouted with ecstasy, and began to meditate one after another. The cells in the body evolve again. As a result, the cells in Luo Jun's body gained 10 times the resilience. Luo Jun exited the cell universe, and his consciousness returned to the ontology. His momentum skyrocketed again. Not waiting for Luo Jun to meditate by himself. He felt that his whole body was full of energy, full of qi and blood, and he could not finish his work. Most importantly, there was an extra flow of air in his body. Could it be that he has cultivated to the first level of qi refining? Before he could practice, the cells were too competitive, sending the essence of heaven and earth into the lungs, and the universe cycle was naturally born in the body. I don't have any real sense of the process of cultivation, so I just know it like this. Like. Just ready to eat, but your stomach is full? But. Luo Jun ran it by himself, and the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body were warm, especially the wound that was broken when he accidentally fell down yesterday, is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healed in the blink of an eye, and finally not even a scar was visible. Not only has the strength become stronger, but the first layer also has the characteristic of increasing the resilience by 10 times. This is too cool. Luo Jun can't wait to test his current fist strength immediately. But. Just broke a punch test machine, let's get another one. What's the smell? Vomit, it stinks. While checking himself, Luo Jun smelled a foul smell. Only then did he remember that he had just broken through to the qi refining stage. He had washed his marrow and cut his veins all over his body, he was completely reborn, and shed a whole body of impurities. He got up quickly and ran to the toilet. Every time you take a step, a piece of smelly dead skin will fall off your body. When he came to the bathroom, Luo Jun was stunned by himself in the mirror. Fair skin that wins snow, cheeks with red lips and white teeth. This is me. Luo Jun was shocked. He seemed to be 10 years younger, and suddenly, he returned to 17 years old. I took a shower comfortably. The cells in the body are still practicing tirelessly. What Luo Jun has to do is to eat well, supplement nutrition, and not hold back the cells. Changed into fresh clothes. Luo Jun had just cleaned the stinky room when the familiar door opened. The daughter twisted open the door and skillfully put the school bag on the table. The moment she saw Luo Jun, she exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" Staring blankly at Luo Jun, he couldn't react for a long time. Who is this white, tender, and very handsome man in the room? Why do you look a bit like your father? What's the matter? Fei Fei, are you hungry? Dad will give you hot food right away. Luo Jun looked at his daughter suspiciously. In the past, the daughter jumped over. Why are you in a daze at the door today? Dad, is that you? Luo Fei recognized Luo Jun's voice, her eyes widened, her expression was disbelief. Dad, you seem to have become younger. Have it? Luo Jun suddenly realized, and then remembered that he had been reborn and looked 10 years younger, so his daughter almost didn't recognize it, so she made an excuse and said, Dad's blood has recovered, so he has become younger. That's great, I like my dad now, he's so handsome. The daughter bounced to Luo Jun's side, rubbed her small hands on Luo Jun's cheeks, and exclaimed, Dad, your skin is so smooth and tender. Don't be poor, go wash your hands. Luo Jun blushed, and pretending to be stern, he carried his daughter into the bathroom while he ran to the kitchen to warm up the dishes. Not for a while. The food is hot, and the delicious food is served. Daughter is very satisfied. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Suspicious, Luo Jun went to open the door. At the door, stood a jeweled woman, carrying a suitcase, followed by 2 bodyguards. Hi, it's Mr. Luo, thank you for taking care of my daughter these years, this is my heart, I hope it can improve your life. While speaking, she opened the suitcase. Inside was a wad of money. In terms of numbers, at least millions. Luo Jun frowned, what do you mean? Chapter 8. Cool light shines in through the windows. It fell on Luo Jun's icy cheek, and his face became colder and colder. What is your daughter? Please respect yourself, I don't have a wife like you. The woman at the female door was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly explained, Mr. Luo, I know that it is not easy for you to take care of the girl all these years. What are the conditions? Just ask, I will try my best to meet all your requirements. Everything. The corner of Luo Jun's mouth curved into a mocking arc. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself, it's really presumptuous. Pointing at herself, the woman said slowly, I am the general manager of the Jiangnan region of the HR Alliance, and my husband is a member of the God of War Palace. I think I can satisfy your requirements. The head of the HR Alliance Jiangnan? What is the HR Alliance? Before the Cataclysm period, such as Milijian, overseas countries, and so on. Behind them are some powerful families that control some political parties. These families such as the Morgan family, the Lockfiller family, the Onassis family, the Rothschild family, etc. These families controlled almost half of the huge wealth in the world. However, with the arrival of the catastrophe period, under the attack of monsters, many small countries perished, and every big country was overwhelmed with self-care. The control of the government with an army was unprecedentedly strong. At this time, some ancient and powerful families all over the world are worried about being suppressed by the government army. So we joined hands and formed the HR Alliance, which is the Human Rights Alliance. Human Rights League, well said. In fact, it is an alliance to consolidate the power of these super families. It is called Underground Alliance by practitioners. Various products of the HR Alliance are spread all over the world, closely related to everything in human life, and occupy a very important share. Especially the financial industry, or the foundry industry. Of course, they are not absolute overlords. There are also extreme martial arts and thunder god martial arts that hold them steady. Even so, the name of a person in charge of the Jiangnan region is enough to scare people to death. Is a big shot. Luo Jun thought for a while, and put forward the own condition, I want to be the first elder. The first elder is the most supreme dictator in the world. It is equivalent to the emperor in ancient times. No, it is more powerful than the emperor, because the first elder is the leader of the entire human race, and his power has reached its peak. At present, the first elder is Hong, the founder of extreme martial arts. You want to be the first elder? The woman seemed to have heard a big joke, and looked at Luo Jun incredulously. Are you kidding me? You were the one who started the joke. Luo Jun closed the door expressionlessly. So what if your status is high and rich? Although this person is not as arrogant as in those novels. But what about a good attitude? My daughter is my own treasure, why should I give it to someone else? Mr. Luo, don't you think you are selfish? After the woman was rejected, her emotions broke down a little, and she said excitedly, you have indeed raised children for many years, and I am also very grateful that you brought my daughter out of the disaster area. I will give the greatest respect and compensation, but after all, we are the child's biological parents should live the best life with us, instead of being a rat in the gutter with you here. Luo Jun didn't answer. Do you know who her father is? A member of the palace of God of War, a high god of war. In front of God of War, everything is an ant. We respect you so you didn't use strong methods. You can't be so selfish, you always have to give your child a chance to choose. Would you like to live like a princess with us, or linger on here? You must know that your energy and blood have declined, and you are just an ordinary person. You will be required to serve in the military in a few days. What will your daughter do then? The woman became more and more agitated. But Luo Jun noticed the problem. In a few days, you will go to military service? If I remember correctly, I can do it before the age of 30. I am only 26, and I have at least 4 years left. You moved your hands and feet. Luo Jun took a deep breath, his eyes flashed with anger. To deal with the seemingly nice words, but in fact he has arrogantly rewritten Luo Jun's life with his identity. For the general manager of the Jiangnan region of the HR Alliance, as well as a distinguished god of war, it is just a simple matter of moving a finger for an ordinary person to serve in the military in advance. For ordinary people, if they are not prepared to serve in the military, once they perform dangerous tasks, it means death. Therefore, the country does not mandate military service, but it must be ready before the age of 30. They just wanted Luo Jun to serve in the military, and then took her daughter away as a matter of course. What an ingenious calculation! It's just that you are too impatient. Come to pick up your daughter before you leave? So impatient, are you not afraid of hot tofu burning your mouth? If you return your daughter to us, I can even exempt you from military service and let you join the HR Alliance. The woman said in a low voice outside the door. Roll. Luo Jun's eyes almost burst out with anger, and he was already getting angry. No matter what, I will take my daughter away today, otherwise we will have to resort to strong methods. The woman gritted her teeth and threatened Luo Jun. Yet, like devil's kunyu. Luo Jun smiled coldly. He stopped suppressing, and his momentum began to increase wildly. Although I don't know how strong I am as the first realm of the Qi refining period in the innate realm. But I am a cultivator. It shouldn't be a problem to hit the bodyguards at the door. Boom! The berserk breath was powerful, and the suffocating spiritual pressure burst out from Luo Jun's body. His madness danced wildly. His eyes are like lightning. The surrounding tables shook violently. The door has a faint tendency to crack. His momentum is still rising. But for the few people outside the door, they were shocked, and the expressions on their faces gradually froze. They all had protruding eyeballs, their faces turned liver-colored, and they were scratching their throats, as if they couldn't breathe. It seems that behind the door, a sleeping dragon is waking up. Let them suffocate. Let them feel the fear from the depths of their souls. This. Why is this breath so terrifying? Could it be that he is also god of war? The bodyguards were horrified. Just when a few people were desperate, a clear voice sounded. Dad. The sweet sound of milk made the pressure disappear suddenly, and several people panted heavily. At this moment, the door opened, and a petite figure stepped out. Luo Jun's gaze became tense all of a sudden, looking at his daughter expectantly. In my mind, I was thinking wildly. Compared with the other party's generous life, I am poor. Will my daughter choose me? If my daughter chooses to go with them, should I fulfill it? Daughter. The sweaty woman crawled over, wanting to stroke the girl's head. But I saw Talapia taking a step toward retreated. The woman's eyes trembled. Are you serious about backing off half step? A small action, but still so much damage? No matter how good your conditions are, I will not go with you. I will only be with my father forever. Luo Fiyu said again in a decisive tone, you are not my mother. I will have a mother after my father gets married. Although the girl is young, she actually knows everything. Chapter 9. Did you hear that? Luo Jun looked at the woman at the door coldly, and said in a deep voice, I have given the child the right to choose, and she chose me. His face was as cold as frost, but he still smiled from the bottom of his heart. After so many years of raising her for nothing, her daughter is really not a white-eyed wolf. What does a child know when she is young? I have investigated you, you have no identity and status, she will only suffer if she follows you. You are so selfish. The woman gritted her teeth in a thunderstorm. No status, no status. Luo Jun smiled coldly. If I said this a few days ago, I couldn't deny it. But now, it's different. The rules of this era are very simple, as long as you prove that you have enough strength, then you can get the status you want to win, and even the right. You. The woman thought of the palpitating breath just now, which was comparable to the powerful suffocation of God of War. She just couldn't understand it. How could such an existence be willing to work in a factory? Such a strong person actually lives by receiving the practitioner relief money. It was even more impossible to guess that Luo Jun possessed such strength in a short period of time. These are all due to the hard work of 60 trillion body cells day and night. Still leaving. Luo Jun raised his eyelids, glanced at a few people, and said coldly, do you want me to ask you to go? If it wasn't for not wanting to use violence in front of her daughter. He is happy to test how strong his current strength is. The woman opened her mouth, then hesitated to speak, and took a deep look at her daughter and Luo Jun. With endless resentment, she got on a flying chess and disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. Dad! The little girl next to him suddenly called out. What's the matter, daughter? Luo Jun asked curiously, do you regret it? No, I was afraid that my father would not want me, and sent me to the so-called biological mother. If they loved me, they would not have abandoned me in the first place. Luo Fiyu said pitifully. Don't worry, Dad will never leave you. Luo Jun patted his daughter's head and said softly, you're hungry, let's go out to eat today, let's supplement our nutrition. Going out to eat? Great! The daughter's face suddenly beamed with joy, bouncing around and leading Luo Jun away. As the sun sets, there are two shadows, one big and one small, cast long and lengthy. Luo Jun took her daughter to a self-service hot pot restaurant. My daughter didn't eat much, but Luo Jun, in order to supplement his body, almost ate up all the stock in the store by himself. The reborn Luo Jun eats an astonishingly large amount of nutrients, and the amount of nutrients he needs is terrifying. No way, the billions of cells in the body are too competitive, help you. Even the soup was boiled dry, and the mineral water from the water dispenser was poured. The father and daughter, one big and one small, became the most beautiful scenery of the hotel, and the waiters were stunned. Taught the restaurant owner a lesson. Even the boss came to Luo Jun in a tragic year and said with a mournful face, "Brother, I will waive this order for you, don't come next time." Luo Jun took his daughter home. After calling his daughter to sleep, Luo Jun went out again. Tomorrow is the annual practitioner level test. I used to worry about not being able to pass the practitioner test, fearing that I would lose my allowance, but now I don't have that worry. But Luo Jun still tossed and couldn't sleep, wanting to know exactly how strong he is now. What is the difference between this cultivation method that I fiddled with compared to the mainstream level? Luo Jun walked on the street with a heavy heart. Just happened to meet a former co-worker. "Brother Jun, have you come out to exercise too? Don't worry too much about the test tomorrow. The decline of vitality is normal. After all, no one can stay young. Save some money in the past 2 years. When the time comes, we will serve in the military and entrust the children to the orphanage." The worker was wearing a vest, running on the track on the side of the street, came to Luo Jun's side, and casually comforted him. "It's okay, it's up to man to make things happen." Luo Jun smiled and greeted his fellow workers. "Well, then I'll go first. I just went to the combat power management to test it. I have a combat power of 150. There should be no problem in the test tomorrow. I can still receive a month's allowance. Today my wife took me to the restaurant to reward me, I will go first." The worker left without saying a word. Luo Jun looked at his back from a distance, touched his chin, and muttered to himself, "Battle Power Hall. More accurate than the boxing machine is the combat gym." In this era, in addition to the level of strength of each person, there is also a precise combat power value, which can be used to determine the extent of a person's strength. Generally, when the combat power reaches about 120, you are a practitioner. The worker has reached 150, which proves that because of his good family conditions, regular nutritional supplements, and regular exercise, his energy and blood have not declined much. Strong strength, good physical strength, even working in a factory, have innate advantages. Luo Jun turned a corner and came to the nearby combat gym. After paying the money, he received a card and went to a separate gym. There is a huge instrument that looks a bit like a sandbag in front of it, and behind it is a floating azure light curtain, which displays Arabic numerals 0. Luo Jun inserted the card. The machine lights up. He took a deep breath. Boom! A fist swung out suddenly, setting off gusts of wind, and the fist suddenly hit the sandbag. There was a loud bang. The ground and the instrument vibrated violently. The material of the paid battle hall is much stronger than that of ordinary instruments, it is only slightly cracked, and it did not die on the spot. Luo Jun stared wide-eyed, staring at the change of combat power value on the display screen. Chapter 10. I saw the value soaring crazily. 888-1000-1350. Still soaring. 1600-1800-4000. In the end, it was fixed at 4200. Dear Warlord, your combat power is 5000, and your punching power is 32,000 kilograms. You have reached the level of a high-level warrior, and you are only one step away from the great god of war. A beep sounded from the display. I'm only on the first level of the Qi refining period, so I've reached the level of a high-level warrior. Luo Jun showed an incredible expression. This is still the effect of his ordinary punch. What if you use the cultivation technique that can increase your punching power? How strong is it to swing a fist with the shock fist comprehended by cells? Dear Mr. High Warlord, you are a powerful cornerstone for the protection of human beings. You can enjoy VIP service throughout the country. This test is free for you, and you can also receive free dinner. If you want to travel, there will be prepared for you if you need service. Please press the service bell and we will serve you wholeheartedly. This is the treatment that the strong deserve. When it was tested that Luo Jun had the strength of a high-level general, the combat effectiveness testing machine was immediately transferred to the artificial line. No. Luo Jun said lightly, I'm going to continue the test, I didn't use much force just now. Okay, please test. The combat power testing machine lit up again, and the value on it returned to 0. And the backstage staff were almost insanely busy. Hurry up, there is a noble high-ranking warrior who will be testing. Prepare all countermeasures and give adults the best service. When a big person comes to visit, do a 5's inspection quickly. Don't blame them for being anxious. Generally, a strong person at the general level basically has a certain status in society. Even if he is not an official, he is still an existence that can lift weights lightly. When the staff were anxious, Luo Jun planned to start running the cultivation technique and display the increased punching power brought by shock fist. With the spiritual chi in my body now, if I use the shock fist again, what kind of terrifying boost effect should it achieve? Luo Jun's whole body was shaking with excitement. He clenched his fists and looked intently at the machine in front of him. He took a deep breath. Drink. With a bang, he punched out fiercely. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the huge impact set off a vast gust of wind. With this punch, spider web-like cracks appeared on the surrounding glass walls, and after a while, they began to shatter. At the same time, the berserk wind of fists swept away in a mighty way, and the invisible impact spread in all directions centered on the machine like ripples on the surface of a lake. The entire building and the ground trembled violently. Especially the wall in front of Luo Jun was directly thrown outside. Only the one in front of him, which was made of unknown material, was completely sunken. Although it was deflated and left the imprint of a domineering fist, it could barely maintain its shape and did not completely collapse. Luo Jun didn't care about other things, but opened his eyes wide, staring at the combat power display. 3,900. 4,822. 5,892. 6,999. The combat power is almost 1,000 and 1,000. Even Luo Jun himself gasped. Ordinary people can reach 120, they are practitioners, and his workers can reach 150, they have the capital of self-confidence, and they are like ducks in water in the factory. A few days ago, Luo Jun was worried that his blood would decline, and his combat power would not reach 120, so he would not be able to receive the practitioner allowance. Now, his fighting power is still soaring wildly. 8958. 9854. Luo Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that it is necessary to break through Wanzan? From 4 digits to 5 digits is the watershed between warriors and god of war. In just a few days, I will reach the god of war level? You know, every god of war is a big name in every part of the world nowadays. Every god of war dies, and the city mourns it. Because they are the last backbone of the defense line that protects human beings, and they are also the pillars that human beings can survive in the face of monsters. 9,999. The display flickered for a moment. In the end, it jumped directly to 15,000, this amazing amount, and it stopped. If you guessed correctly, the limit that this machine can withstand is the 15,000 combat power display. Convert according to the previous logic. 5,000 combat power is 32,000 kilograms. That 15,000 combat power is equal to 3 times the power, and it may be more than that. That is more than 960,000 kilograms of strength. No wonder the machine is hard to bear. It's really a cultivation technique. I'm only in the chi refining period, and I've reached the god of war level. Luo Jun was dizzy and felt a little unreal. He felt more and more that the Taoist classics he had seen in his previous life were not simple. It turns out that cultivating immortals is real. Humans, maybe they can really become immortals? Luo Jun was in a trance. Even Luo Xiaofeng, the peerless genius in the legend, is also Hong of extreme martial arts, the ruler of today's world. Their start is not so exaggerated. From the starting line, he has surpassed everyone in the world by 1 dimension. Dimensionality reduction strike, yes. The method of becoming a fairy is so terrifying. And he, Luo Jun, is only in the chi refining period at this moment. Beep beep beep. After the machine beeped for a while, soon came the voice of artificial humility inside. Dear Lord God of War, welcome to Jiangnan Base City. Ms. Zhang Sweru, the General Manager of the HR Alliance in this region, Zhang Cheng of the Jiangnan branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and the owner of the Jiangnan branch of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Gym, are on their way to welcome you. And the artificial voice in the background trembled and trembled. Chapter 11. God of War. Such a strong person actually came to this place to inspect. In an instant, all the leaders in the city were alarmed, and they rushed over immediately. This battle is enough to prove how important God of War is. And Zhang Sweru, the head of the HR Alliance, might be the daughter's mother, right? How would she feel if she saw that the God of War who picked her up was herself? Luo Jun thought for a while, and said calmly, there is no need to meet them, I just passed by chance, I don't want others to know that I have been here, please delete my test record. Yes, Lord God of War. The manpower in the background immediately cooperated to delete Luo Jun's record. Every God of War information is top secret. In fact, without Luo Jun saying, they will keep the secret strictly. Luo Jun didn't stay too long, put on his sweater and hat, and rushed home. It's late at night, and my daughter is alone at home. She has always been afraid of the dark. If she finds out that she is not there at night, her daughter will cry. On the other side, the shirtless middle-aged man watched Luo Jun walk out. He was about to say hello, but after thinking about it, he still closed his mouth. He is none other than the worker who greeted Luo Jun earlier. In fact, 150 combat power, my wife rewards me for eating out, it's all a lie. He recently had an adventure, and his combat power may have broken through to more than 200, but he was afraid that Luo Jun would be jealous, so he deliberately concealed it. When he walked into the room that Luo Jun just entered, the whole person's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous expression. Looking at the remaining numbers on it, the middle-aged man's head buzzed and he was shocked. 15,000 combat power? 960,000 kilograms of strength? Isn't this the power God of War should have? Luo Jun is God of War? The middle-aged man looked incredible and shocked. How can it be? If he's God of War, how can he be poor enough to get a stipend? And how could God of War allow him to be by his side? Does he know God of War? It's still the same reason, since you know a big guy like God of War, why do you still use it to work in a factory? Moreover, there is no other exit from this room. There was no one else in the room except Luo Jun. General combat power instruments will reset to 0 after 10 seconds. So, this is the data 10 seconds ago. The more middle-aged men think about it, the more unbelievable it becomes. Now, a whizzing aircraft galloped from afar. One by one, powerful figures who were so powerful that they were terrifying walked down. Outside the door, all kinds of cars were crowded around in a short while. It even gathered a bunch of people. A God of War has come to our Jiangnan base city. Moreover, it is very likely that it is a new God of War, because there is no information about him in the God of War database. I hope this God of War hasn't chosen a base city to be stationed in. The God of War in our Jiangnan area has just died in battle. We are temporarily waiting for the God of War palace to distribute. I don't know how long it will take, and those old God of War may not be able to look up to us. With the blessing of the newly promoted God of War, our living environment will be much better under the next beast tide. No matter what the price is, we must ask him to stay, as the patron saint of our Jiangnan base city. The 3 men and 1 woman who got off the aircraft walked in a hurry, talking at a very fast pace while walking. After the cataclysm, the world is not as safe as before. Outside the protection of the city's energy shield, there are countless monsters. And these monsters covet everything in the base city all the time, and there will be a wave of beasts every time. As for Jiangnan base city, a terrifying third-level rat wave occurred a while ago. For the human base, the attack of the rat wave is nothing short of a catastrophe. There are nearly 20,000 ordinary people on the ground at this moment. If they don't evacuate in time, they will be swallowed up by the rat wave. God of War Liu Gang arrived in time, brought the thunder down from the sky, and repelled a wave of rats, but there were too many of them. In order to keep the base, he chose a method similar to self-destruct, and the third-level rats the tide dies together. At that time, apart from God of War Liu Gang, there was also Luo Xiaofeng who had already shined in the God of War training camp. Although the Jiangnan base city has been preserved and restored its former tranquility, the vacancy of God of War has made all the leaders uneasy. If the next beast horde comes, how can we stop it? To apply to the God of War palace, in addition to approval, you have to wait for God of War to agree. The veteran God of War is unwilling to come, and the weaker God of War is afraid to come. This has caused the base city of Jiangnan to be in a state of crisis. And the appearance of Luo Jun, the incomparable power, the terrifying power beyond the load of the combat machine, is definitely not an ordinary God of War. But they searched in the database and couldn't find any information about registering God of War. In other words, this person has the strength of God of War, and has not yet reported to the God of War palace. This is a great joy for Jiangnan base city. In the first time, the leaders rushed over quickly. When they got to the door, looking at the empty hall, they all showed a look of disappointment. This mysterious God of War, is he gone? Hey, it looks like he doesn't want to dip into the muddy waters of our base city. The two men sighed. And that woman was the head of HR who had approached Luo Jun before, and she was in a trance. Before she knew it, she thought of Luo Jun inexplicably. That person has the coercion that even she would suffocate? Could it be him? Zhang Sueru opened her mouth for a long time, but finally stopped talking. No matter what, she doesn't want Luo Jun to shine. Once he is selected as the patron saint of Jiangnan base city, he will be the idol of the whole city, and his status can be called the city lord. Then why do you want to return your daughter? She has contacted her husband at the God of War palace to explain the ins and outs. My God, the strength of 960,000 kilograms is definitely God of War. We still couldn't keep him after all. Oh, what a pity. Luo Jun, who didn't know that his unintentional fist made huge waves, was looking at the ancient book in surprise at this moment, swimming in the ocean of knowledge. There are 60 trillion cells in the body, and each cell seems to be the computing power of his brain. Like a super brain billions of times talent, it began to analyze, deduce, and decipher the mysteries of practice in ancient books. This is the information that Luo Jun downloaded from the internet, about the world's ancient books on cultivating immortals. He has the breathing method of practice, the gathering of 3 flowers on the top, and the 5 qi to the yuan. He also has the martial arts to increase the strength of his fists. Luo Jun always felt that something was missing. Until he saw a fragment of a book about Taoism. He knew what he was missing. Since one is cultivating immortals, of course one has to learn magic. I still lack spells. How can a fairy lack spells? So when it comes to becoming an immortal, the cells in the body become extremely active and excited as if they have been injected with chicken blood. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. That's right, the master finally did something human. Since he is cultivating immortals, why is there no magic? Get it started, deduce the spell. Brothers, from the fragments of Taoism shared by the master, I have already enlightened. The hope of immortality, the power of eternal life. We want to become immortals. The cells raised their arms and shouted. Luo Jun chose to lie on his back, returned to practicing. Don't forget to copy my spells too, thank you. Chapter 12. The book Luo Jun is currently studying is called Tao Fa Hui Yuan. Tao Fa Hui Yuan describes the relationship between Tao and Dharma. Tao is the ultimate truth of spirituality, Dharma is the mystery of change. Dao is based on the law to help people, and people are able to understand the way because of the law, and the changes are endless. Tao is the foundation of belief and the origin of all things, and magic is its external application form. Practitioners use magic to show the Tao thought of helping the world and saving people. It can be said that Tao is the pure body of nothingness, and art refers to the mysterious method that can cause various changes. This ancient secret book of Taoism actually exists not only in this era, but also in Luo Jun's previous life. He confirmed each other and complemented each other one by one. Although this book is a fragment, it is enough to deduce. Various spells are recorded in this book. There are world-famous techniques of calling the wind and calling the rain, and spreading beans into soldiers. There is also the Great Five Thunder technique, which is famous for killing. And the art of flying through the clouds and riding the fog that is only seen in fairy tales. But I'm still only in the chi refining period, and I need at least foundation establishment to fly through the clouds. Every kind of technique is inconceivably powerful. Compared with the supernatural beings of this era, or the so-called god of war powerhouses, it is simply not a latitude. If I can succeed in cultivation, from this moment on, I will be the only immortal cultivator in the world, and I will shock an era. Luo Jun's blood is boiling, his eyes are slightly moist. As an older youth, he has been hesitant and worried about his daughter's future. Now, it's not a problem. After being excited for a while, Luo Jun gradually calmed down. Although he really wanted to share this joy with others, he knew that it was impossible. If other people know that they are becoming immortals or cultivating immortals, they will definitely laugh at their fantasies. That is something in a fairy tale, how could it come true? On the other hand, Luo Jun does not want to share with others. Others may not necessarily learn it. I have 6 billion cells as computing power to accompany me in my practice. Shaking his head, without thinking any further, Luo Jun continued to practice. He turned into a red blood cell warrior and learned deduction with other cells. Time passed bit by bit. Until 4 hours later. Luo Jun suddenly got up, came to the open space outside, squeezed the Daoju, pointed to the sky, and recited the mantra plausibly, running the cultivation base in his body, and suddenly shouted, "Quick!" The first thing he performed was the technique of summoning wind and calling rain. In an instant, the sky suddenly dimmed, and large swathes of dark clouds gathered, and a moment later, torrential rain poured down. Calling the wind and rain is done. Really useful. Luo Jun was ecstatic. Although this technique is tasteless and has no lethality, he believes that it will be useful. Luo Jun withdrew his spells, and the world returned to clarity. After a while, he bent down and grabbed a handful of mud, and threw it into the open space ahead. The mud vibrated violently, and finally broke out of the cocoon, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into burly men in armor. It looks like a heavenly soldier. Scattering beans into soldiers has also been done. Luo Jun was pleasantly surprised. I just don't know how strong these magic power transformed soldiers are. Thinking of this, he pointed to the public boxing test machine next to the square, and pointed. The bean soldiers ran over, and one of the bean soldiers opened his eyes wide and punched down. When? With a loud noise, the only boxing machine in the community was also smashed. The value is illuminated above. 33,258 kilograms. It actually has the strength of a warrior. Luo Jun was shocked, which meant that he had a group of warrior-level thugs. They persist as long as the spell is not revoked. And Luo Jun is not afraid of losing magic power at all. What do you say? The cells in the body are doing breathing exercises all the time. Once the magic power is consumed, it will be replenished immediately. It's like playing a game with an enhanced blue buff on your body. And these heavenly soldiers and generals are related to own strength. Luo Jun is only in the qi refining period at this moment, so they only have this strength. Altogether, Luo Jun will be stronger in the future, and they will be stronger accordingly. Calling the wind and calling the rain, spreading beans into soldiers, all succeeded. So, next is Big 5 Thunder Technique. The real killer move. Luo Jun looked around. It was late at night, the square was remote and there was no one around, so no one should be able to see it. He took a deep breath and quickly sealed his hands. To practice Li Fa, you must master innate Yuki, emphasizing that the essence of self-primordial spirit is the foundation of practice and spell casting. And at Danshan's place in Luo Jun's body, the source and flow of life and body converged into a vortex. Tao Fa Hui Yuan Volume 1 Tao Fa Hub says, Tao runs through the three talents as one qi ear, the sky moves with qi, the earth takes place with qi, yin and yang relaxes with qi, and wind and thunder move with qi. The human body breathes with qi, and Taoism uses qi to communicate. Those who maintain good deeds, know that the spirit comes from the breath, and the breath comes from the spirit. They can't think outside, and can't think inside. The breath is harmonious, and they return to their roots. They walk, stand, sit, and lie down, as if they are lingering. Applying it to the law, I use my true qi to harmonize the good fortune of the heaven and the earth, so booing is cloud and rain, hay is thunder, using generals will bring the soul to the soul, and restraining evil will make the ghosts and gods subdue themselves. Tongtian is thorough, going out of the secluded and into the bright, ever-changing, who is not me. After a moment of deliberation, Luo Jun was about to cast a spell. Now he has no sadness or joy in his heart, his concentration is highly concentrated, and he ignores everything outside. At the same time, in the peaceful square, a figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 13. This figure is a woman in her 30s, with a flustered and anxious look on her face. She noticed Luo Jun standing still in the square. This person knew Luo Jun, and quickly shouted, "Luo Jun, quickly take your daughter to the refuge." A monster ran in. This person is the daughter's female language teacher at school. She is in charge of notifying people to evacuate. But Luo Jun was in no mood to care about her at the critical moment of casting the spell. At this moment, the ground shook violently. A bulge suddenly appeared on the flat ground. The bulge dragged out a ravine, came to the bottom of Luo Jun's feet, and suddenly got out from the ground. This is a huge mouse. Scarlet eyes, teeth, and claws. It should be the monster left over from the last rat wave crisis. It has been lurking in the dark. I don't know what attracted it. Rat King, this is the Mouse King. It has the strength of a beast general. If it's over, we're all going to die. The female teacher is a survivor of the previous beast tide. She saw God of War Lu Gang fight against the monster with her own eyes, and finally blew herself up to death. Unexpectedly, this allowed the Mouse King to survive. The female teacher thought of that horrible memory, and was so frightened that she lost control of her urine and her limbs trembled. And at this critical moment, Luo Jun suddenly opened his eyes, pointed at the mouse, and let out a loud shout. It was just in time. Look at my Big 5 Thunder art. With Luo Jun's current comprehension of the Great 5 Lightning art and the lack of cultivation base, he can only display superficially, but only superficially, it is enough to deal with a general level Rat King. Boom! In an instant, the sky thundered. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. It suddenly poured on Chu King's body, and was split into coke by hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage lightning in the blink of an eye, and fell straight to the ground. The female teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. Summon! Summon Thunderbolt! Kill the Mouse King in seconds! The limited cognition of the female teacher cannot explain everything in front of her. You, what level are you? The female teacher looked at Luo Jun in disbelief. What happened just now completely rewrote her impression of Luo Jun. In the past, in her impression, Luo Jun was a hard-working and simple father who dressed plainly and never defaulted on tuition and tutoring fees. It is said that he once worked as a practitioner, but failed for some reason, and is currently working in the factory. Very ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be an incredible strong man. And the way he instantly kills the enemy is too simple and rude. Is it a thunder attribute supernatural power? Among the various practitioners, there are some supernatural beings with rare attributes. Among them, the thunder attribute has a huge lethality, and is rated as a one-of-a-kind S-level ability user. And it's too unbelievable for him to instantly kill the beast general level Mouse King with this strike. You must know that the strength of monsters is generally one level higher than that of humans. For example, monsters of the high-level generals can generally be killed only by God of War. Luo Jun can't be God of War. Then, it was the monster that was seriously injured by God of War Liu Gang's self-destruct attack before, and it has not recovered yet. Still, it's pretty incredible. Me? What level am I? Luo Jun smiled, shook his head and said, I don't know yet, I'll know when the practitioner level is measured tomorrow. How is it possible that you don't know what level it is? The female teacher looked at Luo Jun in disbelief, and after a while, she suddenly realized, you want to hide your strength, don't worry, I won't say it, thank you for saving me. In her opinion, Luo Jun is so strong but hides his name here, maybe he is like those hidden strong men in the story, hiding in the city? Luo Jun waved his hand, didn't stay too long, and went home to take the child. The female teacher stared at Luo Jun's back in a daze, and stood up tremblingly leaning on the wall, feeling a turmoil in her heart. Luo Jun's daughter Luo Feiyu is studying in her class. It seems that we should pay close attention to Luo Feiyu in the future. In this dangerous world, being able to know a strong person is an extra layer of amulet. She has already thought about how to please Luo Jun's daughter next. Start by paying class fees and tutoring fees in advance. While the female teacher was thinking wildly, one after another figures flew towards her, and an aircraft hovered beside her. The Mouse King is indeed a survivor. Just now the energy shield sensed the breath of the Mouse King, and we rushed over immediately. Two figures walked beside the Shu King's body and started a discussion. It can be confirmed that the Mouse King was beheaded by a very domineering thunder attribute force, and he will kill with one blow. The only one who can kill a monster with one blow is God of War. The two hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised their heads and looked at each other, both seeing the ecstasy in their eyes. If there is no accident, the person who made the shot should be the mysterious God of War who was tested in the battle hall an hour ago. This God of War is actually a God of War with extremely rare thunder attribute. If he is willing to become the patron saint of Jiangnan Base City, everyone can really rest easy. And at this moment, there seemed to be witnesses beside him. The female teacher next to her fixed her eyes on the medals on the uniforms of the two of them. That is the symbol of those who hold power in this city. I was so scared that I almost couldn't stand still. My heart was even more turbulent. Because, confirmed from the mouths of these two big men, Luo Jun is very likely to be God of War. Hello, I am the owner of the Extreme Martial Art Museum in Jiangnan Base City. May I ask what you saw just now? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. I am the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military, tell me what happened just now. Another young man with a flat head asked impatiently. The female teacher hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, I promised Luo Jun that I will not disclose any information about him, he is my savior, and I cannot let his seclusion be disturbed. Because the two in front of her were big figures at the ceiling level, the female teacher was frightened just now, her teeth chattered so nervously that she didn't know what she was talking about. The two looked at each other with a bit of astonishment in their eyes. They silently remembered a name, Luo Jun. The brothers cast so fiercely. I owe you 5 more. Chapter 14. Early morning. Today is the annual Practitioner Grade Determination Day. This day is both a practitioner-grade determination and a legal holiday. Luo Jun got up early in the morning to buy breakfast. After breakfast, it is time to take part in the practitioner-grade determination. Ever since the 6 billion cells in his body transformed into working cells, his appetite has become quite terrifying. Several buffet restaurants around have blacklisted Luo Jun. One of them was almost overwhelmed by Luo Jun. Came to a steamed stuffed bun shop with good quality and low price. "Young man, how many buns do you want?" asked the ant wearing a mask. Luo Jun smiled slightly and said concisely, "I want it all." "What? Are you kidding me?" asked the ant in disbelief. "I'm not joking, not only the buns, but also the porridge, I have made them all round," Luo Jun said seriously. "Are you going to treat the staff to breakfast?" Seeing that Luo Jun was not joking, the ant immediately greeted the family members with a happy smile, and poured a basket of steamed buns into her pocket. 10 minutes later. Alipay account, 3,590 yuan. Hearing the cue, the boss waved happily, "Young man, go slowly." Luo Jun paid the money with tears in his eyes, carrying a big bag of breakfast, and went home under the astonished eyes of people. After returning home, I found that my daughter got up early, put on her clothes sensibly, and sat quietly at the table. Even my daughter was shocked when she saw so many buns. "Dad, why are there so many? I can't finish eating so much." "This is what Dad ate." Luo Jun gave 2 to his daughter, and then he took a bite of a big meat bun, and quickly wiped out these buns like a storm. It took him a full hour to eat up the mountain of steamed stuffed buns, porridge, and eggs. The cells in the body become active after being supplemented with nutrients. Red blood cell, I feel like my practice has reached the bottleneck, and it's time to enter the next realm. White blood cells, I heard that cancer cells have also been secretly practicing recently. Macrophage, it's just cancer cells, little Doyle, after I advance, I'll kill them all. After eating and drinking, Luo Jun heard the sound of the cells in his body again. "Are you going to advance again?" "Fei, wait here for Dad. Dad has something to do when he goes back to his room." Luo Jun didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran to own room. Enter the cell universe. Cell by cell, Daoist began to meditate and practice immortality. "Fellow Daoists, I have reached the second level of insight chi refining." A macrophage Daoist stood up abruptly, and laughed wildly. "From now on, the cell universe, the 9 heavens, is the only place where I am the only one." The character of the macrophage seems to be a bit arrogant. Fairies, PK up your ears and listen up. If you can't learn it, you can only blame your stupidity, don't blame the poor for not teaching you. Macrophages shared their insights. Luo Jun shared this insight. After 2 days of non-stop practice by the cells, the true qi in his body has actually reached a critical value. He was digesting his insights, and gradually entered the state of enlightenment. The heart of a mortal is in turmoil. Practitioners want people to be quiet, and it is more important to subdue their eyes. The door to the heart of the eye needs to be closed with curtains. In all matters, use the heart as the sword, think that the world is not beneficial to me, and the fire will be eliminated immediately, and don't be greedy. Ju Yun, look at the nose with the eyes, look at the navel with the nose, look up and down, and rely on each other, and focus on the entrance, you can subdue your thoughts. Innate 5 Qi Chao Yuan Qi refining the second state. Concentrate the heart. Concentrate the heart, store the spirit in the heart. The acquired spirit is the knowledge of the spirit, innate is the gift, empty in sorrow, then the spirit is calm, and the fire energy of the Southern Red Emperor is in the Yuan dynasty. From then on, the attack is powerful, and the explosive ability is increased several times. Boom! 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 Luo Jun's momentum is rising steadily. He is marching towards the second level of the Qi refining period, the second level of Wuqi Chao Yuan. Outside. Daughter Luo Feiyu sat obediently at the table, silently waiting for her father to come out. At this time, ding dong! There was a doorbell outside. Luo Feiyu got up, tiptoed curiously and took a peek at the cat's eyes. Outside were two serious-looking middle-aged men in uniforms. Ding dong! One of them rang the doorbell again. Who are you? Luo Feiyu asked curiously. Hello, this is Luo Feiyu, right? We are the staff of the practitioner testing agency, and we are here to pick up your father for the test. Can you open the door? The middle-aged man spoke softly. Just when Luo Feiyu was hesitating whether to open the door or not, a white and delicate jade hand stretched out and opened the door. Luo Feiyu turned her head to look, but her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Dad, why do you look young again? Yet, Luo Jun's voice has not changed, it is still the thick and magnetic voice. But after breaking through the second layer, the marrow was washed and the pulse was reborn again, and the reverse growth was started again. From looking 18 or 19 years old, he became a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Luo Jun himself was helpless. This immortal cultivation technique seems to be a bit evil, the more you practice, the younger you will be. But whether it is strength or physique, they have entered the peak state of their lives. The two testers looked at Luo Jun and were also stunned for a moment. Comparing the photos carefully, I almost didn't recognize it. Hello, Mr. Luo Jun, we are the staff of the practitioner grade tester. Since you have filled in the special car transfer, we made a special trip to pick you up for the test. One of them said in a low voice. The treatment of the practitioner is good. If the traffic is inconvenient, you can also choose a special car to pick you up. The reason why Luo Jun filled it is to save money, after all, a few hundred kilometers is still quite far. You can also bring your family. Okay. Luo Jun nodded, picked up his daughter, and said softly, let's go and see what level of practitioner I am now. The daughter nodded vigorously, and said encouragingly, Dad, don't worry, if you fail, I will pick up bottles and sell them to support Dad. Chapter 15. Don't worry, Dad will definitely pass the test. Luo Jun replied with a smile. I trust Dad. Luo Feiyu added in a childish voice, but I'm still ready to pick up bottles and sell them. Hear that? Even the two staff members were amused. One of them said, this year, the benefits of our Jiangnan base city have increased again. A housing subsidy has been added to the allowance, and free food is also distributed. The higher the level, the better the benefits. Warrior level practitioners will receive a subsidy of 2 million yuan if they don't do anything and don't do anything every month. In addition, they can get a 10% discount on purchasing materials from the HR Alliance. Another person said excitedly. The benefits are so good this year. Luo Jun was a little surprised. The benefits in previous years were good, but far from this year's. As long as you reach the level of a warrior, you can directly send a car and a house, and there are 2 million yuan per month, and you can directly obtain achievements that ordinary people can't achieve in their lifetime. Welfare is good, there is no other way. The chunky staff member sighed, if welfare and money can buy a strong man, we are willing to spend any money. This is also to motivate practitioners to become stronger. The tall and thin staff member said helplessly, the guardian god of war of our Jiangnan base city died in battle. Because Jiangnan is close to the sea, there are countless monsters in the sea. Those god of war dare not come because they are afraid of death. After a pause, he said indignantly. If our city's energy shield is no longer supplemented by god of war level powerhouses, it will become weaker and weaker. Sooner or later, all of us in the city will. Shut up, don't talk. The chunky staff member yelled, Master God of War is also something you can talk about? The reason why there is no God of War in the God of War Palace may be because of other considerations. They will not give up our Jiangnan base city. Yet. The chunky staff member didn't take it seriously, and sighed, no matter what, I don't want to evacuate my hometown." The tall and thin staff member didn't respond, and remained silent for a long time, then suddenly clenched his fists and sighed, "It would be great if the god of war in our Jiangnan base city didn't die, so you don't have to worry so much, and you don't have to ask others to come protect us, hey." Luo Jun sighed softly. This person's worry was not unreasonable. Similar things have happened before. There is a base city called Hainan, because it is too close to the sea, and there are endless monsters in the sea. After the guardian god of war died in battle, no god of war came over for a long time. In the end, the whole city was asked to abandon the base city of Hainan, and a large relocation of hundreds of thousands of people from the whole city started. On the way of migration, he was also attacked by monsters. In the end, there is no 1 out of 10. Even the refugees who survived by chance were pushed to each other in other cities and lived a useless life under the fence of others. Fortunately, it was properly arranged by the Extreme Martial Art Museum. Although the south of the Yangtze River is rich, it is also facing the sea, and there have been extremely terrifying king-level monsters in front of it. It is reasonable for the god of wars not to come. Because, once a crisis comes, they must stand in front and protect the city behind them. While talking, the two took Luo Jun into a car. Drive on the wide road. There are all kinds of aircraft floating in the sky. Each of those flying machines is extremely expensive, and only the rich and distinguished figures are eligible to use them. Ordinary people still have to drive on the road. After driving for about an hour, the car drove into the urban area and came to the front of the huge mobile circular building. It looks a bit like a bird's nest from a previous life. After the two staff sent Luo Jun to him, they went to do their own business. After receiving the own exclusive number, Luo Jun waited in the lobby. "Yo, Lao Luo." Luo Jun's buttocks were still warm when a joking voice came from not far away. The voice is very familiar. He looked along the source of the sound, and saw a middle-aged man walking over with a 10-year-old boy by the hand. The little boy was looking at Luo Jun curiously. "Oh, it's you, Lu Lang." Luo Jun replied lazily. "Old Luo, we haven't seen each other for almost 10 years, right? I thought you wouldn't come to participate in the practitioner qualification assessment." The middle-aged man had a look of emotion on his face, but his tone suddenly changed. "After all, you didn't continue to go to college after graduation, and you didn't practice systematically, so your energy and blood have already declined? This year, you might degenerate into an ordinary man. Are you human?" He said to the child next to him, "This is your father and my classmate back then, please call him Uncle Luo." "Hi Uncle Luo." Compared to adults, the little boy was very polite. "Are you here for a joke?" Luo Jun looked indifferent. He didn't expect this guy to be so narrow-minded. "After so many years, I still hold grudges. 10 years ago, when the two were still in high school, there was only a little grudge between the two. It was just a trivial matter, that is, Lu Lang's current wife was rejected when she confessed to Luo Jun, so she made a second choice and went to Lu Lang. After the news spread, Lu Lang was very embarrassed, and always wanted to overwhelm Luo Jun. So many years have passed, if he hadn't come out to say hello this time, Luo Jun would have forgotten about this person. 10 years have passed, why do you still look like a little boy? You are so white and tender, after so many years, there is no change. On the surface, there is nothing wrong with the words, but there is something strange about yin and yang inexplicably. Lu Lang paused, and then said a little arrogantly, "Although I'm not as handsome as you, I have a combat power of 140, and I can barely be a practitioner for a year this year. As a teacher, maybe my son will become a 12-year-old practitioner next year. But I'm poor and I can't afford to support my son." The corner of Luo Jun's mouth twitched slightly, too lazy to speak. This guy is obviously here to show off to yin and yang. Combat power 140? If the qi and blood did not decline too much, then he would definitely be able to receive allowances and benefits. And becoming a practitioner at the age of 12 is definitely a genius. Can't afford a son? With such a genius, various institutions are not rushing to collect it for free. Really can pretend. But throughout the ages, there has never been a shortage of such people. They always have a slight sense of superiority and like to show off. Luo Jun didn't pay much attention either. Ding! Number 2025, please go to number 18 testing area for evaluation. At this moment, a broadcast came from the lobby. Ouch, Lao Luo, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm number 2025. I'll take a test first. After finishing speaking, Lu Lang glanced at Luo Jun proudly. Luo Jun glanced at his own number, 2026. Just right behind this guy. He suddenly looked forward to it. If an old classmate from many years ago saw On's combat effectiveness, how should he behave? Speaking of combat effectiveness, Luo Jun frowned. When he was on the first floor of Qi refining, he already had a combat power of 15,000 and a strength of 9.6 million catties, which had already exceeded the limit of the machine. Now that he has entered the second layer of Qi refining, the 5 Qi Chao Yuan condenses the heart Qi realm, and the attack power has increased several times. How much combat power should I have? The machine for measuring venues shouldn't be that bad, right? Can you fully demonstrate your own combat power? Luo Jun desperately wants to know how strong he is. What should his combat power be? After a while, suddenly the broadcast horn blared. Number 2026, please go to venue number 18 to conduct a combat power measurement. This is not a coincidence. Luo Jun and his old classmate Lu Lang were actually in the same venue. Chapter 16. Number 18 Martial Dao Testing Room. The inside is much wider than imagined, equivalent to the size of a basketball court. There are a lot of people here. In addition to the testers, there were densely packed family members standing on the edge of the stands. There are also staff walking around, and at a glance, there are people everywhere. On the square in front, 10 testing machines were lined up in rows. This combat power test machine is better than the outside. The drugs in the venues are much larger, more professional, and even the materials are different. Luo Jun's eyes reveal the look of expectation. I hope it won't break if touched lightly. Does he really want to know where the limit of On is? How strong are you? At this moment, the test on the square is over. Most of the people worked hard, and their combat power was only a few dozen with one punch. There was even a thin old man with only 5 combat power. This scene made many people laugh. Faced with the test results, some are happy and some are sad. Those who passed were relieved, or ecstatic. They can continue to receive practitioners' stipend benefits. Those who failed were pale, or cried with their heads in their arms. Practitioner practice is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Now that they are all in decline, it will be extremely difficult to return to the top. Especially in their 20s, many people find it hard to accept the cruel reality of losing their status as a practitioner and then serving in the military. Luo Jun shook his head, full of emotion. He placed his daughter in the family stand area, where there are special staff to take care of it. Dad is going to measure the grade. Fei, wait a moment, Dad. Luo Jun touched his daughter's little head. Dad, you go, I will be obedient and not cause you any trouble. The daughter responded childishly. Yo, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be tested in venue 18. Suddenly, the voice of old classmate Lu Lang came from behind. Luo Jun didn't look back. It's a coincidence. Have you finished the test? That must be the end of the test. Lu Lang said triumphantly, my combat power is 135, and rich supplements are different. Even if I get older, where will my vitality and blood not decay? Old classmate, you have to be careful, you are an older single youth, with a daughter, how can I have any spare money to buy supplements? I just said, what's the use of being handsome? Although it may temporarily please girls, the key is to look at the ability. Appearance can't be eaten. Lu Lang Yin and Yang said angrily, with complacent eyes. On the contrary, the son he was holding didn't say a word and looked at a loss. It seemed that such a yin and yang word father made him feel very ashamed. It's true that your appearance can't be eaten as a meal, but... Luo Jun paused, took out his mobile phone, turned to a number, dialed the number, and turned on the speakerphone. Hey! Ah Jun, you are finally willing to answer my phone. How have you been all these years? A woman's voice came from the phone. The smile on Lu Lang's face froze. It's Mom's voice. The little boy Lu Lang was holding was suddenly pleasantly surprised, and tugged on Lu Lang's sleeve, trying to remind her father, but found her father standing there dumbfounded. Fine. Luo Jun coughed and said again, will you come to the Vienna Hotel tonight? There was a moment of silence on the phone. Lao Lu is going to test the practitioner today. I'll get him drunk first. It may be later. You wait for my call and don't fall asleep. Luo Jun put his hand on Lu Lang's shoulder, in front of his face, said to the phone, Sister, I'm kidding. I still won't go. Then, he hung up the phone. Lu Lang stared at Luo Jun with wide eyes, biting his lips. His eyes quickly became wet and red, and he choked up crying, My son is not like me at all, I have already guessed the difference between you two. There's something wrong, The big man who was arrogant just a second ago almost cried now. Looking at the old classmate secretly wiping tears. Luo Jun didn't know what to say for a while, so he just patted him on the shoulder, turned around and went to the square to measure his grade. Next, the tester Luo Jun. The staff called out. Coming. Luo Jun trotted over. Luo Jun 26 years old, last year's score was 130, the year before last was 140, the year before last was 150, you are declining every year, it seems that you are in danger this year. The staff looked at Luo Jun's report and said with regret, it's a pity, it just so happens that this year's benefits are the best, and you can't enjoy them anymore. Why don't you strengthen your blood? The rule is simple, you have to punch within a minute. In his opinion, a person like Luo Jun who has been steadily losing energy and blood year after year is destined to fall into the ranks of ordinary people today. Last year's 130 was just luck, and it happened to be stuck on this level. It's okay, I think it should be fine. Luo Jun smiled and nodded, I'm ready, can I start? Can. The staff member yawned and spoke lazily. He has seen this situation a lot. 10 out of 10 will drop the practitioner realm. In his opinion, Luo Jun is no exception. Let me see, where is my limit? Luo Jun walked up to the 2-meter-long machine, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his hand under the eyes of everyone. Make a fist, and slowly pull your arm back, without too many fancy movements. Then, blast out. Luo Jun's seemingly limp body became sharp. His momentum suddenly rose. The terrifying coercion began to rise. At this moment, the expressions on the staff's faces began to freeze. Everyone's gaze gradually became dull. The square became silent. The wind stopped suddenly. Sound, stop abruptly. People, already startled. Chapter 17. Boom. With a bang. Luo Jun's punch landed on the combat power testing machine. The gust of wind swept by the power of the fist swept out like a storm. How can it be? A look of horror appeared on the staff member's face, his hands were crossed to block the front, and the wind of the fist passed by, pushing him back more than 10 centimeters abruptly. People behind him suffered. Leaving from side to side, people turned on their backs, and even some buildings showed cracks. Most of the people present are practitioners with physical fitness. Just the fist wind has such great power, so how strong is his strength? People opened their eyes wide to see the battle tester. In the midst of this flash, numbers began to jump on the blue screen. 1,200. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The starting point is 1,200. Could it be that this person is not only a practitioner, but also a strong man? 3,000. Directly more than doubled. 5,000. The surrounding staff suddenly stood up straight and looked over. The staff member in charge of Luo Jun froze even the movement of drinking water. Looking at the front in disbelief. 8,000. The value is increasing by leaps and bounds again. What the hell? Is the machine broken? How can it be? The audience became a sensation. As we all know, 9,000 to 10,000 is the watershed between the warrior class and the god of war class. His current combat strength has reached 8,000, at least he is an advanced warrior. Warrior-level powerhouses are guests everywhere, and even give away a house and a car, with a monthly subsidy of 1.8 million. Because, they are god of war reserves. Even if there is only one god of war out of 100,000 generals, it is worth cultivating. People's eyes became hot. As for Lu Lang, an old classmate from before, he was already dumbfounded, his mouth opened into an O shape, enough to stuff a big duck egg. Is he a warrior? Lu Lang's voice trembled. Is Luo Jun a warrior class? At this moment, only a second has passed. That number is still changing. 9,999. Jump directly from 8,000 to 9,999. Everyone is dumbfounded. Waiting for people to react. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 15,000. In the end, it stopped directly at 18,000. God of War. Everyone stared at Luo Jun's back, as if they wanted to imprint this moment in their hearts, and even in the conversations after dinner. Luo Jun didn't care about other people's stares. Looking at the above value, even he was a little surprised in his heart. Just now, he didn't use any punch power boost. It's just to activate the magic power. It has achieved the effect of several times, or even 10 times the increase of the original shock fist. Entering the second layer of chi refining, the power has increased tenfold. What if he uses the boosting fist again? The idea came to me. War, war, god of war. The staff shivered. Everyone present was shocked. The safety of a city is often measured by god of war. Now Jiangnan base city is begging grandpa and grandma to ask for protection in a low voice because of the sudden death of god of war. The people in the whole city are panicked, how eager they are for a Lord God of War to come out from the palace of God of War and bless them. However, waiting and waiting, so long passed. No God of War dares. Now, there is a native God of War in front of you? Or is the machine broken? People stared blankly at Luo Jun. At this time, Luo Jun moved again, he had no other intentions, he just wanted to see the limit of his own. This machine is stronger than imagined medicine. So just left some spare energy. Let me see what level my current strength has reached. Luo Jun roared suddenly, and slowly pulled his elbow back again, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, his cheeks were well defined, and he was dancing wildly. Momentum climbed again. This time, he used the secret power-enhancing technique Shock Fist, which can double the power. He moved again. He doesn't seem to have enough. Oh my god, it's God of War. Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, Luo Jun punched out again. With the previous experience, people have seen that his fist punch has huge destructive power. Everyone started running in all directions. Even the staff members are holding their trousers and holding their hats and running away. Boom! Before the fist arrives, the sound arrives first. An unparalleled storm, with a huge impact, completely rolled up the sky with smoke and dust, and even the tables, chairs, and benches were rolled into the sky. Those who were running in the opposite direction were thrown into the air before they could get out of the range in time. Ah! FK! The figures floated in the air along with various sundries, such as tables, chairs, benches, sun umbrellas, and then fell heavily. It was as if I had just encountered a Category 10 typhoon. Walls collapsed. Luo Jun's punch was just a storm swept by his fist, and its lethality made the scene chaotic. When the messy people got up in embarrassment and looked at the display screen, they all gasped in unison. 36,800. This time the count starts from 30,000. 38,000. 39,000. 42,000. At last. Steady state to 50,000. The moment it reaches this number, there was a soft click. Cracks appeared on the punch testing machine. The crack became bigger and bigger, and it split open. Finally, it was broken into pieces with white smoke. Luo Jun sighed. Sure enough, has it reached the limit of the test machine again? This professional-level boxing strength testing machine can only carry the power of 50,000 battles at most. After the combat effectiveness is displayed, the combat power testing machine that died unexpectedly reported the power of the punch just now, 3196.8 kgt. People stared blankly at the unprecedented ton-based familiarity, and fell into a long silence. As we all know, 1000 kilograms, kg, is equal to 1 t, ton. 3196.8 tons is equivalent to a force of 3.8168 million kilograms. What concept? With this punch, let alone a person, even a building or a mountain may collapse, right? God of War, scary as hell. Does he really Lord God of War? Chapter 18. The damage to the combat power machine made everyone present lost in thought. They are thinking about a very important question. After all, his strength is too strong, so strong that even the combat machine can't bear his strength. It was because the combat power machine was already damaged, so the data was reported indiscriminately, so there was such a terrifying and exaggerated number. People are staring at Luo Jun's youthful cheeks. In history, no one has surpassed 10,000 combat power on this square determined by the practitioner. After all, it is impossible for any god of war, not even a general, to come here to measure. There is no other reason, here is the practitioner determination. In layman's terms, this is where the novice village is appraised, and 50,000 battles is equivalent to a full-level boss. What happened when the novice village came to a full-level boss? Moreover, this full-level boss was also a novice when he was tested last year. Therefore, people prefer the latter. But even if the combat power machine is broken, the battle he punched just now, the gust of wind that he set off, even blowing people up, his strength will definitely not be so weak. Due to the shock, the originally noisy square has become very quiet now. There was no sound. Then there was no sound. People gasped, maintaining shocked expressions, unable to say a word for a long time. Until Luo Jun looked at the staff calmly, and said slowly, "Sorry, the combat power machine is damaged, so you don't need to pay for it." War. God of War. Is it really God of War? Did we make a mistake, or was the machine broken? The three staff members opened their eyes wide in horror and disgust in low voices. Now even the assessment machine is broken, and they are caught in a dilemma. What if, by coincidence, the machine breaks down? Moreover, God of War, what a character! And how can they be qualified to measure? But judging from the punching momentum of this brother just now, I am afraid that he is at least a warrior-level boss. Just when several people were hesitating. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm a little hungry, so I'll go home for dinner first. Luo Jun rubbed his belly. Because the cells in the whole body are active, and they also follow the immortal cultivation, the lifespan is greatly extended. This also led to the terrible nutrition that Luo Jun needed. Supplementing a huge amount of food every day is still a drop in the bucket, and the wallet is a little bit unable to support it. The tens of thousands of dollars I have accumulated in the past few years have been completely consumed just to buy food in this short week. The few people stared blankly at the leaving figure, and swallowed hard. Especially Lu Lang, an old classmate in the distance. He was in pain. If Luo Jun only relies on his face and has no clear relationship with his wife, then why is his strength still so terrifying? He wasn't blind. If Luo Jun's shot just now fell on him, he might die suddenly on the spot. Although Lu Lang has a bad mouth. But in fact, his heart is not so bad, it's just a little low self-esteem. He is also afraid that his old classmates will suffer. I didn't really hate Luo Jun that much. So, I still asked my son to say hello to Luo Jun before, he just had a bad mouth. He also thought, if this old classmate did really badly and really failed the election, he would find him a job, and then he would gain a little sense of existence. Now, Luo Jun took off. Thinking of this and his wife's attitude, Lu Lang became more and more wronged. No wonder his son looked less and less like himself, and immediately burst into tears. His current state of mind is that he is afraid that his old classmates will suffer. The thought of an old classmate becoming a distinguished and strong man. Lu Lang felt worse than losing money. He is now a typical mental state of not only fearing that his old classmates will suffer, but also afraid that his old classmates will drive Land Rover. Seeing Luo Jun's high spirits and all the attention, Lu Lang felt so uncomfortable, he felt like there were ants crawling on his body. Under people's attention, Luo Jun led his daughter out of the stadium. After he left, the venue, which was originally silent, suddenly became noisy. Is that God of War? Or is the test machine broken? How can it be? Could it be cheating? Even if it's cheating, look at the power of his punches, who can withstand it? People around are talking about it. Shortly after Luo Jun left, the test continued, but the field data of the test was also uploaded to the background center by the tester for the people above to check. They don't even dare to move the instruments, which require professional people to detect them. No one came to check the instruments. Therefore, no one saw that on the special metal in the center of the torn-apart combat power measuring machine, there was a red fist brand, still hot and smoking, exuding a domineering aura. This imprint will be discovered sooner or later. Luo Jun took her daughter to a nearby buffet restaurant for another meal. A lesson for the inexperienced buffet owner. A mountain of dishes. He ate all the dishes in the entire shop by himself. Drinks are included and all are consumed. The waiters who watched were stunned, and there was a buzzing in their heads. Until the boss got the news and rushed back, looking at the empty groove and the 35 yuan bill at the cash register, he fell into a sluggish state. Dad, how did you become so edible? The daughter sat on Luo Jun's shoulder obediently, and said curiously, the boss seemed to be going crazy just now. Luo Jun rubbed his nose in embarrassment, suddenly felt a little bit dead, coughed dryly, and said, Dad has become stronger recently, so I get hungry easily, so I eat more. Is Dad full? The daughter rubbed Luo Jun's head, and said distressedly, unfortunately, I am too young. When I grow up, I will catch a monster and feed it to my father. I heard that the monster is very big, and there are people selling monster meat on TV. It should be enough for Dad. The daughter suddenly gave Luo Jun a very good suggestion. Yeah, you can try to catch monsters, and you can use these monsters to practice and try spells. Luo Jun muttered to himself, feeling that his daughter was paying attention, he was immediately a little happy, and kissed her daughter's white side cheek. It's still my good daughter who is smart. Luo Feiyu smiled happily, and kissed Luo Jun on the cheek. It's just that inside a magnificent building, several staff members are cross-reviewing the test video sent by the measurement point. After the review, they will make a new level badge for practitioner based on the data and level. Until a staff member opened the video of Luo Jun's test. In that video, Luo Jun, who looks very young, suddenly punched a fist, setting off a strong wind, and smashing his fist on the test machine. "Look at the aura of dust in the sky in the video." The staff member said in amazement, "This guy is not weak. Could it be that the strong man went to the novice area to find a sense of presence?" But as the video doubled and fast-forwarded, and then saw the skyrocketing data, the pupils of the staff present gradually shrank and their eyes widened. Several staff members suddenly stood up from their chairs. "Stare at the display screen. Damn it, God of War! How can it be? 50,000 battles with one punch, even the test machine is broken. Report immediately." Chapter 19. After the staff of the measurement venue uploaded the video together, the martial master of the straight tube determination practitioner watched the video, and after a brief shock, fell into a quarrel. With all due respect, although this person has some strength, he should not have reached the level of God of War. Who can become God of War within a year? We read his video from a year ago. A year ago, he was only 130 combat power. What's more, usually those who come to participate in this kind of census-like practitioner measurement are ordinary practitioners who are relatively short of money. Why is he coming to the novice village? We have every reason to suspect that he may have cheated, perhaps in some clever way. The martial masters were discussing and questioning that Luo Jun might be cheating in the video, because they checked Luo Jun's information over and over again. Has flipped to a few years ago. Very problematic. Not least, in just 1 year, becoming God of War. This is simply impossible. Even the strongest man on the surface, Gong. It is also impossible to make such a leap forward from ordinary to practitioner to God of War within 1 year. But I watch the video, it doesn't look like cheating. The style of punching that comes from is not much different from God of War. I have seen Lord God of War make a move. Maybe it's some new cheating method, or some newly developed high technology to cooperate with him to cheat. Several people were in doubt. Although they were skeptical, they didn't dare to directly convict someone suspected of being God of War. What if someone is really God of War? Isn't this courting death? Everyone is not stupid, it's okay to make trouble for yourself. But they didn't dare to award Luo Jun with a level certification and a medal. God of War, only the God of War Palace is eligible for certification. The authority they should have is at most the level of a general. Medals of the rank of generals can be awarded. But judging from his numerical performance, how could he be just a mere warrior? In case someone is really God of War, wouldn't it be insulting to know that he was only awarded the rank of warlord? So, this made the staff present worry. When they feel very embarrassed, the communicators worn by several people suddenly rang. One of them turned on the communicator and looked surprised. God of War Palace will send someone to check this matter. The other person seemed to have thought of something, and said excitedly, God of War is coming? How about making him the inspector of Jiangnan Base City? Although the inspector's position is at the same level as the city lord, in terms of status, he always listens to the inspector's words. Because the inspector is the backbone of a city, responsible for maintaining the energy shield of the main city, and when powerful monsters arrive, standing in front to protect the safety of the entire city. People respect and desire God of War more. With God of War, there is a sense of security. Just like a family, if it is full of women, children, it must be panic. If one day, a strong man came to the family to protect everyone, there would naturally be a little more peace. Unfortunately, this inspector is not here to be our patron saint. The leading martial master sighed, shook his head and said, Damn, deal with someone suspected of cheating and pretending to be Lord God of War. The God of War Palace responds at the speed of light, and immediately sends God of War over. When you mention our city's inspector, no one responds. You say, they shouldn't. Did you abandon us? As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the people present changed drastically. SHH, don't talk nonsense. A martial master looked around and signaled to turn off the communication equipment. Seeing that everyone had turned it off, he lowered his voice and said, "I know this god of war who came, and he is Zhang Sueru, the general manager of our Jiangnan HR Alliance. Your husband, Nan Feng. Nan Feng is the third in command of our base city, and her husband is the god of war, but she still has to go far and let another god of war come over. Isn't it just cowardly, afraid that her husband will die here? Speaking of which, how much resources the HR Alliance has earned in our city, is it a shame to be our leader? Her husband is god of war, but she keeps complaining that other gods of war don't come, so why doesn't his husband come?" After the communicator was turned off, everyone spoke freely and began to complain. I have a tidbit. A martial master said in a low voice, "The reason why this god of war came here is because his daughter was adopted by an ordinary person in our city. He came here this time just to take his daughter away, and that Zhang Sueru, I heard that she is already applying for a transfer and is heading to a safe city. Hey, a bunch of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. This is our hometown, no matter how dangerous it is, Daddy will never leave. It is said that our city has been abandoned by the big shots. The reason why the god of wars are unwilling to make a move is because a large-scale beast tide may occur here in our city. It is very dangerous, and we may be just bait." Really? The original talk about work has turned into a private discussion. Because there is no leader in Jiangnan base city, the management has gradually become looser due to the fact that the dragons have no leader. The other side. When Luo Jun came home, the first thing he did was to buy vegetables, cook at home, and had a full meal. All the nearby buffet restaurants were closed by him. It's better to do it yourself. Looking at the mountains of dishes and the deflated wallet, Luo Jun fell into deep thought. If this continues, no amount of money will last. Really go out and hunt monsters. But now it's not like a peaceful era. Because of the city's protective cover and the disaster that happened in Jiangnan base city, ordinary people are not allowed to go out casually. There are monsters outside, and if you go out, you will die. Only soldiers, extreme martial arts, thunder god martial arts, or functional departments with relatively high HR Alliance status are eligible to enter and exit. Thinking of soldiers, Luo Jun couldn't help but think of his upcoming military service. He checked the information online. If ordinary people don't want to serve in the military, there is another possibility besides joining extreme martial arts and thunder god martial arts, that is to reach the rank of general, join the army, and become an officer. They all join the army, but the freedom of officers is guaranteed. Chapter 20. Warrior-level powerhouses are directly awarded the rank of major or above, not only exempted from military service, but also free to enter and leave the city, as well as various benefits. Luo Jun was moved. Time to visit the military. Say CAO is here. Just when Luo Jun was about to go to the military to ask questions in 2 days, his doorbell rang. Open the door. 2 soldiers in military uniform stood at the door. The 2 stood up straight and saluted Luo Jun. One of them said, "Hello, may I ask you to be Comrade Luo Jun? According to the command of the superior, we will pick you up for military service in the future." Luo Jun notice, "Please show me your ID card." Another soldier said with a polite salute. So fast. Luo Jun raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, Zhang Sueru used his identity to manipulate him before, so that he could serve in the army early so that she could pick up his daughter. This day has come so fast. But now it's not a problem anymore, as long as I show the strength of a general, I don't have the right to force myself to serve in the military. Facing the subordinate soldiers, Luo Jun still handed out his ID card cooperatively. What's going on? You're only 26 years old, you're not ready for compulsory military service. The soldier frowned in confusion. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, then looked at the girl in the room, and frowned. You still have a daughter? Where is your lover? I have no lover. Luo Jun said calmly. In your case, you still have a daughter to take care of. You can extend your military service for another 5 years on the basis of 30 years old. You only need to go when you are 35 years old. Why did you perform military service so early? You are gone, what about your daughter? The two soldiers did not perform their missions so rigidly, and they did not understand. Jian Luo Jun shook his head. The two suddenly realize a possibility. This guy may have offended a big shot. TMD, if our god of war Lu Gang is here, how can we allow such harmful things to happen? Isn't this forcing Heat's family to die? Isn't it bullying that our city doesn't have god of war supervision, and those leaders can arrange whatever they want? The two soldiers sympathized with Luo Jun and cursed one after another. Luo Jun, these two soldiers with true temperament, also have a little more affection. You two, please come in and have a rest. Luo Jun glanced at them and found that the two of them were dusty and covered with blood stains. It was obvious that they had just returned from a mission in the city and took him to serve in the army. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, one of the soldiers said, Brother, we can't help you. Since your name has been reported, you must go to the military camp with us to serve in the army. You should hurry up and settle down for your daughter. If not, I will let my wife take care of you. Sorry, the military orders are so overwhelming that we can only carry out the mission. The two soldiers said helplessly. Luo Jun smiled slightly, It's okay, I will take care of my daughter. Dad, are there any guests at home? Are you cooking for the uncles? The daughter's eyes lit up, and she pouted again, but, the rice at home is almost finished, and the last bit of noodles is also finished. When the two soldiers heard this, their noses became slightly sore. These two father and daughter are so pitiful, they can't even afford to eat, and there is no rice or noodles at home. What a sensible little girl. It looks so cute, but it's a pity that it's so hungry and thin. The two soldiers looked at each other, and calmly took out a stack of banknotes from their pockets. After making eye contact, they coincidentally put the money on the table quietly. All of this naturally did not escape Luo Jun's eyes. Uncles have eaten, so there is no need to cook. We may have to go out with Dad and be back soon. The two soldiers couldn't bear to see the little girl anymore. His innocent eyes were too hot that day. Carrying out tasks is their bounden duty. They can sympathize with Luo Jun, but they must take Luo Jun to serve in the army according to the order. That was an order from a great man. Look at the performance of this soldier. Luo Jun finally chose to join the army. Could he have entered the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, or the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall? As long as he showed his strength a little, he could be exempted from military service, and he could also enter and leave the base city freely. However, Luo Jun does not want to use means to object to military service. This wasn't a bad thing in the first place. Luo Jun originally wanted to ask a neighbor to help take care of his daughter, but after thinking about it, he finally chose the Hyuxia teacher in her daughter's class. Saved her life himself. Just looking at it temporarily, it should be fine. I made a phone call to my language teacher. She rushed over quickly. My daughter's Hyuxia teacher said respectfully, It is my honor to serve you. The daughter will be handed over to you. Luo Jun patted his daughter's little head, and said softly, Fei, Dad is going to the military camp, so be good when you go to the teacher's house. Although the daughter was full of reluctance, she was not distressed and nodded silently with tears. The soldier next to him looked at it and sighed. What a cute and sensible girl. It hurts to be sensible. By the way, Mr. Luo. The Hyuxia teacher hesitated for a moment, and then said, A few important figures have approached you before. After a pause, she smiled smugly again, but don't worry, I didn't disclose any information about you, and I didn't let others disturb your secluded life. Chapter 21. Someone looking for me. Luo Jun raised his eyebrows and didn't pay much attention. It doesn't matter if you disturb or not, and he didn't live in seclusion. This is just a misunderstanding by the Huxia teacher himself. Let's go. Luo Jun said to the two soldiers. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Luo Jun got into the armored vehicle and drove more than 100 kilometers all the way and finally came to the military area on the coastal border of Jiangnan Base City. Here, soldiers in 2s and 3s are lined up in small groups, well trained, walking up and down with a single eye, very wide. Under one of the army green squares, there is a long line. These people are dressed in everyday clothes, are all about 30 years old, and seem to be citizens who have been forcibly brought to serve in the military. It's just that their expressions were not as relaxed as Luo Jun's. They were all frowning, and some even cried and begged the people next to them. Others tried to bribe the soldiers, but they were unmoved. There were two at the end of the line, and a familiar punching machine. The military also distributes treatment according to the strength of people. Looking at the familiar boxing strength testing machine, Luo Jun's expression became strange, and he thought to himself, take a little more force this time, so that people won't break it. In any case, this combat power testing machine can't reach the limit of its own strength. If you want to know your true strength, you still have to go to the God of War Palace. However, before that, get a military officer, go out of the city to hunt monsters, and fill your stomach. The materials on the monster can be sold at a good price. Serves multiple purposes. Next, Luo Jun. The soldiers in front called Luo Jun's name. The soldier who brought Luo Jun patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, if you haven't passed the practitioner, even if you are an ordinary soldier, brother, I will take care of you. Thanks. Luo Jun smiled, looked at the punch test machine in front of him, and then slowly pulled his elbow back. He didn't use any boosts, and he didn't even operate the magic power, only relying on the power of his physical body after being reborn twice. This should not damage the punch test machine, right? Several soldiers have not realized the seriousness of the matter. Until Luo Jun's expression became serious, his eyes became sharp, and his momentum began to surge. With this punch, he swung it out. The violent fist wind is mighty. The boxing machine sank directly. The above numbers are soaring. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. 5,950. When it reaches 5,950, the value can barely stop. After a while, the power of this punch was reminded again. 1 million kilograms. Luo Jun was very satisfied. He didn't use magic power, he didn't even have any increase, it was just physical power. If anyone knows that he has a strength of 1 million kilograms just by relying on his physical body, he will definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Warrior level. This is a big boss at the general level. This little brother is actually a warrior. The soldiers in the entire barracks opened their eyes wide with disbelief. I remember that our general tested it last year, and it was only 980,000 kilograms. He is actually stronger than the general. How did I recruit an OP expert? The heads of the two soldiers who brought Luo Jun buzzed like thunder. This kind of OP expert, still need him to sympathize? Two soldiers started to have stomach pains and then felt sorry for the money they had thrown. Master General, please wait a moment, I will contact our army commander immediately. Master Warlord, please wait in the reception room. The two staff members tremblingly came to Luo Jun to salute, and then politely invited Luo Jun in. During the test, a warrior-level powerhouse appeared, which caused a small commotion, and many soldiers and people serving in the military came to watch. But fortunately, this is a military camp, and it was quickly brought under effective control. If it is outside, it must be surrounded by water. This era is so cruel now, a change in strength represents a change in status. As long as Luo Jun demonstrates the strength of a warrior, no matter where he is, he will be a distinguished guest. Soon, a military commander in military uniform walked in from the door, with the rank of Major General and a 5-pointed star on his shoulder. The military commander is the highest military commander of an army in the army, that is, the military chief. The base rank for a military commander is Major General. The army commander looked 50 or 60 years old. Although he was full of wrinkles, his eyes were piercing and his spirit was radiant. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, and walked like the wind. After entering the room, when the army commander's eyes rested on Luo Jun, he was obviously very surprised, his eyes widened, and he was slightly astonished. He obviously didn't expect Luo Jun to look so young. The reborn Luo Jun looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. If the bone age is measured, he may really be only 17 or 18 years old. 17 or 18-year-old warrior class. How can it be? It is impossible to beat a mother's womb to practice. But the combat power testing machine can't sit still. The army commander looked at Luo Jun's information calmly. When he saw the age item, after 26 years old, although he was relieved, he still felt a little incredible. Even a 26-year-old warrior can be regarded as the son of arrogance. Although it was a little bit worse than Luo Xiaofeng, who rose to fame before, it was enough to look down on the young people in the world. With this qualification, it is expected to become god of war before the age of 50. Even if there is only a 1% chance of becoming a god of war, it is worth cultivating vigorously. Once you become god of war, the result is different. The general level can only attack and kill the enemy on the road. The higher god of war can fly briefly in the air. The power of god of war is already incredible, it can transmit power through the body, and can also control the flow of air. Little brother, you really are young and promising. The army commander looked at Luo Jun with emotion, and came over to shake hands excitedly. Becoming a general at a young age is a blessing for our base city in the south of the Yangtze River, and a blessing for the Great Xia Kingdom. Luo Jun's right hand was tightly held by both hands. He smiled and asked politely. Hello, I just want to ask, what are the benefits of the warlord class? Do I still have to do military service? Can I go out and hunt monsters? Although the cells in the body are doing breathing exercises all the time, they also need to fight and sharpen themselves. The chi of innate in the body has reached the bottleneck. The next level, realm, is not only about comprehension, but also needs to fight monsters, eat monster meat to supplement more nutrition, and combat comprehension, in order to enter the third realm of Wuqi Chao Yuan, which is the third level of the refining period. And after the third level of Wuqi Chao Yuan, Luo Jun can practice a spell recorded in Tao Fa Hui Yuan riding the clouds and riding the mist. Since it is a cultivating immortal, if there is no riding the clouds and riding the mist, what kind of cultivating is it if you can't fly? Chapter 22. What are the benefits of the general level? The army commander was shocked, and after a moment of hesitation, he said in a deep voice, for the placement of warrior-level powerhouses, the army will award you the rank of major. Of course, you can be exempted from military service and freely enter and exit the energy protection shield. In addition, the army will assign you an independent compound, with a monthly allowance of 5 million yuan. After a pause, he stood up straight and said seriously, although the army also depends on personal strength, it still depends more on military merit. Even if you are a general like me, it is impossible to grant a higher position. Of course, if you just hang up a post, you will have absolute freedom. We will not interfere with any of your actions, but we hope to provide timely reinforcements when our comrades outside the city are in trouble. Oh! Luo Jun nodded and lowered his head in thought. The army commander coughed dryly, and said very frankly, these conditions are much worse than those of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. In addition, the HR Alliance has the most favorable conditions for high-level practitioners, at least 3 times that of ours. If you join any faction, you can go through the special talent channel to be exempted from military service. He didn't think Luo Jun would be willing to join the military. There are fewer and fewer foreign practitioners joining the military these days. But the military cannot be as rich and powerful as the HR Alliance, nor can it be given a special official status like the Extreme Martial Art Museum and the Thunder God Martial Art Museum. But the advantage of the military lies in the loyalty of soldiers. Once you reach a high position, you can command many soldiers to fight for you. But for Luo Jun, these are not the considerations. It's just that these disciples are pleasing to the eye. You can get a glimpse of the leopard just from the attitude of the two fighters at that time. Okay, then I'll join the military. But I'm just a job. If a comrade in arms is in danger, I will help him. Luo Jun said softly. Real. The army commander was ecstatic. He never thought that a strong man who was as strong as a general, he should be able to go to the extreme martial arts gym. Maybe he could be a part-time official and directly rise to the top. Even if you go to the HR Alliance, you can get huge wealth. But he chose the army with the worst treatment. This made the army commander a little unexpected, and couldn't help asking, "Little brother, what made you choose us?" Luo Jun smiled and took out a wad of money, because of this. While the army commander was in a daze, Luo Jun slowly told the ins and outs. A-hole! The army commander slapped the table furiously, and roared, "The bastards of the HR Alliance actually extended their hands to our barracks, and they want people to serve in the army early. Isn't this harmful? As a soldier, what I can't stand the most is this kind of bureaucracy." Luo Jun waved his hand, "I will go to the God of War Palace after a while." Now the external combat power testing machine can't measure his strength at all. Only by going to the God of War Palace can you see the limit of your own strength. Get certified by the way. He thought of Zhang Suera who pressured him to give his daughter to her with the title of God of War. Also tampered with own information. If it wasn't for his own strength, he might be forced to part with his daughter, and then go on a dangerous mission, or die outside in battle. Isn't that what the big man's wrist is like? By moving your fingers, you can let a small character die legally silently, without even having to show up. Is God of War strong? Luo Jun would like to meet him. Brother, I will appeal this matter to the God of War Palace, but brother, you are really hiding something. If you are an ordinary person, you really can't do anything about them. The army commander thought it was Luo Jun who was going to appeal, so he quickly agreed. Can I get out of town now? I want to try and kill some monsters. Luo Jun licked his lips, he was hungry again. For the flesh and blood of monsters, he has been envious for a long time. It is said that the meat of the monster is rich in many energy substances that are good for blood qi. Ordinary ingredients can no longer satisfy the squandering of the 60 trillion cells in the body. After a while, his stomach was hungry. Continue like this. Then there is no need to do anything, and I am eating all day long. Ha ha ha, no problem. About the information, I will help you register. After the cataclysm, many monsters have been added outside. These monsters are juicy and juicy. The rare dragonfish is sold in the market for 100,000 pieces. Unfortunately, it is rare and hard to catch. The taste is a bit inferior. The army commander is also a foodie, so he gave Luo Jun a lot of popular science about monsters, how they taste and how powerful they are. These soldiers who are away all year round often fight monsters, and it is normal to roast monsters to eat when they are hungry. Someone in the military even developed a monster recipe. One thing to say, brother, although I know you are very strong, you must be careful outside the city. If you encounter a beast-level monster, you must run away and not love to fight. Although the level of the monsters is the same as yours, they are usually one level stronger than humans, and they will also summon mobs. If you encounter a Beastmaster level monster, then you can only ask for good luck, that thing, even the God of War will die. Speaking of this, the army commander sighed, and said helplessly, it's because of the news of the appearance of the Beastmaster here. It's just a rumor, and no God of War is willing to guard it. From the mouth of the army commander, Luo Jun heard a piece of heavy news. Between the conversations between the two, a medal sent by a soldier. The army commander became serious. Brother, this is the military rank medal representing our military major. It is also your pass to enter and exit the city. In order to ensure rigor, I must personally test your strength. He assumed a fighting stance. Good. Luo Jun smiled. He can also understand the rigor of the commander. After all, the value of the combat power testing machine alone cannot explain everything. I just wanted to find someone to practice with. To fight this army commander, do you want to activate the magic power? Luo Jun was afraid that he would activate the magic power, so he punched him to death. Then something big will happen. You shoot first, throw a punch at me. The army commander said confidently, you should have just entered the rank of general, and I can just guide you. Then I will trouble you. Commander, take a normal punch from me. Luo Jun is still doing the same routine, clenching his fist and pulling his elbow back slowly. Go ahead and try your best. Otherwise, how can I guide you? The army commander nodded, with a faint smile on his face, and the arrogance of a veteran strong man. But soon, the smile on his face froze. Then let me be a little more serious. Show some respect. Luo Jun's momentum began to climb. Although he didn't use magic power, it was only physical strength, but he was serious and used a little more force than he did in the boxing test machine. Sweat began to seep from the commander's forehead, and it became profusely sweating in an instant, and his eyes gradually changed from confident to dull. The sluggishness turned into panic again. Even panic. It seemed that the one standing in front of him was not the young man with red lips and white teeth just now. It was a demon dragon crawling out of the abyss, about to open its bloody mouth and breathe out at him. Just the breath alone made him feel a strong sense of crisis, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. This F***ck is too hard, right? Chapter 23. Hiss. The commander took a deep breath. At this moment, time seems to have become extremely slow. He looked at Luo Jun blankly. If this punch falls on him, you might be seriously injured. Black God Armor. The army commander no longer cared about his face, and with his urging, the surface of the skin was gradually covered with a layer of pitch-black armor. The whole person looked as if he was wearing a steel suit. At this critical moment, Luo Jun's fist landed on the commander. Boom! Accompanied by a dull loud bang. Commander seng, a few steps toward retreated. In the end, the back heel suddenly touched the steel alloy wall, and even got stuck. This is barely enough to stop. What a terrifying physical strength! How does the energy fluctuate in his body? Is this kid just physical strength? Impossible. Zhan Chendo can't do this kind of thing. It's too fierce. Even if this guy is not God of War, I'm afraid he is not far from God of War. Damn his grandma, if I hadn't put on the black god suit, I might have died. Is it worthwhile to use all your strength as soon as you make a move? The army commander seemed expressionless, but there was a huge wave in his heart. After being shocked, he roared, and screamed deep in his heart. Then he muffled his body, took a few breaths, and said calmly, This strike is not bad. If I hadn't worn the black god suit, I might have suffered a little injury. He looked at Luo Jun in amazement again. This is an evildoer comparable to Luo Xiaofeng. The 26-year-old is infinitely close to God of War. Unexpectedly, Jun Li unexpectedly recruited such a peerless fierce man. And he has no pretensions. He is strong, and his military rank is not as high as his own. It seems that he has no objection. The army commander looked at Luo Jun with admiration. Black God suit. Luo Jun looked in surprise at the commander's handsome armor, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, but could stretch and even breathe independently. When he punched just now, he could feel that 90% of his strength was taken off. This is my compensation from the palace of God of War. The army commander looked into the distance, sighed, and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Lu, and I am the little brother of God of War Lu Gang who died earlier. I see. Luo Jun suddenly realized, and sighed with melancholy, Lu Gang's God of War's sacrifice was only in exchange for the safety of the whole city. He is a respectable senior. God of War. When Lu Gang and the monster died together, Luo Jun was just an ordinary person who worried about 3 meals a day. In that catastrophe, the alarm never stopped, it rang for a whole day and night. When the siren ended, in the news, he saw about the sacrifice of God of War Lu Gang, and Luo Xiaofeng's brilliance. Luo Jun respects this God of War very much. It is also the reason why he has a good impression of soldiers. My Dage is honored to sacrifice for the life and death of the base city. This black god suit is the pension provided by the God of War Palace, but giving me a medium-level warrior can only be a violent thing. The army chief stared at Luo Jun, and said in a deep voice, I believe you will become God of War soon, and only by becoming God of War can you perfectly play the role of the black god suit. After a pause, he spread his hands open, with a set of black armor in his hands. I want to give it to you, no conditions, only one request. The army chief looked at Luo Jun with burning eyes, and his eyes were slightly moist. In the near future, you will become God of War. I hope you will become the guardian God of War of Jiangnan Base City after you have been certified by the God of War Palace and won the medal. Jiangnan Base City is our hometown, no matter what, I don't want it to be destroyed by bad beasts. This is not a condition, but a small request. Luo Jun looked at the sincere army commander and shook his head slightly. The army commander's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. That's right, the base city in the south of the Yangtze River is close to the sea, and there are even king-level monsters around, and our base city has become an outcast. You are talented and have a bright future. Shouldn't have risked it here. He can understand Luo Jun's considerations, and there is no moral kidnapping, just loss. And Luo Jun said, Jiangnan Base City is my hometown, of course I want to protect it, who said I won't agree? The army chief was stunned, as if he was saying then what are you shaking your head for? Luo Jun, on the other hand, looked at the black god armor with a look of disgust, and curled his lips, I don't wear what the stinky old man wears, and I don't know if you have taken a shower, maybe there is something inside that hasn't been wiped clean. He is not very interested in the black god suit. Although the defensive power of this thing is amazing, that's it. Every time Luo Jun advances, there will be a reborn effect to enhance the warm-up, and in the ancient Taoist scriptures, there is a cultivation technique about the sanctification of the flesh. There is no need to ask for external help. Blindly relying on foreign objects will not do you any good. What's more, once you accept something from others for no reason. Although the chief of the army did not ask for anything. In the future, they will be soft on people and short on mouth. I owe favors for no reason. The corner of army chief's mouth twitched. You said that the smelly old man wore something, I endured it, but actually said that there is no clean feces in it, who can bear it? Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of equipment is this black god suit? You can't buy it with money. The chief of the army stared and said, this thing Lin Chanchendo wants, but you still give me excuses. Forget it, as the military leader of Jiangnan Base City, you naturally need something close to you, and I don't need it either. Luo Jun shook his head and said, can I go back with the medal? Chief of the army, of course, we will make your military uniform for you as soon as possible, and we will also hand over your welfare card to you in the near future. Luo Jun, thank you. Looking at the badge worn by Luo Jun in admiration, people saw him walk out of the military area. Go outside the city. Luo Jun felt that the cultivation base was a little loose. It's time to get out and get nourished and get to the next level. I can no longer hold back the cells in my body. Then he practiced the spell riding the clouds and riding the mist and tempered his body. The other side. An aircraft parked at the gate of Extreme Martial Art Museum. A tall man walked straight into the office. "Greetings, Lord God of War." "Hello, Lord God of War." People greeted them respectfully. "Send me all the information about Luo Jun." This God of War looked quite arrogant, and said coldly, "There is also the video of the test day. I really want to see, is someone cheating? Or is there a new God of War?" God of War Palace God of War watched Luo Jun's performance in the video, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a hint of astonishment on his expression. He recognized who the person in the video was. It was the guy who occupied his own daughter. Luo Jun. From his God of War level vision, it can be seen that from the performance of Luo Jun in the video should have indeed reached God of War. But it should only be the newly promoted God of War, and it has not been registered in the God of War Palace. Can't admit it. If that kid has the status and honor of God of War, the daughter will not come back. Before coming, Zhang Sueri told him that Luo Jun suspected to possess the power of God of War. Surprised, but not unexpected. God of War is strong and weak, and the ratio between the new God of War and the old God of War is also very different. I suspect that he is cheating, so I sent a message asking him to come to the martial arts gym tomorrow, and I will personally test his strength. Pretending to be God of War? Let me see who would dare to cheat. How dare you tamper with your grades? God of War Palace God of War secretly sneered. As long as Luo Jun arrives tomorrow and kills him on the spot with a thunderbolt, so what if he is a newly promoted God of War? Say you cheat, you cheat. No proof. The old God of War Palace God of War can turn black into white, so that no one will offend themselves for a dead person. The people around looked at each other and suddenly realized. It is certainly impossible for Lord God of War to lie to little people. That kid, you are so bold, did you really cheat? Chapter 24. Luo Jun came to the city gate. There is a huge steel gate here, and the outline of this gate looks like a huge monster crawling here, opening its mouth wide. There is also a palpitating breath. Luo Jun looked at the door, lost in thought. This door should be constructed from the corpses of king-level ferocious beasts. Beside the iron gate, there are words engraved on the wall with swords by the predecessors, but let the Dragon City Flying General be there, don't let Huma cross the Yinshan Mountain. Before the cataclysm, it was used to defend against enemy invasion. Now it's against monsters. Although the poem is not here, it has the same meaning. As long as God of War exists, monsters cannot invade the base city. Ridiculous to say. The predecessors were so domineering and used monsters as doors, but now the God of War thinks that king-level beasts are too terrifying and dare not come over. The death of God of War Lu Gang earlier scared the group of weak and incompetent soft-legged shrimps. Since we enjoy the respect and welfare of human beings, why are we still greedy for life and afraid of death? Master Major. Major. Hello, Major. When Luo Jun walked to the door, the soldiers stationed at the door immediately stood up straight, raised their heads and saluted. Luo Jun nodded to them, and walked into the dark passage of the city gate. Passing through the long and dark stone road, there is a light curtain at the end. The azure light curtain swept across Luo Jun's body, and finally a voice sounded above his head. The test passed, Major Luo Jun, I wish you a smooth journey. The light curtain opened, and Luo Jun walked out. This is the first time Luo Jun has left the base city. The outside is not as desolate as imagined, but green and shady, and the endless golden grassland is like a magnificent picture scroll. It is difficult for ordinary people to see the scenery outside throughout their lives. He has been helplessly hiding in the energy shield of the base city like a prisoner all his life. The scenery here is fatal to them. Luo Jun was walking on the grassland, and after a while, a 3 to 4 meter tall frog galloped towards Luo Jun, sticking out its big tongue, trying to entangle him. Luo Jun just raised his hand and flicked his fingers. The monster's tongue suddenly retracted as if under an unbearable weight. The huge frog glanced at Luo Jun in horror, then turned and ran wildly. I just happened to be hungry, how could the bullfrog that was brought up just run away? Luo Jun jumped up, rode on the back of the demon marsh frog, and punched the demon marsh frog with his head dented, killing him instantly. For Luo Jun, this kind of novice monster didn't need much effort at all. He took out a knife from his waist and began to peel the skin and bones. He took out his lighter and found some firewood. Start grilling the big frog. After a while, the frog was grilled golden, and I bit it down. Although there was no seasoning, the fat girl's tender meat was very fragrant. In addition to the taste, this meat is rich in essence, and its nutrients are far more than 100 times stronger than those of domestic animals raised in energy hoods. Luo Jun heard the cheers of the cells in his body again. Sweet cool. The master not only eats well, but also supplements our nutrition. I can feel that I am not only full, but also strong. It's so comfortable. With nutritional supplements, I can deduce the next level of realm again. Come into a fairy. Become a fairy. Luo Jun also entered the world of the simulated cell universe. Comprehend with the cells and deduce the third layer of the 5 Qi dynasty. The Tao Jing has very detailed records about the 5 Qi Chao Yuan. 5 energies toward the Yuan, is to make the true Qi of the 5 viscera, the heart, liver, kidney, lung, and spleen return to the Yuan upwards, and the Yang God to be shelled manifestation is an important step in becoming a fairy. And the third layer. Concentrate the temper, the spleen hides the mind, the acquired mind is false, innate is faith, empty of desire, then the mind is determined, the rustic atmosphere of the central yellow emperor is towards the Yuan. From the strong defense, the tenacity of true energy is increased several times. Under the 60 trillion supercomputing power of the cell universe, Luo Jun had a deep understanding, and suddenly stood up among countless cell deists. Fellow deists, I have personally comprehended the third layer, so I will share my comprehension. Luo Jun shared his insights. This time, he didn't pick up the benefits in vain, but relied on his own understanding of cultivation, and under the calculation of 60 trillion times talent, he perfectly researched the third layer realm. He was always there to finish the job, and everything just needed to happen naturally. With the pure yang energy in the pill, it can be set according to the day. On the 24th day of the Liangan liver, the green qi appears, and on the 20th, the yang spirit comes out. The qi is the body of the spirit, and the spirit is the master of qi. Chain heart, kidney, liver, lung are all like it. Its spleen, spirit and temper also rise together with the righteousness of the 4 seasons. Viewing inwardly in silence, there are mountains and rivers in the pot, the images are formed, the ambiguity is separated, and the ghosts, external demons, 7 souls and 3 corpses are prevented from following each other. This is Luo Jun's perception. Ha ha ha, good job, red blood cell fellow deist. Thank you fellow deist. Fellow deist Wu Yun Chong Long. The cells didn't know that Luo Jun, who was simulated as a red blood cell, was the host. Luo Jun quit cell universe. The momentum began to rise steadily. Click. Accompanied by a light sound, another muddy tire formed on Luo Jun's body. It's just that compared to the previous 2 mud tires, it's getting thinner and thinner. Cultivation is a process of rebirth. Transform the body of a mortal and refine it into a fairy. Luo Jun took off his epidermis, and his skin was flawless again. He quickly took a look with the phone lens. Fortunately, this time there is no younger. The appearance of this advanced stage has not changed much, but the innate qi in the body is more than 10 times wider than before. The velocity of circulation has also increased many times. In the past, when you cast the spell sprinkling bean soldiers, you can summon 3 bean soldiers. Now at least 10. The magic power has increased, which means that Luo Jun can practice more spells. It is recorded in Tao Fa Hui Yuan. Luo Jun is very envious of the technique of flying through the clouds and riding the fog. There is also the Big 5 Thunder technique that can be learned again. The magic of the Big Five Thunder art is that it was originally a forbidden move in the Foundation establishment period, and it can be split and used in the Qi refining period. When Luo Jun was planning to practice riding the clouds and riding the mist. With a ding, a text message notification sounded on the phone. Turn on the phone. Above is a text message from the Practitioner Assay Center. Luo Jun, it has been detected that you are suspected of cheating, and your test results will be invalidated. In order to protect your rights and interests, please come to Extreme Martial Arts Hall on May 6, 2098, and God of War will personally test for you, and there must be no mistakes. May 6th? Isn't that tomorrow? Great Void? God of War quiz? Luo Jun frowned, and smiled coldly. I really want to see, who gave the order to accuse me of cheating. He is used to being steady and low-key. But he was slandered and cheated. It seems. I can't keep a low profile. Chapter 25. Yu Yunshu. It is the legendary soaring clouds and riding the fog. Using this method, you can fly in the air and travel around the world. Xiao Aiyu describes the image of gods and men. The mountain of Miaogashi is home to gods and men, whose skin is like ice and snow, graceful like a virgin, does not eat 5 grains, absorbs the wind and drinks dew, rides the clouds, rides the wind dragon, and travel beyond the 4 seas. Immortals who have achieved Taoism and become immortals can use the technique of flying clouds and riding fog, which is also the standard equipment for immortals to travel. In the eyes of mortals, anyone who can fly into the sky and escape from the ground is a god. Luo Jun walked the fairy road again, and only then did he know that only 3 layers of Qi refining are needed to fly through the clouds. The speed and timeliness of flying through the clouds are related to cultivation base. According to the records in Tao Fa Hui Yuan, incarnate into the wind carries the Tao body, and it flies away when you think about it. Luo Jun took a deep breath, and the computing power of 60 trillion times the cells began to calculate. After half an hour, Luo Jun opened his eyes again, and casually grabbed the sky, when a cloud suddenly appeared under his feet. This cloud is not a cloud floating in the ordinary sky. It was transformed by Luo Jun's magic power. The texture is like a cotton bed, soft and bouncy. Under the urging of the magic power, the clean air rises to become a lift, and the turbid air descends to become a thrust. Luo Jun's figure gradually climbs up, and it rises into the sky in a blink of an eye. Arriving at the control center at a height of several thousand meters, overlooking the grassland below, there is a feeling of seeing all the small mountains at once. You can also see the energy shield of the base city ahead. The hood exuding pale golden light silently protected the city. It's just that the protective cover is riddled with holes and mended by the wind, and there are many new stitches. The energy protection cover is only a thin layer. Luo Jun had a feeling that he might be able to smash the protective cover with a little force. In the gap between ascending to the sky, Luo Jun has not exited the enlightenment mode, and the 60 trillion Daoist cells in his body are still functioning. Sudden. At this time, a blue light curtain shone towards Luo Jun. In an instant, a sense of crisis came. It can be seen that there are thousands of cannons locked on Luo Jun. This is the base city's air defense system working. In the wild, there are not only land monsters, but also flying bird monsters. Naturally, the emptying system is used. Within the radar range, if there are targets in the airspace, they will naturally be monitored. Now, in the radar room, several soldiers looked at the radar seriously, and a red dot was flashing inside. There are creatures in the valley that are climbing and are currently hovering at 9,800 meters. There is no god of war detected nearby, and it is initially suspected that it is a flying monster attack. Reported, waiting for orders from superiors. The chief of the army asked to switch the live surveillance video. The soldiers started operations efficiently and quickly, carefully observing the data provided by the defense system. Finally, the display lights up. In the lower right corner is the Hyuxia character face, the unsmiling army chief. The soldiers saluted the army commander. "Hello, Commander. Give me feedback on the on-site monitoring, and don't just kill it if you suspect it's a monster," the army chief said nervously. If it was in the past, it would have passed by a shot earlier. He is now afraid of being a king-level monster. If you accidentally provoked the forgotten monster, the entire Jiangnan base city may be gone in its current state. Monsters have IQs not weaker than humans. Among them, king-level monsters can even understand human language. The reason why the attack on humans has not been launched for a long time is also due to the deterrence of Liu Gang's god of war. It belongs to being bitten by a snake once and afraid of well ropes for 10 years. The practice of the monster is like a pet at home, and its vigilance is very high. When people's eyes were engrossed on the on-site monitoring, everyone showed a look of astonishment. There are no monsters in the air. Yes. One person. This person stepped on the clouds, stood in the sky, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the sun in a daze. It's actually a human. Is he god of war? Only the god of war can fly for a short time. Is he flying? It's hovering. Standing on clouds and mist. The garrison soldiers present all opened their eyes in disbelief. Quick, quick, zoom in, zoom in. The chief of the army seemed to have discovered something, and his tone became irritable. The staff immediately adjusted the 100K high-definition monitoring equipment. When the surveillance camera zoomed in quickly, people could clearly see the appearance of the man on the cloud. There was a buzz in everyone's head. Why does this guy look so young? The army chief gasped, and said in disbelief, "No wonder I said he was so strong. I was wearing a black god suit, and he punched me back." The staff present widened their eyes in shock. They heard the words of the chief of the army. Repel the army commander in the black god suit with one punch? You know, although the army chief is only an intermediate general, after wearing the black god suit, he dares to challenge the god of war. Although not as good as god of war, it can barely do a job under the hands of god of war. Combined with this, one can fly. So he's the god of war. The army chief took a breath. The 26-year-old god of war, this enchanting talent, I'm afraid he won't lose to Luo Xiaofeng. He has been hiding his strength so deeply. He would rather have a poor life and pretend that he is just a boy every year. Ordinary practitioner. The army chief believes that Luo Jun has been hiding his strength and may have a better plan. In any case, this is a great thing for Jiangnan base city. The soldiers in the monitoring room looked at each other, all ecstatic, and clenched their fists in excitement. Some even danced and danced, almost wanting to growl in excitement. But because of the military regulations, he could only cover his mouth tightly and secretly rejoice. There is no other reason. In Jiangnan base city, there is a god of war. No more begging for god of war palace. No more wagging your tail like a dog. You don't have to look at other people's faces anymore. Don't panic. Woohoo! An officer couldn't help raising his arms and shouting. The other officers also clenched their fists and said excitedly, "Great! They are practitioners who are envied by ordinary people, and they are also high-level military officials. However, they also have their own troubles. As the troubles of those responsible, they have to guard the city, which seems to be peaceful, but it is full of dangers. Because of the blockade of news, ordinary people don't know anything, so naturally they don't have to worry about anything." The army chief didn't scold them when he saw this. Chapter 26. This person is a major in our military. This matter is classified as a top secret. You should ignore everything you saw today. Anyone who leaks it will be dealt with by military law. After finishing speaking, the army chief rubbed his hands, thinking about how to promote Luo Jun's military rank, give him military merits, and how to curry favor with this young and powerful god of war. As soon as he thought that there was a newly promoted local god of war in the base city, the army commander slapped the table excitedly, and even he danced excitedly. "Damn it, those soft-legged shrimps in the God of War palace are afraid to come, right? Our Jiangnan base city also has God of War. We will go all out and train him with all our strength, and train this person into an invincible God of War. God of War is divided into levels, strong and weak. Although those who can fight 10,000 battles can be called God of War, there are also ordinary God of War and invincible God of War. An ordinary God of War is like an ant in front of an invincible God of War. The other side. Luo Jun looked at the sun. The vast sun was hanging high, emitting strands of golden light to illuminate the earth. In ancient civilizations, people regarded the sun as the incarnation of gods and believed that it had the ability to provide light, heat, and life. For example, in ancient Egypt, the sun was considered the king of the gods, symbolizing life, wisdom, and light. In ancient Greece, the sun was worshipped as the son of Zeus and considered the most powerful god in the universe. In ancient India, the sun was considered the god of auspicious Ruyi scepter, symbolizing infinite power. Generally speaking, the sun is a mysterious and noble existence in ancient civilizations. But modern civilization tells people, the sun is just a yellow dwarf. For some reason, an idea popped into his mind. Can it use the energy of the sun? Since cells can become universes, then itself, can it be like the sun? A little bit of sentiment arises spontaneously in my heart. The ancient method of immortality practiced by Luo Jun is just the basics of how to breathe breathing exercises, just like primitive people only know how to use tools, but don't know how to create tools. But he lacks a systematic cultivation technique to gain his own cultivation. And Tao Fa Hui Yuan is just an ancient book that records all kinds of strange spells, and it's just a display of external skills. His body began to heat up. Between the fingers of the palm, flames floated out into a state of enlightenment. Time goes by little by little. From noon to evening in a blink of an eye. Luo Jun suddenly woke up from enlightenment, only to find that it was already afternoon. The sun is setting, and the sunset glow is dyeing half of the sky red. Facing the setting sun, he put his fingers together, and a flame appeared at his fingertips. By looking at the sun, Luo Jun branded the power of the sun in the true qi in his body. Visualize the sun gaining the momentum of the great sun, adding light to the body, with the power of the sun between the fists and feet. What is the sun? About 3/4 of the mass of the sun is hydrogen, and the rest is almost all helium, including oxygen, carbon, neon, iron, and other heavy elements, which are less than 2% by mass. Nuclear fusion is used to release light and heat into space. Luo Jun is not only cultivating immortals, but also deduces and analyzes through the nature of physics, and finally comes to the result. It's a pity that Luo Jun only got a little insight. Did not create a cultivation technique by itself. But just understanding the superficial, there are many benefits. In the future, with the increase of cultivation base, Luo Jun's attacks and even spells will have the attribute of nuclear fusion explosion. Nuclear fusion punches out, who will fight for the top? The true qi in his body has risen by almost 3 levels, and he still has the power of the sun. You must know that he has just entered the 3rd level of qi refining, so he has made such great progress. Luo Jun is very satisfied. It's just a bit time consuming, and even the time is forgotten. Luo Jun casually went to catch a few magic swamp frog monsters, slaughtered them, and drove them home. After leaving her daughter with the teacher for a day, Luo Jun still misses her a lot. Just let my daughter taste the taste of the monster marsh frog. Dragging the demon swamp frog, he returned to the base city in the south of the Yangtze River. At the gate, when the soldiers stationed saw Luo Jun's return, they all saluted straightly, "Major." Luo Jun ignored it, took out his phone and called, asking how his daughter was doing. As soon as the phone was connected, Luo Jun heard the cry of the Hyuxia teacher. "What's wrong?" Luo Jun's heart skipped a beat. "Half an hour ago, a person from the HR Alliance forcibly took your daughter away. They also asked me to leave you a sentence." The Huxia teacher cried and said, Lord Luo Jun, God of War, I failed you. What words? Luo Jun's gaze sank. Unexpectedly, that woman Zhang Suera did not give up. Luo Jun thought she would have a little self-knowledge, and her daughter didn't want to go to her place anymore. Unexpectedly, he dared to take his daughter away? The mutual dependence for so many years has already surpassed the kinship of flesh and blood. Luo Jun doesn't care whether the other party is his biological parent or not. If your daughter doesn't want it, don't even try to take it away. They said that if they want a daughter, they will go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall tomorrow to test their strength together. Luo Fiu's God of War father will wait for you there. The opponent is also God of War. The Huxia teacher was in a state of panic, both parties were existences she could not afford to offend. Every fighter Shendu is an absolute top figure, if she wants to die for a small person like her, she only needs to move her fingers. You don't have to be afraid. Luo Jun smiled coldly, is God of War strong? I will let them understand that God of War is just a dog. Immediately, a black cloud was caught, and the momentum began to climb crazily. Eyes contain killing intent. The clouds in the art of flying clouds and driving fog change with the owner's mood. Stepping on the black cloud, it turned into a black light and shot out in the eyes of people's horror. It's God of War. Lord God of War. The garrison soldiers looked at Luo Jun's leaving back excitedly, with a look of shock on his face. It turns out that this very young major turned out to be a God of War. In the dark night, Luo Jun hid in the black clouds, turned into a black streamer, and soon arrived at the gate of the Seeing Martial Art Museum in Jiangnan Base City. He has no patience to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 27. Luo Jun stood in front of the majestic building gate of Extreme Martial Arts Gym, narrowing his eyes slightly. Extreme Martial Arts is a martial arts gym founded by the world's #1 powerhouse, Gong. The title seems low-key, but it is more like an official institution such as the Yamen before the Cataclysm. It is responsible for maintaining the operation of the main cities of the Great Xia Kingdom, and is closely connected with the God of War Palace. The relationship is quite complicated. This alone is enough to prove how detached the status of the ultimate martial arts school is. Every main city has Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. The two major martial arts halls complement each other and assist each other, but Thunder God Martial Arts Hall is more pure. They only provide and train strong people, and rarely intervene in the relationship between people. Trivia. It was already evening, and it was time to get off work. In the martial arts hall, many staff members in suits walked out with briefcases, talking and laughing. No one paid any attention to Luo Jun standing at the door. Haven't made it to the front desk yet. A sharp-eyed little girl trotted over and whispered, "Little brother, it's time for us to get off work. Do you want to handle any business?" Luo Jun glanced at the little girl and saw her smiling face and respectful attitude, so he said flatly, "I want to see the owner of the museum." Every major event must be calm. Luo Jun is a calm person, the angrier he gets, the calmer he becomes. Everything is calm, it is the tranquility on the eve of the storm. Everyone has seen the power of own punching, even the punch strength testing machine is broken, no one can question own strength. Only the so-called God of War. His transcendent status can reverse people's perception. Without knowing the situation, Luo Jun already guessed the truth of the matter. The one who offended him was the God of War in the so-called God of War Palace, and he couldn't afford to make trouble with others. So, keep calm yourself. Ah! Are you kidding me? The little girl at the front desk was stunned, she was still thinking, if this little brother has something to do, I will do it for him by working overtime, who knows that she will see the owner of the restaurant when she opens her mouth. I'm a major in the military region, is this enough? Luo Jun didn't want to waste time and took out his own medal. The little girl at the front desk was taken aback by Luo Jun's words. She grew up so big, and she had never seen such a young major. Although the rank of major in the military region is not high, you must know that the military region attaches great importance to military merit. If there is no special military merit, or if you are a professional soldier, the rank of major is at least the rank of general. Then wait a moment. Although the little girl was full of doubts, she still said respectfully, I'm going to verify the authenticity of the medal, please wait in the hall for a while. The little girl hurried away with the medal in her hand. Soon, the staff who were packing up their things and preparing to leave suddenly changed their expressions and began to curse. Damn it, it's already off work, how come there is a military major who suddenly wants to see the owner? What else? We have to stay for this kind of thing to help dispatch and review. So annoying. People complained. Because the little girl reported the incident, it attracted great attention and needed to test the authenticity of the medal. Many front desk staff were retained, which made them very dissatisfied. Because checking a person's identity is more complicated. Especially the major of the military, he had to report to each other, and after getting approval from the leader, he called the military region to confirm. Luo Jun calmly stood at the front desk and waited. The people at the front desk rolled their eyes at him. In their view, this guy might be crazy, he came here to find a sense of existence, and he wanted to go to jail. How can there be such a young warrior? In the window on the right, a staff member couldn't help but said, it's all your fault, we are all off work, and we have to work overtime with you. Brother, don't make trouble for everyone if you're fine. Can you pretend to be a general? If you have the ability, can you prove that you are a major? That's enough. Several staff complained disgruntled. One of them took out a piece of paper, put it in the window, and said coldly, come on, fill out the form, don't make me a single word wrong. In fact, there are no forms to fill out. This is because he just wanted to discuss Luo Jun. Luo Jun glanced at the form, certificate. Need to prove that you are yourself? Luo Jun raised his eyebrows and said flatly, I suddenly thought of a way to prove my identity and strength. What method? Is it possible that you want to smash our ultimate martial arts hall? The staff member smiled contemptuously, pointed at the door again, and said, have you brought your ID card? You must first prove that you are yourself, so your information can continue. Luo Jun smiled slightly. Whenever there is a major event, there is calmness. I don't believe that there are no ancient sages today. Calmness has been admired since ancient times. Wang Tonghe, the teacher of the three ancient emperors, once wrote a famous couplet, every major event, there is calmness, and I don't believe that there are no ancient sages. The more you can calm down like water and deal with it calmly. Then, he clenched his fist and stretched his elbow back slowly. In everyone's incredible eyes, his whole body began to glow. His momentum began to skyrocket. A suffocating coercion swept across the entire hall. Under the terrified eyes of the people, Luo Jun punched out. Whenever there is a major event, there is calmness. Since people want to prove their strength, it's reasonable to smash the entire extreme martial arts gym with one fist, right? Is this enough forbearance? Chapter 28. Boom. Accompanied by the earth-shattering loud noise, the sky shook for a moment, the tyrannical and incomparable power, accompanied by the tyrannical attribute, overturned the lid of the entire venue. In the violent concussion, violent and matchless punches were powerful. Several workers standing in front of Luo Jun leaned on the pillars and couldn't stand steadily. All of a sudden, dust filled the sky. Rumbling. Amidst the ear-piercing bang, it was accompanied by the wailing of people. Help! Someone is coming to smash the limit martial arts gym. What kind of strength is this guy? Pillars collapsed one by one, and people fled in panic. 10 minutes later, the dust cleared, and Luo Jun's tall and straight figure stood among the rubble. Under his feet, the collapsed boulder happened to crush the legs and feet of several staff members. They are all practitioners, so they shouldn't die from this injury, but they may be disabled. You. The staff looked at Luo Jun in horror and disbelief, unable to say a word for a long time. Can this prove it? Luo Jun looked at the staff under his feet seriously, and said again, I'm already very restrained, Nyo, look. People looked in the direction Luo Jun pointed. The walls around the entire hall have collapsed, leaving only bare office areas. None of this is enough. Especially not far ahead. There is an extremely huge fist mark in the center of a mountain on the back of the Extreme Martial Art Museum. At this moment, those staff even forgot about the pain. The people present forgot to escape. There is only one thought in my mind, what strength is he? Could it be God of War? In people's puzzled eyes, a black cloud appeared under Luo Jun's feet, his figure slowly climbed up, and his whole body began to emit light like the sun, with a faint layer of halo. This person is God of War. Such a young God of War. People's eyes widened, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. God of War, this is the mainstay of human civilization. They have surpassed the scope of human beings, just like the protagonist in the Superman movie before the Cataclysm. It is difficult for any human weapon to harm their bodies, even the pupils cannot be pierced, and flying is their symbol. I actually offended a Lord God of War. I actually let a Lord God of War prove myself. But this is an order from God of War, and we cannot disobey it. This is the sorrow of the little people, what can we do? The staff below were anxious, shocked and terrified. Luo Jun has already shown his strength. Under the awe-inspiring eyes of the people, he took a deep breath and roared. What rubbish God of War palace, God of War, why don't you get Daddy out? Didn't you say Daddy cheated? Still hiding in the dark disgusting Daddy? After breaking through the third layer of Qi refining, not only did Luo Jun's strength increase, but his perception also increased countless times. Although there is no divine sense that he only had during the Foundation establishment period, everything within 100 meters cannot escape his eyes. The moment he arrived at the ultimate martial arts gym, he realized that all the surveillance cameras were aimed at him. Especially these people whispering and secretly texting. These so-called various proofs are nothing more than instigated by others to deliberately provoke Luo Jun and wear down his patience. Luo Jun's words made the audience quiet down. As the saying goes, God of War cannot be humiliated. He actually insulted God of War in public, even the God of War palace incidentally. People were terrified and terrified. Of course, this is a fight between gods and gods, and they dare not show their anger for fear of being implicated. Right now, a stream of light flew over. A man in a golden battle armor stood on a high place with his hands behind his back facing Luo Jun, with extraordinary momentum and radiance all over his body. Compared to Luo Jun's unknown status, the appearance of this God of War immediately caused a sensation. Meet Nan God of War. Lord God of War. The staff present and those who knew the God of War touched their chests and bowed in salute. What's more, he knelt on the ground directly. Everyone knows that this Nanfan God of War pays the most attention to arrangement and etiquette. It was also proposed in the Council of the God of War Palace before to restore the ancient kneeling ceremony. Ordinary people must bow down when they see the God of War. The spread of this proposal caused an uproar and various discussions. In the end, the public was too angry, and the proposal was directly rejected by the first member of Parliament Hong. Famous for it. There are also members of the God of War Palace. They are the people in power from all over the world to form a parliament and issue various laws and regulations. Followed the 5 permanent member countries before the cataclysm. Kneel down, I grant you innocence. Nanfan God of War always turned his back to Luo Jun, his voice was erratic, and he couldn't hear clearly. After a while, he said slowly, if you turn yourself in now, you may be able to reduce the guilt of cheating, you have some strength, but using cheating the method has reached the realm that I should not have, and I will punish you. Cheating. Luo Jun smiled. This person is Zhang Suera's mouth, the daughter's biological father? Really pretend? A heroic appearance, opening his mouth and wanting to turn black and white? I want to see how you sanction me. Luo Jun narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. It just so happened that after upgrading to the 3rd floor, his hands were itchy, and now it's not bad to find a god of war to test his strength. Chapter 29. Seeing Luo Jun punching, everyone's eyes widened. This person actually smashed the ultimate martial arts gym and insulted god of war, not to mention first, but now he is still attacking the old god of war? Who doesn't know, Nanfeng god of war is a high-ranking god of war, and also serves as an inspector. The inspector is a lower first-level existence than the inspector, which is equivalent to a deputy, and cooperates with the inspector to control the whole city. Presumptuous, this deity is thinking of you raising my daughter for many years. I gave you a chance, but you still don't cherish it. Today, you pretended to be a staff member and destroyed the extreme martial arts gym. I will give you a death sentence. Nanfeng sneered, raised his hand, and a golden wave of light appeared in the palm of his hand. I'll let you see the true power of God of War. In his opinion, even if Luo Jun is God of War, he is just a newly promoted God of War, and he can't even use the energy in his body. The characteristic of God of War is not only flying, but also releasing the tyrannical energy in the body as moves. And as a high-level God of War, it is not easy to kill a new God of War in seconds. The world thinks that God of War is just one big realm. In fact, every little layer between God of War. It's like a gap. An intermediate God of War kills a novice who has just entered God of War, suppressing with one hand. Not to mention he's the high God of War. On top of the advanced God of War, there is also the realm of the ultimate God of War. Although they are all called God of War, ultimate God of War is the patron saint of every city, and they will be appointed as inspectors, which is equivalent to the identity of the city lord with absolute rights. Ordinary people only know that Jiangnan base city applied to the God of War palace for God of War to protect the city's security and maintain the city's energy shield. But I don't know what I'm applying for is the ultimate God of War. Of course, there are no limits. If the God of War is willing, he can also fall back and let the higher God of War take over. As long as Nanfeng is willing, he can be the emperor of this city and the lord of this city at any time, and the life and death of millions of people depends on his thoughts. However, in Nanfeng's view, the life and death of these millions has nothing to do with him. He designed so many, just to annoy Luo Jun and cause conflicts in the extreme martial arts gym. Although this kid has reached the strength of God of War, he has not yet registered with God of War Palace. At that time, even if the God of War Palace comes to investigate, no one will stand up for a dead person under the background and strength of own. You mean daughter? Luo Jun, who was still imposing, suddenly became furious. Where did you send my daughter? Seeing Luo Jun's fury, Nanfeng became excited instead. Yin and Yang said angrily, thank you for raising my daughter for so many years. If she hadn't been found in the gene pool, my son's genes might not be complete. There is a kind of surgery, which is gene completion technology. It is necessary to obtain the genes and blood of the immediate family members as nutrients to complement the genes of another person, and they can also complement each other. Kind of like donating bone marrow before the cataclysm. Nanfeng was very scheming, and deliberately provoked Luo Jun, wanting to make him unstable because of his rage. However, he was wrong. Even if Luo Jun gets angry again, it will not affect his own strength. Under extreme anger, all the cells in his body boiled. Angry, so angry. Count the master, kill him quickly. He actually threatened the master and told me to kill him. Brothers, get active and increase the strength of the master. How can we, the immortals, be humiliated like this? Luo Jun heard the voice of every cell in his body again. Their emotions are also ignited. Damn you! Luo Jun squeezed out a word between his teeth. This is the first time he has made a move after cultivating immortality, and he just uses this god of war to test his strength. Luo Jun's index finger and middle finger are closed together. Urging the magic power in the body, speaking plausibly, chanting incantations, and casting the spell Great Five Thunder Art. An idiot. Seeing this, Nanfeng sneered, and mocked, even if you use despicable means to temporarily gain the power of God of War by cheating, so what, if you don't know how to use this power, you're just useless after all. He has read Luo Jun's profile. How can someone who has been wandering around as an ordinary practitioner every year suddenly become a god of war? This person might have some adventures and get some extraterrestrial civilization technology. It's not like this never happened. In some ancient ruins, there will indeed be some treasures that allow people to temporarily gain powerful strength. For example, the Black God suit is obtained from the ruins. Therefore, he stubbornly believed that Luo Jun was cheating, which was the reason. Forget it, my patience is gone, go to hell. The ball of light in Nanfeng's hand flew out and hit Luo Jun's head. You have done too many bad things, be careful. Luo Jun smiled coldly, pointed to the sky, and shouted, quick! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The world went dark in an instant. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket, carrying at least hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage lightning, suddenly fell down. Nanfeng felt a strong sense of crisis, which is the sense of danger possessed by God of War. When he looked up, it was already too late. The whole person was struck and pierced by lightning, the domineering arcs ran wildly, and scorched whip marks appeared on the ground. The violent electric arc ruthlessly destroyed Nanfeng's body, and his flesh was torn apart in an instant, allowing outsiders to vaguely see his bones. What kind of attack are you doing? Nanfeng's body suddenly fell to the ground in mid-air, and he looked at Luo Jun in horror, his eyes full of unwillingness. It twitched violently on the ground, emitting green smoke like coke. The ball of light that Nanfeng threw just now exploded the moment it approached Luo Jun, and the flames soared into the sky, with terrifying power. However, light yellow light cocoons suddenly appeared outside Luo Jun's body. Even the light group was so powerful that it failed to break through Luo Jun's defense. After entering the third layer of Qi refining, there will be a layer of self-defense body protection around Luo Jun's body surface. Because of this, he can't look down on the so-called Black God suit. Seeing this scene, Nanfeng stared incredulously, and roared, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible, how is it possible?" Due to the paralyzing effect of the thunder and lightning, he couldn't move at all. No one thought of it. This menacing high-ranking god of war couldn't hold out even one move, so he was instantly killed. I thought how strong you are, is this the so-called god of war? High god of war, that's it. Luo Jun stepped on him, sighed sincerely, and said helplessly, I didn't expect that you are so good that you can't even survive a single move from me. I don't know who gave you the courage to make others kneel down. At this moment, Nanfeng was trampled under his feet in public, his face turned green and pale, revealing the color of humiliation. Now, does anyone still think I cheated? Luo Jun's sharp eyes swept across people's faces one by one. People didn't dare to look at him, and lowered their heads in shame. This man is horrible. Stronger than a high-level god of war, kill in one move. Who can afford it? The person who had sinned against Luo Jun before was already shaking with fright, almost incontinent and even thinking about where should he be buried. Luo Jun looked at Nanfeng at his feet, and said coldly, Where did you send my daughter? Before Nanfeng could answer, a figure flew over from a distance. Little brother, I have vented my anger, can you give me a face and let him go? I can certify you, you are a well-deserved god of war. Suddenly there was an old man with extraordinary bearing among the crowd. He is the owner of the Jiangnan base city of extreme martial arts. Master, save me. Seeing this, Nanfeng hurriedly called for help. What are you that deserves me to give you face? He was cautious before because Luo Jun didn't know how strong his own was, because he had never fought against anyone. It's just a combat power test machine, but it can't explain everything. Fighting now, Luo Jun discovered that the so-called god of war, even the advanced god of war, is so weak. I'm only on the 3rd level of chi refining, and as far as the realm of a cultivator is concerned, it's just an entry. It's not a latitude at all. Immortal cultivators are so terrifying. It is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. The belief of invincibility, as a seed in the bottom of my heart, gradually germinated and was born. Luo Jun decided not to be restrained in the future. Just believe, I am invincible. Everyone's face changed drastically. Didn't expect Luo Jun to be so arrogant that he didn't even give the face of the owner of Jiangnan Extreme Martial Arts Gym? You have not answered my question yet. Luo Jun didn't even look at the so-called owner who popped up suddenly, he raised his foot and stepped on it without hesitation. Click. Chapter 30. Answer me. Luo Jun stepped on it seemingly casually. But the ground trembled violently. With Nanfeng God of War as the center, the ground suddenly collapsed without warning, forming a large pit. Sand and gravel splashed, and cracks appeared between the two like spider webs. Luo Jun was as casual as stepping on a dead dog. The irresistible force came. Nanfeng opened his eyes wide suddenly, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes, he opened his mouth wide, and blood couldn't stop gushing out of his throat, and flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Cough cough cough. He coughed violently, and looked at the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym not far away with pleading eyes. It seems to want to get help from the owner? Luo Jun. The owner of Extreme Martial Arts Gym roared, "What are you doing?" "I'm proving myself, didn't the High Comrade God of War say I cheated? Of course I want you to take a good look to see if I've cheated." In the gap between his words, Luo Jun punched down another fist with a blank expression on his face. With such tyrannical force, he completely sunk in Nanfeng's head into the concrete floor, his limbs stretched upwards, and he twitched slightly. Blood spattered out again and landed on his clothes. People looked horrified and terrified. How could this very young man be so fierce? It's like a malevolent star. The loud bang of boom seemed to hit people's hearts, making people's hearts jump violently. Too domineering. It's too ruthless. Fortunately, Nanfeng God of War, as a high-level God of War, has a superhuman physique. If it were someone else, even an ordinary God of War. With Luo Jun's gestures and actions, with the strength of millions of kilograms of physical strength alone, it has long been a puddle of flesh. You. The master of extreme martial arts looked at Luo Jun, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. He knew the ins and outs better than anyone else. The person who wronged you, of course, knows more about how wronged you are than you. In fact, under the watchful eyes of everyone, how could it be so easy to cheat? On the day when Luo Jun showed his strength, they conducted a test and analysis, and the fiery fist print under the test machine is still hot to this day. However, Nanfeng, the inspector from Kyoto, agreed to them. After going back, I will help persuade Lord God of War to come to Jiangnan base city as an inspector to guard the city. And Luo Jun is just a newly promoted God of War. Although the potential is endless. But now the monster threat is increasing. The city is gone, what's the use of Luo Jun being a genius? At first, the owner thought that Luo Jun was just a newly promoted God of War. In order to curry favor with this high God of War with Tongtian background. For the safety of Jiangnan base city. For the safety of millions of people, after weighing the pros and cons. I chose to ignore it. Unexpectedly, this guy who has never been to the God of War palace to register is so fierce. At this moment, a little regret was finally born in his heart. If it was handled more smoothly. Luo Jun, you have proven your strength, and the Extreme Martial Art Museum will award you the God of War medal. That's the end of this matter. The master of extreme martial arts looked nervously at the motionless Nanfan god of war in the pit, bowed slightly, and said cautiously. Everything was a misunderstanding. The staff made a mistake. On behalf of them, I apologize to you. You smashed it, and people beat it. Let Nanfan god of war go. Recognize my strength? Award a medal. Luo Jun laughed mockingly. He wiped his blood-stained hands, dragged out the bloody Nanfeng, and threw it aside like a dead dog. Let him take a few breaths, so that he won't be beaten to death with a few punches, and he won't be able to find out the whereabouts of his daughter later. For the so-called medals. Luo Jun doesn't care now, he understands a truth. The strong don't need external things to prove themselves, and they don't need to give others too much nonsense. Explaining too much is just too weak. It is enough to show absolute strength. This is the basic rules of this world. Don't worry, we will definitely award you a medal, and you will become a noble god of war. The owner of the Extreme Martial Art Museum tried to persuade him with good words, so he wanted to stabilize Luo Jun first. He was also afraid that this lunatic would beat Nanfeng god of war to death. Then there will be big troubles. The owner of the pavilion immediately ran over quickly and hugged Nanfan god of war. Nanfan god of war, whose face was so bloody that even his own mother couldn't recognize him, was fed a tube of precious T1 level repair fluid. I saw fluorescent lights flickering on Nanfan god of war's body, his body began to repair, flesh and blood squirmed, and his injuries gradually improved. Luo Jun didn't make another move, and looked at the repair fluid with great interest, watching them heal their injuries. Hey! After he was cured, he was beaten to death with 2 fists. Isn't it beautiful? Seeing that Nanfeng's god of war's breath gradually became even, and the breath also became longer. Do you know the identity of Nanfan god of war? The owner of extreme martial arts stood up in relief, and said to Luo Jun, his uncle is a distinguished member. After he returns, he will persuade the member to come and help our Jiangnan base city. Extreme Martial Art Museum paused, gritted its teeth and said. Do you know that this plan is likely to be ruined by your recklessness? Oh, is it so? Luo Jun picked out his ears and said with a sneer, you are afraid of monsters, you are like dogs begging for mercy everywhere, and those who pin their hopes on others will only be disappointed in the end. He shook his head. Life will be hopeless if the city is controlled by this group of idiots who are greedy for life and afraid of death. The so-called extreme god of war? MP? Luo Jun really wants to know where the limit of god of war is. What qualifications do they have? Is it worthy of people's admiration? Luo Jun's hands were itchy, and he really wanted to check them out one by one. God of War Palace? I don't know if the material is hard enough. Luo Jun still doesn't know where the limit of own is, what is his strength. I don't know if those people in the God of War Palace can help me to see how strong I am. Chapter 31. 4 MPs. Luo Jun heard about it a little bit. The position of human leader that only the ultimate god of war can hold is called the Human Council. It is precisely because of their strength that they guard base cities. To be respected and worshipped by millions of human beings. The rights are considerable. Because, inspectors can only be served by them, and they are in charge of the life and death of cities. The God of War Palace is an existence jointly established by members of the human parliament. I don't care who he is. Luo Jun looked coldly at Nanfan God of War, and said flatly, tell me my daughter's address, read it on Phi Fei's face, and I can spare you from dying. Of course, I will abolish your strength. Humans don't need it. You are God of War to protect. Impossible. Nanfeng God of War opened his eyes, the dignity of God of War did not allow him to bow his head. Even if it is death. Most of his injuries have been healed with the T1 repair fluid. If he joins forces with the master of the ultimate martial arts gym, he will not be without a fight. At this moment, the owner of the Extreme Martial Art Museum, who was silent next to him, suddenly cupped fist and said, let me say something fair. Don't wait for the curator to finish. Speaking of the mud horse, to be fair, Luo Jun had lost his patience. With his index finger and middle finger together, he pointed at the two of them and shouted loudly, "Hey!" Rumbling. Nanfeng, god of war's hair stood on end all over his body. He looked up at the sky in horror, and only had time to shout, "Run!" A large dark cloud swept over. Among the dark clouds, there are electric lights intertwined and silver arcs shining. Boom! Two thunderbolts as thick as buckets, with destructive power, ruthlessly poured into the two of them. Everyone is dumbfounded. Luo Jun shot again without warning, and it was still that weird summoning thunder. People are just saying something to be fair. Luo Jun sneered. When you say something fair, there is no such thing as fairness. He no longer has the patience to talk nonsense. Only use your fists to defeat them. Tsitsizi. The domineering thunder and lightning exploded on the two of them, and their skin was ripped apart in an instant. Especially that Nanfeng, the freshly repaired tender meat, exploded again. His body was riddled with holes, and he vomited blood crazily. How? As a big man admired by people, he was stepped on by a cheater like me. Luo Jun walked over, stepped on the faces of the two, and said coldly, "Do you think this is fair?" Ah! Luo Jun. Amidst the howling, there was a roar. I admit that you are very strong and can do weird magic, but you have to remember that I am from the palace of God of War. Assault the members of the God of War palace, and you will bear the wrath of all God of War. Nanfeng, who was covered in scorched black and his skin was torn apart, roared hysterically, and he, who could not bear the humiliation, even let out harsh words. He has never been so depressed in his life. He felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Luo Jun's attack method directly violated his cognitive category. Lightning without warning. Can't see any power fluctuations. It can be called a way to reduce dimensionality. I don't even know how to resist. Yo-ho, more people bully less people, right? Luo Jun sneered. He grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and sprinkled it in the corner. Another punch came out. The sky was filled with sand and dust, blocking people's sight. Because the spell of sprinkling beans and soldiers is too shocking, and it is difficult to explain it to people, Luo Jun put on a little camouflage. Among the smoke and dust, particles of sand, wrapped in magic power, thrive against the wind. At last, turned into a burly man. Who is talking about who can't call someone? Each of these big men exudes an extremely terrifying aura. In people's shocking eyes, those 10 or so big men actually flew in the sky and landed beside the two of them. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they took a deep breath. And, it's all God of War. Where did these God of War come from? It all looks quite unfamiliar. Could it be some mysterious force? People were full of imagination and shocked. And the owner of the ultimate martial arts gym was stunned in place like a thunderbolt. Luo Jun found a stool from the ruins, leaned lazily on it, rested his head comfortably, crossed his legs, and gave the most appalling order. Call me. Hit until I am satisfied. Under people's dull gazes, a group of bean soldiers with the strength of God of War held down the two of them and beat and kicked them. The two who beat them ran away with their heads in their arms, and they had no strength left to resist. This is the invincible Lord God of War you all admire. That's all. Luo Jun glanced at people's faces one by one, and said with a sneer, a man should be self-improvement, and asking for others is better than asking for himself. Why do you pin your hopes on this kind of trash? Give up your dignity and beg for their protection. In the end, what does he think of you? Ants. If I don't have absolute strength, will I be charged with cheating even if I die? Luo Jun's words hit the soul directly, and the people present were stunned. Seems to understand something. Looking at the two who were beaten violently, the onlookers felt an inexplicable sense of alienation. It was as if the worshipped god was suddenly dragged off the altar. It turns out that the omnipotent Lord God of War also screams for pain. Master God of War, will you be able to pull Xiang like us? It turns out that God of War isn't that strong, is it? They are just stronger people, ordinary people, human beings, not gods. For Luo Jun, even the cells have an inspirational dream of becoming a fairy. Man, why can't you fight for your breath? You hear people begging for God of War's blessings all the time. Or are you expecting others to travel thousands of miles to work for you? Luo Jun was very upset. Chapter 32. People stared blankly at the two who had been beaten violently. The vague impression of the myth in my heart was completely shattered. Luo Jun's image of God of War has never been more real. God of War. In countless magnificent stories, in news broadcasts, and countless myths, the seeds of not daring to resist God of War have been planted in people's hearts. The seeds are taking root and sprouting day by day, making people worship God of War more and more. As a result, the God of War, who was originally a human being, is aloof and treats humans as ants instead. If you want to crush to death, crush to death. Luo Jun just wants people to see God of War, but that's all. Men should be self-improvement. Instead, go begging for God of War's blessing. Then pay the price. The owner of the pavilion and Nanfeng, God of War, had already been beaten badly. At first they fought back their screams. But the actions of these bean soldiers became more and more tricky. The pain is second to none, but as a big shot, as an existence that people admire, his self-esteem hurts more than the flesh of his body after being beaten so hard. Over time, instead of beatings, it has become one-sided humiliation. Luo Jun, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say. The host's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, his whole body was out of shape, and he began to give in. And Nanfeng God of War was even worse, dying, with no intact part of his body. Even if God of War had an inhuman physique, he couldn't stand such a violent beating. If you keep fighting, even God of War will die. Sudden. There was a harsh sound of footsteps in the distance. Looking from a distance, a dense mass of people appeared in the distance. The army green figure, holding a laser gun in his hand, walked forward step by step. Armored vehicles surrounded them from all directions. Whoosh! A fighter plane suddenly flew from afar, suspended in the air. A vicissitudes of life sounded in the air. I am the highest military commander of Jiangnan Base City, Lu Chuan. I heard that your extreme martial arts hall slandered our military commander for cheating. Do you really think our military is easy to bully? A thunderous roar resounded throughout the square. On the fighter plane, the army chief's cheek was projected. Brother Luo Jun, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you, let me see who dares to bully you. Although the military has the lowest treatment among all forces, he did not tell Luo Jun that there is another hidden benefit. That is, protect the calf. Any trial must be approved by the military. Even if you really violate the law, you have to go to a military court first. Although the military is a third-class force, it is independent from the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Hall and God of War Palace. Although they don't have many God of War powerhouses, they have particle annihilation cannons that can threaten God of War. Starting from the study of alien relics, the strength of the military is not weak. Everyone stays. Including the owner, Nanfeng God of War, and the martial masters of the God of War martial arts. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is bullying whom? Why are you so hot-blooded, old man? For some reason, the whole square suddenly fell silent. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. Luo Jun. So, I was bullied? Nanfeng, even if you are a high-level God of War, there are people behind you, but if you want to bully our military major, we will never agree. The army chief growled. In the military camp, he first received an application to confirm his identity, and after the exchange of information, he saw the internal information that Luo Jun was listed as cheating. After a little more inquiring, I found out the grievances between Luo Jun and that Nanfan god of war. Because his elder brother, god of war Lu Gang, is also a high-level god of war, many people have heard about this Nanfan god of war. This person is extremely narrow-minded and petty, and the unreasonable behavior of Extreme Martial Art Museum this time must have been instructed by him. Although he knew Luo Jun's strength, he rushed over without stopping. Say something. What's the matter with you? Major Luo, are you not being bullied? The army chief came out of the fighter plane and found the atmosphere a bit strange. And Luo Jun was standing there intact. He was a little confused. What happened? Luo Jun was not bullied? You, tell me, what's going on? The chief of the army waved to a staff member not far away, with a dazed expression on his face. My lord, the thing is like this. The staff recounted the ins and outs by type. When I heard that Luo Jun was teased by the front desk and slandered by God of War as cheating, until Nanfan God of War asked to kneel. Lu opened his eyes, and said furiously, he let your mother's shit fart, grandma's shit, Nanfang is full of bad things, he is uneasy and kind, if God of War is so easy to cheat, it won't be called God of War. Later. The staff swallowed, looked at Luo Jun enthusiastically and adoringly, and said slowly, later, Luo Jun God of War went berserk and summoned Tian Li to instantly kill Nanfan God of War. What? What are you talking about? The chief of the army suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Although Nanfang is damn it, his strength is very terrifying, at least he is also a high-level god of war. As described? I'm afraid only a member of the extreme god of war can do it, right? Not only that, the owner of the ultimate martial arts gym has also come. The staff said tremblingly. That old thing is always licking dogs. He will definitely wear a pair of pants with Nanfang. What happened afterwards? What about them? Will they team up against Luo Jun? Everyone was speechless. The owner of the extreme martial arts gym was scolded by him for licking the dog. The staff member silently pointed to a large pit, where there were two scorched figures, still twitching slightly. What is even more striking is that there are sunken footprints and fist marks all over the scorched black figure. The air is like a gossamer, it seems that there is only air in and no air out. When the army chief arrived, Luo Jun accepted the spell of sprinkling beans and soldiers, so he didn't continue to fight. Fighting, these two are going to die. The chief of the army suddenly felt his scalp go numb, thinking of an astonishing fact, he dared not say it. Shouldn't you just say that these two things that are the same as coal are Nanfan God of War and the owner? Chapter 33. The staff member subconsciously wanted to nod. But soon realized that there was ambiguity in this sentence, and froze in place for a while. The army chief looked at Luo Jun again, brother, what's going on? It's nothing, it's just that they said I cheated, and I just proved my strength to them. After Luo Jun left a word, he walked towards the dying two. He picked up Nanfan's God of War by the nape of his neck, pulled it up like a dead dog, and muttered to himself, I don't know if God of War was stripped naked and thrown on the road. What about the news? Nanfang God of War's charred body trembled slightly. There was a little moisture in the cracks in the scorched eyes. Luo Jun's words touched the softness in his heart. I tell you. My daughter was sent to Kyoto. I have a communicator with the contact information of the transport plane on it. She is also my daughter. I will not harm her. I just draw 300 ml of blood to save my other child, it is not life-threatening. She will get the best training from the family, and I really have no ill will toward the child. His chapped lips squirmed, and he uttered a word in a weak voice. I was wrong, let me go, don't take off my clothes, or you can kill me. As a high-level god of war, Nanfang God of War, who overlooks all living beings from above, has finally surrendered. Deep in Nanfang's God of War heart, a strong regret finally emerged. Myself, why did you provoke this person? He is a monster in human skin. For the sake of the child, I will spare your dog's life, and I will not take your clothes off, so I will save you some dignity. If it wasn't for seeing that Nanfan god of war is the daughter's biological father, it would prevent her daughter from blaming herself when she grows up. Luo Jun really planned to make this person disappear from this world forever to avoid future troubles. However, under the public, if you do that yourself, those who are barefoot are not afraid of running out of shoes. But it is bound to bring trouble to the army chief who rushed to help. The support of the army chiefs warmed Luo Jun's heart, and he had a sense of recognition for these soldiers who were not afraid of power. Not to mention, destroying a person does not necessarily require him to die, and keeping him alive is more painful than dying. For a god of war, if he loses face and is ridiculed, life would be worse than death. Nanfang god of war's body jerked violently and trembled. He had no doubts about what the madman said. He can definitely do it. There is only one thought in the bottom of my heart: when I see this guy in the future, I can only walk around. I don't dare to think about revenge or not. I'm scared from the bottom of my heart. Then let's talk about compensation. Luo Jun said coldly. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Nanfang god of war's voice was choked with tears. I shouldn't have slandered you, I will publicly apologize to you. That's what you said. Luo Jun touched Nanfang god of war for a while. Touched a lot of strange things. It looks a bit like a mobile phone's communicator, and there is also a watch made of amazing materials, which has survived the bombardment of sky thunder without breaking. Seeing Luo Jun pick up the watch, Nanfang god of war could barely open his scorched black eyes, which widened slightly, with strong reluctance in his eyes. He is very painful. Luo Jun played with the watch and asked in surprise, you don't want to? No. I. Nanfang god of war turned her head away, choked up, and said, take it away. That's what you said. Although Luo Jun didn't know what it was, he put it in his pocket as a matter of course, and said confidently. You slandered me for cheating in the game and caused me great psychological harm. These things are all compensations you voluntarily gave me. I will not hold you accountable anymore. Say thank you. Nanfang's god of war collapsed, and his chest was still heaving with blood. He was very emotional, but he still squeezed out a sentence from his teeth, thank you so much. Puff. Perhaps because he was too excited and seriously injured, he turned sideways with a wow sound, spit out a big mouthful of blood, then his limbs stiffened, and he passed out. The dignified god of war was so angry that he passed out. At this scene, the people around were stunned and stunned. The square became very quiet. The onlookers and the martial masters in the martial arts gym kept their heads down, not daring to look. But in his heart, he gave Luo Jun a silent thumbs up. Luo Jun picked up the master of extreme martial arts again. His injury was slightly less severe, not as serious as Nanfan god of war. Seeing Luo Jun approaching him, he immediately shouted sensibly, brother, Luo Jun god of war, I was wrong, and I am willing to compensate you. Luo Jun was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, you're wrong? Where are you wrong? Especially when he heard the title of god of war, he laughed sarcastically. It's all a misunderstanding, because my management is not strict and my discipline is negligent, which leads to misunderstandings. I will give you the greatest compensation. We will report to the God of War Palace as soon as possible and apply for a high-level God of War medal for you. The God of War Palace will welcome you to join us with the highest standards. The owner of the Extreme Gym raised his head and smiled ingratiatingly. He was no longer the principal who was the owner of the gym when he first met Luo Jun. He also softened, and he was also afraid of being stripped naked and thrown on the road. The key to this matter, after Nanfan God of War admitted their mistakes, completely put their scandal on the table, denying it is useless, they are wronged. In this matter, they can only hold their noses and accept this sullen loss. Luo Jun punched his backhand, sinking his head into the concrete. Everyone was shocked. Why did it happen without warning? Ant lying on the ground, who allowed you to raise your head? Luo Jun coldly said, you haven't seen my qualifications, ants will be like ants, just lie on the ground with your head down and die. Chapter 34. In everyone's shocked eyes, Luo Jun raised his hand, with his index finger and middle finger pointing up to the sky, and a fire suddenly appeared at his fingertips. With a flick of the finger, the flames enveloped the owner of the ultimate martial arts gym. Amidst the extremely mournful wailing, the majestic owner of the ultimate martial arts gym, as a junior god of war, actually burned up under this golden flame in an instant, turning into a pile of white ashes. Now, everyone was stunned. Including the army chief who was watching the show, his scalp became numb. No one expected. He actually killed the owner of the extreme martial arts gym? Luo Jun, you've made a big fool of yourself. The chief of the army scratched his head anxiously, and stared. They are wrong, you beat him to death, and it is not a problem to get a good grade. How can you kill him? It's over, something big is going to happen. The army chief rubbed his hands anxiously, and said in a low voice, even if you want to kill him, you can trick him out of the city to kill him. How can you kill him in public? The staff and the martial masters present were speechless. Is it really okay to plot so loudly? When did the owner of extreme martial arts, as the official number 4 figure, just kill chickens and ducks when he says he wants to? Also tricked out of the city to kill. Is this what we ordinary people are qualified to listen to? It doesn't matter. Luo Jun, on the other hand, smiled, and his eyes swept over the blank faces of the people one by one. Then look up at the fiery sun in the sky. A gust of wind blows. Blow across this ruined square, blowing away the broken hair on his forehead. Luo Jun looked at the army chief, smiled slightly, and said slowly, I don't need anyone to recognize my strength, nor do I need the so-called God of War title. I won't join any God of War palace. Let a group of bastards come and tell me what to do, and I have to obey their so-called orders and arrangements. Since the rule of this world is to speak with fists, the wailing of the weak cannot be heard by God of War who is high above. I'm better than him. Then why not if I kill him? He gradually understood a truth. As a cultivator, why should I let the rules made by a group of mortals restrict me? Could it be that together with these rotten moths, they overlook all living beings from above? Cultivating immortality in Taoism is nothing more than pursuing it's just carefree and thoughtful. At this moment, Luo Jun's state of mind has been elevated to another level, and he looks at the pattern of the world from the perspective of a cultivator. Feeling deep in my heart, the cultivation base in my body also became restless. While people are talking about it, a large cloud of auspicious clouds flew over, setting off Luo Jun's feet, and a sun halo gradually appeared behind his head. The whole person becomes precious and solemn. Xian Jiun, in people's eyes, climbed slowly. In the end, there was only one black spot left on the sky, which was extraordinarily bright in this dim sky. What does he want to do? Is this God of War? Flying in the sky. But flying, it seems a bit strange. Hey, I often read ancient classics. Why does he look like a fairy recorded in ancient history books? What happened? The people present looked up blankly. Even the army chief looked suspicious, wondering what kind of medicine was sold in Luo Jun calabash. The army chief didn't see Luo Jun make a move. When Nanfan arrived, God of War was already too horrible to look at. But from the previous report of the staff, it is known that Luo Jun could kill the high-level God of War before, so is there a possibility that his real strength has at least reached the high-level God of War? The chief of the army suddenly thought of a tingling and terrifying possibility. At this moment, maybe I have a feeling that I am going to break through? Advanced God of War breakthrough again, what is that? Ultimate God of War. The patron saint of the base city. One of the members of the human parliament, who has the right to make suggestions on the life and death of human beings in the parliament. Could it be? Is he going to be the ultimate god of war? If it is the ultimate god of war attack, beheading an extreme martial arts school with countless scandals, then there will be no problem at all. The chief of the army suddenly realized, his expression immediately became serious, he immediately took out the communicator, and ordered, "Clear the venue immediately, no one is allowed to approach, everything that happened here is classified as top secret, and must not be spread." Thinking of Jiangnan base city, an ultimate god of war will be born. The fragile energy shield was saved. The chief of the army was so excited that his blood boiled, looking at the daoist figure in the sky, with anticipation in his eyes. "Brother Luo, you must succeed. Luo Jun above the sky is indeed about to advance. Not some so-called extreme god of war. It is the fourth layer of qi refining." During the interval between battles, he ate the meat of monsters again, and the cells in his body were greatly satisfied, and he went on crazy breathing exercises with all his strength. Fellow deists, become immortals. We are one step closer to foundation establishment, and we will soon be immortal. The master finally got a little more confident, he actually broke through by himself. This time, the true qi in Luo Jun's body had reached the threshold, and the visualization of the sun before gave him a little understanding of a spell. Time to practice the true fire of Samdi. It is the Samdi true fire recorded in Tao Fa Hui Yuan. What is the true fire of Samdi? Zhixuan Pian. There is a saying, "I have three true fires, the king fire of the heart is also called the god fire, and its name is Shang Mian Miai, and the voice is lowered, the kidney fire is also called the fine fire, and its name is Zhongmei, the bladder is the people's fire of Qi Si under the navel, and its name is Xiamei. Gather to form fire, dissipate to form air, ascend and descend to circulate, and there is the way of the universe. 10,000 years of profound ice can destroy it." Chapter 35. A cluster of golden flames entangled in his hair. Luo Jun opened his eyes, and some flames escaped from the eye sockets. He snapped his fingers with a snap, and a cluster of flames appeared at the fingertips. Don't look at it as just a flame. As soon as this small cluster of flames appeared, one could feel the space collapse. The air in the entire sky was burned up in an instant. The temperature in the air instantly rose to countless levels. It became hot and dry. The people below were inexplicably hot and sweating profusely. The true fire of Samdi. It can be regarded as more refined, a little bit stronger than fur. Boom! His aura suddenly skyrocketed. The invisible pressure spread in all directions around him. The people watching below were caught off guard and felt a sense of distance. Ordinary people were directly crushed to the ground. The practitioners lowered their heads with difficulty, even having difficulty breathing. The army chief felt the heavy pressure all over his body, tears of relief appeared in his old eyes, and he said excitedly, "Great, Luo Jun has become the ultimate god of war? Dage, I have waited so long, someone finally took over your position as inspector. Air. Concentrate the lung energy, the day after tomorrow is the ghost, innate is the righteousness, empty the anger, then the soul will be calm, the golden energy of the Western Beidi is in the Yuan dynasty." Luo Jun recited the scriptures, and the innate qi in his body naturally gathered in his lungs. The fourth realm of the five energies towards the Yuan dynasty is achieved by condensing the lung qi. He entered the fourth floor of qi refining. From now on, after passing through the last level of the five qi Chao Yuan, the next practice route will be the famous one in myths and legends, three flowers gathering on the top. He felt the breath he released, suffocating the people below. Quickly gather breath into the body. The whole person becomes back to basics, without any energy stirring in his body. Click! Pieces of thin dead skin fell off his body, falling down with his actions. Reborn again. But after so many times of washing the marrow and cutting the veins, there are almost no impurities left in the body, and there is not much dead skin. In the eyes of people in awe, Luo Jun descended from the sky. Brother Luo Jun, have you entered the ultimate god of war, that realm? The chief of the army looked at Luo Jun anxiously, rubbed his hands, and asked nervously. Luo Jun didn't know how to explain it, so he pondered for a moment and said, let's just say it. Although he has never experienced the ultimate god of war, he can be sure that he slapped him to death. The sudden increase in strength, but there is no reference to understand the limit of own. Luo Jun is eager to know where the limit of own strength is. After getting an almost affirmative answer from Luo Jun, the army chief took a deep breath, clenched his fists excitedly, and said excitedly, it's really great, our Jiangnan base city finally doesn't have to look at other people's faces to act. He said solemnly again, as for the death of the master of the martial arts hall, I will settle and explain it. In the future, you will be the city master of our base city. It is a trivial matter to execute a wimp. Then it's troublesome, brother. Luo Jun nodded with a smile, and looked at Nanfeng, who was lying on the ground with large characters, God of War. But he, with his scorched red eyes, was staring blankly at the sky. As a high-level God of War, his resilience is amazing, and his serious injuries have recovered a little. He also saw Luo Jun's performance just now. And at this moment, the mental state of Nanfeng God of War is somewhat abnormal. Why? He muttered to himself. My level is higher than his. He was just an ordinary practitioner a year ago. Nanfeng only felt that the tip of his nose was sore, his eye sockets were blurred and moist, and he was talking to himself like a dream. I have practiced for longer than him. Practice harder than him. But the world is so kind to him. Nanfeng God of War took a deep breath, blew his nose, and clenched his fists. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be here. Nanfeng God of War stared blankly at the sky. If I don't come, I won't frame Luo Jun. If I don't frame Luo Jun. Nanfeng God of War's eyes trembled slightly, the condensed tears inside seemed to be boiling, and the water accumulated in the corners of the eyes became more and more, and finally turned into 2 lines of clear tears, sliding down both sides of the cheeks. His voice was choked with tears. You won't be humiliated. A little crystal liquid even flowed out of the nostrils, but he subconsciously sucked it in again. If I'm not humiliated, you won't see the injustice of the world. He was an ordinary practitioner a year ago, he just became God of War not long ago, and now he has become the ultimate God of War. Hoo. Nanfeng, God of War, was sobbing slightly, with his mouth pursed, his eyes filled with tears, and he murmured to himself, I'm still the one. He choked up completely, and said to himself in a crying voice, Happy Nanfeng. Luo Jun is unreasonably powerful and has incredible attack methods. After the fight, he easily advanced to become the ultimate God of War. This deeply stimulated Nanfeng, who was training hard. He felt that God was unfair. Luo Jun. Listening to Nanfeng's self-report of God of War, why did he suddenly feel a little helpless? Chapter 36. Luo Jun took out the communicator he found from Nanfeng. Handing it to Nanfeng God of War, he said blankly, let them send my daughter back. Nanfeng God of War wanted to say that she was also his own daughter who was connected by blood. Finally, aggrieved, he dialed the phone and communicated with the other party. After a while, Nanfeng God of War suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief. What? The world's most powerful man, Hong, wants to take my daughter as a disciple? Great, of course it can, this. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Jun slapped towards him, with a crisp sound, he slapped Nanfeng's victorious teeth away. He snatched the communicator, and said coldly, send it back to me. There was a moment of silence on the communicator, and finally a thick and vicissitudes voice came out, Hello, Luo Jun, I'm Hong. The owner of the voice was very calm, with an inexplicable oppressive force. He seems to know Luo Jun. You are Hong? So what? Luo Jun raised his eyebrows. Is that the strongest person in the world? The first member of the human parliament? For some reason, deep in my heart was inexplicable, and a little fighting spirit emerged. I don't know if this number one powerhouse can push himself to the limit. What? You're not talking to Hong, are you? People around opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Even the army chief, Nanfeng God of War, showed a look of astonishment, and then looked at Luo Jun with envy. Who is Hong? He is the leader of all mankind today. People respect him not only for his strength, but also for his efforts to turn the tide after the catastrophe, and to save the precarious human beings from the mouth of monsters. A new order has been established, the God of War Palace has been created, and countless strong men who protect mankind have been cultivated. His feats are countless. Even God of War is proud to be able to talk to Hong. Unexpectedly, Luo Jun was able to talk to Hong directly. However, as the ultimate God of War, he will be granted the status of a member of the human parliament, and his status as a member of the council is second only to Hong. Damn the owner of the Extreme Martial Art Museum, good kill. I knew you from the very beginning when you tested in the combat testing hall, and the system automatically reported your information. You amazed me. It took only 1 year to grow from weak to strong. Maybe you are the upgraded awakened person who rarely appears in the legendary 10 billion people. You still have a thunder attribute talent, which is great. Your adopted daughter was attacked by a monster on the way here. She is safe and can guarantee her education. Hong's voice was very thick, and the speed of his speech was neither urgent nor slow, very calm, with inexplicable power. Oh, is it so? Luo Jun didn't know what to say, and said flatly, where are you? I'll pick up my daughter and go home. Even if the opponent is the strongest in the world, he will not back down. Luo Jun. It's not a bad thing to take your adopted daughter away. She is the same as you, she is an awakener, she has an unparalleled talent. The vicinity of Jiangnan Base City is very dangerous. If you want to know the reason, I will tell you personally after I return from the treasure hunt in Kirishima. However, I can tell you one thing in advance. There are monsters suspected of coming from alien civilizations in Jiangnan Base City. We found the remains of king-level monsters that were eaten there. Preliminary suspicion, at least an imperial monster. According to our satellite monitoring, a lot of monsters near Jiangnan Base City have inexplicably disappeared. The monsters may cause a wave of beasts at any time under panic. If your daughter comes back halfway, the road may be very dangerous. What Hong said made Luo Jun's eyes sink. The king-level monsters alone scare the God of Wars, let alone the king-level monsters. It is said that after the cataclysm of mankind, there were only 1 or 2 emperor-level monsters in history, and they once brought doomsday catastrophe to mankind. Even the world's population is at least tens of millions. It wasn't until the emperor-level monster was driven back into the deep sea by Hong that this human catastrophe was avoided. Hong's status in the hearts of mankind is so lofty. No wonder no one dared to come to Jiangnan Base City. If this incident gets out, it will definitely cause panic. Before that, I hope you go to the God of War Palace to receive your due rights and medals. I hope you can serve as the inspector of Jiangnan Base City. Medal. Luo Jun smiled, and said calmly, no need, I have no interest in God of War Palace. If my daughter loses a single hair, I will come to you personally. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Hong to answer. Luo Jun fell into deep thought. If Jiangnan Base City might fall at any time, it would be really dangerous for my daughter to come back at this time. The main thing is that Luo Jun doesn't know how strong On is. To be cautious, what if you can't beat the Beast Emperor? That is a taboo monster capable of destroying the city. When my daughter comes back, she has to be protected. Cause yourself to be distracted. Although I really want to bring my daughter back, I still have to calm down. Before that, it is necessary to increase strength in advance. After I have practiced Wuqi Chao Yuan, I need to practice San Huiju, which may require a lot of closed-door training. If the human leader is allowed to take care of his daughter, Luo Jun is at ease. After all, with his status, he won't be able to blackmail a little girl. The daughter should be safe, but after the weapon is trained, she still has to go find her. Otherwise he is worried. I really want to go to the God of War Palace. Actually is not receiving any badges. Instead, I want to test my own strength, and I also want to know the secrets about some ancient ruins. Now Qi refining is on the 4th level. According to the records in Tao Fa Hui Yuan, after Qi refining on the 4th level and learning the real fire of Samdi, you can refine your own weapons. As a member of the fairy family, you can't use your bare hands, right? You have to find refining materials to make immortal weapons. I have to admit that the God of War Palace is the most powerful organization that governs mankind. It stores the most complete information in the world, as well as the addresses of various ruins. Besides, Luo Jun was careful just now. Hung said, Kirishima treasure hunt? A place where even the strongest in the world can go there in person. After practicing the weapon at hand, maybe you can fight for it. Chapter 37. At this moment, it is late at night. The sky is bright and full of stars. The ruined square was fairly quiet. Nanfeng God of War, who was once admired by thousands of people, hugged his knees at this time, curled up in a corner in a daze, his eyes were empty. This time, not only was he humiliated, but all his wealth was also taken away. Luo Jun didn't care about Nanfeng's God of War, but took out the watch strap he had snatched from him, waved it in front of the army chief, and asked in surprise, "What is this?" The chief of the army squinted his eyes for a while, showing excitement, and enviously said, "This is a good thing." "Oh!" Luo Jun asked in surprise, "What kind of good thing is this?" Not far away, Nanfeng God of War looked back blankly. Listen to the topic. He really wanted to leave, but without Luo Jun's permission, he was afraid that the terrible thunder would come down again. It is a psychological shadow. This is a prehistoric fighter plane, a treasure left by extraterrestrial civilizations. It can be used after being repaired by human scientists. I have it too, but I'm farther than yours. The army chief also took out a remote control, and with a light press, a circular butterfly-shaped aircraft flew overhead. Remains of extraterrestrial civilization. Luo Jun's heart moved, and he asked in surprise, "Are there many relics of extraterrestrial civilizations on Blue Star?" "Many. There is a theory that because of the arrival of an alien in the universe, the cataclysm happened after his death. The aliens built many ruins and left behind many treasures for the purpose of screening inheritors. The Black God suit is a gift of the intelligence of the ruins. It also left a wealth of treasures to human beings, allowing human beings to excavate generation after generation, and it is today." The army chief paused, shook his head regretfully and said, "It's a pity that we haven't been able to figure out the origin of the alien that caused the catastrophe in the story, and we can't even find the existence of its corpse. It may have high research value for human beings." "Alien?" Luo Jun frowned, and asked again, "Do you know the details of these ruins?" "Human beings are currently exploring a wide variety of ancient civilization relics, which contain everything, including magical materials, plants, and medicinal materials from outside the planet." The chief of army patiently explained, "Among them, ancient civilization number 8 is the most famous, and the Black God suit came out of it. Another ancient civilization site number 7 is said to have produced a plant of medicinal herbs, which actually made an ordinary person lose weight overnight. Become a warrior-level existence." "Okay, I see, thank you." Luo Jun nodded. The information brought to him by the army chief is very important. There are many good things in these ancient civilization relics. Maybe there are own refining materials. You can go and have a look. A place full of dangers but containing various treasures aroused Luo Jun's strong curiosity. How do you use this thing? Luo Jun's attention turned to the strap again. He pressed it, but there was no response. It must be authorized by the master. The chief of the army glanced at Nanfeng, god of war, who had a painful face beside him, and pouted. Luo Jun took the watch strap and walked to Nanfeng's side without saying a word. Nanfeng, god of war, suddenly had a cleverness, silently stretched out his thumb and pressed it, and the blue light curtain scanned his face. Nanfeng, god of war, squeezed a sentence between his teeth, "Permission is removed." The watch that looked like a wristband suddenly turned into a puddle of liquid, and finally turned into a uniquely shaped object that looked a bit like a conch. Nanfeng handed it to Luo Jun again with grief and indignation, and said, "Power transfer." The army chief next to him became energetic. After the primordial fighter collar recognizes its owner, it can change its shape as you like. Let's see which collision is more suitable for you. Call it and see. A man is a teenager until he dies. Although there is the magic of flying clouds and driving fog, it is too ostentatious, and it will cause commotion wherever it goes. What man would refuse a fighter jet? What's more, what about Luo Jun, who couldn't even afford a car a while ago? He suddenly regained his energy. Okay. Luo Jun took over the fighter communicator, and countless tentacles appeared on it to connect with Luo Jun's fingers. Soon, under Luo Jun's control, it turned into a ring. Luo Jun is casual. The ring glows. After a minute, whoosh! A majestic, luxurious, and huge fighter jet flew from the sky, and finally hovered above the two of them under the amazed eyes of the people. This is a prehistoric class fighter. Its speed is comparable to the speed of light, and the Star Destroyer cannon on it is unbearable even for Shendu, and there are not many of them in the entire Blue Star. The chief of the army looked envious, and said greedily, and he laughed again, "Generally, fighters travel by fighter planes, and their wealth and a lot of treasures they get are usually stored on fighter planes. You go up and have a look." The blue light curtain swept down. Luo Jun boarded the fighter plane. Inside the luxurious and surreal artificial cockpit, there is a lounge, bedroom, entertainment room, bar, and even a sofa. It can be called a mobile 3-bedroom and 1 living room. In one of the storage rooms, Luo Jun was pleasantly surprised to find that it was full of things. "Welcome, Master. I am your fighter smart assistant. This fighter doesn't need it, Luo Jun controls it. It is very simple to perform various command operations through voice commands." 10 minutes later, Luo Jun, who had satisfied his curiosity, came down. Seeing Nanfeng next to him, he frowned and said, "You haven't left yet? Do you want me to take you back?" "No. No need. Thank you." As if the god of war was about to be pardoned, Nanfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, jumped up, and flew away in humiliation. From now on, he only wanted to meet this evil star and take a detour. The army chief looked at Nanfeng's back and sighed, "Why do you think this man did that? He came with a fighter plane, and when he finally left, he slipped away naked." Not long after flying away, Nanfeng, god of war, swayed and almost fell from the sky. Luo Jun was about to leave. The army chief suddenly stood upright, saluted Luo Jun and said solemnly, "Lord Luo Jun, on behalf of the military, I will invite you to take up the post of Commander-in-Chief of Jiangnan Base City Military Region. Extreme God of War does not require military merit. I strongly recommend you. I believe that your character and strength are capable of leading all the soldiers in our Jiangnan Base City and guarding this city." He looked at Luo Jun with eager and expectant eyes. This ancient city, abandoned by the palace of God of War. Because of the rumors of speculation, the God of War dare not come, and officials who are greedy for life and fear of death are secretly evacuating. He didn't want to see the day when the city was broken and everyone was displaced. And Luo Jun may be the last hope. The base city in the south of the Yangtze River needs a leader too much. One can reassure everything by suppressing it. Chapter 38. Luo Jun fell into deep thought. He cultivates immortality, although more than 60 trillion cells in the body are doing breathing exercises all the time, and the cultivation base is rising every second. But he still doesn't want to be entangled in all kinds of dunya. Afraid of trouble. Seeing that Luo Jun didn't answer for a long time, Army Chongsheng was afraid that he would refuse, so he quickly said, "Brother, I know you are afraid of delaying your cultivation, don't worry, we will never disturb you unless it is absolutely necessary." Luo Jun was about to answer. An aircraft flew from a distance, and a person jumped out of it quickly. "Luo Jun, God of War, I have followed your footsteps for a long time, and now I finally see you in person." The visitor was a bald man, with a smile on his face, and said, "Let me introduce myself, I am the owner of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, and I would like to invite you to enter the Martial Arts Hall as a guest. You don't need to do anything at ordinary times, you just need to put your name on it. The head is fine, the condition." Immediately afterwards, with a loud whoosh, an extremely luxurious Hung Huang class fighter plane flew from a distance, and finally stopped not far away, and a fatty with a fat head and big ears came down panting. "Extreme Lord God of War, I am the new head of the HR Alliance. I sincerely invite you to register in our HR Alliance. You can do whatever you want. We have plenty of money." Because Zhang Suera took her daughter away from the dangerous Jiangnan base city, the head of the HR Alliance naturally replaced someone who was not afraid of death. "The fighter plane that I only saw on TV was in front of me." People were shocked. All the big names in the Jiangnan base city ranking are here. And they, only to invite one person to join. Even if it's just a name, he is willing to pay an unimaginable price. Here, only the ultimate martial art museum is missing. Because their owner has been killed by Luo Jun. Seeing so many people speaking, the army chief was afraid that Luo Jun would be snatched away, so he hurriedly said, "Although our military cannot provide various material conditions, but I can assure you that all our soldiers will dedicate all their loyalty, and the results of our development of the ruins. Regardless of whether you agree or not, according to your strength, we will directly award you the rank of general. After all, it is a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. The limit God of War itself is beyond the existence of military merit. Although the jump from major to general is unprecedented, but now is an extraordinary period. After the death of God of War Liu Gang, the position of Commander-in-Chief of Jiangnan Base City has been vacant. As the army chief of his little brother, although he holds great power, he has never coveted this position. Today is different. Although the Great Xia Kingdom ruled the whole country, due to environmental factors, there were endless monsters in the wild, and the rule of one city was adopted. Each city has a certain autonomy, jurisdiction. Of course, it is the Extreme God of War sent by Extreme Martial Arts and Thor Martial Arts Academy to rule the whole city and control the overall situation as inspectors. Although the patrol envoy has a high status, a strong person of this level will only show up when needed. The daily operation is still maintained by the local forces, which hinder each other. Everyone looked at Luo Jun eagerly, waiting for his reply. The onlookers around were shocked. A peerless big shot will rise under the witness of all of them. No matter which one it is, they are all in a detached position, as if they are on the rise. Raiden Martial Arts has an official status similar to Extreme Martial Arts, but they are more pure and without too much bureaucracy. The military, not to mention, guards the safety of the city, fights on the front line of fighting monsters, explores various relics, and masters a lot of good things. The commander of the military region is even more shocking, and he immediately became the chief. Holding military power. As the largest non-governmental human rights organization all over the world, the HR Alliance has grasped the economic lifeline of the world's wealth, not to mention. How would he choose? The requirements of these three major organizations are that there are no requirements, as long as Luo Jun recognizes and affirms them, and they have a name, they are willing to rush to give wealth and status. Although Luo Jun has not yet gone to the God of War palace to test and realize the ultimate strength of God of War. But in people's eyes, this is a certainty. Once the authentication is successful, you will automatically obtain the status of a member of the council, and you can serve as a city inspector. Based on their status as members of parliament, it is enough for them to do everything they can to. Under the expectant eyes of the people, Luo Jun smiled lightly and grabbed the sky, and an auspicious cloud appeared under his feet. Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting for power right now, you should find someone else. After Luo Jun left a word, his whole body turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. The calm voice echoed in people's ears, and they felt a little lost. Although they can all benefit in vain. But how can there be a free lunch in the world? Luo Jun didn't want to cause trouble for himself, he just wanted to collect materials quickly to make weapons at hand. Luo Jun left Jiangnan base city with a medal. In the dark night outside the city, he flew for a long time in a fighter plane. Finally, according to the map equipped on the fighter plane, we came to the entrance of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. Walked in. Luo Jun didn't know that after he left, there was an uproar in the base city of Jiangnan, which completely exploded. There are heated discussions everywhere. At that time, the 2 soldiers at the border observation station were also discussing enthusiastically. Have you heard that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was smashed by a bully today, and that guy is still from our military? Who doesn't know about this? I heard that it was the Extreme Martial Art Museum and a god of war named Nanfeng who slandered that fierce man, and ended up dying and being disabled. I heard that Chen Du, a dignified high-level fighter, was blown into tears. Hey, I still have a photo of Gao god of war hugging and crying, but unfortunately I can't put it on the internet, otherwise I will be caught in the river, and I have to drink tea. FK, I have to get a copy of this. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and Nanfeng's god of war, who was beaten and cried by the mysterious master, also became popular. The news was flying all over the sky and spread all over the world at an extremely fast speed. The same thing is happening everywhere. While the 2 were chatting, a strange noise suddenly came from outside their door. It looks like someone is sneaking outside. Could there be another smuggler? One of the soldiers opened the door curiously. Looking at everything in front of him, he froze in place, then his limbs trembled, and his pants were soon wet. He was terrified of incontinence. Why are you in a daze? The soldier behind pushed and shoved, then walked out, also froze in place. I saw the energy shield of the city protecting them. Broke in. In the dark night ahead, a pair of dense green eyes lit up, looking coldly at the 2 of them. Suddenly, a ferocious monster rushed over. The bright red blood stained the whole room red. Ah! Heart-piercing wailing resounded throughout the night sky, and one after another monsters rushed over. Then, bite, gnaw, chew, swallow. Chapter 39. Number 9 Ancient Civilization Relics. The inside is very wide, roughly equivalent to a football field. At this moment, a blue light swept across Luo Jun's head. A moment later, a densely packed alien text that he had never seen before appeared in front of him. Congratulations, your brain width is 50, which is greater than 18. You are eligible to enter the base to operate the channel. This is the first time the channel has been opened in 5,000 years. There was a sudden sound above the head. When he came, Luo Jun learned about the relics of various ancient civilizations through the smart assistant of the fighter. In the literature, there are only A-level channels and B-level channels. How could an elite channel suddenly appear? And, what the hell is brain width? It sounds like it should have reached a certain hidden pass line and entered the hidden copy. I don't know that this elite channel, which is said to be opened for the first time in 5,000 years. After thinking for a while, Luo Jun raised his hand and grabbed a handful of clouds, and flew to the depths of the passage with the help of soaring clouds and riding mist. After passing through a purple door, Luo Jun entered a mountain filled with rough rocks. Suddenly, phantom figures slowly appeared on the ground. There were about 17 or 18 people, densely surrounded from all directions. Please stay surrounded by guards for 10 minutes. The voice sounded again overhead. 10 minutes, are these creatures very strong? Luo Jun was suddenly excited. Right now, he is very eager to fight against a strong man whose strength matches. Only in this way can the strength of On be confirmed. Before, whether it was the high-level god of war Nanfeng, or the owner of the pavilion, Luo Jun was a unilateral spike. I don't feel the slightest bit. Then let you test my strength. I'm a little more serious. Luo Jun looked at the guard excitedly, clenched his fist and elbow and slowly pulled back. The momentum suddenly soared. Blast out with one punch. The guards rushing from all directions were originally intelligent creatures with no expression or emotion. But seeing Luo Jun's punch coming, their calm expressions for thousands of years suddenly changed. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled. But, it was too late to escape. Bang, accompanied by a loud bang, the force of the tyrannical and unparalleled fist was mighty. The 4 or 5 guards in front didn't even have time to scream, and evaporated instantly. A big hole was instantly broken in the wall above the oblique corner. Anyone who saw it would be stunned. How terrifying is this person's strength, even the ruins have been pierced. Luo Jun looked at the other guards, but they all ran away in a flash. Don't you want me to hold on for 10 minutes, that's all. Luo Jun was a little speechless. There was a guard next to him who didn't run away, curled up on the ground and shivered. With a flick of his brain, the guard vaporized and disappeared. Luo Jun. It's still dangerous, with a very high death rate? I'm afraid this isn't an elementary school dungeon, is it? He was a little disappointed. But he never thought that he was already stronger than the limit of the ruins. For ordinary god of war, every guard here is quite difficult to deal with. All of them have strong resilience and strength, and they attacked in groups. I don't know how many people died. If those who died here knew, they would all jump out of the coffin to find Luo Jun's theory. Luo Jun took a few steps forward. In an instant, everything around was suddenly blocked. The space froze, and then, a mirror space appeared in the surrounding scene. Luo Jun was not surprised but delighted. Could it be that something stronger is coming? Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed from a stone wall to a crystal wall. Congratulations, you have passed the first hurdle with your hard work. Next will be the second level of this elite channel. This level is 100 times more difficult than the previous level, and the death rate is 80%. Please take it seriously. The 312 style basic secret technique of the Master of the Spiritual Master is engraved on the wall. If you can't learn it, you will be locked in this space forever until the energy is exhausted. I wish. The sound above the head didn't end. Luo Jun punched to test the hardness of the wall, and punched lightly. Click. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the wall, spreading like a mirror. The walls began to crumble. Isn't it? It breaks when you touch it. Could it be porcelain? This ruin touches porcelain, daddy. Luo Jun was taken aback, and quickly wrote down all the writing on the wall. Psychiatrist's secret technique. Maybe a little bit. Luo Jun was speechless. He entered the ruins back and forth, less than half an hour. This is the end? I thought the second level was so difficult, but I didn't expect to just lock people in the house. After the mirror shattered, a huge turbine-shaped object appeared in front of it, shining with colorful light. Under the light, a Daoist figure slowly condensed. This figure seems to be an alien life? In the depths of the sea not far from Jiangnan base city. In the deep blue sea. In the depths of the seabed, countless fish and monsters flee frantically. On the coral reef, a young monster opened its mouth wide. Gilyalu. The sea water boiled, forming a vortex, and with the huge suction, all creatures were swept into the monster's mouth by the vortex along with the water flow. It's a big meal. Eat a lot every day. The bottom of the sea is full of bones, piled up like mountains. In the sea area not too far away from here, the monsters pulled ashore in panic and fled in a panic. They have an IQ no less than that of humans, and they have always lived in the ocean, completely different from humans. But since the monster broke out of its shell, it has swallowed many monsters. It also exudes an aura that makes all monsters tremble. It seems to be suppressed instinctively from the depths of the soul. The existence at the top of the food chain pyramid. They are scared. They abandoned the ocean they depended on for survival and went ashore on a large scale. Once ashore, they need a habitat. And the beautiful Jiangnan base city happens to be a very wonderful place. In the eyes of the monsters. Chapter 40. Luo Jun returned to the dark room before. I am the brain that controls the core of this ruin. Your writing, cultural changes, and history are all under my monitoring. I am the witness and guide of your civilization. Floating above the head, the humanoid creature condensed into an adult with light, looked at Luo Jun indifferently, with an expressionless face, as if there was no human emotion. Your human technology is still in the initial state of the universe, and you have just stepped into level 1 civilization. You are the first person in 5,000 years to start the death assessment and successfully pass it the fastest. You are the most incredible existence that has evolved among all human beings that I have observed in the past 5,000 years. Your genetic sequence and level of life have already stood at the pinnacle of human beings, and you can even rank among the top 10,000 in the vast universe. Please don't think that the top 10,000 is very low. There are countless races in the vast and boundless universe, and your life level has reached the level of rare races. The humanoid creature wants to talk to Luo Jun in a calm and flat tone. Life level. Rare race. Luo Jun thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. Every time he advances, he will be completely reborn, and this core intellectual brain thinks that Luo Jun is a genetic mutation and evolved. The appearance of intelligent life cannot understand the cultivation of immortals. Your genes are very good. Now, I grant you the status of a person from the meteorite planet. And reward you. The core brain paused, and before he could answer, he slowly explained, Meteor Star is a mysterious place in the universe. As early as thousands of years ago, Meteor Star built this ancient civilization on Earth. Remains. Observe the Earth and select elites to join Meteor Planet. It's a pity, now I can't contact Yumo Xing, otherwise, with your genetic talent, you can become the core descendant of the planet. Luo Jun looked at him quietly, and suddenly interjected, well, why should I join your black star? Is it not good for me to be a blue star? The core intellectual brain suddenly got stuck and couldn't react. Because you humans are the lowest race in the universe. Having the identity of the meteorite can speed up your evolution and make you stronger. After a moment of silence, the meteorite man floating above his head finally gave an explanation. Then you people from the black planet have a higher genetic level than me. Luo Jun looked at the core brain in surprise, and said with a sneer, I'm not a good person, why should I become an alien? No. Judging from the strength of your fist and physical strength, your life level should be higher than that of the meteorite. You are different from humans like other bugs. Your genes are great. If you need accurate data, you need to let me test your cells. Lying seems to be a uniquely human talent. Aliens don't lie, they just tell the truth. Yet. Luo Jun narrowed his eyes and asked suddenly, why can't you contact the so-called meteorite? There is only one possibility, either the meteorite shielded me, or maybe it doesn't exist anymore, but as long as you descendants of the meteorite exist, they will take back the planet for us. The core brain said. I see. Luo Jun shook his head and said, unfortunately, I don't have any so-called evolution. I'm just the human bug you call me. I'm not interested in your so-called meteorite. Besides, can you stop talking on my head all the time, okay? You have entered the elite channel and seen the master's secret technique. If you refuse to accept your identity, I will kill you for the sake of confidentiality. The expression of the core intelligence brain suddenly became cold, and it stared at Luo Jun indifferently. Besides you, the other people I observed, such as the talent named Luo Xiaofeng, are very good. I can let him take your body. In between talking, in an instant, in the empty sky, countless tentacles made of light condensed were born. With lightning speed, he tied Luo Jun's limbs violently. The core intellectual brain looked down at Luo Jun and said coldly, "Human, I will give you one last chance, choose to live or die." I said it all. Luo Jun's aura suddenly rose. He said Daiju, with killing intent in his eyes, and said coldly, "Don't talk on my head. Your life level is very high, but the way of human cultivation is the lowest level of cultivation technique we give. I will drain all your cells and give it to the next candidate as nutrients and rewards." With the intelligent optical brain, the light spots flowing in the countless tentacles penetrated into Luo Jun's body, as if wanting to probe Luo Jun's cells. Luo Jun didn't dodge or evade. With a strange smile on his face, "You want to see my cells? Okay, I'll let you see. Just borrow your hand to practice for my cells." When countless tentacles pierced Luo Jun's skin and entered his body. Cell universe. Hundreds of billions of cells sit in Daoist lotus position. They either perform breathing exercises, or comprehend, or transport oxygen, innate qi, or transport blood, with a clear division of labor. And at this time, in this glowing red cell world, the sky split open, and huge pillars pierced in. Countless extremely tiny mechanical monsters rushed in. This is a super technology ahead of human beings. It is about the size of bacteria. They can directly invade human cells and turn all substances into useful nutrients. Just when the robots were about to suck the cells away, hundreds of billions of cells, Daoist suddenly opened his eyes. "Naughty beast, dare you? You wanna die? Presumptuous!" All roaring from billions of cells. Chapter 41. Cell Universe. The same size as bacteria, only 0.5 micron microbiological robots number about several million. They are natural enemies of carbon-based organisms. Once invaded, it will disintegrate from the cellular level and squeeze your vitality. But this time, they are in the wrong place. Red blood cell, our fairy family's treasure land, how can you allow such an evil beast to be presumptuous? Look at my Pei and Zhang. Macrophage, I don't know if you are delicious, don't let me die, scumbags. Secretory cells, call the wind and rain, drown you. Brain cells, be obedient and become a research object of the poor. Countless voices resounded in Luo Jun's body. Each cell Daoist, each of them is the protagonist in this cell universe, with different talents and perceptions. Everyone is busy with own work. On this day, an uninvited guest came, which made all the cells excited. Cut! A red blood cell Daoist roared, and spit out a ball of fire, instantly blowing up the bio-robot. "Ha ha ha, fellow Daoists, let these evil beasts see how powerful we are. Too weak, too weak." The cells swarmed up. All kinds of lights flickered non-stop, almost in the blink of an eye. The countless biological robots were submerged by tens of billions of cells in less than a few breaths. They are like big white sheep caught in a pack of wolves. Just a few breaths, it was dismantled into countless pieces. What's even more surprising is that these cells also absorbed the light of biological robots, and some even refined their materials into weapons. This scene was not only seen by Luo Jun, who couldn't help but said, "All of you refining weapons are refining weapons, don't forget to copy my experience." No way. The body cells are too competitive, not only wanting to become a fairy, but also tinkering with refining weapons. They are all made up of brain cells sharing the experience of refining weapons in ancient books, confirming and researching each other, and they really made it out of it. Even the alien core brain of the humanoid creature can see it clearly. He was terrified by this horrifying scene. "You are not human. The seemingly eternal indifference on the face of the core intellectual brain suddenly changed color, and it gradually opened its eyes wide, revealing a look of horror. How can this be? You are definitely not human. What race are you? Are you a Trisolaran? No, Trisolarans are also a slightly higher first-level civilization. Are you a Singer civilization? Could it be that you have taken away the existence of other people? Even the well-informed core brain, which has existed in Blue Star for thousands of years and has been well-informed in the universe, was so shocked that even its voice trembled. Luo Jun's performance completely surpassed his cognition. The core intelligence brain took a deep look at Luo Jun, and even left the ancient civilization relic directly, and fled into the distance. Want to run? Luo Jun opened his mouth, and suddenly took a deep breath, his chest puffed up, and the next moment, he breathed it out suddenly, but what he spit out was not flames, but vast sky fire. The core brain looked at Luo Jun suspiciously. This person's physical cells look very scary, but why are his attack methods so low level? Flame? How could it be burned? It is a four-dimensional life form, a life body composed of light, and a three-dimensional material flame. How could it be useful? Although the relics left by the owner must be guarded, for the meteor planet, these bugs must become descendants to recast the glory of the planet. This task seems impossible to complete. Boom! The color of the flame is a bit strange, with golden brilliance floating around, and every ray of flame burns, and the space seems to collapse and distort. A ray of flame touched the core intellectual brain, and it was like a maggot on the tarsus bone, burning and twisting. Dim. Ah! This four-dimensional living body has never experienced pain since its birth. This is a sting from the depths of the soul. It can't understand why it can burn into other four-dimensional things, which are obviously three-dimensional matter. This is too far-fetched. Even a higher life form like him can't understand it. Just like a person was watching TV, and the flames in the video suddenly overflowed the screen and burned the viewer. It fled overhead, frantically flapping the flames with both hands. The more you beat, the bigger the flame will be, and it will be impossible to extinguish it. It's not a one-dimensional thing at all. Why can it burn me? This is definitely not a flame. What is this? Why? This flame can burn even light. The core intellectual brain cannot understand. The frog in the well. Luo Jun sneered, looked at the fleeing intelligent life quietly, and said slowly, the light of human beings is the light of miracles, and the hymn of human beings is the hymn of courage. You will never understand the greatness of the worm in your mouth. You aliens may be born powerful, but you don't have what every human being has. This thing is imagination. His words made the desperate core brain fall into silence. And the power of the real fire of Samdi also made Luo Jun very satisfied. Unexpectedly, even light can burn. Great! Chapter 42. Everyone has imagination, but was ignored by everyone. The greatness of imagination is to turn finite possibilities into infinity. Because of imagination, we can create inventions and discover new theorems of things. Einstein was able to discover the theory of relativity because he could always maintain a childlike imagination. Newton was able to fall from an apple, and imagined that a major scientific discovery of gravity is all because of imagination. The achievements of many scientists are all flashes of inspiration. Immortal cultivation also starts from imagination. Of course, there is also the accumulation of predecessors. Luo Jun can be sure that human beings must have a missing civilization, and the legends of those ancient chi refiners are definitely not just speculation. He has practiced the spells recorded in Tao Fa Hui Yuan, which is the proof. Human beings are so terrifying. The core intellectual brain struggled in the void for a long time, staring blankly at the sky, muttering to itself. It has eternal life, and has lived for many, many years. Deep in my heart, for the first time, I felt a little awe of this ant-like bug. With a bang, the flame ignited, illuminating the entire space. In the end, he became a wisp of green smoke, floating in the sky and earth, and disappeared completely. Luo Jun opened his mouth and inhaled, and all the flames permeating the space penetrated back into his abdominal cavity. The guardian died, and the things of the number 8 civilization ruins naturally became unowned. He found an item on the altar next to the place where the core mastermind came out, and there was a text introduction on it, rare steel. He is one of the hardest materials in the galaxy, and ranks first in terms of defense because of its ability to absorb kinetic energy. And it is extremely rare on blue stars, coming from the XR32 metal planet 132 light-years away. Dilute steel is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible, because its molecules are relatively static, so that it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy, and this characteristic allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. Luo Jun's eyes lit up. This thing is a good material for refining weapons, and the trip to get this thing is worthwhile. It was only the size of a fist, and Luo Jun slipped it into his pocket easily. He started to sweep wildly in the vast ruins. Looking at the dazzling array of valuable treasures, Luo Jun couldn't help but get excited. After an hour, Luo Jun exhaled, inspecting the trophies piled up in the square. Now that the owner of the ruins is dead, the contents inside have become ownerless. He stopped by and picked up something, which makes sense. The amount is astonishing. Black God Suit, 139 sets. There are also all kinds of strange items, about 1,000 pieces. There are also the remains of various monsters, and some various genetic medicines. Among them is the T1 level repair fluid that can quickly repair the advanced God of War. Any one of these items would cost sky high on the market. This is the preparation for the entire number 8 ruins to train countless meteorites in the future, and Luo Jun is all cheap now. Among them, the most precious is undoubtedly the Black God set. It allows mid-level generals to compete with God of War. For example, the army chief, because of this, has the capital to fight God of War. It is a priceless treasure in human history. It can make people leapfrog to fight. Its strongest is its invincible defense. Of course, the gap between the high-level God of War and the ultimate God of War cannot be bridged by the level. It is equivalent to 2 large realms. Even if the high-level God of War gets the Black God armor, it can be easily killed in seconds. In short, it can make the God of War in the sky go crazy. If you give it to a God of War, let the noble God of War kiss your toes, God of War will not hesitate to do so. What is this? Luo Jun took out a milky white oval object from a pile of sundries. Although I don't know what this thing is, I can feel the strong breath of life from it. This is what is put under the thin steel. If it can be put together with a treasure like rare steel, it will definitely not be too bad. It seems to be able to absorb it. Putting Luo Jun's fingers on this object, he could feel the strong breath of life, which slowly penetrated into the meridians from the palm of his hand, and the innate qi in his body seemed to be a little quieter. He immediately sat in the lotus position and began to try to absorb the crystals. The cells in the body then cheered. What did the master absorb? So comfortable, so cool. So cool. It's so comfortable, brothers and sisters, I feel like I've grown a lot. Although I'm just a platelet, I think I can even fight cancer cells. All the cells in the body cheered. After he absorbed the object, within the cell universe, a golden rain fell. The cells bathed in the delivered rainwater, changed wonderfully, and began to grow. At this moment, a figure from Cell Universe stood up. My dear friends, I have comprehended the last realm of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan, and it is time to help the master enter the next realm. The brain cells that had never shown up suddenly spoke out. It has been quietly responsible for the main computing functions for Luo Jun, and it also shares all the knowledge the owner knows, including everything that the outside world makes with the cells. Otherwise, how would the cells know about Luo Jun's condition? At this moment, he also wants to advance and become stronger. Luo Jun's momentum skyrocketed again. He synchronized perception with cultivation base. He muttered to himself, concentrate kidney chi, the day after tomorrow is turbid essence, innate is wisdom, empty in joy, then fine concentration, and the water chi of Emperor Mo of the North is towards Yuan. From then on, the 5 chi are harmonized to form a large innate internal circulation. The small innate internal circulation is only the smooth flow of meridians, which is strengthened several times in all aspects. The 5th realm of Wuqi Chao Yuan, and also the last realm. After passing this hurdle, the next step is the 3 flowers gathering on the top and returning to the original state in the myths and legends. At that time, Jiangnan Base City. With the invasion of monsters, the residents all moved into the underground shelter. Frontline soldiers are fighting fiercely with monsters. At this moment, there are figures of monsters all over the streets and alleys. Call the Palace of God of War, call the Palace of God of War. The energy shield of Jiangnan Base City is broken, please help. Request support. A general in the military region, someone from the communications department yelled into the communicator. This kind of large-scale invasion must require a lot of God of War support. The communicator was silent for 5 seconds. Finally, a flat voice sounded. We know. It's just 4 words, but it doesn't express anything. They seem to have anticipated the outcome of Jiangnan Base City long ago. Aren't you coming? The cadre of the military region looked at them in puzzlement, and couldn't help summoning up the courage to ask, we have sent a message for the God of War Palace to come to support us a month ago. Could it be, you are using us as bait to lure those a monster's tool? Or abandoned us and dare not come? This is a question that has troubled this cadre for a long time. Today, he finally couldn't help asking out. Chapter 43. Boom! A beam of light rose into the sky, piercing directly through the ceiling of the civilization relic, breaking through the clouds and the galaxy cluster. The beam of light disappeared in the wilderness again in an instant. Now! Luo Jun stood up suddenly, and let out a long breath of foul air. On the forehead, a piece of dead skin fell off, while the rest remained the same. He has reached the limit of rebirth. The skin all over his body is crystal clear like white jade, and the skin is as smooth as a girl's suet. It is not an exaggeration to use ice muscle and jade skin. Enough to make any woman in the world jealous. Luo Jun is obviously 26 years old, but his face is fixed at the age of 18, the period when his blood is at its peak. If Luo Jun had previously practiced the records in the unknown Daijing cultivation technique, after completing the 5 Qi Chao Yuan, his lifespan could be increased to 500 years. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, Luo Jun could clearly feel that he had indeed become younger. The next step is to refine the weapon. After refining the weapons, go to the God of War Palace. Luo Jun is a very calm and prudent person, mainly because he doesn't know where the limit of his own strength is. The previous measuring machines were broken one by one, even the advanced God of War Nanfeng was too weak to test his strength at all. It made Luo Jun very confused, he didn't know how strong he was. Not to mention, how strong is the strong man in this world? After all, what I practice is not in the same system as ordinary people. What if the so-called extreme God of War Palace can't beat it? It's better to be cautious. Even Luo Jun was brainwashed by the invincible limit God of War touted by the overwhelming news, imposing an invincible image in his heart. Not to mention those ordinary people. Of course, Luo Jun just felt unsure and needed more cards. Since his debut, he has only fought against Nanfeng God of War once. The God of War Palace has collected the wealth of civilizations from all over the world, and I don't know if there are any secret collections of ancient Taoist books in it. Luo Jun's eyes showed anticipation. He didn't want to go to the God of War Palace, not to obtain some kind of certification. Instead, where is the limit of own strength? There is also the ancient books and secret collections they stored. Just the incomplete Tao Fa Hui Yuan found on the internet. Under Luo Jun's deduction, he has practiced so many spells and benefited a lot. If only the complete book could be found. Maybe you can learn more treasures. I don't know how much I have strengthened after the 5 Qi dynasty. Luo Jun closed his eyes, silently comprehending the harvest of this advanced step, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Although he closed his eyes, he could vaguely perceive the situation within 1 kilometer around him in his mind. About 348 meters away, a bird flew by. 642 meters away, there is another person who is also being tested in the ruins. The 5 senses become sharp, and you can detect the breath of the surrounding creatures. How to describe it? It feels like the knowledgeable domineering in a pirate anime that Luo Jun once watched. It can make people's 5 senses sharp, and can detect the breath of surrounding creatures, the arrogance of emotional changes, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. It is called Xinwang in Sky Island. Explained from the perspective of cultivating immortals, this is the basic prototype of divine sense. Only after the 3 flowers gather at the top, Giwan is in a trance, and then to foundation establishment. Will there be divine sense? The perception alone is incredible. I don't know how gorgeous the world will be after I cultivate divine sense in the future. Luo Jun is looking forward to it. Besides, after entering the 5th level of Qi refining and completely completing the 5 Qi Chao Yuan, you can practice a well-known magical power in the previous life. Small and small abilities, incarnation of heaven and earth. As the name suggests, through magic power, the body is magnified or reduced countless times against the common sense of physics, and the power will also increase exponentially. Luo Jun continued to expand his perception, and finally showed surprise. It's like zooming in on the map wirelessly to overlook the entire ruins. This ruin is not a cave at all. Its hull is a universe spaceship, which is made of unknown special materials and has a certain self-healing ability. The hole that Luo Jun pierced before has been restored to its original state. I don't know if this entire universe spaceship can be used as a material to wish me a refiner. After the comprehension was over, Luo Jun had a whim and plan to refine the entire ruins. These special metals that the earth does not have, just use them to try. Before that, get the person in the ruins out first. Luo Jun's figure disappeared in place. In the ruins, a young man has also been imprisoned in the elite channel for a long time, almost 3 years. During these 3 years, he was on the verge of collapse several times and was almost driven crazy. No matter how much he used his strongest ability, it was always difficult to open this layer of space. He is also the genius who turned on for the first time in 5,000 years. But because he hasn't broken out of the room that imprisoned him, and hasn't completely cleared the level, he hasn't been recorded by the core brain. My comprehension has ended, and I can almost break through. I don't know if Su Xing misses me. The young man stood up and activated the magic treasures, intending to give this indestructible glass space a fatal blow. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice suddenly came from behind. This has become my territory, you can leave here. The young man turned his head away. A young man with red lips and white teeth suddenly appeared from behind. Although he looked very young, this person stepped on the clouds. Although he didn't feel any aura, he had a suffocating aura similar to that of Hong. This boy is none other than Luo Jun. To refine this relic of civilization, it is necessary to remove the people who are being tested inside, so as not to hurt innocent people. Chapter 44. Without waiting for the young man to answer, Luo Jun raised his hand and punched him. The domineering and boundless fist pierced through the entire sky above the ruins. Sunlight shines into the inner hole. The young man opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and his scalp became numb. For the past 3 years, he has spent countless efforts, until now he is sure to break a hole. This indestructible confinement space was broken with just such a light punch by him? What is the strength of this boy? Is it as strong as Hong? Get out! With a touch of Luo Jun's fingertips, a cloud floated over and sent the young man out lightly. Thank you, senior, for your help. The youth cupped fist bowed. Although I always feel inexplicable, I feel as if I missed something. Still a little reconciled, I didn't let myself break the confinement space with my own hands. But, he was still very happy to finally leave this prison-like ghost place. I don't know if Li Yao has attacked his family. After leaving the ruins, the young man looked back at the ruins and summoned the aircraft to leave. At the moment when he turned his head and glanced at it, he was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. Outside the ruins, the body with red lips and white teeth suddenly grew taller. In the end, it grew to at least 10,000 meters. The young man could no longer see the boy's head, because the entire head from the shoulders up was submerged in the clouds. It's just like a titan. This senior, what exactly is there? The world is so big, there are really many wonders. Could it be that Ultraman really exists in the world? The youth absurdly thought of the characters in ancient TV dramas, otherwise, how to explain? In his shocked eyes. Exercising great and small supernatural powers, incarnation of heaven and earth, Luo Jun grabbed the majestic ruins and lifted it up from the ground. The youth thought of an ancient verse. Power up the mountains and rivers and surpass the world. Rumbling. The deafening sound shocked the sound of mountains and seas. Even the monsters fled. He actually pulled out a mountain from the depths of the ground like pulling out a carrot. And the true appearance of this ancient mountain that has existed for an unknown time on Blue Star has completely appeared in front of human beings. It turned out to be a very majestic universe spaceship. The ruins of ancient civilization number 8 turned out to be a spaceship, which is incredible. The young man was shocked, but the next moment, he was so shocked that he trembled. I saw that huge figure like a titan, and that huge palm like a mountain peak, holding the number 8 ancient civilization, and it was directly crushed and flattened, turning it into a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron. How did such a good spaceship burn down? The young man was very sad, and he felt it was a pity. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that this civilization relic was not that simple. Did he miss something? Is it okay to keep the spaceship? However, for a person with such great power, maybe they don't like this universe spaceship at all, right? Maybe it can't fly anymore. If it could fly, it would have flown long ago. What are you doing here for so many years? The titan transformed by the young man spit out vast skyfire from his mouth, enveloping the entire universe spaceship. Samdi really fires up. Even light can burn, and wherever the golden flame goes, there is darkness, so what the naked eye can see is only a blur of fire, shrouded in darkness. Like a small black hole, even the space was burnt and collapsed. Just looking at it from a distance, the young man's hairs stood on end, his hair standing on end. Even though they were thousands of miles away, the young man's legs were so frightened that his legs went weak. Luo Jun was so focused on refining the weapon at the moment that he didn't notice anyone watching from the side. He took out the 138 black god suits he got from the ruins, and threw them all away. I saved a set for my daughter to wear when the time comes. That's the black god suit. My god, there are so many black god suits, it's the rarest thing in the world, you can even buy a whole town with it. Why are they all burned? The young man felt extremely regretful and helpless. His current situation is like a person watching a super rich man burn a lot of money on the street. Although none of the money is yours, this heartache is own. Do not donate to others. He couldn't understand what this titan was thinking. Now, Luo Jun threw in the alien metal rare compendium obtained from the core intellectual brain again. Under the real fire of Samdi, these materials melt like ice and snow, melting into liquid in an instant. Luo Jun controlled the liquid into the shape of a sword, pierced into it with various daoju, and filled the almost endless innate true qi in his body. The last thing he lacks is innate genkai. In a blink of an eye, most of the innate qi in the body was consumed. With the crazy absorption of 60 trillion cells in his body, a vortex appeared above his head, and the surrounding vegetation began to wither. Absorbing it in a titan state is quite terrifying, just like a human-shaped black hole. The young man watching from the side finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He was holding on to a big rock, most of his body was floating in the air, the huge suction pulled him in the direction of the Titan, and even the life essence in his body quickly withered. "Senior, please forgive me, I won't watch it. Senior, I was wrong." Luo Jun's ears moved, and he heard the call of an ant. Turning his head to look, an extremely tiny figure flew towards him together with the stone. He immediately understood that this was the guy who practiced together in the ruins before. "Walk." He took a deep breath and blew it out sharply. The air blowing out of Luo Jun's mouth directly formed a hurricane, and swept away like someone fanning a plantain fan. Under this chaotic storm, Luo Jun flew upside down for more than 10 kilometers. Even if it was more than 10 kilometers away, he could still see the figure of the giant Titan standing in the sky. It left an indelible impression on the hearts of young people. Sheng Sheng took a look, he didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew to the distance. "Now!" Luo Jun opened his mouth wide, and took back the real fire of Samdi. The body shrank rapidly and returned to its original appearance. "The refiner is over." But he sighed anyway. "What do you say? Not enough materials, not enough things. Can barely refine a sword blank. The length of the blank sword is about 80 centimeters. The body of the sword is full of bumps and hollows, like a fire stick, but it is engraved with obscure Dao patterns." Luo Jun grabbed the hilt of his sword. Although it was just a blank sword, it seemed to have a spirit, and then cheered, as if it was longing for blood to water it. After the remains of ancient civilization were refined by Luo Jun, the signal of the shielded communicator is restored. "Did it die? Did it die?" The communicator rang. Luo Jun connected the phone, and the hurried voice of the army chief came from inside. "Great, I finally got through the phone, Luo Jun. Jiangnan base city has been invaded by a large number of monsters." Chapter 45. Jiangnan base city. This originally very prosperous attempt, the Great Cataclysm, is one of the economic lifelines of the Great Xia Kingdom. On this day, after the energy shield of the city was broken, it became the cradle of monsters. The streets and alleys are full of all kinds of monsters. Thousands of feet below the ground, in narrow, dark and crowded shelter-like refuge rooms, the common people huddled together in silence. The ground trembled from time to time, sand and dust fell from the top of the head, and the lights flickered. Everything shows that on the surface, there are soldiers fighting for them, guarding the door of the shelter to prevent the terrible monster from entering. In the dimly lit room, suddenly, a little girl suddenly asked, "Mom, I saw in the news that the heroes of the God of War Palace defeated many monsters, why didn't they come to help us? Why don't you come?" The little girl's mother was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly, and muttered to herself, "Maybe, is there a traffic jam on the road? Then they have been blocked for a long time." The little girl sighed. This answer, which seemed to be a joke, caused the people in the shelter to fall into dead silence. After witnessing the horror of the monsters, they dialed the God of War Palace hotline countless times, and when the robots automatically responded, they understood. Big people don't care about their life or death at all. They see that it is just a news show. On the ground, on the edge of a bunker, a team hides near the bunker. They guarded from morning to night. There were too many monsters, and there were only a few thousand brothers left, only a few of them. All the bullets on his body have been emptied. "Company commander, what should we do?" "No more bullets." A young warrior whispered, "There are too many monsters, have you contacted God of War Palace for support?" "God of War Palace support?" The military cadre sneered, and he tapped lightly on the communicator on his body. A blue light flickered, and he projected the text in 3D into the air, so that everyone could see it. "Second Lieutenant of the Jiangnan Military Region, Zhang Tai. In view of your illegal reporting by leapfrogging, you will be deprived of communication qualifications and will be banned for 30 days. Second Lieutenant of the Jiangnan Military Region, Zhang Tai. In view of your insulting, slandering, or infringing on the reputation and honor of God of War in other ways, and harming the public interest. If the circumstances are serious, they shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of more than 3 years, criminal detention, public surveillance, or deprivation of political rights. Anyone who insults, slanders, or otherwise infringes on the name, portrait, reputation, or honor of a hero, and damages the public interest shall bear civil liability according to law. The palace of God of War will sue you in a court-martial. When the soldiers saw this string of words, their cheeks flushed quickly, and then they fell into a rage and began to curse. Damn it, these people are really beasts. It's fine if you don't come. Is there something wrong with the report? Hot horse, what kind of idiot? God of War cursed. Why? The cotter named Zhang Tai sighed, now my military communicator is blocked by the God of War palace, and I can't even ask for help. After a pause, he tremblingly took out something from his pocket and spread his palms. It turned out to be a few bullets. I still have a few bullets left here for us. The soldiers trembled all over, and then began to lower their voices and cry with their heads in their arms. They dared not even make a sound, for fear of attracting monsters. Everyone's eyes also became empty, hopeless, without light. The cotter named Zhang Tai was a middle-aged man with a Huxia character face. He looked about 40 years old. He looked up and looked outside the bunker. On the empty street, there are ruins. The flames of war filled the air, and the green smoke curled up. There are piles of corpses, crisscrossed vehicles, and collapsed buildings everywhere, showing the prosperity of the city. There are also corpses of monsters. These are the results filled with the lives of soldiers and soldiers. Still can't stop it. There are also countless monsters wandering in the square. They are 10 times stronger than humans in terms of strength and number, but they are like animals, although they have extremely high intelligence. But because they have rarely seen human beings and are afraid of the loud noise of guns, they watch them vigilantly from a distance. In fact, there are not many monsters killed with guns. For monsters with a slightly higher level, bullets can't penetrate their skin at all. Most of the monsters killed were beheaded by the city practitioners. The sound makes them alert and run away. But when the monsters gradually discovered that human beings have no ability to resist them, they are just a group of delicious little sheep. In the dark world, there are thousands of pairs of green eyes shining faintly in the dark night. However, at this time, a boy in plain sportswear suddenly appeared on the street, immediately attracting the attention of countless monsters. It is worth mentioning that this boy has a distinctive long hair. A gust of wind blew, and his long, soft hair swayed in the air with the wind. The soldiers looked extremely nervous. How did this kid escape from the shelter? Come back! Zhang Tai shouted quickly. The boy turned his head, nodded to the soldier with a smile, and then, under the anxious eyes of countless soldiers, took out a medal from the trouser pocket of his sports uniform. It was a major's medal from the military district. Major. I am not wrong, right? This kid is a major? How is it possible? Or is it that he picked up a medal from a certain major? The soldiers looked shocked. But just as they were surprised, the monsters lurking in the dark finally couldn't help it, and walked out of the darkness with a low growl. All of a sudden, hundreds of monsters jumped up and rushed towards the boy from all directions. Run! Poster's face changed drastically, and he immediately loaded the few remaining bullets into the magazine. Want to get attention for that kid? But at this moment, the boy turned his head away and spoke a word lightly. Roll. A simple word. But it was like thunder on the flat ground, and the sky shook. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and countless monsters were frozen in the air. A beam of light lit up from the top of the boy's head and pierced through the sky. The whole world became dim, only the young man bathed in golden light remained. Then spread to all directions with him as the center, spreading away indiscriminately. Boom! A monster touched the golden light, and before it could even howl, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist instantly. Immediately afterwards. Boom! 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 In the brilliant golden light, one by one monsters struggled in the air in fear. Fear appeared in their eyes, as if they were under great pressure, and finally they all exploded into blood mist. Fireworks condensed from the blood mist bloomed dazzlingly in the golden light. In the dull eyes of the soldiers, the monster that lost countless warriors, within a few breaths. Complete. Department. Burst. Fry. There are piles of fragments of monster limbs all over the ground. The boy kept his hands in his pockets, motionless, his long hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, his figure will always be fixed in people's hearts, and even in the endless legends of future generations. This boy is none other than Luo Jun, who just arrived. He took out the communicator, dialed the phone number of the chief of the army, and said softly, "I'm here, don't be afraid." Chapter 46. In the dark. The golden light was still spreading, and finally shrouded several soldiers. The soldiers who were stunned, after seeing the monster explode without warning, they trembled and their whole bodies tensed up instinctively. An unexpected scene appeared. They didn't explode. And on the contrary, this golden light is quite warm, as if bathed in the warm sunshine in the afternoon. "My wounds are healing." A soldier looked at his bloody knee in surprise. The wound was slowly healing miraculously, and new tender flesh grew out. "What is this light?" Another soldier scratched in the air, trying to catch the incredible light. He moved his limbs in amazement. Not only did the wound heal, but I didn't seem so tired anymore, as if I had a good night's sleep. This effect, I'm afraid even the T2 repair potion doesn't have this effect. A soldier stroked the tender flesh covered with thick blood scabs and exclaimed. After the excitement, a young soldier suddenly said. Could it be that the young man made this golden light? Even Lord God of War can't do it. God of War. This lofty and incomparably glorious title. In the hearts of all people in the world, they can think of the strongest existence, the omnipotent existence, and that is God of War. But now, everything that happened in front of them was beyond their cognition. Don't even dare to imagine it. It's incredible. Shut up. Zhang Tai scolded, and said, Don't talk nonsense, be careful not to offend that adult. The soldier quickly remonstrated and shut up. I heard that strong people are moody, didn't this happen just now? Company Commander Zhang Tai was accused of a crime just for asking about the situation. Maybe after the war, he would be prosecuted in a military court and face trial. With the urine nature of the God of War Palace, jail is a certainty. Could it be that this incredibly strong existence is a strong man sent by the God of War Palace to help? Existence beyond God of War? Ultimate God of War. This became known only to very few people. They only know that there is a God of War beyond God of War. That is the patron saint of every city. In any case, he is a big brother who cannot be offended. Offended him, what if he left? Then there is really nothing to say. Luo Jun took a step forward, and the next moment, a figure appeared in front of the soldiers, and said with a light smile, Brothers, don't be so restrained. The golden light he displayed just now is the ability after the 5 Qi dynasty. After the innate Qi circulated in the body for a big universe, a qualitative change took place, and his pure innate Qi became a panacea. Jiangnan Military Region, the commander of the Sharp Knife Company is reporting to you, Major. Colonel. Your Excellency. Zhang Tai immediately stood up straight, and the rest of the soldiers saluted straightly without daring to be careless when they saw this. He doesn't know Luo Jun's rank, so he can only be called by the badge he wears. I felt a little uneasy in my heart, for fear of causing dissatisfaction with this terrifyingly powerful adult. Okay. Luo Jun nodded slightly, and suddenly raised his hand, which startled the soldiers, especially Zhang Tai, who almost knelt down. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Luo Jun just bent down inadvertently, and helped him pick up a few bullets that had fallen on the ground. Zhang Tai stared blankly at Luo Jun's slender white palms, those blood-stained palms, and there was a buzzing sound in his head, which turned into a blank. The soldiers looked bewildered. They are used to the superior attitude of superpowers, and the god of war looks down on them. However, this young adult, who obviously has terrifying and boundless strength, actually has no airs at all? Or, is he angry? This scene made several soldiers tremble with fear, their eyes widened and they dared not vent their anger. It's all said, don't be too cautious. Luo Jun sighed, picked up Zhang Zhang's calloused hand, put these bullets into his palm, and said a sentence softly, which the soldiers will remember for a lifetime. The so-called strong are just stronger human beings. Of course, Luo Jun is different. He is a cultivator. Do not know why. The soldiers present felt inexplicably sore at the tip of their noses, feeling like they wanted to cry. Their eye sockets are red. It was the humble little person who was suddenly flattered and valued. It was a resonance. Okay, it's all right. Luo Jun looked down, his gaze became deep, as if he could see through the surface, saw the trembling people in the underground shelter, and said softly, let the people in the shelter below come out. But, my lord, there are still so many monsters. I heard that there is a terrifying king-level monster in the center of the city. It has killed many strong people in our city. Zhang Tai hesitated. Don't panic, you just need to follow behind me. Luo Jun stared into the distance, and suddenly raised his hand. 7 or 8 meters away, a flying monster swooped down, trying to attack people, suddenly exploded in the air, and fell straight to the ground. Watch me take you to kill monsters. There are too many monsters, it is very troublesome to kill them one by one. Wouldn't it be beautiful if Luo Jun wanted to directly use his supernatural powers to trample a large area to death? The supernatural power of transforming into heaven and earth is not just as simple as getting bigger. Even spells will be multiplied accordingly. Perfectly worked. However, there are so many humans in the underground shelter, it is easy to hurt innocent people, so let them all come out. I heard Luo Jun say that. Zhang Tai didn't hesitate any longer, and after standing straight and saluting, he turned around and ran quickly to the underground shelter. In his heart, there was a huge wave. Very exciting. The city is saved. This incredible adult, how nice. At this moment, he couldn't find any adjectives to praise Luo Jun. However, the few bullets picked up by Luo Jun, he decided to treat them as family heirlooms and pass them on to his descendants. In the future, he must tell this story to future generations. He met a fairy character. Chapter 47. Underground Shelter. People were terrified and trembling. We will die, too many monsters, too many monsters. A middle-aged man dressed as a worker in labor protection clothing muttered to himself. He works as a worker working at heights. At the beginning of the monster's initial invasion, I saw the endless monster like the sea, surrounded from all directions. In addition to those countless monsters that make one's scalp tingle, in the middle of them, there are also giant monsters that are as huge as mountains. When he looked back, he saw a pair of extremely huge eyes staring coldly at him. On that day, human beings finally recalled the fear of being dominated by monsters. The military area and martial arts hall immediately launched a counterattack. Countless shells flew from all directions. Missiles flew overhead. Exploding fireworks exploded across the sky. Then, well-trained soldiers began to evacuate the crowd and let them evacuate the shelter. For those who practice frequently, entering the shelter is not so panicky. But the human line of defense was breached too quickly. Most of the city fell instantly. He saw with his own eyes that his relatives and friends were devoured by monsters in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing left. Only some people were evacuated to underground shelters. However, judging by the size of the monster, he is absolutely certain that human beings hiding here will only kill themselves. People had expected the omnipotent god of war to appear. It wasn't that panicky at first. But as time goes by, time passes by little. God of war is long overdue. Then, a piece of news spread among the crowd like a virus. God of war, forsaken them. Jiangnan base city is a bait used to lure rare monsters out. I am an expert in the study of universe celestial bodies. I have worked in an institution affiliated with the God of War Palace. The God of War Palace will not help us because they want to hunt and kill a royal monster. The reason why they are unwilling to do so is because some people use us as bait. A middle-aged woman with thick eyes yelled like crazy, corrupt human beings will eventually die on top of their arrogance. They are playing with fire. We must welcome extraterrestrial civilizations and let them come back to life again. Rewrite this order. Nobody paid any attention to this madman. I don't know if what she said is true or not. Definitely fake news. No matter how arrogant the God of War Palace is, how could it possibly treat the entire Jiangnan base city, with a population of tens of millions, as bait? Impossible. Hong will not sit idly by. But listening to her chattering to herself, everyone felt aggrieved. **CK a fairy, it's so embarrassing. A bald head cursed, we are not afraid of death, but we are afraid of being abandoned for no reason. A feeling of panic spread among the crowd. Some people even took the opportunity to commit crimes, scramble for food, bully women, and even killed people. There was a lot of noise in the shelter. At this time, the door of the shelter opened. People hurriedly raised their heads and looked around. Zhang Tai, who was wearing a military uniform, appeared in front of people. He said excitedly, "Everyone follow me out in an orderly manner. Lord God of War is here to save us." He didn't know how strong Luo Jun was. But the limit of what he can imagine is God of War. That's how it's called. Very good. Finally someone is willing to save us. The God of War Palace has finally come, and it really is all rumors, scaring us to death. People were ecstatic, got up one after another, and went out in an orderly manner under the deployment of the staff in the shelter. But there is also a group of people who do not want to leave. They refused to believe it, and dared not walk out of the shelter easily. Zhang Tai didn't force it either. After an hour, thousands of bewildered people came out of the refuge, looking in horror at the land full of corpses and the ruined city. It's hard to imagine what an amazing battle took place above while they were hiding. The shelter that can accommodate tens of thousands of people actually only has a few thousand people. There are many people who are on the way to evacuate. There are countless shelters under the city, and this is just one of them. Report, sir, people have basically evacuated, and a small number of people remain below. Zhang Tai ran to report to Luo Jun. Luo Jun nodded. People stared ahead in astonishment, with blankness appearing in their eyes. That kid, doesn't he look too young? 18 or 19, sir? Could it be the second generation of officials? Is it okay for a second generation official to lead them to evacuate? Ah! A woman screamed loudly, collapsed in fright, pointed to the front, and shouted, "Monsters, there are monsters, you lied, the monsters have not been killed at all." People looked up. I saw a gorilla standing in the clouds with a height of more than 10 meters and a ferocious face. It seemed to have noticed the crowd, and suddenly pushed away a 10-story high-rise building. Its scarlet eyes showed a mocking expression, overlooking the people. People ran away in fright. Or slumped to the ground. At the moment when people are panicking, an auspicious cloud flew over. A tiny figure flew up. That person didn't make any fancy movements, just clenched his fist and slowly pulled his elbow back. Then, punch out. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the sky, the gorilla disappeared from its thighs, half of its body in an instant. The remaining half of the stump fell heavily, crushing a 7 or 8-story office building. Everyone froze in place, looking at the young man who was stepping on the auspicious cloud and floating in the air. Frenzy appeared in their eyes. He is flying. He is, God of War? The soldiers' eyes showed excitement and pride. That's not God of War, that's a major in their military district. He was only willing to admit that he was a major. Lord God of War. Great, that boy is God of War. We're saved. For the blind worship of God of War, people bowed down one after another, grateful and excited. Luo Jun, who was high in the sky, was immediately targeted by countless densely packed monsters. He suddenly grabbed a handful of sand. Throw it to the ground in front of you. It's the spell, sprinkling beans into soldiers. More than 20 figures flew into the sky, rushing towards the group of monsters. Huge monsters were blown away one after another. In the beast tide, the sound of explosions was ups and downs, clouds of blood filled the air, and the blood stained the ground red, almost flowing into rivers. The progress of the monsters has finally stopped. My God, what kind of method is this? He conjured so many God of War? From where? Luo Jun's attack method stunned everyone present. He appeared high in the sky, and naturally attracted everyone's attention immediately. Among them are some well-informed practitioners and martial masters. There is also the army chief who is crying and fighting in the center of the city. Seeing this, he danced excitedly. Brothers, that man, he is here. We are saved. Chapter 48. Many monsters landed on the shore from the ocean. Monsters as small as beast soldiers, and even beast generals that threaten Chengdu can be seen everywhere. After Luo Jun scattered beans into soldiers, he asked some bean soldiers to protect the people who came out of the shelter below. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth suddenly, and exhaled the sky fire. The blazing fire from the sky surged away. As soon as Samd's real fire came out, the temperature in the air went up several levels in an instant. Boom! Just when people feel the heat is unbearable, flames swept across the city. Under the raging fire, thousands of monsters in the city evaporated in an instant. On the front line, the soldiers, practitioners, and martial masters who are fighting hard, are still fighting the enemy bravely. There are too many monsters, one will ebb and flow. We must die. Jiangnan base city may not be able to keep it. A warrior-level powerhouse shouted. He is a powerhouse in thunder martial arts, but at this moment, he has already been exhausted from fighting continuously. This is the case at the warrior level, let alone others. The weapons and ammunition in the city and the Star Destroyer are almost exhausted. The monsters seem to be endless, and as soon as a small gap is made, it is immediately filled by successors. At this time, a cloud of sky fire flew from a distance like a meteor. It suddenly fell into the densely packed, like a tide of beasts. Boom! The flame rose into the sky, instantly dyeing half of the sky red. Under the raging crowd, the monsters turned into coke in the struggle, and even directly evaporated into the air. The flame of the fairy family, which can burn even light, is really showing its glory in front of the eyes of ordinary people. For a fire, as long as there is enough burning, even a small cluster of flames can destroy the entire forest. How is this going? What a terrible fire! Terrible! The practitioners looked ahead in fear. From the golden flame, they felt the fear from the depths of their souls. Never touch this flame! Boom! 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 The flames spread along the end of the monster, and wherever it went, it was destroyed and indestructible. It is comparable to hacking in the game, killing the whole picture in seconds. This scene is too terrifying. Too strong. Who is doing this? God of War can't do it. People were shocked, staring blankly at the magnificent picture in front of them. The originally noisy square became silent. Ha ha ha! Army Chief Yang laughed loudly, breaking the silence. That must be him. He's finally here. Who is he? People suddenly remembered the news that went viral all over the internet a while ago. Tang Tang Nanfan, standing god of war, was hammered and cried. The owner of the extreme martial arts gym was suppressed and killed by force. The extreme martial arts hall was flattened into ruins. All this points to a mysterious man, Luo Jun. Ho 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 ho! A monster several hundred meters high, as huge as a mountain, stands upright among the clouds, and looks like a giant king squid. There are hundreds of tentacles, and each tentacle is like a building. This is a beastmaster level monster. Even an ordinary god of war has to run away in fear. Oh my god, why are all these horrible creatures ashore? Damn it, isn't it better to be in the sea for marine life? Why do you want to go ashore? Isn't the ocean wider than the land? As we all know, Blue Star is a blue planet that occupies 71% of the entire planet's area. When people are terrified, they can't understand why marine creatures are desperate to grab the territory from human beings. Obviously everything has been fine. When people are in doubt, a figure swooped down and fell to the ground like a meteorite. The ground trembled violently. Crazy hair dancing with the wind. He looked red-lipped and white-toothed, wise and powerful, and very young. If this person is not Luo Jun, who could it be? Everyone couldn't help worrying, has he beat that monster? The sword blank in Luo Jun's hand trembled slightly, exuding longing desire. It has just been read out by Luo Jun, and now it is yearning for blood to sacrifice the sword. There are so many monsters, make sure you are full. Luo Jun caressed the blade of the sword, opened his eyes suddenly, and flew towards the monster soaring into the clouds. This is a Beast King level monster. Come on, you are our hope. This is a Beast King monster. The human face couldn't help sweating for Luo Jun. There are too many stories about Beastmaster monsters. Every time they appear, they are synonymous with destruction. I don't know how many cities have been destroyed. In people's dull eyes, the monster tentacles are coming. Shrouding the heavens, tentacles covering the sun, the powerful people's feet are so frightened just by looking at it from a distance. If this strike comes down, I'm afraid it will be able to directly photograph a community into ruins. With a leap, Luo Jun ran around the monster's tentacles in a spiral. Compared with the monster, he looked like an ant, flickering on the broad and thick tentacles. Silver light spirals around the tentacles accompanied by blood light. The next moment, a ray of cold light is fleeting. Tentacles turned into thousands of segments. Luo Jun paused, clenched his long sword tightly, and his whole body turned into a streamer. Accompanied by dots of starlight, a big Z-shaped body flashed away on the monster. Roar! The Beastmaster level monster was submerged in panic, and it instinctively wanted to turn around, but its huge body split into countless neat pieces of meat in an instant. Instant kill with one move. No more than 10 seconds before and after. Most importantly, he is more like trying his hand with a monster. Sudden. At this time, the sword embryo in Luo Jun's hand shone red, the blood on the monster boiled, and then strips of red blood flowed out, and the rivers of Bina Haichuan merged into rivers and penetrated into the sword. The huge body of the monster quickly shriveled under the long sword's swallowing and drinking, and finally dehydrated into a thin piece of animal skin. I'm afraid I'm not practicing magic, soldiers. Luo Jun was taken aback. And the people at the scene, after a short period of stupefaction, erupted into cheers that shook the mountains and seas. Win! We won! Finally blocked the monster. Heroes! Heroes! Thank you, young adult! People embraced and wept, were ecstatic, danced, or wailed. They were supposed to be dead. Because, with the appearance of Luo Jun, with invincible strength, he directly kills tens of thousands of monsters in an instant. Without exception, they all tried their best to keep their eyes wide open, trying to capture that radiant figure into their minds. It will always live in people's hearts, and even in legends from generation to generation. Chapter 49. A Beastmaster level monster that was as strong as a war god was instantly killed just like that. Ordinary people don't know how strong the Beastmaster is, they just think that the god of war palace didn't abandon Jiangnan base city. Finally the invincible god of war is sent to save everyone. Thank you, Lord God of War. You saved us. I just said, how could the palace of God of War abandon us? Invincible young man, too strong. Based on their admiration for the God of War, the people spontaneously knelt among the ruins and worshipped Luo Jun, who stepped on the auspicious clouds above the sky. He is a major in our military region. What shit God of War palace? Two soldiers spat unhappily. They were the soldiers rescued by Luo Jun at first, including 2nd Lieutenant Zhang Tai. Yet, what the hell does this have to do with the God of War palace? Zhang Tai looked at Luo Jun's back very enthusiastically, and he wanted to explain clearly to everyone. But this idea is definitely unrealistic, not to mention that everyone finally calmed down. How can the army be distracted? Luo Jun glanced at the crowd of worshippers below. He naturally heard people's call, shook his head and didn't pay much attention. He turned into a ray of light and came to the army chief standing on the aircraft. As expected of the limit of invincibility God of War, too fierce, brother Luo Jun. The army chief looked at Luo Jun excitedly, turned his head to look at the city in ruins, and said with emotion, without you, this city might just disappear. What happened? Luo Jun frowned. I checked the energy shield when I left. Although there is a gap, it won't be breached so soon. Why are there so few defenders? The army chief fell silent. There was a pop. The commander of the army suddenly had a gloomy face. He crushed the communicator in his hand into powder, and said in a deep voice, there are traitors in Jiangnan base city. We were abandoned and even used as bait. Is it the palace of God of War? Luo Jun looked indifferent. The army chief's face changed suddenly, he looked left and right, and said, although you are very strong, there are still many old extreme God of War veterans who have survived before the cataclysm in the God of War palace and the HR alliance. You are not their opponent. Never mind. The siege smacked of conspiracy everywhere. Yet, looking into the distance, Luo Jun sneered, my hands are a little itchy. I want to see where the limit of own is. It's too boring to just fight these monsters. God of War Palace, you must go there. They're monopolized the books of the entire civilization, and collected books for 5,000 years. Especially those books about Taoism's cultivation of immortals. And prehistoric records. These are of great benefit to Yang Jun. By the way, go to Hong and bring back his daughter. What? The army chief's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, could it be that you didn't use your full strength just now? Full strength? Luo Jun pondered for a moment, then said seriously, I probably used 10% of my strength. Hiss. The army chief gasped, looked at Luo Jun in disbelief, and was taken aback. That's the king of beasts. An extremely powerful existence. He thought that even though Luo Jun was instantly killed, it must be to accumulate strength, find the right timing and use all his strength to use his big move to kill him in one blow. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be only 10% strength. If it is true, how strong is he now? Ultimate God of War isn't that scary, is it? Looking at Luo Jun's immature cheeks and fair face, the army chief felt a little bit lost in addition to the turbulent waves in his heart. He worked hard all his life, and he has only reached the intermediate warrior level. Only with the black god suit can you barely match God of War. But this person has reached an incredible realm at a young age. On the road of practice, he couldn't even see Luo Jun's back. The halo of genius always makes people feel frustrated. Now that the beast tide has been withstood, the most important thing right now is the reconstruction of the disaster area. The army chief looked at Luo Jun with a complicated expression. I didn't understand why you didn't agree to become our commander-in-chief before, but now that I think about it, our military is not good enough for you. There's no such thing as worthy or unworthy. Luo Jun shrugged and waved his hands. I'm simply too lazy to bother. All right. The army chief was about to speak when another communicator on his body rang. Report to the chief, something has happened. Our water system has been damaged, and even the water in Curry has dried up. As soon as the news came out, the army chief's face changed drastically. Water, as the source of life. Human beings cannot live without water. As a coastal city, Jiangnan has never been short of water, but today, the soldiers actually told him that the water in the whole city has disappeared? What about the 7 or 8 million people in the city? What happened? The army chief's scalp became numb, and his face looked desperate. Where did the water go? I don't know. The soldiers ran all over the city, but there was not a single drop of water. Now the people are clamoring for water. The soldier smiled wryly. Just now when Luo Jun Samd's real fire came out, the temperature in the air reached more than 30 degrees, and everyone was sweating profusely, which was very hot. In addition, there are countless monsters and human corpses on the ground. If there is no water, coupled with high temperature, under the breeding of bacteria, more terrible virus disasters will inevitably occur. The army chief turned around in a hurry. On the ground. Water, I want to drink water, why is there no water? My mouth is so dry, I'm dying of thirst. Why is there no drop? People's tongues are dry and their faces look desperate. They had already been through a catastrophe, were exhausted, and needed to be hydrated and fed. Without water, nothing can be done. There are countless monsters outside the city, and it is impossible to fetch water. Water. Luo Jun glanced at the army commander and said calmly, let me solve it. Brother, although you are unparalleled in combat power, this is a source of water for millions of people, how do you solve this? The army chief shook his head. He recognized Luo Jun's invincible strength, but how could it be said that water can be changed by changing? Isn't that a fairy? However, next second, Luo Jun's figure disappeared in place. Under the blank eyes of the people, he stood high above the sky with his hands behind his back. What's wrong? What does Lord God of War want to do? Is there another monster? People looked at Luo Jun's figure in doubt. Right now. Luo Jun suddenly raised his hands high, speaking eloquently, activated the magic power, and cast the first spell he learned since he was cultivating immortality, calling the wind and calling the rain. This seemingly tasteless spell did not expect to come in handy at this moment. Master God of War didn't ask for rain, did he? Or carry water? That's not enough. People have small eyes, big doubts. And at this moment, Luo Jun made a big move. A large dark cloud swept across the sky. He made another grab in the north-south direction. Another big dark cloud rolls in. Dark clouds cover the top, making this hazy sky even more invisible. The expressions on people's faces froze, and gradually transformed into stunned, dull, and unbelievable. How can it be? The chief of the army opened his eyes wide and said in horror, "Don't you ask for rain?" A bold idea appeared in his mind. It seems to be to confirm his idea. Boom! There was a muffled thunder in the sky. Luo Jun pointed to the sky, and saw that electric lights flickered, silver lights crisscrossed, and the rain filled the sky. The momentum is like a silver man pouring over the sky, and the speed is like a cloud flowing through hymen. There was a beeping sound from upstairs, and there was a rustling sound outside the window. The Milky Way pours down in the sky, and the white waves surge in front of the street. The gurgling is like picking up an urn, and the rolling is like pouring a pot. The pattering raindrops caught people's eyes in shock. It fell on top of people's heads. Then, the light rain turned into heavy rain, and it poured down. What kind of magical method is this? Is this what God of War should have? Everyone is dumbfounded. Chapter 50. Clatter. The rain was pouring down. The heat came down quickly. Woohoo! People raised their arms and shouted, cheered and danced in the rain. There is nothing more simple than the happiness that comes after a long drought and rain. Others opened their mouths and let the rain wash into their mouths. The torrential rain covered a wide area, directly covering a vast area of more than 100 kilometers in the entire city. And the army chief was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Is this, a human being can do it? Is this a myth and legend? Could it be, he is, a god? The chief of the army thought of an unfamiliar word, immortal. This term may not be unfamiliar before the cataclysm. The Eastern Great Xia believes in the immortal system, and Westerners believe in God. But after the disaster came, the appearance of God of War made people believe in God of War and praise God of War. Because gods and the like cannot save human beings. Only God of War. Including cultural faults, under the impact of the catastrophe, many ancient books of civilization gradually disappeared in the long river of history, and were finally collected by the God of War Palace, and only a very small part was publicly released on the internet. Ordinary people have no access to such books. A miracle! A miracle! Although the Lord God of War in the God of War Palace is great, he can never be so magical. It turns out that gods really exist. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt tremblingly, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from his cloudy old eyes. In their forgotten memories. Before the cataclysm, the human beings in life had all kinds of fairy tales. Kishan Great Saint Sun Wukong from Havoc in Heaven. Neza of Neza navigating the sea. Zhangxia and Shen Gong Bao in the conferred gods list. Or the Heaven Court, Jade Emperor Great Emperor that only exist in people's fantasy. It's a pity that gods don't show their holiness, and the God of War stands in this world. Coupled with cultural gaps, people will only believe in the Lord God of War who flies into the sky and hides from the earth. Ignore the myths that people have passed on from mouth to mouth. Today's young people don't know much about. At this moment, Luo Jun, who calls the wind and rain and steps on the auspicious clouds, gradually coincides with the fairy in their memory and imagination. Young people don't understand why these old people are crying. Why get excited? Isn't that Lord God of War? What fairy? What God of War? It's just a bunch of false gods. An old man sneered, a real god can call the wind and call the rain, go to the sky and enter the earth, omnipotent. Isn't it just a weather weapon? The young man retorted, creation is not news in cataclysm. Presumptuous. You call this artificial rainfall? What weather weapon can do this? The old people glared at each other, and the young man retracted his neck resentfully. After heavy rain, the dark clouds dissipated, and Luo Jun withdrew his spell. A ray of sunlight reflected on the earth, and it was dawn. What level are you now? The army chief stared at Luo Jun. He really wanted to ask if Luo Jun was a god, but he couldn't say it. Have no idea. Luo Jun scratched his head. Didn't you say that I am the ultimate god of war? The army chief looked around, prepared for a moment, opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, then spoke again, you. He just wanted to ask. Suddenly, an aircraft emitting blue smoke wobbled from afar. A man with a severed arm was standing on top of the aircraft. This man is exactly the owner of the Thor god of martial arts that Luo Jun met before Chen Tianzhen. He looks to be in his 40s, his whole body is full of muscles, his strength has reached the level of a high-level warrior, and he has a black god suit on his body. His strength is comparable to God of War. It can be said that apart from Luo Jun, Jiangnan base city is currently the strongest. But he actually broke an arm, his body was riddled with holes, and suffered serious injuries. What kind of creature caused him to suffer such severe injuries? The head of the army was taken aback. What's going on? The people below suddenly had a bad feeling. and the cheerful atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. It's not good. The emperor-level monsters are coming with 3 king-level monsters. Run away. Everyone, give up Jiangnan base city immediately. We can't hold it, absolutely can't hold it. Even if it's a second late, everyone will die. Chen Tian shouted with all his strength. It seemed that he was using too much force. He turned his head and spat out a big mouthful of blood with a wow. He fell to the ground, motionless. Oh my god, a beast king is enough to destroy our city, and there are still emperor-level monsters. There are only a few of the entire Blue Star Emperor monster. Humans have no record of completely killing emperor-level monsters. There are 3 king-level monsters. How can our Jiangnan base city be able to stop them? No matter how strong that young adult is, how could he beat him? The people below were so frightened that their legs became weak, and panic appeared in their eyes. For them, the emperor-level monsters, even the world's first stage powerhouse Hong, are terrifying existences that cannot be killed. Unexpectedly, they also came. A royal monster. Luo Jun suddenly became interested. A monster that is 1 level stronger than the king-level monster, can he let himself have a hearty fight? Chapter 51. Anyway, it's very dangerous now. That monster treats me like a 3-year-old child, it's too scary. Luo Jun, God of War, I know you are strong, but I want you to go to the palace of God of War. Only by summoning most of the God of War palaces and relying on the power of the world's most powerful Hong to launch an attack together, will we have a chance of winning. Chen Tian said in real horror. Is it that powerful? Luo Jun said in surprise. Strong foul, so strong, it's not an exaggeration for that emperor-level monster to dominate the world. The more Chen Tian said, the more excited he became. You guys can't comprehend how powerful you are. Yet. Luo Jun glanced into the distance. Where is that monster? There. Chen Tian pointed to the northeast direction tremblingly. Oh. Luo Jun nodded, and said calmly, I'm a little hungry, I'll go back as soon as I go. Wait a minute. Chen Tian said excitedly, didn't you hear me? I reminded you just now. That emperor-level monster is definitely not something that ordinary people can resist. Back then, Hong couldn't kill it. I heard, what's the matter? Luo Jun glanced back at Chen Tianzhen. Don't you understand yet? Chen Tian really roared, that monster has already surpassed the limit of all human beings, if you go there, you will die. Stronger than all humans. Luo Jun rubbed his fists, that's just right. I haven't started my activities yet. After speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. You are very young, you are the hope of mankind, you are expected to become an existence above the limit God of War in the future, don't die. Seeing this, Chen Tian grabbed Luo Jun's heel even though he was seriously injured. Hey, you're hurt, don't hold on. Luo Jun looked back helplessly. I won't let go. Chen Tian said resolutely, there are fewer and fewer strong human beings, and more monsters. Every death of a genius is a great loss to human beings as a whole. I will not let you die. The human beings you saved among them, there are my relatives, you are my benefactor, I will not let my benefactor go to die. Thunder God martial arts is not as bureaucratic as the extreme martial arts that controls the government. They care more about how to strengthen themselves and tap human genius. Every Tianjiao, they pay special attention to, human civilization itself is strengthened by the successors from generation to generation. So, even if Luo Jun smashed the extreme martial arts hall, it has nothing to do with the Thunder God martial arts hall. There are even quite a few people from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy secretly giving Luo Jun a thumbs up. They are very optimistic about Luo Jun. The owner of Thunder God Martial Arts Museum has been chasing Luo Jun's footsteps since Luo Jun showed his strength, and met his co-worker and daughter Luo Feiyu's Hyuxia teacher. Just looking for a suitable opportunity to come and invite. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, so many major events happened, even they were caught off guard. Luo Jun didn't speak, turned around silently, raised his leg slightly, and broke free from Chen Tianzhen's hand. Do not go. Don't go to die. Chen Tian really yelled heart-piercingly. Even the army chief realized the seriousness of the matter, and said excitedly, "Brother, you'd better not go, let's organize people to evacuate. Lord God of War, don't go to die. I beg you. Do not go." The people also shouted. People looked at Luo Jun's resolute back. He never looked back and kept walking. Finally, with a sudden leap, stepping on the auspicious cloud, it turned into a stream of light, disappeared into the sky, and became the brightest star in the sky. Ah! Chen Tian Tru Chi punched the ground in desperation. I failed to stop him, I failed Lord Hong's order. Hong once told him to be optimistic about Luo Jun, don't let him take risks. I am also responsible, I should persuade you. The chief of the army blamed himself. The reason why he didn't dissuade him at first was because Luo Jun's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in his heart. Boom! In the distant sky, there seemed to be an earth-shattering loud noise. Deafening. An invisible shock wave came from the northeast. Over there, there seems to be a big war. It was only then that people realized that he wasn't hungry at all, he was going to fight a royal monster. It's not easy for us humans to produce such a genius. He may become an existence like Hong. He may be the same as Luo Xiaofeng, as the strongest elite of the new generation, as the mainstay of future human beings. He didn't deserve to die here. He can become one of the leaders of mankind in the future and save more people. Chen Tian, the master of extreme martial arts, looked desperate. Yes. The chief of the army looked regretful, and then he opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky in disbelief, his mouth grew wide and he was speechless. As a high-level warrior-level powerhouse, the owner of Thunder God Martial Arts Hall seemed to have noticed something, raised his head suddenly, and opened his eyes wide. Although he was lying on the ground because of his injuries, he was still able to raise his head and look at the things flying from the northeast. Call out! Hoo-hoo! Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, it seemed that something had fallen from the northeast direction. It was an incomparably huge head. Green face with fangs, and a vertical eye with blood flowing in the center of his forehead. The volume is about 3 meters high. It fell heavily in front of the head of the Hall Master of Thunder God, and suddenly smashed a big hole. The ground trembled violently. Just as people's hearts trembled a bit. The head of this monster exudes a coercion that makes people suffocate and instinctively fear. It is the head of a king-level monster. Now, time seemed to freeze, and the expressions on people's faces froze. Time becomes so slow. Call out! Hurrah! It was the familiar sound of breaking wind again. Another head flew over. Something exactly like the head just now fell beside it. Hiss! The hairs all over their bodies stood on end, and the only sound left was the sound of gasping for air. Call out! A moment later, another familiar head fell and hit the ground hard, causing the ground to shake again. 3 heads, with the word Chinpan placed in front of people's eyes. People fell silent. These are all king-level monsters that make war gods frightened, aren't they? So, what about royal monsters? How can it be? In human history, there is no record of killing a king-level monster. Call out! It was still the familiar sound of breaking wind. An extremely huge, pitch-black object comparable to a skyscraper fell from the sky. What is it? Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 52. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, a huge head was cleverly stacked between the heads of Pinzi. People stretched their necks as much as possible, opened their eyes wide, and tried hard to see what was ahead. This monster is like a wrinkled barrel, with thin tentacles protruding horizontally from the middle like spokes on a wheel, and protruding knobs on the top and bottom of the barrel. From the nodules protruded 5 flat long arms, the long arms tapering at the ends, like starfish, but with a human face. Rather ugly. And quite scary. As soon as this incomparably huge starfish head appeared, the temperature in the air plummeted. People shivered from the cold. It's not the coldness of matter, but a kind of instinctive fear that a creature instinctively faces danger. For example, an unarmed child meets a tiger in the wild. Even if it's just a corpse, the coercion alone can make everyone present feel suffocated, like a drowning person, unable to breathe. Including the army commander. Looking at that head, they all have an indescribable sense of insignificance in a lonely boat in the sea. Those present felt the same way. Like an ant facing a titan. The corpse alone is already so terrifying, it is hard to imagine how terrifying it is when it is alive. Especially Chen Tianzhen, the owner of the Thunder God martial arts gym. He stared blankly at the head of the Beast Emperor, opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Once, he saw the Beast Emperor with his own eyes, a god of war powerhouse with one mouthful, and a high-level god of war easily killed him instantly. Finally, Hong came to the scene in person, fought for a long time, but failed to catch it, and let it escape with serious injuries. Just die like that? Died. There was no sound in the whole square, and no one could utter a word. They were under the coercion, and their whole bodies were as heavy as 1,000 weights, making it difficult to move. And at this moment, a figure appeared quietly. The oppressive feeling that made it difficult for everyone to breathe suddenly disappeared. By the way, I forgot to mention it. Luo Jun walked up to the Thunder God martial arts master lying on the ground, squatted down, and said slowly, "Will the practitioner's allowance be paid this month? I was thinking, no matter how much it is, it's still money." Chen Tian really wanted to smash his head, never thought that he would ask such a question. You can kill even the Beast Emperor in a short time. Now, ask me whether the ordinary practitioner allowance is still paid? Chen Tianzhen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly mustered up his courage and said, "I also have something that I forgot to ask you." "What?" Luo Jun is suspicious. Chen Tianzhen pursed his lips, and after a while, he spoke slowly in a hoarse voice, "Although I don't know if I can overcome my fear, I now have a goal. Can I be as strong as you?" The figure of Luo Jun's back is infinitely high in his heart. Just like the hero I dreamed of when I was a child. He wanted to say that he also wanted to be a hero, but because of his status and shyness, he changed his tone. "Have no idea." Luo Jun replied blankly. Chen Tianzhen had a stiff expression on his face, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Yes, where is this realm that ordinary people can reach? Definitely an invincible existence like Hong. But, Luo Jun patted Chen Tianzhen on the shoulder, and said slowly, "Even mine can become stronger, but in fact, anyone can. You want to be a hero, so don't always think about relying on others. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. It is better to ask for others than to ask for oneself. It's better to ask for others than to ask for yourself." The army chief on the side muttered to himself. Yes. In this disaster, they have been begging for help from the palace of God of War. But they didn't come. What if they have enough strength to deal with it? One more question. Master Luo Jun. Chen Tian, the owner of the Thunder God Martial Arts Museum, really changed his address. He looked at Luo Jun with twinkling eyes, and said excitedly, "Can you accept me as a disciple?" As the owner of the martial arts gym, and also a high-level warrior, he is only one step away from God of War. Except for the owner of the extreme martial arts gym who was trampled to death by Luo Jun, he is the second in command in this city. A revered superhero. At this moment, he looked at Luo Jun begging for hope. I hope that a young man 20 years younger than him will accept him as a disciple. Luo Jun smiled slightly, looked at the sky. Don't even think about it. At that time, it is on the sea hundreds of kilometers away from the base city of Daxia. The blood-red sea ebbed and flowed, washing over the reef, and scarlet foam appeared. On the coast, endless corpses of monsters occupied every inch of the beach, and their blood dyed the sea red. The huge sea beast carcass was dumped in the sea water, allowing the sea water to wash away. Not to mention those densely packed ordinary sea beasts floating on the sea level. 1 kilometer away from the sea, 3 headless corpses of monsters more than 10 meters high stood upright on the ground. They seemed to have maintained their previous postures because they died too quickly. This is the frightening king-level monster. Before this king-level monster, there was another monster with countless tentacles. Exuding a terrifying aura, it has a huge figure, several thousand meters high, and it also lacks a head. At this time, one after another silhouettes flew from afar. There are about 7 or 8 figures, and each breath is quite terrifying. They are all revered god of war. What happened? Why are all the monsters dead? What happened? The king-level monster is also dead. Who did it? Even if they were god of war, they looked at everything in front of them in shock. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying aura that made them tremble. Looking at the source of this breath, it is. They plan long-term goals. Royal monster. It is also missing a head. How can it be? This emperor-level monster, even if it is seriously injured, it is impossible to be killed. Who actually did it? It doesn't matter, if you break through the iron shoes, there is nowhere to find it. It's easy to get it, ha ha ha. The body of the beast emperor is too precious. What about the head? The most valuable is the head, which contains the things that the third congressman needs. God of War is starting to worry. Chapter 53. Temporary Command Center. The leadership of Jiangnan Base City all gathered together. Originally, Luo Jun didn't want to participate, but due to the repeated invitations from the army chief and the Thunder God martial art museum owner, he also came to the conference room and was elected to sit on the central seat. However, Luo Jun doesn't intend to participate in the seminar, he's just passing through the scene. But he has one small request. There should be a hole in the ceiling above his head, so that the sunlight can shine in and fall right on his body. Although everyone didn't understand why Luo Jun did this, they all blamed it on his special way of cultivation. The practice of a genius is inherently different. Luo Jun is indeed practicing. In the past, I created my own cultivation technique by imagining the sun, and vaguely deduced a superficial idea, but it also helped me learn the fairy skill Samdi Real Fire. He looked up at the sun. The hot sun may make young people feel dazzling, but with Luo Jun's cultivation base, there is no discomfort. Wisps of the sun's essence fire quietly drilled into his eyes. The familiar in vivo cell universe. This red world seeped wisps of golden light. The golden light gathered in the sky, and gradually formed a blurred shape, vaguely turning into a creature with the mentality of a bird. In the hazy light cluster, this bird has 3 legs, and the newly born dual wields wrap the fleshy body, curling up into a ball. This creature happened to gradually coincide with the golden crow recorded in ancient books in Luo Jun's previous life memory. With the influx of the sun's fire, the golden light became more and more brilliant, and the warm light reflected on the body of the daist cells in the body. Luo Jun didn't know if the cultivation technique he was exploring was right. Since the cell world is comparable to a Fang universe, can it be derived into a real prototype of the universe? Luo Jun is very bold, he imagines own body as a world. Master is up to date, Master is up to date. The Master is feeding us back, and it is not in vain for us to practice hard day and night. Fellow deists, becoming immortals is imminent, everything requires hard work. The diligent cell deists seem to have become a lot stronger under the bath of golden light. Luo Jun's penance has entered the state. Discussions among the leaders of Jiangnan base cities in the command center are also on the right track. At this moment, the topic is talking about whether Jiangnan base city is completely out of crisis, and it still needs to wait for news from the scouts who are going to investigate. There are also about post-disaster reconstruction, rewards for meritorious deeds, etc. When mentioning credit, people looked in awe at Luo Jun, who was staring at the sun in a daze. There is no doubt that the first contribution is Luo Jun. Without his invincible strength, the city might have fallen. However, the problem is that Luo Jun has not yet registered for certification at the God of War Palace, and no one present has the right to exceed his authority to arrange rewards for Luo Jun corresponding to his achievements. And Luo Jun just killed the ultimate God of War, and even beat Nanfeng God of War, who came out of the God of War Palace to half-death. I'm afraid that those false gods who don't eat the fireworks of the world will chill the heart of the real God Luo Jun. After Luo Jun's incredible methods, everyone has a tacit appellation for those members of the God of War Palace who have been over-mythologized false gods. Make things a headache all of a sudden. Thinking of this, the army chief gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what the God of War Palace says, our lives were saved by Brother Luo. No matter what, I will vote for him." Of course, me too. No matter how high the God of War Palace is, we can't wrong our hero. Everyone expressed their attitude. Among them, the owner of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall is the most upright, and said with a sneer, "The second strongest person in the world is the chief owner of our Thunder God Martial Arts Academy. I don't think who dares to talk too much. I have already reported this matter." Hearing what he said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the naked eye four-dimensional projector floating in the air in front of them lit up. Reflected by the azure light curtain, Zhang Tai's projection appeared in front of people. He was sent outside the city to investigate the situation of the sea beast. Zhang Tai's face was a little pale. He saluted straightly, and said, "Report to the chief, after our investigation, all the monsters outside the city have been wiped out, and there is not one left." Hiss! The people present looked at each other, couldn't help but took a deep breath, and there was a storm in their hearts. Although they had already guessed, this shocking result still stunned everyone present. How many monsters are there in this invasion? According to the data from the city monitoring system, there are at least 1 million sea beasts. Many of them are general level, king level, and even emperor level, which are large enough to destroy the world, and they are all wiped out like this? It took only a few minutes for Luo Jun to leave and return, right? How on earth did he do it? Could it be that other forces have made a move? The God of War Palace is out? After being shocked, a big question mark slowly appeared in everyone's mind. Where are you? At the beginning, the careful army chief noticed something unusual. Why did you run into the cave? The direction Zhang Tai is going is the endless plains, and beyond that is the coastline. There are no mountains at all? How could he run into the cave? Boss, it's not over yet. I suspect there is another beast emperor who is so powerful that it fouls. Zhang Tai took a deep breath, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were a little terrified. I am at the scene, and I can feel a terrifying aura. What happened? And the Beast Emperor? How is it possible? There are only a few in the world. How can there be 2 Beast Emperors in one place? Everyone's face changed drastically. Chief, look at the aerial view of my drone. Zhang Tai controlled the drone helplessly and climbed into the sky. The ground shrinks rapidly, and the viewing angle rapidly expands. From a bird's eye view, people can see the whole picture of where Zhang Tai is. After climbing to an altitude of several thousand meters, people saw everything in front of them. One after another, they stood up abruptly. That is nothing but a footprint. Human footprints. According to the calculation results, this footprint is about 432 meters long and 39 meters deep. If calculated based on the proportion of a normal monster, a monster that can reach this footprint is at least 9,000 meters high, comparable in height to Mount Everest. Although it has experienced a catastrophe, Blue Star's landmark mountain buildings are still there. Mount Everest, for example, doesn't even change its name much. It is still the highest peak in the world. But now, Zhang Tai told people that a monster comparable to the highest peak in the world had appeared. Under these footprints, we can find many corpses of monsters that have been trampled into flesh. This terrifying super monster, I don't know its good and evil, but at least it helped us. In addition, we also found the corpses of the Beastmaster and the Beastmasters. They were all killed with one blow. The Palace of God of War is currently taking over. Zhang Tai said solemnly. There was no sound at the scene, a dead silence. The results brought by the scene made them feel very shocked. The army chief looked at the footprints suspiciously, and couldn't help but said, "Hey, you said it was a monster, but why are those footprints so similar to human shoe prints?" Do not know why. An extremely absurd idea emerged in people's minds. All eyes subconsciously looked at Luo Jun's feet. Chapter 54. Several glances landed on Luo Jun's feet in unison. It was a pair of very simple skate shoes, and there was nothing unusual about them. Everyone shook their heads and looked back. They looked at each other and smiled. What are you thinking? How can it be? No matter how strong Luo Jun is, it is impossible to go against the common sense of biology and become a titan, right? That may be a beast emperor in the form of a titan similar to humans. The chief of the army gave a conclusion, and then thought of something, and said, "You just said that the people from the God of War Palace are there." "Yes." Zhang Tai said indignantly, "and it's not just one or two people. There are many powerful practitioner troops overseas, and there are also a bunch of God of War adults. Are they cleaning the battlefield?" People noticed the vocabulary in Zhang Tai's words. He was talking about the practitioner army. It was a powerful organization affiliated to the God of War Palace, led by God of War and composed of senior practitioners, with boundless strength. When everyone thought of this, an angry look appeared on their faces. Damn it! The army chief slapped the table with his eyes wide open, and growled, "They didn't move when the city was broken, and they didn't come no matter how we asked for help. Now come to pick the fruits of victory? These dogs are really fighting. What a good idea." Zhang Tai became flustered and lowered his head, not daring to answer. "Be careful, chief of the army." Chen Tian beside him couldn't help reminding. "Too much bullying, too much bullying." Lu clenched his fists angrily. This group of bastards, maybe they have been watching from the sidelines, just waiting to enjoy the benefits of fishing. "Hey!" Chen Tian really shook his head. The people present felt very aggrieved. At this time, the communicators of several people present rang. Did he? The chief of the army didn't even look at it, and directly projected the news into the air, and everyone saw the news. "Commander of the army, in view of your heroic performance in Jiangnan Base City, the Human Parliament will hold an award ceremony for you and broadcast it live on global news TV stations. Please inform Comrade Luo Jun, who has performed outstandingly in the battle, that the Human Council has awarded him the position of Supervisor of Jiangnan Base City and awarded him the Miracle Hero Medal. Before that, please go to the God of War Palace to verify your strength. Army Commander, you commanded and conferred the post of Commander-in-Chief of the military region, and the rank was advanced to General." People watched the award and fell silent. Chen Tian really projected the own communicator. Comrade Chen Tianzhen from the Leiden Martial Art Museum, his performance is particularly outstanding, and he will be rewarded with a set of Black God suit, T1 repair fluid. They have no problem with own rewards. But everyone frowned. Sir Luo Jun, who killed the Beast King and beheaded 4 Beast Kings, how could he be the supervisor? At the same level as Nan Feng. The chief of the army cursed, "I really don't know what the group of pig brains above are thinking. What kind of shit arrangement is this? Except for the chief inspector. Each city has a certain amount of autonomy. In the past, the ranks were arranged by the local military region itself, but this time the God of War Palace arranged directly, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's not right, how could it be like this?" Chen Tian really looked dazed, pondered for a moment, and said, "Maybe he didn't go to the God of War Palace to register for certification. Their rigid regulations have always been like this. After registration, wait for the arrangement. Although people feel unhappy in their hearts, there is nothing they can do. Brother Luo didn't agree. They arranged this without authorization. Do you really think it's feasible? The army chief smiled coldly. At this time, it never happened. Luo Jun, who created his own cultivation technique, opened his eyes silently, watching the sun. In the microscopic universe inside his body, a golden crow sun emitting light and heat appeared. As the core, the golden crow sun dominates the operation of the cultivation technique. Countless cells, including the essence of heaven and earth that Luo Jun absorbs into the body through breathing exercises, have been purified and refined by the core. The cultivation speed has increased by at least 30%, and the innate qi in the body has become extremely pure. The magic power consumed by Luo Jun's spell casting has been reduced several times compared to before. This cultivation technique gradually took shape and formed a system. In this short period of practice, Luo Jun's strength has reached the peak of the 5th floor. Next, it is the 3 flowers gathering on the top. In ancient times, Hua and Hua were synonymous, and Hua is the original character of Hua, so Sanhua is Sanhua, which means the glory of the human body. The so-called gathering at the top means that the energy, and spirit are mixed together and gathered at one orifice of the entrance. The prerequisite for the 3 flowers to gather at the top is to have a cohesive seed to allow the flower to take root and germinate. Luo Jun created his own cultivation technique through deduction today, which has been initially successful. The golden crow egg born in the visualization of the sun is the seed that will take root and germinate in the future. This is the only way to get to the top of the 3 flowers, and he has passed it perfectly. Luo Jun hasn't decided on a name for cultivation technique yet. In the gap of thinking, Luo Jun suddenly found that people were looking at him with guilty eyes. Immediately understood everyone's thoughts. Although he is cultivating, he is also listening to everyone's conversations. As I said, I don't need any medals. Luo Jun smiled slightly, and said calmly, my cultivation is not in the same system as yours, and I don't need any organization to award me any medals, certificates, honors, or status. As a cultivator, how could he continue to use the rank system of mortals? Isn't that self-declination? When a person's vision rises to a dimension, those so-called statuses may no longer be attractive. As for the award ceremony, I'm not interested. Luo Jun waved his hand, got up and walked out, and said slowly, I'm going to pick up my daughter home. He has been away for several days, so as not to delay his study. He didn't pick up his daughter in the first place. On the one hand, at the beginning, I thought I was not strong enough, and there were king-level monsters around the city, and I was afraid that my daughter would be implicated. On the other hand, Hong, the strongest man in the world, wants to take his daughter as his apprentice. Luo Jun, who had just started cultivating immortals for a few days, had a serious lack of understanding of this world system. Luo Jun subconsciously thought that it would be safer for his daughter to be there. Now it seems that these so-called beast kings and beast kings are not that strong. I don't know if those counselors who control the world can withstand a slap in the face. Luo Jun has gradually had the belief of invincibility in his heart. Unprecedented confidence. What god of war palace, what the first and second strongest, maybe not so strong. It's time to go to the palace of god of war and bring back my daughter. By the way, let me teach you about the so-called strongest person in the world. Let's test it, where is the limit of own strength? Until now, Luo Jun still couldn't find a reference to compare his own strength. He really wanted to know, what exactly how strong is it? Chapter 55. That's when people thought of it. After Luo Jun's daughter was taken away by her biological mother, she became the apprentice of Hong, the world's most powerful man. Strange, didn't Hong pay attention to the things here? Even Mr. Thunder God didn't make any sound of construction. The army chief looked puzzled. Chen Tian really knew some inside information, and said slowly, the two adults went to Kirishima. There seems to be an extraterrestrial civilization there. At this time, Didi. Luo Jun's communicator rang. People looked over. Luo Jun glanced at the communicator in surprise, but still got through the phone. The blue light flickered. The dots of starlight merged into a daoist figure, which turned out to be a little girl carved from jade. Dad. The little girl waved happily. Fifi. A look of surprise appeared in Luo Jun's eyes. Dad, a big brother named Luo Xiaofeng in the elite training camp today, lent me his communicator. I remember your number, so I called you. Luo Fiyu pouted, after that woman brought me here, she didn't allow me to call you, and even threatened me that you were dead. Luo Jun's gaze sank. That woman her daughter spoke of should be Luo Fiyu's so-called biological mother. Did they draw your blood? Luo Jun asked coldly. Dad, you look so scary. Mom was going to draw my blood, but then we were attacked by monsters. Fortunately, we met an uncle named Hong. Luo Fiyu smiled childishly and said, he took me to a place called God of War Palace. There is also a place called Elite Training Camp. There are many people in it. Uncle Ant is very good, I am very good here, but I miss you so much, Dad, I want to go home. Don't be afraid, Dad will take you home. Luo Jun smiled gently. However, the uncle called Hong wants to accept me as an apprentice. I heard from others that he is very powerful, and he is still the strongest in the world. He said that after I become stronger, I can come to help you. Luo Fiyu said while holding her pink fist. Flood. Some inexplicable dissatisfaction emerged in Luo Jun's heart, and he raised his eyebrows and said, Dad will be stronger than him, you don't have to learn from him, Dad will teach you himself. Okay, I also think Dad is the most powerful person in the world. Luo Fiyu's immature milk voice made the tense atmosphere of the scene relaxed. The people around stared wide-eyed at the lovely child. My heart was really shocked. Hong, you want to take this child as a disciple? This should be the greatest honor in the world, right? Still not happy? But, judging from Luo Jun's strength, he might not be far away from Hong. Although he killed the Beast Emperor with one punch, he was injured by Hong after all. But Luo Jun is better than being young. It is expected to surpass Hong in the future. Then you stay there well, and I'll pick you up right away. Luo Jun ensured the safety of his daughter, and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Fiyu nodded heavily. At this time, a man's voice came from behind her, Little Fifei, have you called Dad yet? Don't even think about going home. Uncle Hong will be back from Kirishima soon. There is a better development here, let me talk to your father. Camera cut. A young man with an inch cut appeared in the shot. Hi, I'm Luo Xiaofeng, you. The young man was just introducing himself, but he suddenly got stuck. The expression on his face became particularly shocked, even frightened. It's Luo Xiaofeng. The peerless genius who has gained fame recently. I heard that after coming out of the elite training camp, his strength has reached the high level of God of War, and will soon reach the limit of God of War realm. There are talented people from generation to generation. The people present sighed. The army chief and Chen Tian are really no strangers to this famous young man. And the army commander also has a little relationship with Luo Xiaofeng. His elder brother, God of War Lu Gang, had given Luo Xiaofeng advice when he encountered the first beast horde, and also participated in the defense mission. It's a pity that Lu Gang blew himself up and died in order to protect the city, and Luo Jun went to the God of War Palace, the elite training camp, and since then his fame has risen like a rising star. Yes. Luo Xiaofeng was suddenly agitated. Isn't the person in the camera the same titan whom he met once before? Pulling up a civilization relic with bare hands, and then rubbing it into a chengbian, left a deep impression on Luo Xiaofeng's heart. Oh, it's you. Luo Jun was slightly surprised, and said politely, I will trouble you to take care of my daughter, thank you. Titan, my lord. Mr. Huge, oh no. Titan Senior, this is my duty. Little Fei is very cute and cute. Her talent is very good. She is a special awakener. Our museum owner made an exception to accept him as an apprentice. Now I and Hong's 4 personal guards the grown UPS taught her. Luo Xiaofeng originally wanted to say that Luo Fei would develop better here, but in front of this senior, he found himself unable to say. Okay. Luo Jun nodded, I will come to the God of War Palace to pick up my daughter soon, so please take care of her. Uncle, why do you call my father Titan? Luo Fei on the side interrupted. Don't you know? Your dad can become very big as Mount Everest. I am as small as an ant in front of the senior. Luo Xiaofeng said something. All the people present were not calm. His title. Titans. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 56. Could it be? Luo Jun is that Titan who is as tall as Mount Everest? After leaving the city, he first killed the Beast Kings and Beast Kings, and then he killed the monsters one by one like crushing ants? How can it be? If so, is it still human? Has it completely violated the common sense of human biology? They looked at each other and wanted to ask themselves. But this question is too naive. In their capacity, it's not easy to ask. Can it be said, Mr. Luo Jun, are you a Titan? At this time, the thoughtful army chief stood up and said, Luo Jun, are you Ultraman? He sorted out the materials before the cataclysm, and also watched the videos at that time. Not to mention, although the pre-catastrophe movies are lagging behind, they are pretty good. Especially that Altman, he and his grandson once watched all night. Luo Jun. Although he knew Altman, it was quite outrageous to say this from the mouth of a military chief. No. Luo Jun immediately shook his head. How could he be Ultraman? It's too ridiculous. Let me ask. Chen Tian took a deep breath, looked Luo Jun up and down, and couldn't help asking, have you changed your clothes today? Everyone suddenly realized. If a person suddenly grows bigger, the clothes on his body will definitely not be able to hold up and break. As everyone knows, Luo Jun's supernatural power of size incarnation of heaven and earth is a kind of art of transformation, and even clothes can become bigger accordingly. As a member of the fairy family, you must pay attention to your own image. Luo Jun, no, what's the matter? There shouldn't be something wrong with these people's heads, right? Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, it was just a metaphor Luo Xiaofeng used to coax the children, it seems that they are too sensitive. Dad. Luo Fei, projected in the void, suddenly called out. What's the matter? Good girl. Luo Jun smiled gently. Dad, you are not young anymore, find me a mother quickly. A little cunning appeared on Luo Fei's face, and she said in a low voice, I found several beauties for you in the elite training camp, come and pick me up, I'll introduce them to you. Actually, I saw a girl here called Ant the Beautiful Woman, but unfortunately she is too old. Cough cough. Luo Jun obviously didn't expect his daughter to be a big kid. Caught off guard, the old man blushed, coughed dryly, and pretended to be serious. What do you know, a child? Don't talk nonsense. But seeing a little disappointment on Luo Fei's face, she said in a low voice, Dad, the Huxia New Year is coming soon, other children have parents. They say I. What are you talking about? Luo Jun's eyes sank slightly, did someone bully his daughter? Nothing. Luo Fei forced a smile, and said sensibly, Okay, Dad, I'm going to study now, I can't waste Luo Xiaofeng's uncle's phone bill. It's not in the way, it's not in the way, you can fight for as long as you want. Luo Xiaofeng next to him spoke again and again. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Jun hung up the phone. No matter how good my daughter's life is, she is always outside. She has always been sensible. Maybe it's to keep myself from worrying. At this time, Luo Jun saw people looking at him eagerly. Army Chief, Brother Luo, I actually have a daughter who is 18 years old this year. Are you interested in knowing more about it? Then we will talk about each other. You call my daughter wife, and I call you brother. Master Luo Jun, my girl looks really good, she has a very hot body, do you know her? Lord Luo Jun, although my daughter is only 8 years old, she will be absolutely satisfied after 10 years. The corner of Luo Jun's mouth twitched. Especially the one whose daughter is 8 years old, you are a bit too much. Among them was Chen Tianzhen, the owner of the Thunder God Martial Arts Gym. He twitched a bit. I don't have any daughters, but I have always lacked fatherly love. Are you going to accept a son? The one who is a little older, about 40 years old? He pointed to own nose. If you want to talk about lack of integrity, you can count Chen Tianzhen. The officials below did not dare to vent their anger. If any word from these bigwigs gets out, it will definitely make headlines. Is this something they can hear? Send me a map of the Palace of God of War. Luo Jun shook his head and said, I'm going to take my daughter home for the new year. Jiangnan Base City will launch an award ceremony. You killed the Beast Emperor, you are the hero who saved the whole city. The common people admire you very much, and want to see your heroic appearance again. The army chief looked at Luo Jun with pleading eyes, and smiled wryly, we need an invincible god of war now, to build up everyone's confidence, you can accept everyone's worship. Yes, if you leave at this time, I am worried that the god of war palace will come to pick the fruits of victory, and the benefits will be cheap for them, which makes me very unwilling. Chen Tian really gritted his teeth, and spit again, damn, they don't come during the war, and they have the audacity to share a piece of the pie after the matter is over, harvesting people's beliefs. As you said, a man should strive for self-improvement, and a gentleman should strive for self-improvement. It is better to ask for others than to ask for oneself. I have talked with the owner of the hall. Our Jiangnan base city plans to stop relying so much on the God of War Palace and want to cultivate our own belief in the God of War. The chief of the army said, we have to give people enough confidence. In this age of monsters, people need a god for them to worship and work hard for. Chen Tian really sighed, but the people in God of War Palace will never let go of this opportunity, the credit is yours, why should you be taken away by them? Also, you may not know that inside the monster's head, there is also a very precious core, which has a huge source of life, and it is a priceless treasure. There is also the body of the monster, which is also a very precious treasure. Even if it is all handed over to you, it will not be cheap. God of War Palace. They all hope that Luo Jun can stay one more day to participate in this award ceremony. As for Luo Jun, he also had a little interest in the core of the Beast Emperor. Only then did he know that there are rare treasures in the monster's head. Chapter 57. Night. The Jiangnan base center is 300 meters underground. Before a steel wall, there is a sci-fi alloy gate. Brother Luo Jun, the energy core of our city is inside, please repair the energy source. The army chief stood up straight and saluted Luo Jun. Chen Tianzhen next to him bowed, thank you, Lord Luo Jun. Luo Jun nodded. He has been curious about the core of the city's energy shield for a long time, and now he just went in to have a look. According to them, the core energy of the energy shield will be exhausted and needs to be continuously replenished by the ultimate god of war, which is the source of the city's patron saint. We won't go in, even if there is a ray of breath in it, we can't bear it. Yes, it's very scary, Brother Luo Jun, be careful, the core is very dangerous. The two turned and left without hesitation. With curiosity in his heart, Luo Jun walked to the alloy gate. The test passed, please go with me. The door suddenly opened. A heavy oppressive force came. Luo Jun's movements were a little slow, but he quickly adapted and returned to normal. Walked in. It was an upright crystal, exuding a faint purple light, gorgeous and eye-catching, and stored extremely astonishing power inside. The power at the core of the energy shield is not broken, but people can only use a thin layer of power that seeps out of it. The force exerted by people one after another is only stimulating its superficial functions. It should come from an alien civilization. Luo Jun lightly touched the core with his fingertips, and wisps of purple light penetrated into his body from the fingertips. Smells good, smells good. It's delicious, it's delicious. What? What? I want to eat, give me to eat. Brothers, the opportunity has come, everyone get restless. We want more. A long-lost cell sound suddenly came out of the body. Hundreds of billions of cells all over Luo Jun's body raised their arms and shouted, all of his cells became active. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and Luo Jun's whole body became a human-shaped black hole, absorbing the purple energy in the crystal crazily. It can be seen that the crystal has turned white visible to the naked eye. Not good. Luo Jun's face changed slightly. If this continues, the city protection shield of the entire Jiangnan base city may be destroyed by him. The army chief and the others must not be so mad. Just as Luo Jun was thinking about the chana of the remedy, the cultivation base in his body began to skyrocket. Within the cell universe, within the golden crow cocoon suspended within the body, a bud begins to slowly grow. By chance, Luo Jun actually wants to step into the 6th floor of qi refining, the second stage of innate, the flower of 3 flowers gathered on the top. Human flower, refining essence and transforming qi. Human beings are born from essence, so essence is the seed of samsara. The mind of ascetics must be empty in the lower burner, abstain from lust, and essence will not flow out indiscriminately, so you must abstain from sexual desire, and then you will be full of essence and not think about lust. Lead peanuts. In layman's terms, the body has been reborn and replaced with the prototype of a fairy body, and now it starts to cultivate the spirit, which is the same as the 6th sense of the universe. For Luo Jun, the 3 flowers gathering at the top is to formally transcend ordinary people and take a crucial step towards the world of immortals. There is a spell in Tao Fa Hui Yuan, the universe in the sleeve. It is said that the heaven and earth are hidden in the sleeve, and a small space is intercepted from the heaven and earth, and refined into the inner heaven and earth. Good fortune is infinite. Click. Click. A crack appears above the golden crow cocoon. Golden crow is still asleep. At the top, a bud broke out of the shell, and in a trance, you can see the bud grow vigorously, and finally form a world tree that supports the world. Sitting in the lotus position on the treetop is a deist, whose appearance is slightly similar to Luo Jun. The sky full of stars revolves around the world tree. Under the tree grew 2 golden crow. According to the introduction of the book, Luo Jun is a demonstration of the future and heralds future changes in cultivation. But why are there 2 golden crows? Golden crow represents the core of Luo Jun's cultivation technique, which has the ability to purify and strengthen. The buds grow on it, which is born out of the cultivation technique to help refine and strengthen the spirit, and finally refine the spirit into qi. It is to refine and transform qi. Fortunately, Luo Jun has a daughter and hasn't found a girlfriend for so many years. Therefore, it is so easy to refine and transform qi by keeping yin and yang in check. If yin and yang leaks, Luo Jun will have to grind for at least 1,000 years at this stage. Therefore, Taoism attaches great importance to the boy's body. The daughter seemed to hinder Luo Jun from finding a girlfriend, but secretly helped him at this moment. 1 drink and 1 peck, God's will. Suddenly, the light dissipated. The buds fall off and fall to the ground. Start thriving. Above the treetops, a vortex appeared, crazily extracting the cultivation base from Luo Jun's whole body, and Chengdu gathered along with it. The cultivation base of Luo Jun's whole body is integrated with the spiritual body, it turns into a vaporized light cluster. At this moment, Luo Jun's treasure appearance is solemn, with a faint golden light on the back of his head, a kind of majesty that cannot be desecrated. The first flower of the 3-flower gathering is the human flower. It's done. Click. The crystal in front of him turned off-white, fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of powder. The energy core of the city that contained infinite power was exhausted. Luo Jun slowly opened his eyes, golden light slowly emerged from the depths of his pupils, and he muttered to himself slowly, "In that case, let's set up a big defense formation for them." He stood up slowly and took a step forward. The figure suddenly disappeared in place. This is a small supernatural power, shrinking the ground into an inch. It can be called teleportation within a certain distance, and Luo Jun will be able to do so naturally after he has cultivated 3 flowers to gather the top human flowers. Chapter 58. This day, his figure appeared in every corner of the city. Break into the ground of Daoju, inject a large amount of Luo Jun's domineering innate qi as energy, and form an innate killing array. The huge innate qi stored inside will not be a problem for hundreds of years, and there is no need for the ultimate god of war to replenish energy, completely getting rid of the god of war palace. After all, this is Luo Jun's hometown, so of course he did his best. Until the next morning, Luo Jun came to the combat command center. From a distance, he could see the chief of the army walking back and forth anxiously rubbing his hands. What's going on? The city protective cover has disappeared. A report came from the early warning center, and the energy fluctuation of the energy shield cannot be detected. Shouldn't Master Luo Jun fix it? Did an accident happen? We should trust Master Luo Jun. In the hall, people were arguing endlessly. I saw Luo Jun approaching. The chief of the army, Chen Tianzhen, and other high-level officials hurried over. Brother, was there an accident? Or is there something wrong with God of War Palace? The chief of the army did not doubt Luo Jun, but worried that it was the God of War Palace that caused damage. It's not. Luo Jun coughed dryly, and said, the previous city energy shield was too backward. I made up a killing formation for you, which can distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. In the future, the so-called ultimate god of war will be needed to replenish energy. You must not rely on others' snort. Kill the formation. Distinguish between friend and foe. Everyone looked at each other, they couldn't understand what Luo Jun was saying. If it was someone else, they would have slapped him in the face. But when Luo Jun speaks, the meaning is different. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Luo Jun sighed, wait for me. Call out. Luo Jun's figure disappeared out of nowhere. Where are people? Why did it suddenly disappear? God of War can fly, I know, but what happened to this disappearance? Amidst the people's wide-eyed stare, Luo Jun's figure reappeared in place, but in his hand, he was holding a beast-level bird monster. The monster fluttered in his palm like a big CK. Everyone's eyes widened. In just a few seconds, he caught a beast general. Besides, he didn't fly just now, did he? It's like teleportation? Luo Jun once again displayed an ability that people could not understand. Under people's dull gazes, Luo Jun suddenly let go of the bird monster's hand. No, it wants to escape. Birds and monsters are very vengeful, and they will definitely take revenge on ordinary people. They have a higher IQ than humans, and their own language was born. After returning, they will inevitably summon a large number of bird monsters to attack humans. This is troublesome. The officials present were all anxious. Don't panic. Luo Jun smiled slightly. Hearing Luo Jun's voice, everyone calmed down. After all, with invincible strength in front of him, he was the only one who beat back the beast horde before. The bird monster turned its head and gave people a vicious look, opened its sharp beak, and subconsciously wanted to make a long cry to call for its companions. It just appeared in the air. A sword ray suddenly shot out from the sky above the city, and with lightning speed, it instantly penetrated from the mouth to the buttocks, piercing the ground, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Is this a killing formation? I remembered that I read in an early novel that the ancients had cultivators, but they could plant formations, and demons and ghosts would be beheaded when they entered. Everyone present looked like a thunderbolt, staring blankly at the ground. The pierced bird monster was shocked. The previous energy protection shield only had a defensive function and was passively beaten. But now, both offensive and defensive. Even beast-level monsters can be easily killed instantly. How did this happen? Could it be that ancient myths and legends are true? The army chief thought and thought, hesitant to speak several times, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He asked the question that had troubled him for a long time, and said, "Brother Luo, you are not a fairy, are you?" What a childish question! Nowadays, there is no concept of immortals, only the invincible god of war. Even 3-year-olds don't believe in gods anymore, that's just the fantasy of ignorant people in ancient times. But now, Luo Jun's every move and various display methods are completely different from that of god of war, but are almost exactly the same as the records about gods in ancient books. Whether it is riding the clouds and driving the fog, or calling the wind and calling the rain. Even the killing array. They also thought of a question. To become the Mount Everest Titan who has been investigated in various ways and failed to find any clues. Could it be Luo Jun? According to the investigation of trace experts, the footprints seemed to appear out of thin air, stepped on the ground suddenly, and then trampled to death many monsters before disappearing out of thin air. According to the footprints overlooked, the experts came to a conclusion: this is like a human shoe print magnified tens of thousands of times. This result was too horrifying, and it was sealed into a file, and no one dared to go into it. The trace of another imperial monster became the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, making everyone worried, for fear that the monster would come after Luo Jun left. Because the monster was too huge, the high-level officials tentatively named it Everest Titan. If it's Luo Jun, Immortal. Luo Jun smiled, scratched his nose, and said softly, "Not yet." Although he began to practice the 3 flowers gathering the top, and became a human flower realm, and shed the mortal body, the essence of the soul has not yet changed. Only with the foundation establishment, a complete change in soul and flesh, can Luo Jun be called a god. Think foundation establishment. Luo Jun's heart was filled with anticipation. After foundation establishment, how strong will I be? But that's a little far off. I am only on the 6th floor of Qi refining. There are 3 small realms too. Not yet. The army chief noticed a loophole in Luo Jun's words. Return. Chen Tian really looked suspicious. Could it be? It will be in the future. Chapter 59. Then, Brother Luo, let me ask you one last question. The army chief was afraid that Luo Jun would find him annoying, so he asked nervously, "We found another beast emperor outside the city, could it be related to you?" "It's huge." He asked in a tactful tone, "Is Luo Jun the Everest Titan who can become incomparably huge? How did he do it?" But maybe it's a secret, and it's not convenient for the army chief to ask. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were also curious about this question. Beast Emperor. Luo Jun pondered for a moment, thinking of what happened when he was outside the city, using his supernatural powers to transform into heaven and earth. At that time, he discovered these siege monsters don't seem to be really adapted to land. There are even some lowly sea monsters dying of dehydration on the shore. And those beast kings and beast kings hurried to the land, not as if they were going to attack, but more like run away. It seems that there is something extremely terrifying in the sea chasing them. After Luo Jun dealt with the 3 monsters, he vaguely felt a pair of golden eyes peeping at him from the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, 3 monsters, including the Beast Emperor, attacked Luo Jun madly. After Luo Jun beat the Beast King and Beast King to death easily, the monster in the depths of the sea disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the monster was hunting the monster, causing the sea creatures to panic and even drive them to land. Only then will there be a beast tide. This may be the main reason. Thinking of this, Luo Jun replied, "There is indeed a beast emperor. I set up a killing array, and it can't get in. After I return from the God of War Palace, I will completely solve it." Ah! There is another beast emperor. Not you. Everyone was shocked, did not expect Luo Jun to deny it. Isn't it true? Are you thinking too much? People look suspicious. At this moment, Zhang Tai hurried in with a rather ugly expression on his face. After the battle, this simple soldier was directly transferred to the headquarters by the army chief and became his deputy. "Zhang Tai, what's going on?" The army chief's face darkened. "You have become the staff of the headquarters, why are you still so restless? Mount Tai collapsed in front of you without changing your face, understand?" He picked up the enamel jar and took a sip of water slowly. "Chief." Zhang Tai took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "Something has happened. What can make you so flustered?" Chen Tian said curiously. "Today, the God of War Palace sent a group of strong men. They confiscated all the monsters captured in the city, and said that it will be rewarded for their merits at that time." Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Because the millions of monsters were confiscated by them, we will endure it, and they will not let go of those in the city. If the brothers refused, they executed our brothers on the spot." Click! The well-rounded enamel cylinder was crushed into pieces and thrown to the ground. "FG shit, what a FG superior, daddy hits the superior. Do you really think our Jiangnan base city is easy to bully?" The chief of the army stepped on the enamel cylinder fiercely, and roared angrily. "Zhang Tai, where's your FG Star Destroyer? Pull it up for daddy. Don't be angry, don't be angry, no matter how you say it is the God of War Palace, our superiors, although the base city has autonomy, we have just passed the crisis, we can't cause trouble at this time." Chen Tian really persuaded. Hong and Lord Thunder God are searching for extraterrestrial civilizations in Kirishima. Maybe the information has been blocked. When he comes back, he will make proper arrangements. Although it is a bit annoying, he will eventually send it back and kill our brothers. The few people who are involved will definitely be dealt with, and I will report to Lord Thor. As the owner of the Thunder Martial Art Museum, he believed that Thor would deal with it fairly. If a city were to openly antagonize the Palace of God of War, it would cause a lot of trouble. The Palace of God of War belongs to the whole world, transcends all countries, and has a certain priority. If a city rebelled openly, it is bound to bring the whole country into a situation beyond redemption. Chen Tian is really an old fritter in the officialdom, and he knows it all too well. Besides, Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and said, "The people of the God of War Palace also request Lord Luo Jun to arrive at the God of War Palace on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and hand in the heads of the Beast King and Beast King. There must be no mistakes." After a pause, he said tremblingly again, "At that time, the official told me that Lord Luo Jun's daughter was still studying at the God of War Palace. If she didn't go, she would be sent to her biological parents. People in the God of War Palace have obviously investigated Luo Jun's information." As soon as these words came out, the whole person changed color. Everyone was furious. Luo Jun's gaze sank, and he smiled coldly. What a big tone. The award ceremony originally held today will be cancelled and changed to tomorrow. Because, Lord Ninth Counselor, will serve as the inspector of our city and lead our work. The Palace of God of War announced to the news media that it will announce to the whole world that under their leadership, God of War defeated the most terrifying catastrophe in history. The credit for this battle. He secretly glanced at Luo Jun and paused. "Say the FK. The chief of the army scratched his ears and cheeks, wishing he could slap him across the face. The credit for this battle belongs to the 9th counselor. It disclosed the battle plan. The content of the plan is that they have been tracking the Beast Emperor who was injured by Lord Hong before, and by trapping the monsters, they made the monsters go ashore. Then they killed the monsters and wiped out all the monsters. Tomorrow, at the investiture ceremony, they will show the world the head of the monster. Zhang Tai bit his bullet and finished speaking. Ha ha ha. The chief of the army smiled instead of anger, and sarcastically said, I understand now. I said why the city's energy shield is so fragile. It turned out that it was opened by people from the God of War Palace. Our base city in the south of the Yangtze River, with a population of nearly 10 million people, are all the bait for trapping emperor-level monsters. Chen Tian was really furious, and pulled out a lightsaber expressionlessly. What the FK, Daddy is going to kill someone today. God of War Palace, used to be worshipped by the world. Get used to being superior. Because they have absolute force over cities all over the world. All God of War in the world must be registered in the God of War Palace. The God of War that came out of various countries, after entering the God of War Palace, saw a new world, and under brainwashing, they thought they had evolved to another level. Worshipped by the beliefs of the world, they think that they are like gods. Those lowly believers who could easily be crushed to death can of course be ignored. After years of growth, this organization has become rotten, twisted, and over the top. Now, there was no sound in the room, only dull breathing, which was the panting of extremely suppressed anger. A dozen or so gazes all fell on Luo Jun. He is a man who can be called a fairy. He is the backbone of everyone at the moment. He is the hero of Jiangnan base city belief. All this is waiting for him to answer. Luo Jun never spoke. Under the eyes of people, Luo Jun suddenly said, Are you afraid of death? The words are not shocking and endless. Luo Jun's words sent out a major signal, like a blockbuster. Everyone present opened their eyes wide, their hearts were beating non-stop, and they were almost suffocating. Their legs were a little weak, and they thought of a terrifying possibility. You're not going to smash the God of War Palace, are you? The army chief stammered. There are too many strong people in the God of War Palace, and there are more than 90 God of War at the limit. If you hit Hong and Thor in the face, they will definitely attack you under pressure. We only mean to deal with those guys who killed their own people. Just like you beat Nanfeng. Everyone spoke up. I'll ask you, are you afraid? Luo Jun's eyes were flat, and he waited for people's answers. He wanted to know if these people were worth protecting. Is there a man's blood? Hot up! Daddy is scared. As the army commander from the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions, he immediately uttered a saying from his hometown, Brothers, copy guys, I will die like a man, I can't die like this, I will die on the way to charge. It is said that every city has autonomy, this has become empty talk. Chen Tian's eyes were really red. Daddy is going all out, don't give an explanation, Daddy would rather die. We are not afraid. With Master Luo Jun here, what are we afraid of? Kill it. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they were also angry. Good. Luo Jun seemed plain, but wisps of golden light magnified from between his pupils. He waved his sleeves. Casting spells with everything in your sleeves. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment, their figures suddenly appeared in the open space outside the city. Everyone looked at Luo Jun's back in disbelief. What is this operation? Group teleportation? How did you do it? It's incredible, isn't it? Don't wait for people to call back. Luo Jun's figure, under their inconceivable eyes, grew taller, climbed up, and finally stood on the top of the sky. His broad arms were submerged in the clouds. People can no longer see Luo Jun's head. I can only see the stalwart figure, like the Pangu Titan in ancient legends, supporting the world. Because of the disappearance of the protective cover of the city, people can see the scenery outside the city. At this moment, Nearly 10 million people in the whole city seemed to be aware of it and raised their heads one after another. After a brief panic, people suddenly found out. The figure of that person is quite familiar. It seems that it was the young Lord God of War who led them to defeat the enemy before. Their limited knowledge only knows that God of War is synonymous with invincibility. He is Luo Jun. He became a titan, as huge as Mount Everest, up to nearly 10,000 meters. Our base city in the south of the Yangtze River was robbed because the God of War palace opened the energy shield without authorization and used the whole city as bait. After the war, they also robbed resources, took all the spoils, and took away the glory of the fighters who died fighting for the resistance. This group of false gods, claiming to be gods, overlooking the world, killing my Jiangnan soldiers, can we bear it? The gigantic Luo Jun's voice was like thunder rolling in the sky, rippling through mountains and seas, and spreading in all directions. The whole city heard Luo Jun's voice. It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder they didn't dare to speak when they saw the staff of the God of War palace transporting monsters out one by one. At the thought of protecting the own God of War, even the honor is robbed. When I thought of myself being betrayed by the life I admired. Seeing that stalwart figure, everyone was furious, and blood burst out in their bodies. I can't bear it. The soldiers also roared with blood-red eyes. At this moment, the staff of the God of War palace left in Jiangnan base city, looking at the back of Luo Jun's stalwart towering over heaven and earth, were scared out of their wits and fled in haste. Today, our base city in the south of the Yangtze River will declare war on the God of War palace and the so-called bunch of bullshit false gods inside. I will never die. Luo Jun exhaled casually and turned into a 10-second level storm. Under the storm, the staff of the God of War palace who hurriedly fled with their aircraft were strangled to pieces in an instant. People cheered and screamed frantically, all blood chi surged up and looked at Luo Jun adoringly. I will never die. I will never die. I will never die. Thousands of people roared in unison. Even Commander Lu, Chen Tianzhen, and others roared angrily with red eyes. No one saw how Luo Jun made his move when he went outside the city. In the cognition of the High God of War Palace, Luo Jun is just a genius who suddenly rose to fame. It is just recorded that he has the strength of a high-level God of War and can defeat Nanfan God of War. In the eyes of the arrogant God of War Palace and the ultimate God of War powerhouse, Luo Jun is just a thief trying to steal the fruits of victory. The Beast Emperor was almost killed by Hong, and he was still seriously injured. As a high-level God of War, plus the army commander, and the whole city and the Star Destroyers attack, beheading is also a matter of course. The reason why they issued this order is that the core of the skull of the Emperor-level monster is too precious, and it is difficult to find one in the world. On the other hand, there are deeper reasons, they must be silenced. He doesn't know. How strong is Luo Jun's true strength? Even Luo Jun himself doesn't know where the limit of own is? Perhaps, go to God of War Palace to know. Dear daughter, your father is here to pick you up for the new year, and you will witness with your own eyes how strong your father is. You will become the little princess that no one dares to bully in this world. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Luo Jun thought silently, the blood in his body also slowly burned up. Chapter 60. Incarnation of Heaven and Earth. This spell is not an ordinary way of transformation. As a supernatural power, what he changes is not only Luo Jun's body, but also the clothes on his body, and even Luo Jun smelted the entire number 8 ancient civilization ruins, as well as the sword embryo made of special metal rare steel from extraterrestrials. Although the sword body is pitted and inconspicuous, it has absorbed the blood of a beast king, and even drank the blood of millions of monsters outside the city. It can already be called a murderous soldier. The sword embryo, which has undergone changes in size, is about 2 to 3 kilometers long, and strands of black mist overflow from the edge. Like a demonic sword mountain surrounded by black air. The blade of the sword groaned softly, as if it was pouring out Luo Jun's thirst for blood. Since the last magic power warm-up, Luo Jun's strength has not yet broken through. Now, from the realm of the 5 energies towards the Yuan, to the cultivation of the 3 flowers gathering at the top, the magic power in his body has at least several more than before, which can be called an earth-shaking change. Its strength does not know how many times it has been enhanced. Now that the weapon is in hand, it is natural to sacrifice it. Let me see how far I can train you, and how powerful it will be. The moment the voice fell, Luo Jun grasped the hilt of the sword, and poured the vast magic power like a surging river into the sword without money. After changing the supernatural power, the magic power value that can be stored in sword embryo has also increased hundreds of times. This is the mystery of the art of transformation. The gigantic Luo Jun, the essence of heaven and earth absorbed by his body, is also extremely terrifying. Guys, I've grown up. Worthy of being the master, it's extraordinary when you strive for it, and the VA is very gratifying. I hope the master will become a dragon. The master has finally lived up to expectations. Master has grown up, more and more competitive, don't worry about it. The previous owner didn't eat well every day, and every now and then he was full and hungry, which made his brothers and sisters very thin. The previous owner was not up to date, didn't know how to exercise hard, his body was weak, and we worked very hard. Yeah, I'm so tired of worrying. Fortunately, the master has grown up, it's okay. Luo Jun's expression suddenly became strange. He heard the voices of the cells in his body again. They all looked relieved. Why did their tone feel weird? What's even more astonishing is that the cells also grow bigger as Luo Jun grows bigger. They are no longer 0.5 micron, which is difficult to see with the naked eye, but each of them is 1.78 meters, which is almost the same size as ordinary people. One thing that surprised Luo Jun was that these cells, all of them are immortal cultivators, synchronized with his cultivation base, one prospers and one loses. More than 60 trillion cells daist. Even Luo Jun himself didn't expect that after performing the transformation, cells and people would undergo such changes. I'm afraid that even the existence of supernatural powers of creation and size are unexpected. Master has striven, we must not relax. We want to become immortals. Become a fairy. Become a fairy. Come on. Come on. The cell deists raised their arms and shouted in unison. They began to sit together in lotus position and started breathing exercises. Boom. Luo Jun's whole body is like a huge black hole vortex. Huge suction came, and in an instant, the surrounding spiritual chi was sucked out in an instant, and the domineering suction caused the vegetation to wither a little. There is formation protection in the city, but the people have no influence. On the contrary, those strong men who followed Luo Jun from outside the city seemed to be pulled by a strong magnet, and they were caught off guard and flew backwards towards Luo Jun. In the blink of an eye, the energy in their bodies was sucked clean. Brother Luo! Brother Luo! The army chief yelled in horror, stop smoking, if this goes on, we're going to be adults. Master Luo Jun, help! Chen Tian really supported an armored vehicle parked by the side of the road, and finally, in the strong wind, the armored vehicle also flew out. All of a sudden, the sky was dark and the storm was raging. It was just the result of Luo Jun cultivation technique running a universe. Luo Jun's gigantism is strong, but a breathing exercises heaven and earth essence will be a devastating disaster to everything around him. Hey? You! Luo Jun came back to his senses suddenly, interrupted the absorption hastily, and cast a spell, condensing a group of soft clouds, enveloping several people. Is this above the clouds? This cloud is soft, just like our big Simmons bed, it's unbelievable. Rao is a few people who have followed Luo Jun and experienced a lot. They lay on the comfortable and soft clouds, and they suddenly felt a dreamlike sense of distortion. Anyone, looking at the white clouds floating in the sky, will have innocent fantasies, how nice it would be to lie on the clouds. When I grow up, I can't help but smile knowingly when I think of my childhood fantasies. But now, they are actually standing on the cloud. In a way that science cannot explain, it has violated the scope of human cognition. Yes. The clouds floated up, climbed above 10,000 meters, and finally stopped in front of Luo Jun's eyes. The few of them, in front of Luo Jun, were smaller than ants. The pupils of Luo Jun's eyes are bigger than their bodies. Commander of the army, you go to gather the manpower first. I have a little understanding here, I will go to improve the strength first. Luo Jun sensed that the sword embryo he refined had absorbed a large amount of his own magic power, and became very irritable, faintly showing the tendency to rebel and escape. The sword embryo in Luo Jun's hand trembled. It has been a fierce soldier since its birth, and it is particularly thirsty for blood. Now it is like a beast that is extremely hungry, it is going crazy, urging Luo Jun to feed him blood over and over again. If the restless magic power in sword embryo is not tempered, after Luo Jun exits the gigantic form, it will also be exploded by the vast ocean-like magic power. Good. Go ahead, we'll get ready. Hearing their reply, Luo Jun blew lightly, and a gust of breeze sent the two into the city lightly. Then, he clenched his long sword tightly, and his whole figure turned into a streamer, flying overseas. Tell me, Mr. Luo Jun, is he a human or a god? Can Mr. Hong beat him, the strongest person in the world? Before he knew it, Chen Tian's tone and attitude seemed to have undergone a subversive change. No more, Luo Jun can't beat Hong. It's not sure if Hong can beat Luo Jun. The army chief was silent for a long time, took another deep breath, and said with a wry smile. I don't know if Hong can beat him, but I can be sure that Mr. Luo Jun may be the immortal recorded in the ancient monuments. Immortal. What an ancient vocabulary. They are considered by modern people to be creations of ignorant human imagination. But now, it seems that it has actually appeared in front of their eyes. Outside the city, Luo Jun's huge figure stands above the vast sea. He doesn't know what level of own strength has reached. It is also unknown how many ancient powerful men are still hiding in the palace of God of War. As the strongest ancient organization of mankind, it has unearthed countless treasures of civilization relics since the cataclysm continued to the present. Maybe there are strong opponents. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. While everyone was getting ready to go, Luo Jun stopped practicing. After smashing the God of War palace, what he will have to deal with in the future is the invincible strong man he has seen countless times in news broadcasts since he was a child, the first member of humankind, Hong. In front of him, there are endless monster corpses floating on the sea level. The fierce soldier sword embryo greedily devoured the blood, and his power and momentum continued to increase. Rumbling. A large black cloud swept over, and a sense of oppression came. This is heavenly tribulation, Luo Jun said incredulously. It is recorded in the refining chapter of Tao Fa Hui Yuan that heavenly tribulation will be born only when the peerless and fierce soldiers that are not allowed by the heavens and the earth and the avenue are about to be refined. But it's not finished yet. It's just sword embryo. Perhaps after Luo Jun became gigantic, he injected extremely terrifying magic power, and some kind of wonderful changes took place. And the rare steel taken out of the number 8 civilization relic, perhaps it is not simple. Sulfuric acid. Although it is just a sword embryo, it is extremely arrogant. Not under Luo Jun's control, it acted heaven-defying, directly cutting towards the thunder cloud. Rumble. Between the dark clouds, bolts of lightning whizzed down, striking the pitted sword body. Tsitsizi. Mars intersects with currents. Sword embryo let out a long and cheerful cry. It actually regarded the thunder and lightning as the existence of tempering the body. Those potholes were gradually repaired, and the edge of the sword became sharper and sharper. Boom! A matchless sword ray flashed. Actually split the thundercloud. It wanders among the thunder. Boom boom boom. It wandered around in the thunder pool, whining continuously, like a person laughing wildly. After half an hour, the thunderclouds dissipated. A sense of crisis came. Luo Jun suddenly opened his eyes. A sword ray, like a meteor falling from the sky, fell directly on the center of Luo Jun's head. Murderous soldier lord! Sulfuric acid! This sword obviously ignores Luo Jun's strength. The moment he was about to strike Luo Jun's head, Luo Jun grabbed its sword hilt and let it struggle in his hand, trying to escape through the air. It practiced under the influence of Luo Jun, and gave birth to a little spiritual wisdom. Luo Jun's eyes were fixed, and he sensed a familiar aura from the sword. Deep in its core, there seems to be a familiar ray of light hidden. After a little thought, suddenly realized. It turns out that the real fire of Samdi did not completely burn to death the four-dimensional life form condensed by light. A sliver of its incomplete consciousness penetrated into the rare steel. In the end, by chance, it was refined and turned into a weapon by Luo Jun. In this case, then become my weapon spirit. Luo Jun spit fire from the sky, practiced the weapon again, and this time will completely turn it into the weapon of his loyal ministers. Time passed quietly without knowing it. Gradually became dimmed down. At that time, the other side. Thunder Martial Arts. The high-level officials of the entire Jiangnan base city gathered together. The difference is that this time there are more people from the HR Alliance. The HR Alliance did not spend much effort in the battle, but they also participated in the battle, and they are the top 3 leaders in Jiangnan base city, so they naturally have to participate in this meeting. At this moment, there is a strong intense atmosphere in the hall, and everyone's expressions are quite dignified. The army commander and Chen Tianzhen stood side by side, and the two stood by the window, looking at the dark sky outside. "What are you thinking about?" the army chief spoke. The people present looked at each other and took a deep breath. With a sigh of relief, they both saw the perseverance and determination in each other's eyes. "Chief of the army, Master Chen, we have made a decision to follow in the footsteps of Master Luo Jun and crusade against the God of War Palace." "Damn God of War Palace, you are too bullying, you keep deducting my wages, Daddy just sees them upset. It's fine if they come to support, why should our hard work be stolen by them? Use us as bait, why come to steal the fruits of victory? They are the generals of the military region, or the martial masters of the Thunder Martial Art Museum, and their strength is at the level of generals. In the world of ordinary people, they are like big officials in the frontier. As for extreme martial arts, because their owner was killed by Luo Jun, only a few people participated. Only a few people from the HR Alliance responded. Many people calmed down during the day. Hot blood belongs to hot blood, but what you are facing is God of War Palace. They were not sure how strong that Titan Luo Jun was. Could that figure be the effect of alien civilization technology projection? Now that various magical technologies have been unearthed from major ruins, it is not particularly difficult to project such visual effects. Good. Satisfaction flashed in the army chief's eyes, we may not lose against the God of War Palace. With Lord Luo Jun here, maybe a miracle will happen, so I made this decision, not totally blind. 0. Most people can agree. Regardless of whether others agree with it or not, it cannot change the overall situation. Although I don't know how terrifying Hong's strength is. It is said that all the people in the world can't beat Hong alone. Rather than being persecuted by the God of War Palace all the time, it is better to follow Luo Jun vigorously, and maybe there will be a meritorious service in the future. Once you win. Chen Tian really interjected, everything you can see, is the territory of our Jiangnan base city. The heavy topic didn't last long. Chen Tianzhen and the army commander left soon. Leave people in the hall looking at each other. How to do. Someone was talking to himself, his eyes were not focused, and his eyes were full of panic. We really declared war on the God of War Palace? We are just a city, no matter how strong Luo Jun is, he can't be an enemy of the whole world? How dare you? The whole world is an enemy. I really don't know how the army commander and the others were brainwashed. Many people were paralyzed with fright, their faces were pale, and their movements were somewhat limited. Not only these few people, but also the few people who promised to fight with them just now, trembling like chaff, bewildered. They didn't completely regret their decision to follow, but they had a natural fear of the god of war palace. They are equivalent to slaughtering the life they believe in. You are dead. What a bunch of lunatics. There are thousands of god of war in the god of war palaces all over the world, and the limit is 98 god of war. Among them are the world's most powerful Hong, and Thor. What do you use to fight? The people from the HR Alliance sneered, they did not agree to join the war, and they were already preparing to transfer assets and run away secretly. Hearing the cynicism from the HR Alliance and the experts in the extreme martial arts gym, some people who were not determined began to panic. What's wrong with being bullied a little bit? What's wrong with being bullied a little bit? Just bear with it and it's over. Why do you want to take everyone to die? Yes. They are all gods, how dare we mortals declare war on the gods? Some people broke down emotionally and cried out regardless of their identity. How many times has the palace of God of War bullied us? Using us as bait, grabbing our trophies, and killing our compatriots, can this be tolerated? If you kneel down, you won't be able to stand up. Master Luo Jun has a very good saying, which I will always remember in my heart: a man should be self-improvement. Zhang Tai, who had never opened his mouth all this time, suddenly said, so what if we are gods? Even though we are just citizens made up of mortals, why should we? We just rely on an invincible strong man. Lord Luo Jun, he even killed the Beast Emperor. It's just beheading the seriously injured Beast Emperor, we will definitely die. There was endless debate in the hall. They don't know, in front of the monitor on the other side. In front of the monitor. The chief of the army looked cold, and ordered to the people next to him, remember all the people who were sneering and trying to escape just now. At this moment, Luo Jun has just completed his practice of treasure. From now on, your name will be Luo Hu. After naming the baby, he cut his finger and poured a drop of blood into the blade. Since then, the baby has completely recognized the Lord. Luo Jun is ready to go to God of War Palace. In fact, he doesn't care whether people from Jiangnan base city go or not. The reason why I let everyone go together is mainly because I want to give hometown people a chance. It is said that there are a lot of treasures stored in the God of War Palace, and there are many things that Luo Jun doesn't like. Chapter 61. Why can't I improve my cultivation base by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth after entering human flower realm? Luo Jun stood on the sea with a dazed expression on his face. All the way by leaps and bounds, he finally met the bottleneck. At this moment, he felt as if he had reached the full level in the game, and no matter what breathing exercises, he couldn't increase his experience points. It can only supplement the consumed magic power, but cannot improve its own strength. Could it be that the second realm where three flowers gather at the top, what is needed is not the essence of heaven and earth? After thinking for a long time, I have no clue. He simply stopped thinking about it and went back first. Luo Jun's body returned to the size of a normal person, and he returned to the base city of Jiangnan. Walk among the streets and alleys. There are still many people on the street, bustling and numerous. Luo Jun walked straight forward all the way, walking non-stop, without wavering at all, but the strange thing is, anyone who walks in front of him will instinctively deter. As if they couldn't see Luo Jun, their route was changed invisibly. This is the two separations between immortals and mortals. Luo Jun has already half-stepped into the world of immortals, although he is only in the qi refining period. He's not just growing stronger. Unknowingly, the aura alone can affect the thinking of mortals. In the streets and alleys, people's expressions are quite dignified. Many people gathered in the square, and many of them took out their communicators, staring at the screen projected on it. The battle is imminent, and every second counts. Tsitsizi. After a moment of electric sound, the commander of the army appeared in the streets and alleys and on the projections of everyone's communicators. Luo Jun also stopped walking. Let me tell you a piece of news, our Jiangnan base city will declare war on the god of war palace. When Channa heard these words, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded, like a thunderclap. They all heard Luo Jun's voice before. I thought it was just an injustice against the god of war officer. 093 They lost their minds and shouted. After a day of calm, I began to question the authenticity of this matter. After all, it was too shocking. It's like declaring war on the world. Some people suspected that it was just a drill, and that the huge figure was just a high-tech projection. Show it to the god of war palace, let those gods who are high above stop oppressing the city. What are we declaring war on, the palace of god of war? Did I hear wrong? This is not a drill. Has the chief of the army lost his mind? A feeling of horror surged through everyone. They start to get creepy. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian's real figure also appeared in the camera. Yes, our Jiangnan Thunder Martial Arts Academy has also decided to rise up and resist, let them see and see our blood. Chen Tian really reconfirmed the authenticity of the matter, and slowly explained the reason. The god of war palace controls all the resources in the world. The reason for the expedition. He exposed what the god of war palace did in Jiangnan base city one by one. Various evidences were also released. Practitioners and martial masters who knew about it or not were stunned. Damn it, it turns out the palace of god of war has been bullying us. It's stupid, no wonder I said why there was no rescue before, it turned out that I was used as bait. Too much bullying, too much bullying. Many people clenched their fists silently, feeling their blood rushing up and their emotions surging. Many veterans silently wiped their weapons. The men who were planting crops went home without saying a word, and took out the long-lost weapons from under the bed. There are cowards, and naturally there are bloody men. Panic is boiling. This official news is not only in the base city of Jiangnan, but also wants to spread to the whole world. At this time, a post about Jiangnan base city declares war on human leader god of war palace was suddenly published on the internet. There is a video above, which shows the broadcasting screen of the army commander, Chen Tianzhen. Kyoto base city. FK. Are the people in Jiangnan base city crazy? Suddenly declare war on god of war officials. The men in Jiangnan are so bloody, are they so brave? Are there still few people doing this kind of thing in the god of war palace? I admire them, but our leaders are a bunch of soft-footed shrimps who only kneel and lick those so-called gods. If only I were from Jiangnan base city. It's a pity that they are sent to die. Many people in the base city of Kyoto expressed their views on this. What's the matter with being wronged? This is going to be a resistance? Isn't this an act of courting death? Hey, it's too irrational. After all, the god of war palace is also an organization that leads the progress of all mankind. Even if it's unfair, you can appeal. There is a ball for the appeal. My cousin was beaten to death by people from the god of war palace. I appealed for 9 years and was imprisoned for 10 years. I envy Jiangnan base city, a good man with S***X. Netizens from other base cities spoke one after another. Laughing to death, the yellow-skinned monkeys in the Great Xia Kingdom are really looking for death. The God of War Palace is an organization that leads the world. What are you fighting for? It's time to respond to the God of War Palace. The so-called one city, one rule should be banned. The right to autonomy is too great. The natives in these places are gone. I hope the god of war of our country will come forward and crush these monkeys to death. Oh, my god of war, how could the god of war palace be greedy for so-called resources? You really know how to brag. The mere great summer god of war hasn't registered at the god of war palace yet. How could it be possible to kill the beast emperor and say that the god of war palace robbed you and used you as bait? On the social media of the global network, many well-known media personalities followed suit. This news directly shocked everyone in the world. The whole world is in shock, and no one is optimistic about it. Palace of God of War. Luxurious and spacious room like a palace. A blond man, watching the news on the projection, smiled coldly. These bugs really don't know what to do. He is the House of God of War, Human Parliament, Speaker Carl ranked 9th. This ranking is related to strength. It is precisely because he is the 9th strongest player in the world. At this time, a figure hurried in. He is none other than Nanfeng, who was beaten by Luo Jun before. Uncle, did you really order Jiangnan base city to be used as a bait? And you also sent someone to threaten Luo Jun? Nanfeng's god of war's complexion was extremely ugly, and his knees became weak when he saw the terrifying Luo Jun. If you don't use them as bait, how can the emperor-level monster injured by the flood come out? It needs to heal its wounds, eat a lot of living things, and also need the energy core of the human base city. Sure enough, as I expected, I had someone open the energy protection cover, release the breath of energy, and the beast emperor really came out. The kid named Luo Jun who defeated you before really has some strength, and he can kill the dying and seriously injured emperor-level monsters. Your defeat is not wronged. I must ask him to hand over the imperial core. Speaker Carl said in a deep voice. As the 9th speaker, he certainly has the supreme right. Naturally, it couldn't be easier to control a small city in the whole world. Because of his orders, the Palace of God of War ignored calls for help. As for the energy core, it is the power source of each base city's energy shield, and it comes from the remains of ancient civilizations. Luo Jun may be more than just a high god of war. Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but said, he is so powerful beyond common sense, he is very likely to be the ultimate god of war. Isn't it also rumored that Luo Jun is the ultimate god of war? Because Luo Jun is not registered in God of War Palace. The God of War Palace also couldn't monitor Luo Jun's combat strength at any time. The only record was that he defeated Nanfeng strongly, and at least had a high God of War strength. So what if the ultimate God of War? Speaker Carl sneered, the ultimate God of War is also divided into levels, and I will soon take a crucial step to become an existence comparable to Hong and Thor, and then I will not be afraid of his punishment. What punishment? Why did Lord Hong punish you? Nanfeng was at a loss as to what drove this steady uncle to suddenly disobey Hong's orders and lay hands on a city. Speaker Carl stared at Nanfeng, and suddenly sneered, that little girl is not your daughter, is she? Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing an unbelievable look. This is his biggest secret. Many years ago, when he picked up his daughter, he even changed all the data. The reason why I was frantically looking for my daughter was because there is a huge secret hidden in the daughter. This secret has something to do with him quickly becoming the high god of war. She suddenly disappeared. Speaker Carl suddenly became irritable. It's all your damn wife's fault. She insisted on bringing the girl to me and lost her. She is Hong's apprentice. I can't bear Hong's anger. Because you are afraid of being punished by Hong, you will spare no effort to capture the Beast Emperor's core, and then improve your strength. Nanfeng suddenly realized, and finally understood the cause and effect. No wonder the people in Jiangnan Base City are so hostile to God of War. You don't seem very surprised. Speaker Carl smiled coldly. I came to you because I wanted you to tell me all the secrets of that girl, who she is, and why a child can disappear from my perception. Nanfeng was silent for a long time, and suddenly revealed a shocking sentence, she may not be from Blue Star. The other side. Luo Jun came to the combat command center. Apart from the soldiers who are already ready to go, there are very few practitioners in Jiangnan Base City. The square was unusually quiet. Chen Tian's face was really ugly. Even the people from the Thunder Martial Art Museum didn't come? What a bunch of bastards! The army chief roared, even if it is only our military, we will go, even if it means death. Chen Tianzhen's face turned pale, he slowly closed his eyes, and said helplessly, forget it, whatever, it's normal to be greedy for life and fear death, after all, it's God of War Palace. Luo Jun smiled and said nothing. He doesn't care whether these people go or not. However, is Jiangnan Base City really that cowardly? Not always. And at this time, running here. Lights flicker in the night. There is no shortage of aircraft and rare fighters in the sky. Chariots, armored vehicles, parked on a huge square as big as 3 or 4 football fields. A group of figures got on and off the car. There are more and more people in the square. In the end, it became crowded with people, and there was a practitioner standing on every inch of land. Report, Chief. Zhang Tai saluted and said, after screening by strength, there are a total of 8,842 martial masters in Jiangnan City who are willing to participate in the battle. Of course, it is impossible to let ordinary people and low-level practitioners die. Everyone has thought about going to attack the God of War Palace this time, even if the entire army is wiped out, it must be a breakthrough. Shocked, the whole world stared at him. Due to public opinion, the God of War Palace will definitely appease and compensate ordinary people in Jiangnan Base City. Of course, from then on, Jiangnan Base City may be completely suppressed and become a directly subordinate city without autonomy. Commander of the Army, Master Chen. Master Luo Jun. A mid-level martial master suddenly came out from the crowd, with a resolute look on his cheeks, and said loudly, we are not afraid of death, what we are afraid of is uselessness, those high-ranking hypocrites. God oppressed us so many times and killed our brother, I don't agree. Another strong man at the junior warrior level stood up. He is the head coach of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy in Jiangnan Base City, and he is considered a big shot. Jiangnan Base City is my home, they used our home as a bait, and ran to my home to rummage through boxes and cabinets, and stole things, even if they have noble status, so what? Die or die, fight. It's a very good metaphor, which tells what the God of War Palace does in an easy-to-understand way. Yet, I'm not afraid of death either. Swear to the death to live and die with Jiangnan Base City. Swear to the death to live and die with Jiangnan Base City. Swear to the death to live and die with Jiangnan Base City. The roar of anger from more than 10,000 practitioners. We have endured it many times, and we can't bear it anymore. Endure this time, and the next time, bullying is only 0 times and countless times. A man should be self-improving, let the whole world know that we Jiangnan men are good. A cry, from uneven, gradually became louder and louder, and finally shook the mountains and seas, like a torrent rolling. Luo Jun looked at the people below, he was afraid that he would be a cultivator. Even if the immortals are separated, he has never been treated like an ant by the common people. Because he rises from the bottom. Listening to people's earth-shattering roars, the blood in the body also boiled, and the cells in the whole body were excited. Kill, 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 kill. Above and bully my master? Kill them all. Kill them all. It's just a group of false gods. If they dare to call themselves gods in front of us immortals, all of them will be killed. The body cells are also roaring. Good. Tears welled up in the army chief's eyes, and he almost choked up. Seeing people's perseverance, he pondered for a moment. He glanced at Luo Jun, and roared. Luo Jun is the hero who saved our entire city. He is the real god. He hit millions of monsters, killing the king of beasts and the king of beasts. Now we are threatening our benefactor to hand over the spoils with both hands, will you agree? 3.3. His roar was boiling. No. 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 F. Chen Tian walked out and bowed to Luo Jun. Please also, Mr. Luo Jun will lead us to conquer the God of War Palace, and show off the power of my son in the south of the Yangtze River. The army chief also bowed to Luo Jun. Master Luo Jun, please lead us to conquer the God of War Palace. They calmly took a step toward retreat. Let Luo Jun's figure stand in front of the stage. Master Luo Jun, please lead us to conquer the God of War Palace. Practitioners and martial masters roared. Luo Jun's gaze walked over to people's faces and scanned them, without any unnecessary nonsense, slowly spit out 4 words, "Everything is mine." There is no accumulation of gorgeous vocabulary, just 4 simple words, but it shows his invincible belief. At this time, Luo Jun's pupils contracted slightly, showing surprise. Dots of light like white rice grains turned into bright jade, slowly gathered from all directions, and finally became a stream that only Luo Jun could see, piercing into the center of his brow. In vivo cell universe. That one symbolizes the gathering of 3 flowers, the buds of the human flower, under the nourishment of the brilliance, began to grow vigorously, and the cultivation base is skyrocketing. See this scene. Luo Jun suddenly realized, no wonder cultivation base is not diligent. 3 flowers gather at the top of the second realm ground flower refining chi and transforming God. What needs to be cultivated is not the movement technique and the cultivation base, but to strengthen the soul and condense the spirit, in preparation for the divine sense of the foundation establishment in the future. At this moment, he has won the fanatical admiration of all soldiers and people. Everyone's aspirations were condensed into a rope, and an extremely pure power of faith was naturally born, which was turned into nutrients for Luo Jun to absorb. This is the main reason why there are gods, and worshipped by the world. I didn't expect On's unintentional move to lead me to find the cultivation root of the second realm by chance. Belief. Chapter 62. It turns out that other people's beliefs are so useful. Luo Jun originally planned to bring some people there, but now he has changed his mind. A crazy and daring idea emerged spontaneously in the back of my mind. Is your radio still working? Luo Jun suddenly asked the army chief. It works. Asked the army chief in surprise. Okay, give me a live broadcast, I have something to say. Luo Jun said lightly. Good. Hearing that Luo Jun was going to speak, the army chief couldn't be more happy. Nothing can be more inspiring than the existence of this fairy. He immediately mobilized the satellite channel, and with the cooperation of the curator Chen, all the radio and TV stations in Jiangnan Base City were rebroadcasting the same picture. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment, it was time for dinner, and most of the residents in Jiangnan Base City were having dinner, watching TV, and watching the news. Although the senior leaders officially declared war on God of War officials. After a brief panic, people resumed their usual routine. Anyway, when the sky fell, there was a tall man holding it up. This is the eternal psychological state of the little people. What's more, there is still the invincible God of War Luo Jun in Jiangnan Base City. After experiencing the catastrophe of the beast horde, and seeing the figure of the Titan standing in the sky, they have begun to believe in Luo Jun, and began to worship this invincible God of War who stood up in a critical moment. Among them is the Huxia teacher who had a relationship with Luo Jun at the beginning. There is also Luo Jun's co-worker and former classmate Lu Lang. They all stood before the laser projection TV. At this time, the TV screen suddenly changed, and a section of the screen was forcibly interrupted. People would have liked to complain, or to swear. When they saw the teenagers in the close-up, they swallowed their words again, turning them into words of endless praise. The reborn Luo Jun looks very young. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, with sword-like brows, red lips, and white teeth, and skin that even women would envy. But he has a pair of deep black eyes like a star. Stared at by this pair of eyes, people felt a sense of awe inexplicably. It seems that this person is a god overlooking all living beings on 9 heavens. Hi everyone, I'm Luo Jun. Luo Jun's opening remarks were very short. After pondering for a while, he said succinctly, "Next, maybe for a period of 24 days, the sky will suddenly turn dark and there will be no stars, but don't panic, you are safe." Carve. One slowly appeared on all heads, including the army chief and Chen Tianzhen who were present. They looked at each other, but they couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was sold in Luo Jun's calabash. "Isn't it night now? The sky is already dark, how can it turn black? But now the weather is fine, the sky is full of stars, why are all the stars gone?" The commander of the army stayed in the city for a while, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He thought of his own experience, and he seemed to understand what he wanted to do, but still showing horror. "How can it be? Can this be done too?" Chen Tian really looked at the shocked expression of the chief of the army. He seemed to understand a little bit, and opened his mouth wide in shock. Luo Jun didn't go to explain to people, because they can't understand it even after explaining it. You just need to prepare everyone mentally. Under the suspicious eyes of people, Luo Jun jumped, stepped on the auspicious clouds, and flew high above the sky. Suddenly, he raised his hand and waved his sleeve. The cuffs on his body elongated rapidly, and in the end they grew in the wind, and suddenly turned into a big bag shrouding the heavens, turning into a canopy to cover the entire sky. "Sure enough," Chen Tian said in disbelief, "isn't this the universe in the sleeve used by the immortal Zhen Yuan in the ancient myth TV Journey to the West? Blue Star has the same world background as Luo Jun's previous life. The only difference is that now is the future of the previous life, a cataclysm has occurred, there are monsters on the Blue Star, and human beings have also stepped on the road of cultivation. Immortal. Absolutely a fairy. The people we follow are indeed the immortals recorded in ancient books." The chief of the army was shocked. Although he had already guessed, and even had some conviction in his heart, his rationality made him unwilling to believe. Even before the catastrophe, gods and the like were just legends. There is no evidence that gods really exist. Under everyone's dull eyes, the city was shrinking rapidly, and finally got into Luo Jun's cuff. Inside the cuffs, not really cuffs. It's a mysterious space opened up by spells. As for shrinking the entire city, the technique of reducing the size of the magical powers is carried. It defies common sense to shrink the substance, but it will not have any effect on its substance. Jiangnan Base City. It was business as usual, people ate, and slept. They didn't feel anything unusual. It's just that the dark sky is even darker than before. The chief of the army looked up at the sky, the expression on his face became stiff due to extreme shock, and he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, there are no stars." Before, he experienced being taken away by Luo Jun's pocket universe once. But that was just a moment, without much experience. So, he guessed Luo Jun's intention just now, but not completely sure. "So, we are in Lord Luo Jun's cuff?" Chen Tian said in astonishment, "If Master Luo Jun is really a god, I heard that gods can live forever and have a dream for thousands of years. If he is willing to accept me as a disciple, will I also be invincible and live forever? He is still eager to become Luo Jun's apprentice. Maybe." The army chief flipped through the information about Luo Jun on the communicator. A year ago, Luo Jun had an unshaven beard and said that he was almost 30 years old, and the army chief believed it. But now, it's like rejuvenating reverse growth, with red lips and white teeth, more like a young man. It also added a layer of mystery to Luo Jun, who is a fairy. Because Luo Jun has so many unbelievable means, now that he blows up the Milky Way with one punch, the army chief will believe it. "Brother, tell me, we are in Luo Zhengxian's cuff." Chen Tian suddenly looked innocent, and said in a mysteriously low voice, "You said, do gods have body odor?" Before he knew it, he changed his name again. Army Chief. Late at night, thousands of houses were lit up, and everyone was gradually surprised to find that there were no stars in the sky. However, with Luo Jun's early warning, he was naturally not too surprised. Maybe it was some fancy defense method from the military, right? Watching TV. Luo Jun's former co-worker fell into a deep silence. What's wrong with you? His wife pushed the dazed man. The person on TV before used to be my co-worker. How can a man talk to you about your honor? Impossible. Lord God of War is such a character, that is a god, how could he have anything to do with you, an ordinary person? His wife looked around in disbelief, then lowered her voice and said, Hush, keep your voice down, don't talk about God of War, and be careful not to be invited to drink tea. No, absolutely not. The man was decisive and said excitedly, He is the kindest and greatest God of War I have ever seen, and he will not trouble us for such a small matter. Oh! Uncle Wang from the next door village scolded the God of War Palace God of War on the internet. He was taken away on the same day, came out a month later, and hanged himself not long after. The woman sneered. You do not believe. The man took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, Because I taunted him back then, my energy and blood have declined, so I might not be able to become a practitioner. He took out the communicator, rummaged through it, found the group photo of the original work, pointed to a person on it, and said slowly, Look, it's him. He was born noble, and he should be aloof, but he is like an ordinary person, without any airs. I am in this world, and I will obey no one, but him. He is a real god. It really is. The woman looked shocked. No one could see it, and with the admiration of the two, a light spot slowly appeared in the center of the eyebrows, slowly floating into the air. Scenes similar to it are being played out non-stop. In a room somewhere. Honey, no wonder Lord God of War looked down on you back then. Looking at Luo Jun's photo, Lu Lang said with lingering fear, It's ridiculous to say it, but I was jealous of him back then, and went to trouble him. The woman looked at the photo obsessively, with relief in her eyes, and she was not angry, it's no wonder he didn't like me at first. Everyone does not know. They were included in Luo Jun's cuffs, and they are still living their own lives. Luo Jun's intention this time is very simple. Since you need faith, you should show your holiness in front of people, cut off all the false gods, and let the world see what is the real God. This is also a test. He was afraid that the distance would be too far, even if he was worshipped by people, he would not be able to get the brilliance of faith. So, he simply took the whole city away. Luo Jun faintly felt that this Guanjiao could only be collected within the range of perception. He will not miss any opportunity to practice. I don't know how my daughter is doing. There was a hint of worry in Luo Jun's eyes, and thinking of the so-called world's strongest man Hong, an inexplicable anger emerged in his heart. The reason why he didn't go there immediately was because he believed in Hong's character and strength. After all, when my daughter was taken away, I had just started practicing for 2 days, so I didn't know enough about my own strength. That's why he was worried that his daughter would be injured in the beast tide. This Hong has a certain responsibility, and this account will be settled with him when the time comes. At the same time, above a skyscraper, a dozen figures were suspended in the air. They looked coldly at the stereoscopic projection screen in front. The announcement of Jiangnan Base City was played on it. They looked into the distance, which was the direction of Jiangnan Base City. A group of lifeless things dare to declare war on us, I'm really tired of living. A thin god of war said with a sneer. I'm just waiting to take back the booty that belongs to the God of War Palace. It is already a great honor to promise to distribute it to them. How dare you not be satisfied and challenge the gods? You are mere worms and extremely arrogant. A shirtless, burly bald man is coldly authentic. It's just a clown, a frog in a well, who just defeated Nanfeng, a waste who relied on resources to upgrade to a high-level god of war, and dared to take life seriously. He said lightly, Lord Ninth Speaker, should I capture that trash now and bring back the head of the Beast Emperor, or Are you crazy? A speaker suddenly interjected, the opponent's strength is not simple, maybe they have reached the limit of God of War with something, besides, even if they declare war on us, he is someone Hong is optimistic about, and we can't easily kill him. What are you afraid of? Hong and Thor are in Kirishima, the communication is blocked. The third and fourth speakers are also very angry, they were provoked by a group of bugs. Let them understand why the gods are superior, and how big is the gap between the life levels of ants and gods. In front of the God of War palace, the God of Wars chattered and offered suggestions. Most of them hoped to go directly to the strong suppression. But because of Hong, he once had a crush on Luo Jun, and took his beauties as his disciples. At this moment, only a small number of people in God of War Palace know that Luo Jun's adopted daughter is missing. Although they are all God of War and ultimate God of War, everyone's strength is also very different, and their status is also related to the ranking. For example, more than 90 extreme God of War will bow and salute when they meet the top 10. In the midst of endless debate, the ninth speaker Carl said, since they announced that they have set off, let them call up. In this way, I have a reason to kill all those jumping clowns. Even if Hong comes back, he has no reason to blame us. Everyone nodded. As the ninth speaker, Carl stood at the pinnacle of mankind, so he naturally had a great say. Invisibly, the fate of Luo Jun and Jiangnan base city has been assigned by them. But in an instant, the figure of Luo Jun appeared in front of a towering building. This is an isolated and extremely prosperous island. Islands floating on the sea level. On the coast, there are fighter planes that ordinary people, even practitioners, can't afford in their lifetime. There are a lot of people in the square, because most of them are people from all over the world with a lot of background. Because of the declaration of war, the powerhouses from all over the world rushed back. There are also forces from various countries coming to join in the fun. This island is very large, and it became a country called Neon in the catastrophe. It was once sunk by monsters, and finally it was lifted up again by scientists using the technology of alien civilization, and the God of War Palace, which leads practitioners from all over the world, was built on it. There are many tourists here, and most of them are either rich or expensive, because the tickets here are astronomical. They are trying to get acquainted with some strong people here. There is also the God of War who came to certify. Under the eyes of everyone, time passed quietly like this. In this field, the media flying cars in the news broadcast rooms of various countries in the world are flying around in the void, waiting quietly. Through the lens of the live news, people saw the projection screen near the God of War Palace. They will never dare to come. God of War Palace, how do you declare war? Could it be possible to move the whole city here? It's ridiculous. It's nearly 10,000 miles away from Jiangnan base city. There are many monsters along the way, and there are many king-level monsters. They won't be eaten by monsters on the way, right? I think it's too exaggerated for the so-called Jiangnan base city to kill king-level monsters and even emperor-level monsters, even if they were seriously injured and dying. I don't believe it. Maybe the commander of this city is crazy. On the global virtual network, people watched the live broadcast, and heated discussions continued. In the midst of debate, Luo Jun quietly appeared on the island. With a wave of his hand, he released the army commander, Chen Tianzhen, Zhang Tai and others. As for Jiangnan base city, Luo Jun does not intend to release it yet, to avoid alarming the enemy and causing unnecessary sensation. Suddenly, a group of people noticed Luo Jun's group that suddenly landed. Because of the relationship announced to the world, people remember the face of the army commander. The media flying car flew over in an instant, and the reporters carried their cameras and aimed at the face of the army chief. Because of Luo Jun's supernatural relationship with Taoism, as long as he is unwilling, no one can see his face clearly, even in the camera, it will be blurred and ignored by others. Some reporters even aimed at the army chief's face and maliciously criticized, the person we are seeing now is the highest military leader of Jiangnan Base City. It is he who violated the harmony of human beings and became the first one to betray God in order to become famous. People from the Palace of War. She skillfully changed the word declaration of war into betrayal. The reporters were filming frantically, and at the same time, their mouths were constantly black. At this time, more than a dozen figures were suspended in the air like the sun, exuding a frightening aura wantonly. They looked down at the chief of the army and the others, their lips squirmed, and said coldly as if they were sentenced to death. Jiangnan Base City is bold enough to openly destroy the international harmonious order and declare war on the God of War Palace. We have the right to declare that blasphemers will be sentenced to death. The majestic voice, accompanied by majesty, announced to the world the death penalty of the army commander and others. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Yet, not loud, but like thunder. Shocking. Chapter 63. Yet, the plain voice exploded in the square like thunder. Luo Jun, with a handsome and immature face, suddenly appeared in front of the army commander and others, looking at the dozen or so God of War in front of him with a blank expression and peaceful eyes. Everyone couldn't understand, why didn't this boy kneel down? Why are you still not afraid? You are Luo Jun, right? At a young age, you became God of War. You could have shared divine power with us, but you were greedy for the spoils of the God of War Palace and incited the ignorant people to declare war. Today, you came to the God of War Palace and dared to blaspheme the gods. Ignorant fellow! There is no need to judge, I will give you the death penalty first. Death penalty. As the sun fell, 15 God of War Palace members who were like the sun and exuded terror moved. Each of them is at least a high-level God of War, and there are also God of War realms that have reached the limit. In the entire God of War Palace Square, everyone from all over the world looked at the 15 sun-like figures in the sky, shining brightly. My God of War, your brilliance is immortal, your greatness should be passed on forever. Invincible God of War, please kill these blasphemous sinners. I am the most faithful and devout believer in life, and I will always praise your greatness. There are even pious believers who knelt down to worship one after another, and there are not a few of them. After witnessing the majesty of God of War, they are in awe of the strong and gods. The God of War quickly flew over the heads of the army chief and the others. He looked down at several people from a height. The terrifying atmosphere enveloped the people present except Luo Jun. The army commander, Chen Tianzhen, and others have been suffering from sore throats. Although they are mentally prepared to face everything, when they really face God of War, or even so many God of War, they realized that they were so insignificant in front of God of War. Although he has the black god suit, it is comparable to the primary God of War. The God of War that can be present is at least a high-level God of War. There is no shortage of limits. God of War exists. These lives are no longer the same kind of creatures. Some God of War can live for hundreds of years, and the ultimate God of War is an old monster who has lived since the Great Cataclysm. Several people were so frightened that their legs became weak, and they gritted their teeth hard so as not to let themselves kneel down. God! A mocking sneer suddenly sounded. It's just a group of lowly dogs lying on the ground, who actually want to rush to the sky where the king soars. Don't be self-righteous, BD. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The ants dare to insult the gods. This man is really brave. Luo Jun looked at the army commander next to him, yawned, and said, "This kind of false god is not worthy of my action. It's too boring. I'll leave it to you." Hey? Shall I fight? The army chief was taken aback, shook his head again and again, and said with a wry smile, "I can't do it, even if I have the black god suit, it's only comparable to a low-level God of War, and in front of a high-level God of War, I will be killed in seconds. Don't be afraid, because..." Luo Jun patted the army chief on the shoulder. Okay. The army chief hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and roared, "Fight it, anyway, I don't plan to go back alive." He clenched his fists and walked forward resolutely. A simple and ordinary-looking long sword suddenly popped out of Luo Jun's cuff. "Take this." "Ah!" The army chief was a little dazed. "Isn't this a cold weapon from ancient times? Now everyone is using original force weapons, which have high lethality and can perfectly display the power of the master. Ordinary cold weapons, once the energy enters them, they will shatter, right?" However, based on the blind worship of Luo Jun, he still held the long sword. "This sword is called Luohu, you only need to call its name, and it will help you. Luo Jun said softly. This scene was broadcast all over the world. "They are so naive, ancient cold weapons, even children shook their heads when they saw it, using it to challenge God of War. Just being the army commander of the base city? How could they defeat the monsters? Blasphemy, damn it!" Audiences from all over the world opened the barrage on the four-dimensional projection. Even though the years have changed and the times have changed, the invention of barrage has never been cut off. "Kill!" The army chief bravely rushed out, not afraid of being ridiculed by others, and said loudly, "Luohu, I am in the calendar area." "Ha ha 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 ha! This blasphemous ant is really funny. I am a little bit reluctant to end your life, but you must die. Avoid some ignorant guys, follow your example." A high-ranking god of war flew out, drew out the original force lightsaber shining with white light, and slashed down carelessly. But soon, the senior god of war's pupil shrank, and the smile on his face froze. No one noticed it. Between the lightning and the flint, the army chief suddenly soared into the air. No, he should have been dragged up by a sword. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and let the long sword be dragged blankly. In a trance, he seemed to be able to feel the trembling of Luohu's sword, and vaguely feel a trace of dissatisfaction. The high god of war suddenly found himself unable to move. From that sword, it seemed to see a devil from the abyss, opening its bloody mouth towards him. The whole body weighs like a juncture, unable to move. His eyes became flustered. Only the eyes can move in the whole body, the mouth can't speak, and they can't even ask for help. Dense beads of sweat seeped from the forehead of the high god of war. "Call out!" With a flash of black light, Sword Ray dragged the chief of the army and turned into an ink dragon. Under everyone's incredulous eyes, he suddenly slashed down from the middle. Like cutting tofu, this god of war, who was still laughing wildly a second ago, had a bloodstain on his forehead, slowly spreading to the tip of his nose, and finally to his crotch. Snapped! A high-ranking god of war was split into two, and his body fell to the ground. The people present were stupefied with fright. They saw the internal organs inside God of War. At this moment, a thought came to everyone's minds: Lord God of War, does he also have human internal organs? Unknowingly, people have regarded God of War as another higher creature. The sudden change made the square completely silent. The rest of God of War looked shocked. Even the army commander holding Rahu felt unreal. The blade trembled. The chief of the army suddenly felt a strong push, and felt the dissatisfaction from this magical long sword. The fairy sword has a spirit, and it doesn't want anyone to touch it except Luo Jun. Previously, he just obeyed the master's order and acted reluctantly. After being touched by the chief of the army, it found that it couldn't accept it, and it had a sense of déjà vu that I was not clean. The army chief sat down on the ground, still a little unresponsive. God is dead. Just being killed by an ordinary person. That sword, why is it still flying in the air when it leaves your hand? What's going on here? What happened? Even the audience watching this live broadcast feast, as well as the people present, didn't know what happened. Chief of the army, you are useless if you are given a chance. Luo Jun said with a smile, my weapon. He despises you. Dislike me? The army chief smiled wryly. Chen Tianzhen's eyes lit up on the side. wondering if he would have a chance to ask this divine sword to take him to pretend. Shall I kowtow to it? Call Grandpa? His thoughts were as unscrupulous as ever. Ants, you dare to attack the gods, you should die. Let's go together and destroy them. I want this sword. The god of war above the sky stared at the long sword floating in the air. With their eyesight, it is natural to see that the weird scene just now was completely dominated by that strange weapon, perhaps some incredible weapon. Maybe that young man was able to defeat Nanfeng and kill the Beast Emperor because he had it. The problem that has been plaguing the minds of God of War for a long time is finally solved. Then, they greedily looked at the long sword. They also didn't care about the image, and they came out in full force, saying that they were going to kill the army chief and others, but in fact they swarmed in and looted the laggards. The Rahu sword stood upright in the air, the blade trembling, as if aware of the attention of several people. He suddenly became a little angry. But it didn't move, it was waiting for the master's command. Kill them all. Luo Jun yawned and lost the patience to continue playing. Amazing weapon, it's mine. Don't rob me. Go and kill the ants first. Several god of war came together, scrambling to grab it. Call out. The black light flickered, and the blade of the sword seemed to be alive, and suddenly disappeared in place. Then, there seemed to be a black thread between the god of war, and it disappeared in a flash. God of war only felt a chill down their waists. Subconsciously touched his waist. Then his eyes widened incredulously. A god of war touched his abdomen and looked at the blood on his hands in disbelief. Chi chi chi. The bright red blood donation, like a burst water pipe, sprayed out crazily. The lower half of the god of war suspended in the air fell to the ground. After the other half of the body became dull for a second, it also fell to the other side. Puff. Puff puff. The other god of war is like the previous god of war, all broken at the waist. Ha ha ha. The bright red blood donation turned into blood rain and splashed in the sun. Clap clap clap. The corpses of the god of war fell into a pool of blood, twitching slightly. Before they died, they returned to the light, their eyes widened, and their eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible? As a god, I am no match for a sword. What kind of weapon is this? What a terrifying weapon, I would not be willing, if it was mine, if it was mine. Why is there such a god-killing weapon in the world? The vitality of the god of war is very strong, even if they are killed, for money, they still have a short life. But at this moment, for them, this is undoubtedly torture. Pain haunts their brains. They lie on the ground. Thousands of those humble ants around looked at them with such scorching eyes. Their dignity makes them want to die immediately. Luo Hujian flew to Luo Jun's side through the air. Buzz buzz. It was trembling, it was like an unhappy pet, and complained to Luo Jun again. Like complaining why Luo Jun let mortals touch it. It seems to be complaining why Luo Jun let him fight by himself. Okay, next time I won't lend you casually to others, okay, good boy. Luo Jun gently stroked the hilt of the sword. Next time I will fight with you, I won't let you face it alone, you are just a child. He could feel Luo Haojian's emotions. It's like a cute little animal, it's complaining about letting it fight alone. It wants to shoot with Luo Jun. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping for air, followed by dead silence. There was no sound in the square. Worshipped by the world, a high-ranking god was slaughtered by a seemingly inconspicuous cold weapon like this? That's no ordinary rudimentary god of war. Those are all intermediate or high-level god of war. How could it be possible? Everyone can't understand, their limited cognition can't explain what happened in front of them at all. And on the global network, it has completely exploded. Chapter 64. This incredible scene, like a meteorite hitting the blue star, swept the world like a chaotic storm. All the people who watched the live broadcast felt unacceptable to this nightmarish horror. This live broadcast is not just world radio. Instead, under the deliberate arrangement of the God of War Palace, it was forced to be broadcast globally on TV stations. God of Wars must maintain their divine power. To scare the chickens, to scare the monkeys, to shock the little ones. Let mortals understand how powerful the gods are. But this face-to-face meeting was defeated by an ordinary cold weapon. FK. FK. God, dead? Tell me it's not true. That's a god? And wasn't he killed by someone, beheaded by a weapon? How can it be? That's a cold weapon from ancient times. Children shook their heads when they saw it. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. Any viewer who was forced to watch the live broadcast was like a thunderbolt, sluggish in place. The effect that this live broadcast will bring will be extremely far-reaching. The quiet square at the scene was still so quiet. Even the people who followed Luo Jun were stunned. They believed in Luo Jun's invincible strength, and there was no problem in killing these god of war. B. How come your weapon is also strong? Foul. Possible. The army chief smiled wryly. This is the difference between immortals and mortals. Chen Tian really looked at the blue sky, filled with emotion in his heart, and said slowly, perhaps, in this world, he is the only one who is the real god. In the void, there is still a figure floating. It is the ultimate god of war beyond the high god of war. He looked at Luo Jun in amazement, with a look of seriousness in his eyes. Just now, that strange ancient cold weapon flew over. As the existence of the ultimate god of war, he was ranked 18th in the Human Council, and he sensed the danger immediately. After all, it was still a little slow. Fortunately, he has always been timid and cautious, wearing 2 layers of black god suits. This is a lucky escape. There is also a white mark on the waist, and there is a faint pain. Just now, while people's eyes shifted to those dead god of war, he put on 2 more layers of black god suit calmly. No one thought of it. This old extreme god of war ranked 18th among human beings secretly wore 4 black god suits with amazing defensive power. Luo Jun. He pretended to be calm and said slowly. My name is Charles. I admit that you have the right to talk to me on an equal footing with your incredible weapon. On behalf of God of War Palace, I will give you another chance. If you apologize, I will forgive all your sins and let you join God. The family of the Palace of War. Charles's tone, compared to the violent pull that made people kneel down at the beginning, has now become an equal dialogue. 297 does not know how many times it has softened. This subversive result makes people feel incredible. He doesn't care about other people's eyes. He has secretly sent a message to Speaker Carl, asking him to send reinforcements. Let's stop here for the farce. Luo Jun raised his hand suddenly, and said with a blank expression, open your dog eyes and see, your so-called God of War Palace, the so-called strong people, in my eyes are just a bunch of bastards. Call out. The Luohu sword let out a carefree and soft cry, and the unpretentious sword body suddenly appeared a sun halo, and in an instant, it was radiant, even more dazzling than the sun. In Luo Jun's hands, it has completely undergone earth-shaking changes. Surrounded by gorgeous milky white immortal light, there is also a halo at the tip of the sword, as if there is a miniature sun hanging on it. Luo Jun finally made a move. Luo Jun. You have to think about it, I am here in God of War Palace. You can't have more than 8,000 God of War gods of war, including 98 extreme gods of war, and planet-level powerhouses that surpass God of War, you must die. You admit your mistake now, there is still a way out. Charles' limit God of War is stern, seemingly threatening, but actually submissive. From Luo Jun's body, he felt a kind of fear deep in his soul. The scalp is inexplicably numb, and the hairs all over the body stand on end. I don't know how many years I haven't seen this feeling. The first time it happened, it was more than 100 years ago, when the cataclysm had just begun, when it first encountered an invincible monster in the wild. I am so small. Noisy. Holding the long sword in his hand, Luo Jun raised it lightly, at least use your humble blood to please me. There was no flash of light, nor any power fluctuations. B. Charles's right arm burst into blood in an instant, and the entire arm broke out of thin air and fell to the ground. No one saw how the sword struck, he just raised his hand. It seems that the space is separated, and it is cut across time and space from another dimension. How is it possible? I'm wearing a 4-layer black god suit. Charles roared. He looked at Luo Jun in disbelief, his heart was full of turmoil, he finally scared. Everyone was shocked. The incomparably precious black god suit is known for its extremely terrifying defensive power. He actually wore 4 pieces, but he was still cut off as if ignoring his defense. Look. This is what you call a god. Luo Jun smiled sarcastically, it's just a group of stronger ants, what qualifications do you have to be superior and ignore the common people? His hand moved lightly again. Charles, Sabite, looked at it and was trembling with fright, turned around and ran away without hesitation. This man is absolutely invincible. Unreasonably powerful. Back then he mocked the god of war named Nanfeng. He finally realized what terror is. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The dignified limit god of war, who is still the 18th strongman in the Human Council ranking, actually fled without fighting? Is this the god we worship? Charles, you are the god that our eagle sauce walked out of, how can you escape? What about your dignity? God of war got cold feet. Didn't expect God of war to be like this. All the people who watched the live broadcast were overwhelmed with overwhelming shock. At this moment, for them, looking down at the world, the invincible gods fleeing, is more shocking than the destruction of the earth. Ah! Charles, who had only flown a few meters, uttered a scream in the air. His legs suddenly burst into bright red blood. Amid the 3-foot-long spray of blood, a pair of inconspicuous legs fell to the ground apart. As if falling on people's hearts. People's hearts are pumped fiercely for one of them. Another sword that ignores defense. Almost a humiliating execution-style beheading. Is this boy who looks like a boy going to cut Charles's ultimate god of war into a pig in front of the global audience? In people's bewildered eyes, Charles, god of war, fell from a high altitude and struggled in a pool of blood. His hair was disheveled and his face was flustered. He no longer had the original god, but was more like a bereaved dog. No. Do not kill me. I was wrong, Luo Jun god of war, let me go. It's not my attention, I'm just a little guy, and it's all Speaker Karl's proposal. It was he who wanted the head of the Beast Emperor, that's why he betrayed Jiangnan base city and slandered you. To survive. The once high Charles god of war has abandoned his dignity. In his opinion, as long as he can survive and have this strength, he is still the god respected by the world. Oh? Now you know how to beg for mercy. You don't call yourself a god anymore. Luo Jun's smile is not a smile, his laughter is full of irony in everyone's ears at this moment. It's ridiculous that people just now worshipped the god who was begging for mercy on the ground. He drew again. Ah! You devil! You are the devil from the abyss. Charles god of war's limbs were cut off, leaving only a head and half of his body struggling in a pool of blood, howling and screaming. He finally understood that even if he begged for mercy, the devil would not have mercy on him. Begging for mercy without dignity has no effect. If I had known earlier, it would be better to die vigorously. He regretted it in his heart. Shouldn't have followed Karl's orders to face this devil. But Karl himself, hiding in the God of War palace, could not come out, and regarded them as the current Lu. Unwillingness and shame made him hysterical. Karl! It's all because of you. The original God of War Lu gang in Jiangnan base city was killed by you. You started the 3rd level rat wave. You are afraid that the God of War will appear in Jiangnan base city, destroying your plan, and let Nanfeng God of War slander data fraud. Charles roared unwillingly, "If you want to die, everyone will die together." His roar was like a stone breaking the sky, shocking everyone present. How could the great human speaker be so despicable? Will you still persecute Lord God of War who protects mankind? God of War Luo Gang died at the hands of his own people? This news is so shocking. At the beginning, for the death of God of War Luo Gang, a nationwide mourning was held. From the very beginning, every God of War is the cornerstone of resistance against human beings, which can be called humanoid nuclear weapons. Therefore, their status will be highly respected. However, unconsciously, the taste gradually changed. In order to achieve his own selfish desires, he even used despicable means to slander the newly promoted God of War for falsifying data, and then send a stronger God of War to kill him? If Luo Jun is not strong enough, maybe no one will know when he is dead. He didn't lie. Everyone was silent. They all fell apart. Their beliefs collapsed. Everyone's eyes were empty and they became desperate. It turns out that the true face of the God of War they have worshipped and enshrined for generations will be so despicable. Sudden, a beam of colored light lit up from within the God of War palace. A figure rushed out. Immediately afterwards, one after another figures, like shooting stars, rushed to the sky, and finally suspended together. Densely packed. A total of 5,000 or 6,000 people. Although the God of War palace claims to have 8,000 or 9,000 God of War, not all soldiers obey orders. There are also some trapped in the ruins, or in various parts of the world. But in just one day, Speaker Karl was able to summon 6,000 God of War, which is enough to shock the world. This force is enough to easily destroy any country in the world. This is the power of God of War palace. 6,000 God of War straddled high above the sky, exuding dazzling highlights, like 6,000 bright suns, releasing a terrifying aura together. Let the earth tremble violently, the earth's crust surges, even because it can't bear it. Cracked by pressure. The tens of thousands of people present were crushed to the ground, unable to move. They realized the power of God of War. They are really like ants, irresistible. But in the hearts of all people, there is no such admiration as before, but a strange seed has grown instead. That is, these God of War are so powerful, how strong should the man who can easily kill them be? Facing 6,000 God of War, would he kneel down and beg for mercy? Everyone is looking forward to it. Nonsense. The leading blonde man is exactly Speaker Karl, the ninth human being, who overlooks the struggling Charles on the ground. Coldly said, "What a disgrace, you violated the dignity of God of War, and lied to the enemy in order to survive, damn you." Dignity? Nonsense. You lost Hong's apprentice, and you were afraid of being dealt with by Hong when he came back, so you decided to plan ahead and use the lives of tens of millions of people in Jiangnan Base City as bait. Charles's hysterical rant, "He's dead anyway, it's better to expose all those dark deeds. Let's face the wrath of this devil together." With the unreasonable dimensionality reduction blow, Charles believes that Karl will face the same horror as himself. Shut up. Still slandering the God of War palace, damn you. A little bit between Speaker Karl, a beam of destruction shot out from his fingertips, and shot straight to the center of Charles's eyebrows. At this moment, it is being broadcast live globally, and this timid guy can't let it go on. Otherwise, when Hong comes back, he won't be able to bear the anger. As for Luo Jun's anger as his daughter's adoptive father, he doesn't care. No matter how strong it is, the most extreme God of War, or the divine armament blade. But this is the palace of God of War. There are thousands more God of War here. What are you afraid of? What? Luo Jun's figure disappeared instantly, and in the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Charles. Tsitsizi. Not good. Get out of the way. How do you block him? The army chief and Chen Tian beside him shouted in a hurry. Because Speaker Carl's light beam is coming. The light beam shone on the back of Luo Jun's head. A scene beyond people's expectations appeared. The seemingly incomparably terrifying light did not leave a single trace on his body. Everyone was shocked. Including Speaker Carl, his pupils shrank suddenly, with a look of shock on his face. Tell me what's going on. Luo Jun stared at Charles. Tell me what you know. If you really didn't participate, I will spare you and give you back your limbs. His spiritual perception locked onto Charles tightly. If there is any trace of this person speaking, Luo Jun can also detect it. Lying on the ground, Charles, who had become a human pig, looked up at Luo Jun's young and sharp cheeks, with a hint of awe in his eyes. My lord, I didn't take part in any action. I just received a notice today that someone attacked the God of War palace. As a God of War obligation, I can only follow the order to deal with it. Charles said honestly. Go on. Luo Jun sullenly asked, why did my daughter disappear? The way Nanfan God of War improves his power is extremely suspicious. He became a high-level God of War in a short period of time. After investigation, his growth may be related to a baby girl. That baby girl may be the key to unlock an alien relic under Jiangnan base city. Later, in order to seize the ruins, Speaker Carl triggered a wave of third-level rats, attempting to destroy the entire city and reveal the secrets beneath the city. Speaking of this, Charles smiled mockingly, you ridiculous Nanfeng, you have been kept in the dark. Even I know this secret. Luo Jun's face was like frost, and the temperature in the sky plummeted. An unstoppable anger surged in his heart. Unfortunately, the appearance of Lu Gang's God of War back then was an accident, which destroyed everyone's plans and separated the baby girl from the people. Charles said slowly again, until your way of rising against common sense, you reached the level of God of War in just 1 year, and Chairman Carl launched an investigation into your identity and found you. At the time of the disaster, he picked up a daughter. That's why I slandered you and wanted you to silence me. He ordered people to open the energy shield of the city and release the breath of the energy core. In order to heal his wounds, the Beast Emperor will definitely go ashore to attack the city at all costs and seize the energy core. It is to destroy this city, kill you by the way, and seize the treasure of the underground ruins. What coincidences and accidents are all accidents that we think are woven, and they are all mixed with dirty means. Your daughter was sent to Carl's territory, but when people captured her, she suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 65. Me. Daughter. Son. Where? Luo Jun said every word, with killing intent in his eyes, ignoring the dying Charles God of War next to him, and looked at Speaker Carl in the distance. His momentum is rising crazily. I don't know where your daughter is. Speaker Carl said coldly, she is Hong's disciple, you go ask Hong. Feeling that momentum, he didn't want to face this monster a little bit, and asked him to find trouble with the invincible Hong. Hong, I'll go find him. Luo Jun's eyes almost overflowed with a substantive killing intent, but, you have to die now. The moment he knew his daughter was missing, he had already lost the patience to continue the conversation. Crazy tone. Speaker Carl had a scepter in his hand, and pointed at the people below, Luo Jun, no matter how strong you are, you will never escape in front of the 6,000 gods in our God of War palace. Huge energy fireballs condense between the scepters. Behind him, 6,000 God of War all shot together. The collective attack from thousands of God of War, the power that is about to explode must be earth-shattering. A word from Charles God of War before. Under the global live broadcast, the true face of the hypocrisy of the gods was revealed bloody. Let the people who are watching this live broadcast feel shocked and incredible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Speaker Carl do such a thing? It must be Charles who is greedy for life and afraid of death, and will make up things here in order to survive. Gods, send down divine punishment, kill them all. Audiences around the world were shocked, but because they were brainwashed by God of War all the year round, they still believed in God of War Palace. Otherwise, human faith will collapse. Even the backbone of human beings has fallen, what else can human beings believe in? How many people do you have? Luo Jun smiled coldly, and he flicked like a god. A scene that shocked everyone in the world suddenly appeared. I saw a group of black shadows, growing against the wind on the vast sea level, growing from small to large, and finally, in the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge. People can't see the whole picture of this huge thing at a glance. He is too big. Seems like a mountain? What is this? Damn it, what flew out of this man's cuff? Why so big? He wears a mountain up his sleeve. Audiences around the world were astonished, and even the people at the scene stared blankly. Even Speaker Karl above and the 6,000 God of Wars were all staring blankly ahead like a thunderbolt. How powerful is this? How on earth did he do it? Until the outline gradually became clear, and then lightly landed on the sea level, it would not sink. Boom! 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 With an earth-shattering bang. People finally saw clearly what the black object was. It is a city. People saw the landmark buildings in the city and guessed its identity. Oh my god, isn't it Jiangnan Base City? It's really Jiangnan Base City. What kind of method is this? Move mountains and seas? Can the gods do it? It's incredible, can science explain it? Everyone's heart was full of turmoil, and they were shocked to the extreme. Jiangnan Base City, as a small city, covers an area of 26,583 square kilometers. In the pre-Qin period in ancient times, Jiangnan belonged to the land of Baiyu, which was called Wuyu in the Central Plains, and many Guyu people lived here. The Jiangnan area belongs to the border areas of Yanjiu and Yuyu. Although the cataclysm has reduced the geography and population of Jiangnan, it is still a vast and fertile base city in the south of the Yangtze River. He actually moved mountains and seas and brought a whole city here. Where is this? Why did we appear by the seaside? Hey, why is that building the palace of God of War? That's the army chief, that's Master Luo Jun. People in Jiangnan walked out of their homes, only to find that the dark world finally had light, but the world had changed. Surrounded by a vast sea, in front of it is an island. People are stunned, unable to understand everything in front of them. People of Jiangnan Base City, please keep your eyes open. Luo Jun suddenly appeared in the air, and his momentum began to skyrocket. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. People shuddered fiercely. It seems that some magic dragon from the abyss is about to be born. How did I kill God? From today the evening of the gods. Luo Jun's voice, like thunder rolling from the sky, resplendent and mighty, exploded in people's ears. Kill. It's just a blindfold. Kill him, and it's over. Speaker Karl roared angrily, and threw the bursting fireball he was brewing. Wherever it passed, the grass withered, the scorching heat, and the terrifying power contained in it made people feel scared. Behind him, 6,000 God of War also shot together. Sword. The Laha sword in Luo Jun's hand showed power, and he slashed at it casually. I will die. Sword ray spans 30,000 miles, and the light shines on Kyushu. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. There was a vast expanse of whiteness between the sky and the earth. Because it was too dazzling, the people in the camera could no longer see clearly what happened. Only a shocking scream could be heard. Ah! No! The whole world suddenly became quiet, only the sound of ebb and flow. When the picture was restored and the people present saw the situation in front of them clearly, everyone trembled in horror. The 5,000 or 6,000 God of War standing in the sky are all gone. It's just fragments of limbs lying on the ground. Some are still holding their broken limbs and screaming. Destroy 6,000 God of War with one move. What a mighty power this is! This scene made everyone present tremble with horror. Even numb. A blank brain, without even any adjectives to describe everything in front of me. Even the chairman Carl, dressed in rags, was riddled with holes, floating crookedly in the air, looking at Luo Jun in disbelief, with trembling lips, muttering, "Impossible! Why are you so strong? Could it be that you, like Hong, also have a realm?" Luo Jun is powerful beyond his comprehension. Call out! Luo Jun took a step forward. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of Speaker Carl. Luo Jun put his arms around Speaker Carl's neck, held it up in the air, and said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time, where is my daughter?" Luo Jun's cold and bone-chilling voice, in Chairman Carl's ears, was just like devil's kunyu, making him tremble violently, and his body trembled instinctively. "I have no idea." Speaker Carl squeezed out a sentence through his teeth, "I only know that she may come from a higher civilization, and Hong took the initiative to accept her as an apprentice. Maybe Hong knew." Luo Jun's domineering consciousness locked on Chairman Carl, the ninth strongest human being, and found that he hadn't lied. Daughter from a higher civilization? The original ruins of Jiangnan Base City may be related to the identity of the daughter. The reason why Luo Jun listened so patiently in front of him was mainly because he wanted to find out all kinds of clues about his daughter. Gained a lot. But the daughter's whereabouts are still elusive. Where will she go? Why did it suddenly disappear? Luo Jun fell into deep thought. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Speaker Carl forced a sentence through his teeth. In this silent and dead square, his voice is so clear and harsh. People's belief at this moment has finally collapsed. The god worshipped by hundreds of millions of people has been taken down by the country. Speaker Carl, who is the leader of the gods, is being touched by the neck like a dead chicken, struggling slightly weakly. He finally understood the fear that Charles faced earlier. This scary guy is definitely not from the Blue Star. He must be in existence from a top civilization. He is the real god. Wrong? Then you have to ask others if they agree. Luo Jun smiled coldly, ignored Chairman Carl's begging for mercy, and threw him in front of the army commander like trash. "This is the real culprit of God of War Lu Gang, I leave it to you." Chairman Carl, who was seriously injured, rolled several times on the ground, and finally just landed at the feet of the army chief. The army chief looked at Luo Jun, his eyes were slightly moist. He saluted Luo Jun straight, bowed deeply, choked up and said, "Thank you, for avenging the whole city of Jiangnan Base City. Thank you too, for giving me the chance to avenge Dage." He always thought that he was the Dage god of War Lu Gang. Although he died in battle, his death was glorious and he was great in the process of protecting mankind. But now, when the truth is exposed, all of this is a conspiracy by those in power to fight for power. The anger in the army commander's heart is like a river rolling in, it's hard to contain it. Brute! The army chief stepped on Carl's face and spat hard on his face. "UFG son of ABCH, it turned out that you killed me Dage. Mortal!" Speaker Carl roared, his eyes were tearing open, he was stepped on by an ant and spit on his face. "I am the 9th Speaker of the Human Parliament, how dare you? I'm CAOF*CK, how dare you say daddy?" The chief of the army slapped his backhand. Chen Tian, who was at the side, walked over with a real sly eyebrow, and kicked Carl calmly, which happened to be in Carl's crotch. Woo! Speaker Carl let out an inhuman howl. After losing all his energy, his body was no more than that of an old man. When he was kicked, he immediately clutched his crotch and bowed like a shrimp. Although the pain in the body is strong. But this is not as strong as the tingling of self-esteem. As a god worshipped by countless people, he wakes up and controls the power of the world, and he is more chic than the ancient emperors, but now, in full view, suffer insults. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Charles, who had been cut into a human pig underground, laughed heartily. "I said earlier, Luo Jun trampled to death the real gods, you lifeless things, you still have today. This is the common bad root of human beings. When a person is very unlucky, he will be very miserable. But when he saw someone more unlucky than him, he was not so painful, but a little happy. Such is the state of mind of Charles, god of war. Even if his whole body is up and down at this moment, only one mouth is left. But he smiled and laughed, and soon cried, and began to cry. Because from this moment on, the majesty of the gods will be destroyed. Perhaps there is no god in the world except that Luo Jun. He slaughtered not only the god of war, but also countless human beliefs accumulated over time. There is this thing, you kill me. God, don't be insulted. Carl roared, begging for mercy from Luo Jun is the bottom line of his dignity. If he begs for mercy from these ants, he would rather die. Kill you. The army chief smiled coldly and said, how can I let you die as you wish? He grabbed Carl, stepped on the aircraft, and flew him to Jiangnan base city. He immediately used the radio and said, everyone in Jiangnan base city listen, this guy is the enemy of all of us. He punched a big hole, threw Carl into the hole, and said, we have 9.86 million people in the city, and everyone contributes a bit. Everyone spit in an orderly queue until he drowns. Zhang Tai, you are in charge of arranging order. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. A god who once ruled countless cities was given such a vicious punishment. Nearly 10 million people spit and drowned? No. I can be killed by Luo Jun, you can't blaspheme me. You can't do this. Carl was frightened, he was trembling with fright, and horror appeared in his eyes. Death is a luxury for him now. If he is to be drowned by this kind of living spitting, then he will die with regret. I'll come first. Regardless of Carl's yelling, the army chief took a deep breath, sucked in a large mouthful of thick phlegm, and spat it on Chairman Carl's face with a boss sound. Speaker Carl trembled all over, then roared angrily, ants, how dare you spit on me? I'm coming too. Chen Tian really walked over, and he spat out a mouthful of conversation. Ah! Speaker Carl let out a hysterical roar, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing this scene, the surviving god of wars, including Charles god of war, were terrified and took a deep breath. Except for Luo Jun, this group of people in Jiangnan base city are all like bandits, and each one is fiercer than the other. If they had a choice, they would rather choose to be executed by Ling Qi than this kind of death. With a sort of thick phlegm from the whole town. Speaker Carl's screaming, roaring, and threats at the beginning turned into a humiliating cry, please, let me die. For him, death is already a luxury. On the internet, after a long period of blank brain shock, people gradually regained their calmness, but their comment bullet screens have undergone some changes. Is this the God we believe in? It turns out that gods can also cry, and it turns out that gods can also be afraid. Well done, it's very satisfying. When I spoke before, I was blocked by the administrator. As a veteran warrior, I want to greet the administrator, warm hot ground horse. Too strong, is this the god? As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, I am proud to tell you that I have read ancient books. Luo Jun is not a god, he is an immortal. Not a dimension at all. Xian? What is that? I feel so strong, so invincible. One sword destroys 6,000 god of war, the twilight of the gods, it's too hot. The audience was shocked. The administrator who had been controlling the chapter had disappeared, and the people who supported Luo Jun finally came out. I admit that he is very strong, but he is also the sinner of mankind. God of war is the backbone of mankind, they are all dead, who will resist the monsters? Several god of war in our country died and we were attacked by monsters, who will resist them? Luo Jun didn't know that the internet had exploded. He just shook his head regretfully, a little regretful. Regret not coming sooner. These so-called gods are weaker than imagined. It seems that I have been poisoned by the TV news. I thought these so-called god of war can make me a little more serious. He waved his big sleeves, and the universe in his sleeves wrapped the god of war palace. The miracle was shown again directly in front of the world, and the palace that had stood here for an unknown number of years was taken away. It stores all kinds of forbidden books and lost books stored in the entire human civilization. Luo Jun took away Jiangnan base city again, and his figure disappeared in place. The original magnificent island now only has an open space, and people are dazed on it. Not long after Luo Jun left, suddenly, a huge monster with one horn emerged from the calm sea. Swallowed the island in one gulp, including the countless corpses of god of war on it, as well as the tens of thousands of people left on the island. If Luo Jun is present, he will definitely recognize it. This monster is exactly the beast emperor who briefly appeared on the coast of Jiangnan base city. Chapter 66. Within the territory of Great Xia Kingdom, Luo Jun is back, but he hasn't released the Jiangnan base city yet. He will soon go to Kirishima to seek an explanation from the so-called number one in the world. A strong man like Hong suddenly accepted On's daughter as his apprentice. Maybe he knows his daughter's secret. Where is her daughter's whereabouts? No matter where the daughter is. Huxia New Year is coming soon, we must let our daughter go home for Huxia New Year. Standing on the flat ground of the original ruins of Jiangnan base city, Luo Jun's eyes were deep. Through the thick soil, he seemed to vaguely see a cold giant lying under the ground. I only regret that the foundation establishment realm has not yet been completed, and the divine sense has not yet been perfected. I can only rely on vague consciousness perception to roughly understand the following situation. Indeed, as Charles said, there is indeed a relic of an alien civilization below. Maybe it is an ancient alien spacecraft like the number 8 ancient civilization relic. It was established before Jiangnan, and it can even be said that it lay here before the history of human civilization. There are still many mysteries about the remains of civilization. Luo Jun now has unprecedented confidence in his own strength. He took a deep breath, took out the Laha sword, and slashed lightly. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noise, it was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding rocks collapsed. Many monsters were instantly shattered into powder. On the endless plain, a bottomless gully suddenly opened, comparable to the ancient Somala Trench. Luo Jun jumped and jumped down. After a few breaths, it was about 3 kilometers above the ground. In front of Luo Jun, an ancient bronze gate appeared. Ancient bronze patterns are written on the bronze, and an unrecognizable character is also carved on it. But looking at the handwriting on it, Luo Jun was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have seen these patterns and characters somewhere before. After trying to think about it, Luo Jun suddenly remembered that when his daughter was doing her homework at night, she had scribbled on her homework book. He didn't take it seriously at the time. Who would notice the irregular things the child drew on the notebook? If it weren't for his excellent memory now, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to remember it himself. What's behind the bronze gate? Since the daughter is related to this bronze gate, or the key inside, is it possible to find some clues? Thinking of this, Luo Jun took a deep breath and punched the door. Boom! The crisp sound was like a long-lasting bell, with ripples. And the bronze gate didn't move at all. Not a trace was left on it. Hey! Now it was Luo Jun's turn to be surprised. With his current strength, even a high-level god of war can easily be killed, but he can't leave a single scar on it. This made Luo Jun a little interested. He took out the Rahu sword, and the wolf slashed it. The unparalleled sword ray turned into gorgeous sword chi, shining brightly in the dark ancient trench. Ding! 4 swords of Mars. The bronze gate was still intact, but there were some cracks on the Laha sword. Woo! The Rahu sword trembled, as if there was a mournful cry. It didn't want to hack the indestructible bronze gate anymore. It's just that the material is not strong enough. Although it has surpassed ordinary weapons and reached the ranks of magic treasures, but after all, it is only a weapon made of rough and rotten materials. But it was enough to surprise Luo Jun. Just now, he struck out this sword seriously, even more powerful than beheading the 6,000 god of war. It just left a white mark on it. This is the first time Luo Jun has taken it seriously since he practiced, and it is still unbreakable. It's just a bronze gate. The secret it contains must be more mysterious than I imagined. Then try Samdi real fire. Luo Jun's body suddenly became huge, and the sky was on fire. The blazing golden flame scorched the bronze door, burning it until it was red and slightly softened, but there was still not much change. According to the current burning speed, it may take at least several hundred years to burn it before it can be opened. Where's the Big Five lightning technique? As the strongest spell that Luo Jun has practiced so far, he has absolute confidence. Immediately, he pinched Daeju with his hands, and spoke plausibly. In the nothingness, layers of thunderclouds were brewing, and the thunder of destruction was brewing. And at this moment, the inside of the bronze gate seemed to sense a sense of crisis, and it woke up. It shook violently. An aura that even Luo Jun would feel creepy broke out quietly. In front of the gate, there seemed to be a phantom of a stalwart. This majestic phantom stands on the top of the stars. Her body is too huge, even bigger than the planets, because the planets are wrapped around her hair as ornaments. So strong. The blood in Luo Jun's whole body boiled. Compared with the so-called gods of human beings, this is the real powerhouse. What a terrifying breath, this poor man can't beat it. Master, retreat quickly, don't provoke me. Becoming a fairy is imminent, don't be impulsive. All the cells in the body sensed the crisis, and roared in unison. The terrifying breath penetrated into the body, and even the cells trembled. The phantom appears to be a woman. She wore a crown on her head, and on her blurred cheeks, a pair of cold eyes seemed to transcend the limit of time, and finally locked on Luo Jun. She seemed to know Luo Jun, and there was a little surprise in her eyes. After a while, the phantom dissipated. The thundercloud that Luo Jun had condensed just now also dispersed. After a while, the bronze gate disappeared. But Luo Jun clearly understood that it was right in front of him, but he just didn't want him to see it. What kind of ancient civilization relic is this? It's kind of scary. Luo Jun bared his teeth. This is the first time he has met a real strong man in universe since his debut. Compared with this, the so-called peak of human strength may just step into cultivation. Just like Luo Jun. This is the 6th floor of Qi refining. Come back after foundation establishment. Luo Jun felt that the woman's eyes were familiar, but he couldn't remember why. But he memorized the words on the bronze gate earlier. First go to Kirishima to find Hong and ask him if he recognizes these words. Luo Jun returned to the ground. As if thinking of something, he flicked it casually, and there was a naked human pig with only a head left on the ground. This guy was the previous Charles God of War. I have seen the supreme immortal Luo. With your strength, you should be the strongest on the surface. That Hong is definitely not an opponent, so he should give up his position to you. The once arrogant God of War Charles, after seeing Luo Jun's terrifying strength beyond common sense, has now become his high-quality licking dog. As soon as he came out, he released all kinds of words of praise. After all, he has only one mouth left in his whole body. As a high-level God of War, his vitality is amazing, he can control the blood of his whole body, and he has no worries about his life. How did you know about the ruins? Luo Jun looked at Charles coldly, and said lightly, why do you know so many secrets? Reporting to Master Luo Immortal, the villain is not talented, but he is a relatively rare awakened person. My rare talent is perception. Charles said flatteringly, within 1,000 kilometers, I can hear all the information, voices, even heartbeats I want to know. Of course, my little trick is like pearls of rice grains are compared to the bright Sunday. Oh! Luo Jun was slightly surprised. This so-called awakened person is a bit interesting, almost comparable to his spiritual perception. Among God of War, it is also unique. Perhaps it is because he knows too many secrets that he is as stable as an old dog and wears so many black god suits. It's all a conspiracy by the Carl God of War. Charles said excitedly, I also suffered from an indiscriminate disaster. He just coveted the secrets of that mysterious civilization. Then do you know these words? Luo Jun made a point in the void, and several mysterious symbols appeared. Do not know. Charles shook his head, and said firmly, Hong must know. Why do you think he knows? Luo Jun said in surprise. Hong is a strong man who existed before the cataclysm. He has lived for hundreds of years and led humans to repel monsters. He founded the God of War Palace and excavated countless civilization materials. Having said that, Charles paused, and said again. Besides, he has excavated many relics of ancient extraterrestrial civilizations, and obtained an extraterrestrial intelligent optical brain to serve him, and now human beings' alien relics are all translated by him. Good. Luo Jun suddenly realized that he must find Hong Ji. He glanced at Charles. I promised this guy that if he told the secret, I would spare his life. Ascetics cannot be dishonest. Besides, this guy is quite good, and talent also plays a big role. When I'm not around, I can help him detect the condition of the Bronze Gate under the ground, and the people who guard the base city in the south of the Yangtze River. But give some means of control, lest this guy rebel. Think here. Luo Jun pointed to a point between his eyebrows, leaving a spiritual imprint. Pandeo promised to spare you and not die, and leave you a way out. From now on, you will be a Taoist boy of the poor, and keep an eye on Jiangnan base city and the movement under the ground for me. If there is anything unusual, immediately say my name silently, and I will hurry back. He spoke in an unquestionably domineering tone. Yes, yes, yes. Charles beamed with joy and nodded again and again, but it's a pity that he has no siblings, otherwise he would have knelt down by now. To be able to follow such a fairy character. Maybe it can be mixed with some broth in the future. Charles has great ambitions, and his vision and pattern have always been very good. In his opinion, it is a very honorable thing to be Luo Jun's lackey. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. The dignified limit god of war, the powerhouse ranked 18th in the Human Council, actually takes pride in being someone else's lackey. You've done a good job, and I'll restore your hands and feet when the time comes. Of course Luo Jun can't restore him immediately. Thank you, Lord Immortal. Charles was so grateful that he thought Luo Jun used the water of life to restore himself. Now there is a precious thing on the earth. Drinking it can regenerate limbs, which is not a rare thing. At the HR Alliance auction, it is worth tens of billions. Solved Charles's problem. Luo Jun's body grew taller again, and he moved soil and rocks to fill the gully he had carved. Only then did Jiangnan base city be removed from the sleeve. It is released from the universe and returns to its original position. A miracle. Compared to Mr. Luo Jun, what kind of gods are we? We're just a group of strong worms trying to gain fame. Even though he has already seen Luo Jun's magical method of moving mountains and seas, Charles is still deeply shocked by everything in front of him. It can be called good fortune. The Jiangnan base city returned to its original position steadily without any change. The people in the city looked at the familiar sky in amazement and jumped up for joy. The army commander, Chen Tianzhen, and others, after experiencing a long period of darkness, finally saw the light again and appeared by Luo Jun's side. We're back. The chief of the army looked around and found that the mountains in the distance were very similar, and the endless sea disappeared, and he was relieved. It is difficult for him to accept that he should leave this place where his ancestors have lived and thrived for generations. We're back. Chen Tian replied with incomparable certainty, and said excitedly, "Also, we won. Victory!" The chief of the army still has a sense of déjà vu, as if everything that happened before was a dream, quite unreal. Until they looked at Charles, god of war, who was licking and grinning next to him. "Dog thing, are you still alive?" The army chief no longer has any fear when he sees the god of war. In Luo Jun's sleeve, they just drowned a god of war with their saliva. "Kill him!" Chen Tian said with great excitement. "Ah! Don't kill me, you two Tian Sheng, don't kill me!" Charles shouted hastily. "From now on, we are colleagues. Although I have no hands or feet, as the ultimate god of war, I still have a special talent, and I can guard the Jiangnan base city with you. From now on, I am from Jiangnan, and besides, I can also be used as a power bank to replenish the city's energy shield." "What? You've become your own?" Chen Tianzhen and the army commander looked at each other, and looked suspiciously at Luo Jun. "I have imprinted a brand in his body. Once he has a heart of rebellion, he will definitely die." Luo Jun said lightly, "This guy is useful, don't worry." The two breathed a sigh of relief and didn't ask any more questions. In their eyes, Luo Jun is heaven. Nothing about him will be questioned. "Think here. Shenxian Luo." The army chief took a step forward, bowed to Luo Jun, "Thank you again, for saving Jiangnan base city." He hesitated to speak. "In fact, I want to invite Luo Jun to be the city lord of the base city in the south of the Yangtze River." But, the words reached his lips, but he swallowed them down again. Because the army chief had invited Luo Jun to become the commander-in-chief of the military region before, but was rejected. Now, Luo Jun's strength has wiped out the God of War officer 4.9, I am afraid that Hong is not his opponent, even if he is the lord of the entire Blue Star, how can he look at a mere small man? What about the city? The reason why he made the move this time was because Luo Jun was only born in Jiangnan, right? The army chief sighed in his heart. He and Chen Tianzhen looked at each other silently. It happened that Chen Tianzhen had the same idea, but neither of them spoke. Luo Jun glanced at the two of them, as if he had seen through their thoughts, and suddenly said, "Jiangnan base city, be independent. I will serve as the city lord, but I don't have time to deal with government affairs. I will often go out. If you have any questions, you can contact me through Charles at any time." Luo Jun looked up at the sky. He seemed to see something that the two of them couldn't see. "If I didn't agree before, I was too lazy to bother. This time I took the initiative to become the city lord because..." Luo Jun discovered that Jiangnan base city's beliefs are extremely pure. It can be seen that clusters of milky white light of faith gathered little by little from the city and penetrated into the center of his brow. In the universe world of cells in the body, the bud built by the spirit, energy, and spirit grows vigorously again. In the end it became a little tree. Now, in the center of the small tree, a flower seemed to bloom. There is a vague divine fetus brewing in the flower. At this moment, Luo Jun understands that he wants to enter. 3 blossoms, second realm, ground blossoms. 7th layer of Qi refining. In the future, the next realm will be the last realm of the 3 flowers gathering at the top. After it is completed, it will be the real 3 flowers gathering at the top, the 5 Qi Chao Yuan, and become the legendary Taoist. Earthly celestial. Really? Very good. Chen Tianzhen and the army commander were ecstatic. They danced and hugged each other, and finally gave each other a poo. Our base city in the south of the Yangtze River declared independence, and our Luo Chang took office. We must tell the whole world that we will be doing well. Chen Tian said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Chapter 67. That night, Luo Jun sat cross-legged in the city lord's mansion, and began to prepare for a breakthrough to enter the second realm of the gathering of 3 flowers. The Daoist with 60 trillion cells in the body has also entered the state of practice. Fellow Daoists, today we will help the master enter the 3 flowers gathering realm. After stepping into this realm, you can be called a little fairy. Brain cell Dage, come on, let's deduce together. Brain cells, 3 flowers gathering on the top is a superior state of inner alchemy, and the appearance of this state must go through a gradual refining process. Erythrocytes, use essence to become chi, use chi to transform into spirit, and use spirit to transform into emptiness. Essence, chi, and zhen-yang are transformed into one and reach one place, so it is called 3 flowers gather at the top. The white blood cell said, if desires are not born, you will enter true tranquility, the 3 flowers will naturally gather at the top, and the 5 chi will naturally go to the yuan. And the realm he entered is the ground flower. Macrophages, I got it. Secretory cells, I got it. Luo Jun, me too. Earth flower, refines chi and transforms God. Human survival depends on chi, the heart must be empty in the lower burner, there is no shock, no fear, no anger, and no resentment, the chi will be smooth, the way will be smooth, the middle chi will be sufficient and no desire to eat, silver flowers will be born. Worship and faith from all directions come together. Drilled into the small tree of the cell universe in his body, after absorbing and brewing, it finally turned into nutrients and filled into the flower bud on the treetop. As Luo Jun's perception deepens, the flower buds become more mature and full. Finally, a colorful flash of light flashed. The flowers bloom and bear fruit. The fruit inside is quite weird. It was a baby with eyes closed. This baby is Luo Jun's integrated union of energy and spirit. After the ground flower is refined, it will move closer to the primordial spirit. From the moment the cultivation is completed, Luo Jun will be able to give birth to the primordial spirit that only belongs to the records of Taoist immortals. With Yuan Shen, the prototype of divine sense can be born. Although it's not the real divine sense after the foundation establishment realm, but compared to his spiritual perception, I don't know how many times the 24 Dao is stronger. His strength and cultivation base are still rising. At the same time, that night, the sensational title of The Destruction of the God of War Palace swept the world like a storm in an instant. Some people applauded, some people were worried, and there were different opinions. In short, the whole world was shocked by it. This is comparable to the super big news of a meteorite hitting a blue star, and it has become the focus of people's discussion. The news is too big, it is equivalent to suddenly a group of inexplicable people killed all the royal family members in power in your country. For a while, the dragons had no leader, and everyone was at a loss. People watched the live broadcast video over and over again, and were shocked by Luo Jun's invincible terrifying strength, but also felt helpless and hopeless. Humans have believed in God of War for nearly 100 years. The great achievements of the first generation of God of War have become textbooks for children to learn and take exams. In the darkest age of mankind, this group of God of War resisted monsters and fought hard. Modern. In the global news network every night, the greatness of the God of War is played every day, how powerful they are, and how many terrible monsters they have killed. They can fly and escape, and they can do anything. They resist the beast tide and kill the king. Maintaining the safety and order of mankind, they are absolute gods, hanging high in the clouds, worshipped by the world. But now, with the wide dissemination of the live video, the brutal truth was revealed in blood. When I know that the gods will flatter me and use conspiracy to persecute others. When you know that the gods will also wag their tails and beg for sympathy. When you know that the gods are also greedy and will not hesitate to destroy a city for profit. When God of War is no longer worthy of human trust. Faith of all collapsed. God is dead, who will protect us? Will the rest of the gods sell our entire city out of profit like they did? We don't have Jiangnan Base City, such an invincible existence. I envy Jiangnan Base City, if only I were from Jiangnan Base City. That God of War named Luo Jun is really terrifying. How can there be such an invincible existence in the world? Has Hong ever beaten him? Will he kill Hong again? Jiangnan Base City, I'm afraid it will rise from now on. On the global network, people leave messages one after another. They are worried, anxious, and don't know what to do in the future. We are used to relying on the blessing of God of War, and we never thought of going out to see the outside world within the city's energy shield. There are many people who have never seen the sky outside in their entire lives. Because there are countless monsters outside. Because of this, each city is basically governed by one city and has a certain degree of autonomy. Even the imperial power is powerless. People with power travel on planes protected by the powerful. Any god of war. God of war lords at the top of the list, quickly get rid of that devil, he destroyed the order of mankind. My gods, come out, I need you. Old gods, buy revenge for the dead god of war, and kill that arrogant oriental god. Luo Jun. There are also people who are still longing for the existence of god of war, even if they are groveling, they still need this sense of security. But from the moment the god of war palace was destroyed, there seems to be no god of war anymore. There are only a few thousand gods of war in the world who have come out at the ratio of billions of human beings. But tonight, they tacitly became mute. No matter how people called, they disappeared and their voices could never be heard again. And tonight, there is a news that shocked the world. The Jiangnan base city with Luo Jun as the township will become independent. Shocked the world. Next morning, Luo Jun slowly opened his eyes became quite peaceful. He seemed to have discovered something, and looked at the window in surprise. It seems to have penetrated the distant space and knew the situation outside. At this time, a Daoist figure walked to the door and was about to ring the doorbell. Come in. Luo Jun's voice came out faintly. The doorknob turned automatically by 180 degrees and opened automatically. Hey, how did Lord Luo Jun know that I'm coming? Chen Tian really looked suspicious, but soon he shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. After seeing so many mysterious magic operations of Luo Jun, he is no longer surprised. How to say? As an ancient god, what's so strange about knowing the future? He walked into the house with his things. At this time, the teapot in the living room suddenly rose strangely, and the two teacups also moved, as if a transparent person was holding the teapot, and the tea was poured into the two teacups out of thin air. The teapot returned to its original position. One of the teacups floated next to Chen Tianzhen, as if he knew that he was lifting something with both hands, and in his curious eyes, it followed him as if alive. The other teacup walked through the long corridor, turned a corner, and stopped at the door. The door suddenly opened. Chen Tian really stared. Good guy, does this teacup know how to wait for the door to open? He still followed in. Enter the room. There is a faint fragrance left in the house. Dead. Chen Tian took a deep breath greedily, but was horrified to find that the energy factor in his body skyrocketed. He has been a high-level warrior for many years. At this moment, the genetic lock in the body seemed to be opened. The whole body becomes hot and dry. Immediately ecstatic up. Because he knew that he was going to advance into God of War realm. You guys are lucky. Luo Jun saw Chen Tian's true condition, took a sip from the teacup floating in the air, and said, what you just inhaled was my innate qi, feel it well, for you, good fortune is endless, maybe it will raise your upper limit. Not long ago, Luo Jun entered the second realm ground flower where the three flowers gather together. After cultivating qi and turning into gods, the primordial spirit was born. The baby on top of the three flowers gathering is where his primordial spirit resides. After the primordial spirit was born, the scope of absorbing the power of faith is wider, and at the same time, a sea of consciousness will be formed in the mind, thus giving birth to the prototype of divine sense. At least within a certain range, objects can be manipulated. It can be different from the control of the spiritual teacher. The consciousness of a cultivator is, where the mind is, the mind can reach. In layman's terms, as long as you think of any place, your consciousness can go there. There are not many distance restrictions. It's not a dimension at all. The one from the psychiatrist is so vulgar. Of course, it is different from divine sense. The basic function of divine sense is to be aggressive. As long as Luo Jun has a thought, he can kill people thousands of miles away. And the rudimentary form, just seeing, has a negligible impact. Lord Luo Jun, this is the exclusive costume of the city owner that we invited the designer to create for you overnight. Chen Tian really spoke at a fast speed. He could hardly suppress the restless energy factor in his body. Advancement of God of War is extremely dangerous and painful. It needs to open the gene sequence in the body. This is a process of evolution to a higher life form. This is why God of Wars are so rare. Every warlord level advanced to God of War is accompanied by great danger. Drink this cup of tea, it was meant for you. Luo Jun said lightly. Thank you Lord Luo Jun. Chen Tian really couldn't wait to pick up the teacup with both hands, and drank it in one gulp, with a look of shock and surprise on his face. The restless energy factor in his body actually stabilized and helped evolution in an orderly manner. Crackling. After a burst of firecracker-like sound, and the genetic lock was opened. Chen Tian's aura really surged, and the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and he crossed over to the God of War level without any suspense. This, how did you do this? A cup of tea makes me a God of War realm. In this case, wouldn't it be possible to create God of War in batches? Chen Tian really couldn't believe it. God of War. As long as there are enough high-level warriors, you can have as many as you want. 417 is just a stronger mortal. Luo Jun shook his head with a smile. In his opinion, God of War is just a rough way to forcibly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, stimulate the hidden gene sequence in the human body, and force itself to evolve. And he offers a cup of tea. But after entering the 7th level of Qi refining and the 2nd level of 3 flowers gathering, the innate Qi born in the body was injected into the tea leaves. Luo Jun has as much as he wants. The so-called God of War, as long as there are enough high-level warriors, he can create them at will. Chen Tian took a deep breath when she heard it. Even though she became a God of War, she was also shocked and speechless. Human beings have multiplied in the world so far, but there are only more than 8,000 named God of War. On the basis of billions of human beings, it can be seen that God of War is rare. Now Luo Jun slaughtered 6,000 of them. Now Jiangnan base city is being criticized for being so. If the news spread that the warlord level can be raised to God of War at will, the situation will definitely be shaken. Millions of warriors from all over the world will flock to it and come here like crazy. Even if there are so many generals, it is unlikely that there will be a God of War after so many years. Every time a God of War is released, the whole world celebrates it. As for Luo Jun, it was caused by Karl before, and that's why it happened. If he changed to another city, once he showed his strength, he would definitely be shocked and cause a huge shock. God of War, in Luo Jun's eyes, is just a stronger bug. But in the eyes of ordinary people, it is still a god that cannot be God of War. It also means it is really possible that the base city in the south of the Yangtze River will become the greatest existence beyond the God of War palace. Next, it's the City Lord Award ceremony. And officially announce everything to the world. Chen Tianzhen suddenly asked tremblingly, Lord Luo Jun, can I let the whole world know this news? Our Jiangnan base city is short of ninjas. It doesn't matter. Luo Jun waved his hand, it's just a wisp of innate qi, as much as he wants in one breath. After the investiture ceremony, he will go to Kirishima. Find the long-lost Hong. I don't know if there will be any treasures in that place. Chapter 68. Jiangnan Base City Times Square. A large crowd of black people gathered here. All practitioners and martial masters from Jiangnan Base City. There are a total of 36,820 people, and there are 5 warriors in the forefront. They are, Chen Tianzhen, head of Thunder Martial Arts, Lu Dachuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Military Region, Deputy Head of Extreme Martial Arts, General Manager of HR Alliance, and Chen Yu, Deputy Head of Thunder Martial Arts. Many people in the square don't know what happened, but they do know, the Jiangnan base made the city complete an impossible feat. A small base city challenged the whole world under the leadership of Luo Jun, and won. Among them, Lu Dachuan, the former army chief and now the commander-in-chief of Lu, was the most excited. His face was flushed, his cheeks became ferocious due to extreme ecstasy, and he almost looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Before, on behalf of Luo Jun, he declared war on the god of war palace and even the whole world. Let the world scold him for being extremely stupid and hitting a rock with an egg. It is so unimaginable that they took the whole city to die. The whole world is in shock, and no one is optimistic about it. Everyone thought that this group of bastards were doomed. There is no second result. That's the palace of God of War. God of War palace with more than 6,000 gods. Why? At that time, the entire Jiangnan base city was panicked, especially the extreme martial arts gym, which was once the #1 official, was panicked, thinking that a catastrophe was imminent, and anxious. Many people ran away overnight. Especially the HR Alliance. Before they left, they took all the important strategic materials, repair fluid, nutrient fluid, and medical cabin away while everyone was too busy to take care of themselves. It's okay to leave. Many people left the base city of Jiangnan and joined other cities. They broke away from their previous identities and turned into sunspots, clamoring constantly on the internet, crazily blackmailing everyone in the base city of Jiangnan. In the Jiangnan base city, which was once glorious and famous for its wealth, only a mere 30,000 practitioners stayed in the city with Luo Jun in the end. Among them, low-level practitioners with humble strength accounted for 98%. Only 0.20% of the strong remained, so they were basically familiar faces. When Speaker Karl appeared with more than 6,000 god of war. 6,000 gods collectively shine, which can be called 6,000 suns hanging high in the sky, exuding scorching light, piercing people can't open their eyes. The majesty shocked the world, and made countless people prostrate for it. At that moment, no matter how much ambition Lu Dachuan, Chen Tianzhen, and others had, they were wiped out, and they were all desperate. In the eyes of these gods, they are just rebellious ants. If anyone comes out, they can be easily crushed to death with a flick of a finger. But the appearance of Luo Jun, the brilliant youth of that shocking sword, killing 6,000 gods in an instant, shaking the whole world. That moment, Lu Dachuan, Chen Tianzhen, and even all the people in Jiangnan base city present, they all understand. Bet on yourself. With the talent of a fairy, Luo Jun slaughtered those gods who are high above the sky. Let the mighty Speaker Karl be drowned in the spittle of ordinary people. Since then, the glory of the gods has gone to dusk. At this time, a colorful auspicious cloud flew from the sky, floating above people's heads. At this time, there was a commotion among the crowd. People are busy looking up and looking up. But he found that there was a Daoist figure standing above the auspicious clouds. He looked at a dark blue plain silk shirt, with a dark black coiled belt around his waist, and his long hair that was as long as running water. He looked like a teenager, very young. There is no dripping momentum, and there is no coercion of those god of wars that make people crawl. Obviously there is no light on his body, but in the crowd, every inch of his body radiated light everywhere. He seems to be the only existence in this world. Luo Jun's face is like a crown of jade, but it is alienated, which makes people surprised that Deva, even standing there quietly, gives birth to a cold and distinguished look, and it is profane to look at it more. The black eyes are as deep as a pool of ancient springs. Looking into those eyes, I feel powerless all over, unable to take a step. People sigh, is this the real fairy? Like looking up at the bright moon, there is an inexplicable sense of sight that is eternally separated from the world. He is clearly close at hand, but it seems like a lifetime away. Welcome Lord Luo Cheng. Welcome Lord Luo Cheng. Luo Jun rejected the once supreme title of God of War, and disdained all kinds of medals to prove his status. People can't find a matching title. Finally, Jun chose the most simple and down-to-earth title, City Lord. Because he used to be immortal, even if he started cultivating immortals now, he never forgot that he was humble and never forgot his original intention. Seeing Luo Jun getting closer, Lu Dachuan, Chen Tianzhen and the others couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. Because they were too excited, they roared with red eyes, and their blood was trembling. Chen Tianzhen has not disclosed the fact that he has become a god of war, and people thought he was just an ordinary general. Even though his strength has increased by more than 1,000 times, he has put away any pride, humbly lowered his proud head that belongs to God of War, and surrendered to Luo Jun. In front of this person, there is no God anymore. There were more than 36,000 people in the square, tears filled their eyes at this moment, and some people couldn't bear this psychological change, so they hugged each other and wept. Along the way, it's not easy. He was repeatedly invaded by monsters, and he never responded to countless calls for help. The high gods will never calm down the wailing of the weak. But now, they have Luo Jun. After the Jiangnan base city was defeated, news spread all over the world, and at this award ceremony, many important figures, even the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom, also visited in person. There are also many surviving God of War from all over the world who come to join us and come to congratulate. They dare not come. In the end, it was arranged outside the square. Even if you are God of War or an international political figure, you are not qualified to enter the square that ordinary people in Jiangnan base city can enter. You can only stop and watch from a distance. But they dare not have any opinions. There is a large group of people outside the city who have no chance to come in. Welcome Lord Luo Cheng. With heart-piercing shouts, Luo Jun rode the colorful auspicious clouds to the top of the square. Looking at Lu Dachuan and Chen Tianzhen, who were tearing up, crying, secretly wiping away their tears, he smiled, walked over without any airs, patted their shoulders, and said with a light smile, "Don't cry, no one dares to bully us anymore. Come on, you don't need to come and kneel on the stage." Feeling Luo Jun's hand that can easily kill Shendu, and the insignificant strength of taking pictures, the two almost burst into tears, and nodded with sobs. Even though they are noble now, they still said in a crying voice, "Well, let's go up." The two walked onto the stage and stood beside Luo Jun, one on the left and the other on the right. There are many residents of Jiangnan base city in the surrounding Times Square, and their eyes are full of tears. Looking at the light reflected from the first scene, as well as the standing figure on the stage, their eyes are full of admiration from the heart. This is the God worthy of their faith. It's not those who can be compared by strength and predecessors' achievements, as well as brainwashed false gods. At this moment, the global live broadcast is also going on. Many people were also watching the award ceremony. Oh my God, I always thought that the existence of killing God must be a three-headed, six-armed, vicious devil, but I didn't expect him to have no heirs at all. I really envy the people of Jiangnan base city. With such a God's blessing, who would dare to bully them? Please pay attention to the wording upstairs. God is a derogatory term, and that person should be described in the words of ancient gods. I cried to death, he really has no heirs at all. This is a God worthy of people's belief. Not only has Hong's invincible strength and terrifying power that can destroy the entire world, but he is not as high as those gods. What have we been believing in all these years? On the internet, people were once shocked by Luo Jun's strength, and now they are convinced by his character. The image created time and time again by the false gods on TV is gradually being erased. Instead, there was the fresh and magnificent Luo Jun. Although Luo Dachuan was very old, he was almost moved to tears now. In the whole world, who can make the gods who tear up the gods with their hands hug shoulders and shoulders like brothers? This is an indescribable honor for both Luo Dachuan and Chen Tianzhen. It is their brilliant life, which is worth bragging to future generations for a lifetime. It was even written into the genealogy and praised by generations of descendants. In the future, even the gods of the whole world will be polite when they meet the two of them. People also understood the disposition of the city lord, who loves the people like a son. From now on, everyone who walks out of Jiangnan Base City can go out with their heads held high, and no one dares to look down on them again. Looking at the people below, Luo Jun said calmly, "From now on, Jiangnan Base City will become independent." No inspirational lines. A simple sentence. Cheers resounded from all around. Lord Luo! Lord Luo! Countless spectators in the square under the stage raised their arms and shouted, their cheeks were flushed with excitement, their eyes were so hot that they rolled their eyes, and some people were so excited that they fainted. There is everyone in the crowd. There are practitioners, soldiers, reporters, and workers. Among them, there are Huxia teachers, co-workers, and classmates who have intersected with Luo Jun. At this moment, they were so excited that they burst into tears, shouting Lord Luo over and over again. After a long time, it didn't stop until Luo Jun made a stop gesture. Most people's voices are hoarse. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, Luo Jun waved his hand. A black shadow flew out from the cuff. The black shadow grows against the wind, and under the amazed eyes of the people, it suddenly becomes countless times larger, and finally becomes an incomparably majestic building. That is the God of War Palace built by Alien Universe spacecraft. The God of War Palace, which was once worshipped by the world, seems to stand in the clouds. Now it has become the trophy of Luo Jun and others. It landed steadily in the open space that had been prepared in the distance. This scene was captured by countless reporters around the square with four-dimensional stereo cameras, and then projected to the world. The books, secret treasures, secret realm, and Jiangnan Base City stored in the God of War Palace can be learned by everyone. I named it Bushan Pavilion. Luo Jun waved his hand, and a familiar figure with severed limbs and only a head appeared at the door in front of the counter. Great Lord Luo, your brilliance is eternal, please let me ask your toes with humble lips. Charles God of War only has one mouth left, but he has become Luo Jun's most loyal licking dog, and he is full of praises when he appears. People were stunned, and then laughed dumbfoundedly. After seeing the scene of killing gods, they are no longer very surprised by the appearance of God of War. The corner of Luo Jun's mouth twitched, and he said, "It will be the administrator of Bushan Pavilion. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask him." People are amazed. What an arm! The dignified limit God of War, as one of the members of the human parliament, is just an administrator in the base city of Jiangnan. We are happy to help. Half of Charles God of War was floating in the air, lowering his head humbly. I proved to everyone that the gods are just a group of slightly stronger humans. Luo Jun's eyes swept over the people one by one. The God of War who came to congratulate them bowed their heads unwillingly. They knew that their glory was over. Can't refute. I have nothing to say, I just want to send you an ancient poem. Luo Jun didn't prepare any clichés, but just said in a chatty tone. A piece of green shade like washing. Why don't you use jinki to protect the bamboo? Still using bamboo as a fence. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. The simple 24 characters, even after experiencing cataclysm, years of changes, and cultural gaps, as people of the Great Xia Kingdom, they can still understand the meaning of this ancient poem. Bamboo casts a piece of green shade, and you don't need Jing Qi to protect the bamboo. You only need to make the bamboo into a fence, and you should solve your own affairs. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. The whole city recited this sentence silently, feeling deeply in their hearts. They have despaired and wailed. In the end, you have to rely on your own people to face all this. His words ignited the fighting spirit in the hearts of all Jiangnan base city present. In the future, they will no longer rely on others, but rely on themselves, like bamboo, indomitable. It's almost Huxia New Year, and I don't have any presents for you, so I'll give you some rain. Luo Jun took a deep breath, pinched Daiju with his hands, and pointed towards the sky. It's raining. As if words follow the law. Under the global live broadcast, people are in awe. A large dark cloud quickly gathered in the sky and quickly enveloped Times Square. Hu! Luo Jun spit out another big mouthful of innate qi, which turned into wisps of fresh wind and penetrated into the dark clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds rolled, and finally turned into colorful auspicious clouds. In an instant, golden lotuses spring up from the ground, and there are thousands of auspicious images. Rumbling. Accompanied by a burst of thunder. By Li Hao. The rain poured down. Hurrah! Drops of rainwater are dripping straight over people's heads. People raised their heads blankly, with surprise on their faces. This rain is not cold. Instead, very warm. It doesn't even feel moist, it automatically penetrates into the body when it touches the skin. At this time, Chen Tian's eyes suddenly rounded, and he shouted excitedly, "Hurry up and start practicing, this is the good fortune that the city lord rewards you." Excited, he couldn't control his momentum, and the golden light exclusive to God of War burst out. Everyone showed astonishment. Master Chen has become God of War? Waiting for people to react. Their bodies suddenly became extremely hot. The higher the strength, the more obvious the feeling. Boom boom. Between the squares, a momentum erupted. A woman stood up, her body also emitted a golden light, and she showed ecstasy. "I just entered God of War realm." She is the deputy head of Thunder Martial Arts, Chen Yu. She is Chen Tian's true cousin, and she has been cooperating with the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Hall. Ha ha ha, I'm God of War. Lu Dachuan's whole body also lit up with golden light, and he was overjoyed. I have advanced, I have become a high-level warrior. Woohoo, I took off, and I became a primary warrior. My energy and blood have soared and I have become a practitioner. I suspect that my combat power is definitely more than 200 now. As the voices of people's surprises continue to emerge, has the strength of all the residents of Jiangnan base city skyrocketed. There were even 2 gods of war born. And all ordinary people, without exception, have soared in vitality and become practitioners. What an incredible scene! All audiences around the world were shocked. Luo Jun's greatness is not just as simple as being strong, he can actually mass production of God of War. People looked at everything, even the gods of war who are now aloof, would feel envy for even ordinary people in Jiangnan base city. Chapter 69. The golden rain is still falling. Surprised laughter one after another. In the future, every other year, I will give you a spiritual rain. Looking down at the people below, Luo Jun said slowly, I hope you will continue to improve yourself. Only he can see the world, and he can see the power of faith turned into light jade and drilled into the mind of On, which makes the soul of On grow vigorously. This is why he agreed to become the city lord. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Long live the city lord. There were cheers one after another, and some people habitually knelt down and worshipped. Luo Jun took a look, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared in place. People looked in awe at the open space where Luo Jun once stood, and were filled with emotion in their hearts. The rise of the base city in the south of the Yangtze River is unstoppable. It can actually wholesale God of War. This news is as shocking as the little planet hitting the blue star. Peerless elegance, the last person in the world to have such a character, unbelievable. From this moment on, the high gods have really completely stepped down from the altar. I'm going to Jiangnan base city, even if I lose my fortune, I'm going. I'm a warrior level powerhouse, and I want to know, how can I join Jiangnan base city? Tisk, I want to know, those guys who left Jiangnan base city overnight will not regret it now. On the global network, heated discussions have been launched. People seem to have turned into lemon extracts, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they are about to cry. I can't wait to become the people of the base city in the south of the Yangtze River. In people's ridicule. People who left Jiangnan base city at the beginning appeared one after another. Although Luo Jun is strong, he is not as strong as Hong and Thor. Can he play 1 against 2? When they come back, they see that the god of war palace that they built with their own hands has been destroyed, and the backbone of human beings has been killed. Do you think they will be angry at such things that deviate from human beings? The traitors are still talking hard. Upon seeing this, Commander-in-Chief Liu Dachuan directly ordered the arrest of the traitors worldwide, scaring them to log off their accounts and run away overnight. This live broadcast feast ended in a farce. And that night, there was another commotion on the internet. At the ruins of the God of War Palace, there seemed to be very scary monsters. It devoured the corpses of more than 6,000 God of War. Then after eating the people who had no time to escape at that time, they disappeared completely without a trace. At this moment, Luo Jun has arrived at the island according to the map non-stop. He originally wanted to go to the God of War Palace to gain insight into those ancient Taoist scripture books left behind. But because he was worried about his daughter's safety, he decided to go and find Hong, and asked him about his daughter's whereabouts. Finally, he asked him what the 4 words he saw on the bronze gate meant. According to the map provided by Charles 170 Luo Jun on his way to Kirishima through the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Just before arriving in Kirishima. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening loud noise in the distance. The 2 figures started to fight frantically above the void. One of the figures looked familiar and made Luo Jun pause. Vulture Li Yao. How dare you send someone to attack my parents? One day, I will kill you. A young man with a fiery red long knife in his hand, with tiny blades hanging from the edge of his ear, let out a hysterical roar. He is Luo Xiaofeng, who walked out of the number 8 ancient civilization ruins. As soon as he came out, he received the news that his parents had been killed. At the same time, the enemy cast a net on him, invited many God of War level powerhouses, and chased him all the way here. Originally, after entering the number 8 ancient civilization ruins, after training, he was sure to defeat the enemy. But the entire relic was refined into a treasure by that mysterious strong man. He had no chance to become stronger at all, and always felt that he had missed many opportunities. Feel very helpless. Luo Xiaofeng. A tall man with grey-white hair and a burly figure stands tall in the sky, with a killing intent in his eyes. You kill my son, today, here is your death day. He suddenly turned around and said coldly, Kitahara just. Are you still making a move? One after another God of War level aura erupted, and 3 or 4 figures rose into the air. These people, without exception, are God of War level killers from all over the world. There was despair in Luo Xiaofeng's eyes, and his heart was extremely unwilling. If I have enough harvest in the ancient civilization relics, maybe I won't be so passive? Right now, the only thing I can do is to save my life. One day, I will kill Li Yao. With only one Li Yao, and he also possesses the Black God suit, he has nothing to do with him. It's a pity that this neighborhood is very strange, and no news can be sent out, and no news from the outside world can be received. He couldn't ask God of War officers for help at all. It seems that the only way to escape is to that restricted area. Not far from here, there is an island. Hong and Lei Shenzhou went there to investigate. It is said that God of War arrived there, and Tianzhu died. There is Kirishima. There is no signal here, probably because it is already within the range of Kirishima. He, let me see where you are going. A burly man wearing a horned helmet and holding a heavy hammer sneered. Want to run? Is this a god of war level psychiatrist? A shadow emerged, and behind Luo Xiaofeng, there appeared an assassin holding 2 knives and wearing a mask. They obviously didn't give him any chance to escape. Luo Xiaofeng's face sank like water, and he was thinking about the escape route. At this moment, he looked not far away, and there was a figure in white clothes. Senior. There was ecstasy in Luo Xiaofeng's eyes. This senior, like him, is from Jiangnan Base City, and he has taken care of his adopted daughter, Luo Feiyu. It's you. I'm asking you something. Luo Jun walked over step by step in the air, and said slowly, how did my daughter disappear? Hey? Little Fei is missing. Luo Xiaofeng's eyes showed astonishment, and he hurriedly explained, at that time, the head of the museum, Hong, asked me to take care of your adopted daughter. She is very cute and obedient, just. After a pause, he said helplessly, my parents were killed by a traitor. I had to strengthen my strength, so I came out to practice. Before leaving, I entrusted Xiao Fei to my most dependent member Zhu Xi. The people of our great Xia kingdom. Zhu Xi. Luo Jun remembered this name, and among the people he beheaded, there seemed to be no such person. No matter who you are, since you know each other, you have no choice but to kill them together. Go up, kill from the sun. Die. The destruction of the God of War Palace was just yesterday. Several people have been trapped in Kirishima for several days, and they still don't know what happened to the outside world. If they knew that this person had beheaded 6,000 God of War people in the God of War Palace with a single sword, they would probably be so frightened that their legs limp. Die to me. Holding a samurai sword called Kitahara Gang's God of War, he swooped down suddenly, and then fell from the sky, slashing at the top of Luo Jun's head with the sword in both hands. Luo Jun didn't seem to see the sudden attack behind him, and stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. Senior, be careful! Luo Xiaofeng shouted. Luo Jun still didn't look back, as if he was blind. This scene made several people present sneer. This guy who can't perceive any strength may be a newcomer who entered the God of War realm. Seeing them chasing and killing Luo Xiaofeng, you still dare to come and send him to death without hiding far away? When Kitahara just cut the long knife on the right side of Luo Jun's neck, sparks were splashed, and even the white marks did not fall. How is it possible? Kitahara's gaze was dull just now, he stared blankly at his sunken blade, and gasped in disbelief, what kind of monster are you? How could his Dainichi samurai sword made of fine iron break so easily? At this time, Luo Jun turned his head and looked at him calmly. Go ahead and fight yourself, I will withdraw first. Bei Yuan was shocked, turned around and ran away without hesitation. Luo Jun didn't speak, just raised his hand and pressed down gently. Boom! The figure that flew not far away suddenly fell straight to the ground as if being crushed by an invisible Mount Tai. Rumble! The ground shook violently, and the sky was full of smoke. What kind of strength is this? Is this the ultimate God of War? The strong God of War isn't that strong, is it? The scalps of those who were waiting to see it were numb and stunned. On the ground not far away, there appeared 5 ravines with a length of hundreds of meters, bottomless. From the angle of looking down, it can be easily recognized that this is a palm print. And the Kitahara in the center just said God of War, like a swatted fly, turned into a puddle of meat paste in the madra of Huxia medicine. Senior, Sech, it's too fierce. Luo Feng's heart thumped fiercely, and he secretly wiped off his cold sweat. Vulture Li Yao, Daddy won't do this business, you can play on your own. The giant man in the Tauren helmet turned and ran. Luo Jun looked up and slowly raised his hand, making a shooting gesture with his palm, Baiyu. It looks like a playful attack style. Even children find it childish. However, the burly man who was flying not far away suddenly covered his head in the air and howled, his whole body trembling violently. Suddenly, his head exploded like a watermelon. Hiss! All the people present gasped. "Senior, spare your life, my lord, spare your life, you are just an assassin. Li Yao paid a lot of money for us to assassinate Luo Xiaofeng, we have no intention of offending." Seeing that it was useless to escape, the masked assassin quickly discarded the majesty of God of War, and begged for mercy on his knees. "Whoever kills me in Jiangnan base city, die." Luo Jun raised his eyelids. Ah! The assassin was so frightened that he ran like crazy, and even forgot to fly. In an instant, the skin on his body seemed unable to withstand the pressure, and burst open, turning into a pool of yellow and white matter, which looked shocking. "Now you!" Luo Jun looked at the man called Li Yao. "Senior wants to kill me, I have nothing to say." Li Yao cupped hands said, "But this person kills my son, it is only right and proper for me to take revenge, and we will never stop dying. Can the senior give us a chance to compete? If he dies, I will kill myself, I will die, and he will live." The senior said that a gentleman strives for self-improvement. "I can't rely on the senior for everything." Luo Xiaofeng took a deep breath, walked one step forward, bowed and said, "This man has framed me time and time again, and now he is hurting my family. I also hope to kill him myself?" "Well said." Luo Jun glanced at Luo Xiaofeng appreciatively, tapped his fingertips, and said, "This is the secret method obtained from the number 8 ancient civilization ruins before, and I will help you refine it." He admired the young man very much. This people are neither arrogant nor impatient, but also understand the concept of self-improvement. Very much to Luo Jun's appetite, in fact, he really owes this guy a small favor. Back then, if I hadn't gone to ancient civilization ruins number 8 on a whim, maybe the person who got the secret technique would be this little guy. If you refine the relic by yourself, it naturally has no chance to refine it. A ray of brilliance flashed. A memory drilled into Luo Xiaofeng's mind, as if there was an extra memory out of thin air, a gentle force guiding him to practice. Before that, he had practiced half of the ancient civilization number 8 and he had already practiced half of it, but the missing part was missing. Now it has been completed, and with the help of Luo Jun, it will be a matter of course. "Luo Xiaofeng, it's time for us to end it." Li Yao walked over. "I've waited for this day, and I've waited too long." Luo Xiaofeng's gaze was deep, opposite to it. The two seem to be in a fateful duel, and the momentum of both sides is increasing. The two fought together, their figures intertwined, sparks splashed everywhere. "Luo Xiaofeng, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying backstage. No wonder your cultivation speed is so fast." Li Yao's face was cold, but his heart was secretly shocked. This kid couldn't beat him just now, but after he got the secret technique, he even faintly overwhelmed him for a moment. This made him a little sad and jealous deep in his heart. Why didn't I have such a powerful person to bless me? Backstage? When you were God of War, when I was only a warrior, you repeatedly pressured and humiliated me. Relying on the strength of the Boreiner's family, you persecuted my family. When you oppressed me with your status, why didn't I speak again? Luo Xiaofeng sneered sarcastically, and at the same time, turbulent waves also surged in his heart. The senior not only allowed himself to learn the secret technique at the speed of light, but also had a huge power, gently in his body, secretly helping him improve his strength. His strength is increasing rapidly. The momentum is increasing. The power of the attack is getting stronger and stronger. Li Yao is gradually feeling powerless, and his face changes drastically. Why are you so strong all of a sudden? Go down to the underworld and ask Lord King Yama. Countless blades turned into a rope in the void and flew out, piercing through Li Yao's eyebrows in an instant. This high-ranking god of war died unwillingly with his eyes wide open. At the moment of death, he looked at Luo Xiaofeng unwillingly, with a bit of regret in his eyes. My wife is so beautiful. Why should I be obsessed with avenging my children? Can it be reproduced? Was their education wrong? In the middle, his eyes dimmed, he fell to the ground, and his consciousness entered eternal darkness. Luo Jun panted, showing ecstasy. After a while, he turned to Luo Jun, knelt down on one knee suddenly, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I would like to worship Senior as my teacher." After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. When he raised his head, he found that Luo Jun had disappeared. "Senior is really a good fortune." Luo Jun was filled with emotions, looked at the open space in the distance, shook his head in shock, and muttered to himself, "I have to go back to the God of War Palace to test what level my own strength is." Euro. After half an hour, Luo Jun came to a small island shrouded in mist. Looking down from a high altitude, you can vaguely see the outlines of many trees inside, like a virgin forest. He took a step forward, and his figure appeared on top of Daoming. Once inside the island, Luo Jun felt that the whole island seemed to be full of killing intent. "Call out!" A willow branch flew over and landed on Luo Jun's body. Ding! Sparks flew, and the willow tree couldn't penetrate Luo Jun's body at all. Instead, its roots broke and it retreated abruptly. Luo Jun turned around and saw a willow tree, showing surprise. Everything can become a monster, and the trees here are no exception. He flicked it. A ball of golden light shot out from the fingertips, splitting the big tree apart in an instant, and in the center, a shiny green object fell out. It contains a huge breath of life. This is... Luo Jun showed surprise. He had seen the introduction of this item in the information. The spirit of vegetation. It can make God of War level powerhouses crazy, and can help the powerhouses advance. But in Luo Jun's eyes, it is very important. Pill refining material. Xiaoxian, how can pill refining be missing? In this Kirishima, maybe there are many similar good things? No wonder Hong and Lei Shendu are here to investigate. Chapter 70. Outside of Kirishima, Luo Xiaofeng, who originally planned to return to the God of War Palace, suddenly changed his mind and decided to go to the forbidden zone called Kirishima to explore. The reason that caused him to change his mind was that in a short period of time, he actually crossed from the high-level God of War to the realm of the ultimate God of War. This made him feel shocked by Luo Jun's unfathomable. With just one click, let him break through to the limit God of War. That senior, how powerful is his poor intention? With the help of the psychiatrist's talent, Luo Xiaofeng became more confident than ever. Even if he encountered the old God of War's limit, he would not be afraid. Once Luo Xiaofeng was hunted down here by Li Yao, and escaped into Kirishima, where the environment is very complicated, and finally got the Millennium Willow Heart, which greatly increased his strength. After returning, he reported Kirishima's affairs to the God of War Palace, causing Hong, Thor, and the major parliamentarians to investigate one after another. He was not strong enough, so he didn't go. It's a pity that nothing was found in the number 8 civilization relic, otherwise he would be able to kill Li Yao this time. It will not be intercepted halfway. Now, you can go to explore, maybe you can get some benefits. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaofeng turned his head and flew towards Kirishima. Luo Xiaofeng, who originally changed the course of his life because of Luo Jun's unintentional smelting of the number 8 ancient civilization relic, seems to be on the right track again. At that time, although the spirit of grass and trees made the God of War powerhouse crazy, but for Luo Jun, the attraction was not very strong. His tyrannical consciousness searched the island. Luo Jun frowned slightly. He found many man-made traces on the island. He wasn't too surprised by this. Even Luo Xiaofeng probably came to this Kirishima. From his body, he could feel the breath of the spirit of vegetation. It is precisely because Luo Xiaofeng discovered that there are many treasures in Kirishima, so Hong, Thor, and the Human Council, except for Karl, all the top 10 powerhouses came to compete. In addition, there are still a large number of armies that are collecting a lot of humble grass and trees. These lowly plant spirits, Luo Jun, don't even bother to lower their status to compete with mortals, but in the center of Kirishima, there is a lush ancient tree that is torn apart and lying on its back. From the breath of life involved, it can be clearly judged that this is a 1,000-year-old willow tree king, and the 1,000-year-old plant heart inside has been dug out long ago. Seeing this scene, Luo Jun just sighed secretly. Now the powerhouses on the blue star get the spirit of grass and trees, or the heart of plants and trees of 1,000 years, and they are directly absorbed in an extremely rough way, and it is unknown how much life essence has been dissipated. It's like a cow chewing peony, what a waste. Hey, people who have been here before, didn't you notice? Luo Jun's figure disappeared in place, and in the next second, his figure appeared next to a collapsed willow tree, and a grass was found under the root of the tree. The vitality of this plant is extremely strong, although it looks small and its aura is hidden deeply, but its aura of life is at least 100 times stronger than the willow tree outside. Suddenly, the grass actually grew 2 feet, and ran towards the distance, not forgetting to hold a milky white crystal. It's it. Luo Jun narrowed his gaze. This crystal was extremely impressive to him. It is exactly the spar that Luo Jun obtained in ancient civilization number 8. The huge life energy inside it helped Luo Jun raise a big realm. Luo Jun didn't know what this thing was before. After capturing the God of War Palace, I saw from the information inside that it is one of the most precious treasures on Blue Star Wood Jade Crystal. Its value cannot be measured by money. You can even buy a base city with just one, and let the junior God of War work for you. But its number is extremely rare, and it only appeared once in the vast world. And the plants that grow on wood bud crystals are also good medicinal herbs. Nice one. Luo Jun grabbed it casually, and in the next instant, crystals and medicinal herbs appeared in his palm. Feel the huge energy essence inside. Luo Jun secretly shook his head. In fact, because I didn't know this thing at the beginning, and my own cultivation base was not as strong as it is now, I was a bit wasted at the beginning. If it is used for pill refining, it can play its role perfectly. Now it has reached the 7th floor of Qi refining, and it is getting closer and closer to the foundation establishment. Gotta get ready for foundation establishment. The wonder of the foundation establishment is not only the divine sense, but the creation of a Sumuru minor world in the nothingness through the Yuan Shen, which can be used for storage by Luo Jun, as well as various magical functions. Now he stores things with magical powers, which is still not convenient enough. Looking at the lush Kirishima, there was a smile on his face, and he said with a chuckle. Although they were allowed to get there first, it seems that their vision is not good, and they missed a lot of things. Let them get to Kirishima first though. They patronized all kinds of plant spirits, but they didn't go to the bottom of why these precious heavenly and mortal treasures were born. There are also various treasures stored under the ground. Of course, this is also due to Luo Jun's extraordinary consciousness, which is many times stronger than that of those spiritual masters. The almost substantive consciousness swept across the entire surface of Kirishima in an instant. Receive. The pitcher Luo Jun, whose cuffs are known to grow against the wind, quickly grew in size in the blink of an eye, covering the entire sky over Kirishima. In the blink of an eye, it casually turned into a huge range hood, and a huge suction came. Everything on the surface of Kirishima was taken into his cuffs. Luo Jun originally wanted to take away the entire Kirishima, but found that deep in the ground, there was still this aura, which even he found a little surprising. Below, there may be an extremely ancient and very powerful ancient civilization relic. Under Kirishima, there are still many secrets hidden. Perhaps not as terrifying as the Bronze Gate, but it has surpassed the powerhouse of Blue Star. This made Luo Jun suddenly excited. He has never known the limit of own, how far it has reached. Now with the increase in strength, it seems that Hong, whom Luo Jun has been waiting for a long time, may not be able to satisfy himself. With curiosity in mind, Luo Jun's figure disappeared in place. There is actually a Dragon King here. The Dragon King is going crazy over there. Its aura is almost approaching the Beast Emperor that Master Hong killed before. Med Hansen, why didn't you kill a mere king-level monster? The Dragon King swallowed the treasure here. I kept him to observe the efficacy of the treasure. Unlike you, I couldn't find a trace of the treasure for a long time. A burly man was arguing with an old man with white hair who was drinking. These two are both the speakers of the Human Council of the God of War Palace, and they are both of the ultimate God of War level of strength, ranked among the top 10. Limang Elder, do you smell a rice fragrance? A strong man suddenly asked. Mexiang. A thin man sniffed it and asked suspiciously, it seems that there are indeed, but this place is under Kirishima, how could someone cook? The powerhouses present stared at the frenzied and restless Dragon King below, and fell into doubt. As for some people, there was a little ecstasy on their faces, and they seemed to have guessed something. There it is. One of the speakers pointed forward and shouted. People follow his gaze. There just exploded, and a man wearing a helmet, holding a shining crystal, suddenly appeared. Is this some kind of strange baby? The frantic Dragon King on the ground suddenly went crazy, and rushed towards the helmeted man like crazy. The Dragon King's momentum here is terrifying. His strength was comparable to that of a Beast Emperor, and his speed was extremely fast, catching up to that man in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the man's scalp was numb with fright, he quickly dropped the treasure, turned around and ran away. Crystals exuding milky white light flitted in the air in a parabola. At this moment, time seems to be extremely slow, and people's eyes move with it. The monster was ecstatic, opened its mouth wide, and bit the crystal. In an instant, the weapons of everyone present, including the psychiatrist, were suspended above their heads, locking onto the crystal. Ready! And in this instant, a black and red sphere quietly emerged from among the monsters. The Dragon King, which is almost comparable to a king-level monster. In an instant, it was engulfed by the black and red sphere, and there was not even a scum left. A suffocating and terrifying coercion emanated from the huge sphere. The people present changed their colors one after another, and in their minds, an invincible figure came to mind. When people think about it, a hand stretched out from the sphere and grabbed the crystal. The sphere shrinks instantly, and finally disappears. In front of everyone, there appeared a ruthless man with red hair in a kung fu suit. It is the strongest person who is currently number 1 in the human sequence. It is also the first head of state to rule the world. Flood. Master. Master. Meet the curator. Even the proud speakers of the human parliament had to lower their proud heads in the face of the invincible Hong. In an instant, a thunderbolt flashed. There was a loud bang. A bald man turned into lightning and appeared beside Hong. He said with a playful smile, Hong Dage, why did you even snatch the head of a king-level monster? Hey! He looked at the crystal in Hong's palm in surprise, his tone paused, surprise appeared in his eyes. This thing is important even to him. He is the second strongest person in the world, second only to Hong's. Thor. This Dragon King is the same as a normal evolved monster, it will soon reach the Beast Emperor level. Hong stood with his hands behind his back and opened his palms. The crystal that made countless people coveted was suspended in his hand, but no one dared to snatch it. The name of this object is Muya Crystal. So far, Blue Star has only discovered 2 of them. It is recorded in the remains of ancient civilizations. It is also a very precious thing in the universe. Hong introduced this thing to people, then lifted it casually, and threw it in front of the helmeted man who found it first. You were the first to discover this, and it shall be yours. Hong is highly respected by people, not only for his strength, but also for his absolute justice. Of course, there are other considerations as well. For example, the man in the helmet is just the 10th ranked speaker, and he can't keep this wood bud crystal in front of the greedy other members. The ruins are so big, maybe they can receive more wood bud crystals between people snatching them. Thank you, Master Hong. The helmet man was ecstatic. He grabbed Mu Yajing, turned around and fled. The tentacle beast emperor who was beheaded by Hong before may have been transformed by eating wood bud crystals. Our planet class eats it, will it become stronger? Kill. Crazy speaker. They jumped on it greedily. The world only knows the title of the ultimate god of war. But among these speakers, there is a systematic hierarchy for each other. Because with the continuous excavation of the remains of extraterrestrial civilizations, they not only obtained a lot of practice methods in the universe, but also learned about the practice level in the universe. On the Blue Star, the existence of the generals of the frontiers, such as the former army commander, in the vast universe, is only a mere apprentice level. In some low-level galaxies, only can be a coolie, handyman. The gods who are high above the Blue Star are only lords, and in the universe, they can be regarded as small foremen. And the ultimate god of war, in the universe, is the planet level, which is equivalent to a mobile nuclear weapon for the Earth. With the ability to destroy the world, it can smash mountains with one punch, kill tens of thousands of troops, and destroy the world. Ping a city with a population of tens of millions, and talk to a superpower on an equal footing. In the universe, you can have citizenship, and you can be qualified to earn food and clothing, and be a thug, servant, and cannon fodder. Nobody knows how big the universe is. Even the Milky Way, in the boundless universe, is still as different as the light of a grain of rice from the sun. 0. According to the records of extraterrestrial civilizations, some monsters with a lineage of heaven-defying are said to be born at the star level above the planet level. Even just a newborn cub is enough to destroy the entire Blue Star. Under the ground, a fierce competition was launched. Hong did not directly participate in the competition, but let his 4 personal guards participate in the snatching. But in this competition, there was an extra existence named Luo Xiaofeng, who fought in the dark. Luo Jun naturally also noticed that someone was fighting for a wood bud crystal. He didn't throw sesame seeds to pick up watermelons and snatch it. Obviously, there are better treasures below. Instead, they went directly to the deepest part of the civilization relics. Sudden, a tingling pain came. Luo Jun took a step towards the retreat, showing a little surprise. He lifted his foot and glanced. Not to mention that own shoes were punctured, there was actually a wound on the sole of the foot. The wound healed in an instant. But this was enough to make Luo Jun stunned. How tough is his body? Even if the world's limit god of war attack together, they can't break Luo Jun's defense. However, he actually got a wound on the sole of his foot because he stepped on a piece of debris. Luo Jun took a closer look, and saw that it was a piece of purple-red fragments, which looked like a small knife, because it was about the size of a palm. His tyrannical consciousness manipulated away, and he felt a huge heavy weight. This thing is so heavy. Luo Jun is not surprised but happy. Deduced and calculated from the power of consciousness feedback, its weight exceeds 1,000,000 catties. Ha! Luo Jun breathed out the real fire of Samdi and burned the fragment. The flame that can burn even light, the real fire of Samdi, which claims that nothing is inflammable, actually only burns it red. The material of this thing is similar to that of the Bronze Gate. No. It should be harder than the Bronze Gate. Actually Samdi is not strong enough, but Luo Jun's strength is not enough, after all he is only Qi refining 7 layers. Good stuff for refining. Luo Jun was overjoyed, now his Laojian couldn't keep up with his own strength, the material was really bad. With this thing, when the time comes to refine it, it will definitely be able to create a peerless murderous weapon. It was a pleasant surprise. Below, there are better things. Holding the backward sword in his hand, Luo Jun split the ground and swooped down deep into the ground. Come to the depths of the ground. Here is an open space, nothing can be seen with the naked eye. Blindfolding. Luo Jun smiled coldly, the chi of innate condensed in his eyes, the eyes were glowing with golden light, looking at shattering void delirium, he saw through the hidden traces in front of him. I saw an incomparably majestic silver-white metal gate appeared in front of me. Inside, there was an extremely terrifying aura faintly. In an instant, the door suddenly opened. Someone inside seemed to want to invite Luo Jun in. Although it wasn't you who chose at the beginning. But you are 100 times better than the person I originally chose. Your life level is great, come in. Welcome to Meteor Star. My name is Babata. A childish voice, extremely strange, suddenly sounded in this space. Luo Jun frowned slightly, with a slightly strange expression on his face, it's a meteor again. Not long ago, he seemed to have just burned to death a four-dimensional life form pill from meteorite. Chapter 71. The ancient relics of extraterrestrial civilizations are like a huge monster that loves people. Although he was only standing at the door, there was a vaguely terrifying aura coming from inside. Luo Jun walked in slowly without hesitation. Inside the ancient ruins of alien civilization, the light is slightly dim, the main color is colder, and the interior space is very large enough to accommodate a giant football field. It is worth mentioning that there is a strong strange smell in the air. It smells like the aroma of cooked rice. A strong rice fragrance. Luo Jun looked at it in surprise, his pupils shrank slightly, showing a look of astonishment. Outside, Mu Yajing, who is ranked among the top 10 powerhouses in the world, robs each other at the expense of self-defeating status, and kills Mu Yajing. Here, it's everywhere. From a rough look, there are at least 100 or 200. Suspended in this ancient ruins, it seems that the sky is full of stars dotted in the air. Mine, mine, all mine. Luo Jun raised his hand, and the cuffs immediately grew in the wind, as if turning into a huge range hood, and the wood bud crystals in the entire space flew upside down into the cuffs one after another. The value of each wood bud crystal is very huge. It is simply not something that the so-called spirits of plants can compare to, and the terrifying life energy it contains makes even Luo Jun feel terrified. This time the harvest is huge. Fortunately, he didn't go to fight with those people, and came to this ruins first. The distribution is abnormally concentrated. Could it be that the wood bud crystals were originally stored here, and some of them fell out, causing the monsters to be restless? The voice just now, maybe it's the same as the core intelligence brain before? It's also a special alien life form. Luo Jun sensed something was wrong and fell into deep thought. Although he is powerful, he maintains full vigilance against alien life forms. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. After seeing the bronze gate, the horror of the ancient female creature. September 17th may be invincible on Blue Star. But in the vast universe, there must be a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. Not only was Luo Jun not discouraged, but he became even more excited. There are strong people fighting, so that we can sharpen ourselves and know where the limit of own is. He walked vigilantly within the ruins of this ancient civilization. Suddenly, when walking into an area, a huge oppressive force comes, as if every inch of space is accompanied by huge pressure. Luo Jun's eyes are fixed on the front. There was a figure with a height of 100 meters standing on the ground. The ancient creature was completely black, without any breath of life, its body was like an ape but without hair, its cheeks were human-like, especially its eyes, which were still glaring ahead. It hasn't decayed in all these years. I'm afraid it is the corpse of a horrible creature that surpasses all humans in Blue Star. The sharpness in its eyes made even Luo Jun feel slightly guilty. Just a corpse. Sure enough, in the vast and boundless universe, there should not be only blue stars shining alone, there are also many galaxies that humans cannot reach, and there are countless aliens there. There are not a few strong ones. Luo Jun continued to walk forward. After passing through another room, there were actually 6 corpses in it. Every corpse looks powerful and boundless. One of the corpses caught Luo Jun's attention. Is this a machine? After a while, he realized, no. This is a life form with a mechanical body, and there is such a weird race in the universe. Luo Jun walked to the center. Hi, welcome to come. A childish and cold voice suddenly sounded. Luo Jun turned around suddenly. Not far ahead, there is a male-female figure, 1.45 meters high, with 2 sharp horns on the forehead, blood-red eyes, wearing a black robe, floating in the air pretending to be mysterious. It stretched out, and the skin around it seemed to be condensed with light, but unlike the previous core brain, its skin seemed to have stars, and its skin color was like a dark universe. My name is Babata. You can call me Devil Babata. Of course, this is translated into Blue Star language. Its small body flew over, revolved around Luo Jun, and looked at his body, showing surprise from time to time, and said in disbelief. You don't look like a Blue Star person. Judging from your life level, you are at least a citizen of a high-level civilization. But your biological structure is an absolute Blue Star human being. It's incredible. How did you evolve to this point? There is a pair of small wings behind Babata, and his eyes are full of surprise. Devil, is this your race? Luo Jun looked indifferent, he did not answer Babata's question. I don't belong to a race, essentially. I am a kind of intelligence, although I don't have a body now. But I can use the energy body generated by the special device of the spaceship. Perfectly restore the collision effect of objects. I have no gender, I can be male or female. While talking, Babata turned into a well-behaved and lovely little girl again. Looking at Babata, who looked like a little girl, a cold light flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. He missed his dependent daughter. Actually, based on years of savings and upgrades. Babata folded his arms proudly. I can already call it an intelligent life. Oh. Luo Jun raised his eyebrows. Did you use Mu Yajing to lure us here? No, you're wrong, I didn't know you existed. I've been secretly investigating a man named Luo Xiaofeng. But he didn't come at the time slot that was originally planned. During this period, you came, so I chose you again. Babata sat on the ground, shaking his calf and said. It was originally Luo Xiaofeng. The corner of Luo Jun's mouth twitched, as if he had somehow robbed someone of his chance. However, there is nothing exclusive about fighting for the front, only first come, first served. I don't know if you spent a lot of time to lure me here, but do you want me to become a person from the black planet and complete some weird missions? Luo Jun's aura suddenly rose, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Then I said in advance, I just burned an intelligent life body called the core brain to death not long ago, it should be your accomplice. Boom! A golden flame appeared in Luo Jun's palm. The golden flames burned wildly, as if the entire space was distorted by it. Babata, who was originally calm and composed, with a probing gaze, suddenly changed his face. It first yelled in disbelief, how is it possible? You can actually burn to death the core intelligence brain I left behind? That is a four-dimensional life form. It's impossible to do it with your strength. Until it saw the real fire of Samdi in Luo Jun's hand. The knowledgeable Babata's brain crashed directly. It searched the history of the universe that it knew well, but couldn't find any introduction about this fire. After a long time, it suddenly took a deep breath and said incredulously, you actually got the holy relic of the top civilization, and you can only explain it this way. Its characteristics are that it belongs to any dimension, everything can be burned, even light cannot escape, and time and space do not exist. Although the real fire of Samdi is related to Luo Jun's insufficient strength, it only gives some characteristics. But Babata can see through its essence and guess the origin of its similarity. Because it has seen advanced civilizations, and it belongs to the existence of advanced civilizations. Oh! Luo Jun did not expect that this guy, the real fire of Samdi in the myths and legends of the Xia kingdom, could also vividly name another very similar object, or maybe it was one. Immortal cultivators already exist in the universe. Once set foot on Blue Star and left behind a magnificent legend? As for the holy relic, what is it? It seems to have seen through Luo Jun's doubts. Babata sighed. Unfortunately, because that advanced civilization is too powerful, their evolution has no limit, and they are all extremely warlike. Under the joint siege of other top civilizations, as the entire galaxy is directly two-dimensional, it has become a piece of paper. Dead.w. It seemed to have guessed something, stared at Luo Jun, and said, "My master once speculated that the Blue Star humans may not belong to the Blue Star natives, and you are also alien species. Maybe from a higher civilization. Of course, this is just the master's guess at the time of death, it's not accurate." Babata seemed to think of the past, feeling a little depressed, and said in a low voice, "What?" Luo Jun's pupils shrank suddenly, the news was too shocking. In his previous life, some scholars published papers saying that human beings may also be alien creatures who came to the Blue Star by chance. It all stems from humans are too fragile, more fragile than any creature on the earth. The viruses or bacteria on animals are enough to kill most humans, but humans have developed wisdom and become the top of the food chain. Of course, everything is just a hypothesis, and it cannot be true. Luo Jun shook his head, he didn't bother to think too much, whoever he was. Seeing that Babata was well informed, he didn't seem to have any hostility. After thinking for a while, he took out the 4 weird characters copied from the bronze gate and showed it to Babata. "Do you recognize this?" Babata's originally plain figure suddenly ran back, hiding behind a pillar in fear for a year, and said in horror, "How do you have this civilized writing? Damn it, rub it off, hurry up. It seems very scared." Yet, Luo Jun waited up, took a breath, and blew away the words in his heart, and said in surprise, "This civilization is very powerful. The daughter may have a great connection with this civilization. It is one of the higher civilizations of the universe, and it is at least a lot higher than your Blue Star humans." When Babata saw the words disappear, he came out, stared at Luo Jun seriously, and said, "As a low-level civilization, you must not release anything into the universe. Don't mess with it. It's very likely that this will lead to the encounter of other civilizations. Among the universe's laws of survival, only the difference between the hunter and the hunted. When 2 strange civilizations meet, they will never be at peace. For example, because the starry sky is dark, everyone can hide and shoot black guns without being found, so everyone should hide to avoid being black guns. At the same time, in order to avoid being accidentally shot, all the people who are hiding have to shoot at suspected targets to eliminate potential enemies as much as possible, so everyone hides and shoots black guns." Babata looked extremely serious. Luo Jun was silent for a long time, and spit out a long-lost word, "dark forest." A very apt description, indeed. Babata stared into the distance with deep eyes, and said slowly, "For those of higher civilizations, there are 3 labels, that is, 1. There is a big killer in advanced civilization. 2. The dark forest attack is timely and accurate. 3. Higher civilizations prioritize attack over communication." Understood. Luo Jun suddenly realized. It's like when a person and a monster meet in no man's land, their first thought is definitely not to shake hands and make peace. So here comes the problem. This civilization, what kind of civilization? Luo Jun asked curiously. Babata pursed his lips, looked left and right, unexpectedly became dull for several seconds, and said helplessly, "I don't dare to say it, I'm afraid they will know." "Oh, don't worry, if they knew, they should have known." Luo Jun immediately told about the smashing of the bronze gate. "Damn it, you're a FG lunatic. Babata said angrily, do you know why Blue Star is so safe? That's because of its owner, Hu Yanbo, who blocked the entire Blue Star's universe coordinates, but after so many years ago, I'm not sure if the universe coordinates are still there. And, if you say it, the bronze gates seem to have appeared before human history. Why are they here? Leave a trace. For them, the blue star is just a speck of dust in the universe. Why can you attract them? Could it be because there were uncivilized humans like monkeys at that time? Even the well-informed Babata can't figure it out. There are too many mysteries. Now, can you tell me what civilization it is? Luo Jun's eyes were burning. He only knew about his daughter's safety. This is the civilization of singers. Babata said helplessly, it is equivalent to a dominant civilization. From a metaphorical point of view, the entire galaxy may not be as big as the toilet of an ordinary citizen of this civilization. Luo Jun asked in surprise, this civilized person can soar. I said it was a metaphor. Babata said angrily, how could such an ancient high civilization that dominates the universe be able to pull up? But you have to be careful, if their cleaners find you, you will be killed immediately. Just take a shot, and the entire galaxy will be two-dimensional and turned into a piece of paper. Turned into a piece of paper. Luo Jun thought of what Babata said earlier, the ancient civilization that had a real fire that was very similar to Samdi was besieged by other civilizations, and finally turned into a piece of paper. Number BA. Could it be related to the so-called Singer civilization? The Singer civilization came to Blue Star, why? 0.8 Otherwise, where did Blue Star come from? So many legends about cultivating immortals, about the way of cultivating immortals, and even though there is residual blood, Luo Jun still practiced successfully. Okay, I should go. Luo Jun turned and left without hesitation. The harvest of this trip is already huge enough. Although Mu Yajing's harvest is good, compared to him, seeing the vast universe knowledge is more precious to him. There are also clues related to her daughter. It is impossible for me to become a person from the meteor planet, and I don't want to help people perform some missions inexplicably. Trouble. Hey, why did you leave? Babata quickly caught up and said hurriedly, with your life level and your weird attack style, I suspect that you are a high-level civilized person, and your identity is not simple. Of course you don't need to be from the meteorite, I just need your help. What's busy? Luo Jun paused. When you are strong enough, just help my master take revenge. There is no time limit, no restrictions, and I will recognize you as my master and give you an encyclopedia. I still have the universe account left by the master, and there is a very valuable and huge wealth in it. Babata said excitedly. If it was Luo Xiaofeng, it might follow him and train him until he became strong, but it would definitely not recognize its master. But Luo Jun is different. Judging from his performance and the level of his life, he may be a descendant of the destroyed advanced civilization. Moreover, there is one thing that Babata did not tell Luo Ni. In that advanced civilization, only the royal family is qualified to display this terrifying flame. When the strength is enough, this flame can burn everything in the universe. Luo Jun thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Can. It's just helping to get revenge, and there are no restrictions. This deal is a good deal. Chapter 72. Bingguo. Congratulations, you have become my master. Devil Babata was like a big moth, the little devil behind him flapped his wings, and he followed behind Luo Jun. Did you burn the observer I placed on Blue Star to death? Do you want me to pay you back? Luo Jun frowned. Master, I am all yours, you don't need to pay for it. Devil Babata just chuckled and said, it's just that the proud four-dimensional life body must have been very unwilling before it died. Originally, it found a descendant for me, so I could set it free. It may also be attacking the blue star. Note, save yourself a trouble. Oh. Luo Jun nodded perfunctorily. Under the guidance of Babata, the two came to the deepest part of the ruins, and finally stopped in front of a titan corpse. The previous owner. Babata stared blankly at the corpse, with a sad expression on his cheeks. Luo Jun looked up at the titan's corpse, showing a hint of shock. Is it the master of Babata? Although it's just a corpse, it has a shocking vigor. The lonely titan, sitting on the cold steel sword throne, stared into the distance. Babata looked at Luo Jun's side face, it opened its mouth, hesitated to speak. It wanted to make Luo Jun kneel down. But thinking of its status as the heir of a higher civilization, I still gave up this idea. If it was Luo Xiaofeng, he must be made to kneel down to apprenticeship with the former director. But this one in front of me doesn't seem to need to learn other people's practice tips. Without apprenticeship, it is naturally impossible to kneel down for no reason. During the more than 60 million years of my former master's life, he traversed the vast universe. It is a truly peerless powerhouse. For the humans of Blue Star, he is the real god, who brought you spiritual chi recovery, because the energy released from the master's corpse changed the world. Babata said seriously. Is this the strong man in the universe? Can you tell me about the strength standard system in universe? Luo Jun frowned, and said slowly, I only know about planet level, star level. Countless lives are bred in the universe. The 24 planets where your Earth is located, the Milky Way with a size of 160,000 light-years, there are 210,000 planets with a large number of human beings living. Babata snapped his fingers. The scene around them suddenly changed, as if they were standing on the starry sky. 210,000. Luo Jun was slightly surprised, and sighed, human civilization has not been able to observe a planet other than the Blue Star so far. However, they are not the same as the humans of Blue Star. Babata said, the Blue Star people are just a branch of the huge race of humans. In the big universe, the scale of humans is actually very large. In the hall just now, there were 4 corpses that looked like humans, and they all belonged to the human race. Luo Jun said in surprise. Babata nodded, and said, the planets and galaxies in the universe are not isolated. The Milky Way and the neighboring galaxies form the Silver Blue Empire. Babata paused, and said, a country of elementary civilization. A galaxy is 160,000 light-years away. It takes 8 galaxies to form a primitive civilized empire. Just one galaxy has hundreds of billions of planets, and these 8 galaxies form a primary civilization empire, which is unimaginable, and the intermediate and advanced civilizations above this. Top civilization, what should it look like? When Luo Jun thought that the Blue Star was like a speck of dust in the vast universe, among the vast number of galaxies, he was quite shocked. The Silver Blue Empire far surpasses you in terms of civilization. Even if the opponent sends an interstellar warship to approach you, with your current human technology and powerhouses, you will not be able to detect the slightest bit. Not to mention the medium civilization of the universe, and the words you gave just now are the words of advanced civilization and Singer civilization. Even a cleaner of them can easily destroy your galaxy. Babata said. Advanced civilization. In Luo Jun's eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit. There is indeed a sky beyond the sky. I don't know how strong these civilizations are. Your galaxy is also within the territory of the medium civilization of the universe and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. As a medium civilization of the universe, it directly controls more than 6,000 galaxies, and also has more than 500 overdependent countries of the primary civilization of the universe. Babata took a deep breath and said slowly, the Silver Blue Empire is just one of the subordinate states of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Yunlin Empire, which is far more civilized than Blue Star, only accounts for 1/5 of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Looking into the distance, Luo Jun was shocked and surprised, and muttered to himself, very good, very good. I think my path of cultivation will definitely not be lonely. Babata was slightly taken aback. In his impression, Luo Jun will be shocked until Blue Star is so small in the universe, especially human beings, who are not even as good as a speck of dust in the universe. Unexpectedly, he actually showed a fighting spirit. In addition to the Singer civilization, are there other advanced civilization empires? Luo Jun couldn't help but said. Of course there is. Babata transformed into a planetary stone in his hand, and threw it forward at random. The Ganu universe, which governs the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, has a territory of more than 100 million galaxy, and nearly 1,000 medium civilized dependent countries of the universe under its jurisdiction. This is a human being. One of the most advanced civilized countries in the race. After a pause, he continued, in addition, the Singer civilization seems to belong to human civilization, but they are very mysterious and seem to be stronger than the Ganu universe, and they are more likely to be advanced to the top civilization soon. The universe is vast beyond imagination. And the daughter has a great relationship with the extremely brilliant Singer civilization. Luo Jun once again realized that own strength is not enough. If you can protect your daughter well, then what's the use of being strong? Babata came to the corpse on the ancient throne, smiled proudly. My former master, even in the highest civilization country of the universe, can get courtesy, but the Silver Blue Empire, or even the ordinary middle-level civilization of the Ganu universe, for him, even a drop of blood can make people hundreds of millions of galaxies are destroyed. Of course, I also believe in you, with your life-level talent. Your future achievements will definitely not be low. Luo Jun pondered for a moment, then said, for Blue Star, even the Yunlin Empire is an extremely powerful existence. I don't know what level Huianbo Senior's strength has reached. He is very eager to see the level of strength in the universe. Can there be a comparison with own practice? Star level, in the frontier planet, can barely be considered a big man, and the universe level above it can be regarded as a strong person. Only one universe level strong person can come out of a galaxy. The domain master level is equivalent to being the overlord of one party. The elementary civilizations of the universe dare not provoke them. As for the realm lord, he is more like a land emperor, and it is very easy to set up a galaxy as a territory. Babata speaks eloquently. And above that, Luo Jun's heart was full of fighting spirit. He felt the blood in his whole body was boiling, and even the cells in his body were roaring. Get stronger! Get stronger! We want to become immortals. Become immortals. Can't be a speck of dust in the universe. We want the master to become immortal, the greatest miracle in the universe. The cells sensed Luo Jun's shock through the brain cells, and roared unwillingly one by one. Beyond this, is. Babata's eyes became deep, and he said in a deep voice, Immortal. The former master and his 6 servants are all immortal powerhouses. Even an attack that can instantly annihilate the star system, such as a two-way foil dimensionality reduction strike, can't hurt to their share of the rich. Now you understand why the Silver Blue Empire is like a kingdom of ants in front of my former master, right? Babata put his hands on his hips and said excitedly. One mountain is still higher, and I feel like my whole body is boiling with enthusiasm. The vastness of the universe really didn't make me die. Luo Jun's blood was surging and he was extremely excited. If it was Luo Xiaofeng I originally planned, I would advise him not to think too far ahead. It takes 1,000 galaxies to get out of a world master. With the low-level evolution of human beings alone, it may be difficult to get out of a universe in tens of millions of years super strong. Babata paused, and said again. However, your Blue Star humans are in a special state. You seem to be related to a certain top-level civilization. Back then, my former master was seriously injured and hammered to death in order to find a turning point. Maybe it was your Bronze Gate. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. It seems that there are many kinds of human beings in the universe. Although there is a big category, the species are actually different. Luo Jun suddenly realized that he was like Blue Star's felines. There are strong tigers and cute cats. That's natural. Babata said seriously again. Some civilizations, in order to survive, all civilizations share one brain, such as the Tri-Solaran civilization. Their civilization is one level higher than yours, but due to environmental factors, they are longing for a survivable planet. There are many other civilizations that are in a similar situation to it. So, if you find calls from other civilizations, don't answer. Don't answer. The blue star with the remains of immortal powerhouses, even the silver blue empire, will be scrambling for it, let alone other civilizations. Babata warned solemnly. Luo Jun was a little absent-minded. Is there anything else? Next, I will count the treasures left by the master and present them to you as a gift. I hope you can reach enough strength to avenge my former master. Babata tapped lightly on a steel wall. Ripples appeared in the space, and the scene suddenly changed. A ring flew out of a magnificent vortex. The first treasure, called the interspatial ring, can be used to store items. This is the use of spatial dimension changes, cutting out a full 33.48 million cubic meters of the universe space, reducing the dimensionality of the high-dimensional space, and then compressing it into the artifacts. During Babata's introduction, the ring flew in front of Luo Jun, and proudly said, "This is a powerful power that only life forms above the intermediate civilization can possess. The dimensionality reduction in space is beyond comprehension for ordinary humans." It looked at Luo Jun expectantly, waiting for the horrified expression of this human being. However, it was disappointed. "Hey, good stuff." Luo Jun's eyes just lit up. In this way, I don't have to flick my sleeves all the time, it's a little more convenient. With a flick of his hand, all the items stored in the universe in his sleeves were thrown out. Consciousness drilled into the ring, and quickly found a way to use it. A blue light curtain flashed. The dazzling array of miscellaneous things on the ground, as well as the mountains of wood-bud crystals, were all absorbed into the interspatial ring by the light curtain. "You are..." Babata looked at Luo Jun incredulously. He flew around Luo Jun. Flying around, looking up and down, shocked, said, "You are definitely a remnant from a high-level civilization. I strongly suspect that you have something to do with that destroyed ancient civilization. I can't even see the moves you just performed, but..." Once it unfolded, it reached at least 11 dimensions. It was originally an extremely powerful attack method, but you used it to hold things. Yet. Luo Jun smiled lightly. He himself didn't know everything about cultivators. "The second treasure is the 289 wood-bud crystals you just took in," Babata said in a deep voice. "It is the most important cultivation energy cornerstone for the strong in the universe, and it can also be used as currency. In fact, you can buy a low-level life with only 10 stones. Planet, enough to prove its worth. 10 can buy a low-life planet." Luo Jun was slightly taken aback. If other civilized races in the universe know that Blue Star has so many wood-bud crystals. When I think of this possibility, I inexplicably feel a little shuddering. So I said, "Before the strength is not enough, you must follow the law of the dark forest, and don't expose any information about yourself in the universe." 000 Babata got into the vortex again, searched for a while, took out a huge disc, threw it to Luo Jun, pulled out another plant, and said, "The third treasure is..." The magic cloud vine is an extremely precious plant life in the universe, and it can grow to at least the universe level. At least grow to universe level. Before seeing the status of a universe level powerhouse, Luo Jun never imagined that this plant could be so precious. It can continue to evolve and become stronger, and become a reliable partner. And the disc in your hand is an arc cutter disc and a mind weapon. It is very suitable for mental energy to attach to. I see your spirit. Your power is extremely strong. Are you also a spiritual teacher?" Babata asked curiously. "Psychologist? I'm not." Luo Jun smiled. What he cultivates is the primordial spirit in the body. Under the urging of the primordial spirit, the tyrannical consciousness attached to the disc, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that this thing is very labor-saving. For example, usually a fist can produce a ton of power, but with this material, it can directly reach 10 tons. Very good. It is a good refining material. Remember the debris you found earlier? That's what I threw out too. Babata said, this fragment is the 5th precious red mixed copper mother left by the previous owner. Remember, its material is very precious, even the world lord in the universe must pay attention to it. Greedy, tear your face and shoot, you must not let any existence know its value. Red mixed copper mother. Luo Jun felt the heavy weight it brought, but he didn't expect this thing to be so precious. In the end, the master left 3 accounts. There are a lot of wealth and treasures in the accounts. You can only get them after you have reached enough strength. After counting, I will. You get out of here. Babata pointed to the distance, and said, however, we have to take them all away. Luo Jun saw that it was the corpses of the ancient immortal servants. Their value alone was immeasurable. The former director had 9 immortal level servants, and the 5 with physical bodies are 5 of them. They will be your training partner in the future. Babata just wanted to continue the introduction, and but was interrupted by Luo Jun. Okay, don't introduce it, it's almost done. Just know the general idea, I have more important things to do. Luo Jun is not interested in knowing too many messy things. It's always been introduced, isn't this too watery? Then master, what do you want to do? Babata looked at Luo Jun curiously. Obtain good materials, of course it is a refining tool. In the palm of Luo Jun's hand, a ball of golden flames appeared, instantly enveloping the arc blade just now, and took out all kinds of materials. At the same time, a long sword that was as black as ink was suspended in the air. Luo Jun's momentum has skyrocketed. All of a sudden, the entire ruins shook violently. Rao is the well-informed Babata, the expression on his face gradually became brighter. Chapter 73. What a beautiful flame! Babata's blood-red eyes were fixed on the real fire of Samdi. With the mentality of his advanced intelligent life form, he can see the difference of this flame. It transcends time and space, and its smelting is not as simple as decomposition. Soon, various materials such as discs were smelted into the Laha sword by Luo Jun, and a terrifying and peerless weapon was about to be born. Outside Kirishima. From the Human Council of the God of War Palace, the competition for the top 10 powerhouses has come to an end. The speakers who participated in the competition came from major Federation countries, namely Mohandersun, Yisite, Tripathagi, Jiyi, Sokolov. These 5 people are from Malay country, Europe country, Yinfan country, Daxia country, and Moxiang country. Originally, it was just a woodbud crystal appearing. Unexpectedly, in the process of the competition, more woodbud crystals burst out one after another. It caused the human speakers to fight real fire in the battle. Among them, a human speaker ranked 10th was beheaded in the melee. It is worth mentioning that in this scuffle, a newcomer suddenly appeared, and with extremely strong strength, he actually repelled the 3rd-ranked speaker Mohandersun. This person is Luo Xiaofeng, who was only a high-level god of war before. Unexpectedly, he has reached the limit of the god of war sequence, and he has a very subtle ability to control objects as a psychiatrist. It really surprised everyone. With his appearance, in cooperation with Hong's 4 personal guards, in this competition, he won the 1st place and obtained the most woodbud crystals, more than 30 in total, making people greedy. Other countries also got a few to a dozen or so. They just know that these woodbuds can make the intermediate god of war quickly become the ultimate god of war, but they don't know the real value of these woodbuds in the universe. Even Hong, he only knew a few words, so he didn't end up participating in the battle. After no matter how they searched, but no woodbud crystals appeared, the strong men left one after another and decided to leave Kirishima, return to the city of their own country, and become the original gods. Others want to return to the palace of God of War. Because Kirishima blocks all news. As everyone knows, the outside world has already changed. The palace of God of War is no more, beyond anyone's guess. Above a sea area. Hong held his chest in the air, looked at Luo Xiaofeng in front of him, and there was a trace of relief and puzzlement in his eyes. Luo Xiaofeng, your strength has improved far beyond my expectations. How did you improve your strength? I met a senior before, and I was instructed by him. Luo Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment, but still didn't tell the story about Luo Jun at the number 8 civilization ruins. That may involve the privacy of that terrifying senior. That senior was very kind to him, even in the face of Hong and Luo Xiaofeng, he had reservations. What? Hong showed a look of astonishment, just giving pointers, let you cross from the advanced God of War to the ultimate God of War, can everyone's comprehension be counterproductive? He checked Luo Xiaofeng briefly, and said in amazement, the energy in your body is extremely pure, it doesn't look like it's trying to overwhelm a seedling. Who is he? How did he do it? Master Hong, you also know that senior, he is looking for you. Luo Xiaofeng said with a wry smile, he is Xiao Fei's adoptive father. Because Speaker Carl played tricks on him, he lost Xiao Fei, which seems to have angered him. What? Even Hong, who had extraordinary concentration, couldn't help but widen his eyes, and said in disbelief, you said he's the adoptive father of my apprentice Luo Feiqiu? The kid who defeated Nanfang before. Hong had paid attention to Luo Jun at the beginning. It is a very talented, very likely to be an awakened existence. Hong guessed that there might be a problem with the test data at that time, and the mastermind behind it might be Speaker Carl. So he asked Chen Tian, the owner of the Lightning Martial Art Museum in Jiangnan Base City, to calm down his emotions. But because an extremely precious treasure appeared on Kirishima's side, Hong decided to investigate slowly after he came back. If the God of War officer is really unfair to him, then I will give him corresponding compensation, or give him a good set of cultivation technique, and give me some pointers on this genius named Luo Jun. But how long has it been? How did you become a senior? It can also make Luo Xiaofeng progress from the advanced God of War to the ultimate God of War. Except for Yajing, even he can't do this kind of ability. Did he eat wood bud crystals for you? Hong couldn't help asking. No. Luo Xiaofeng shook his head, then hesitated, perhaps, he gave it to me in another form. He thought of the extremely pure power, as well as the secret technique of the spiritual master in his body, which may be related to the senior's secret. He didn't talk too hard either. If it's Mu Yajing, there will be no surprises. Hong breathed a sigh of relief, and said with emotion, this man is really willing, he seems to be a good man. The voice just fell. Hong and Luo Xiaofeng had already flown out of Kirishima's range, and his communicator suddenly rang. Diddy. Diddy. The communicator glows red, an early warning system for a major crisis. What happened? Could it be that there are a large number of Emperor-level monsters entering the land? What happened? Hong Weiwei was taken aback, when he casually clicked on a text message from God of War Palace, he froze. Jiangnan Base City declares independence and declares war on God of War Palace. A blue head appeared, he was a person in charge of God of War Palace. Hey? My hometown has declared independence? And declared war on the God of War Palace. Luo Xiaofeng was startled, his expression changed drastically, it's over, people in my hometown, shouldn't they? How could you be so reckless? Hong's cheeks darkened, with Carl's temper, maybe he will kill first and play later, leading to the early robbery of Jiangnan Base City. Luo Jun led everyone in the Jiangnan Base City to the God of War Palace. Speaker Charles came forward and announced that all the heads of Jiangnan Base City will be sentenced to death. Look at the history. Both Hong and Luo Xiaofeng's cheeks darkened. Why did you just declare the death penalty so casually? Luo Xiaofeng's cheeks were gloomy, and the veins on the top of his head were bulging. I've heard that Jiangnan base city has been asking for help, but no one has responded, and I was being hunted down by Li Yao. As On's hometown, being said to be a group of criminals, he naturally feels furious. Hong's cheeks also darkened. This Carl is too bold, there are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are the king. But when I see the next text message, both were silent. Luo Jun tortured and killed Charles, killing 12 god of war in seconds. He quickly flipped to the next text message. Speaker Carl brings 6,000 god of war to meet the enemy. Help! He is a devil, he is too terrifying, he killed 6,000 god of war with one sword. Text messages are now interrupted. At this moment, Hong's communicator rang again, and it was a message from the major speakers. As soon as they leave the range of Kirishima, when they connect to the network, knowing that something earth-shattering has happened outside, it is better than all the speakers trembling. Before entering Kirishima, they were gods. Leaving Kirishima, there will be no gods in the world. All the speakers sent messages to Hong and Thor frantically, full of anger. A flash of lightning came. Thunder God roared angrily, the god of war palace is certainly wrong, and he shouldn't kill 6,000 god of war. These are the backbone of human beings against monsters. Where is Luo Jun? I will make him pay in blood. Calm down, Thor. Hong took a deep breath, and said coldly, this Luo Jun, his strength, is probably not weaker than mine. Master Hong, Master Thor. Luo Xiaofeng's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he gritted his teeth and said, Luo Jun Sr., he is peaceful, and he is definitely not as vicious as you imagined. It must be that Carl's person is going too far. I hope you all calm down. He didn't know how strong Luo Jun was. But Luo Xiaofeng knew that Hong had an invincible realm, and in a planet-level realm, he was invincible. No matter how strong Luo Jun Sr. is, with Blue Star's poor resources, even if he obtains the number 8 ancient civilization relic, it is absolutely impossible to reach the star realm. And that huge power that Luo Jun gave to On is very likely to be Mu Yajing. It was he who helped him survive the desperation and even killed his enemies. With such a great favor, Luo Xiaofeng did not want Luo Jun to face the two most powerful people on earth at the same time. Even if he speaks out to persuade him now, it will cause dissatisfaction among others. Luo Xiaofeng. Thor kicked him violently, kicked him into the deep sea, and roared, don't forget, you are also a member of the God of War Palace, although Carl was wrong, but he shouldn't have killed everyone, no God of War, how will we fend off monsters in the future? Why? Hong sighed, stared into the distance, stood with his hands behind his back, shook his head and said, we humans have continued to this day. I don't know how much effort we have put in to have so many God of War. He killed them all. Now, I must take responsibility. After a pause, he said again, I know he is very kind to you. If necessary, I will let him live. After finishing speaking, the two turned into streamers and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Luo Xiaofeng smiled wryly. With his strength, there is absolutely no way to stop these two people. He sees it differently than Hong and Thor. God of War is indeed the backbone of the human race. Without them, it is absolutely difficult for human beings to resist the attacks of monsters. But precisely because humans rely too much on God of War. Only then did these God of War gradually become distorted, corrupt, and sooner or later they will become time bombs for the decline of mankind. Sooner or later it will be destroyed. If I remember correctly, Senior didn't show up in Kirishima, but he is most likely still in Kirishima. I have to inform him. Luo Xiaofeng's eyes flickered, and he still had an important piece of news that he hadn't disclosed to Hong and the others. That is the direction he went after meeting Luo Jun. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and flew back to Kirishima. At this moment, Kirishima has been dug 3 feet into the ground, searched for all the treasures, and has no value, and no one else has appeared. But Luo Xiaofeng had a vague feeling that the senior must have more important things to do in Kirishima, otherwise why would he come here? At that time, inside the meteor star, the Luo Jun refiner has ended. Next to him was a long sword that was pitch black and not made of wood. It seemed to be alive, and it rubbed against Luo Jun affectionately. On the other side, there is another emerald green vine, entwining Luo Jun's arm affectionately. Your weapon is incredible. It already has the basic specifications of a living body, and it may become a very terrifying existence in the future. Babata looked at the pitch-black weapon in surprise, but the Moyun vine is also a treasure in the universe. The former director kept it, and I didn't dare to feed it at all. Now that I recognize the owner, I can almost feed it. It took out a fruit. Absorbed by Cloud Vine. The Moyun vine glowed, and its momentum skyrocketed. Finally, it was retracted into the pocket on Luo Jun's body and turned into a seed. It is absorbing the exclusive fruit of Moyun vine. When it wakes up, it will definitely become your right-hand man. I guarantee that it will not be weaker than this sword. Babata said, we can go out now. Thank you. Luo Jun packed up his things and walked out of the ruins. He happened to see a familiar figure. Hey, Luo Xiaofeng. Babata looked at the young man in surprise, and shook his head regretfully. I chose you originally, but it's a pity that your luck seems to be a little bit worse. Looking at the weird little man on Luo Jun's shoulder, Luo Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart, and vaguely felt that he seemed to have missed something again. However, my former master really lacked a successor. If the master agrees, you can become a master and become the descendant of Meteor. I can teach you. Babata said. Luo Jun doesn't like Huianbo's secret technique, it's not a system at all. In comparison, Luo Jun practiced more like a system of advanced civilization, and Babata did not force it, but it was a pity that no one inherited the skills of the former master Tongtian. The appearance of Luo Xiaofeng at this moment made him change his mind. A teacher. Luo Xiaofeng was stunned, cupped fist suddenly, bowed to Luo Jun and said, I am willing to worship the senior as my teacher. Although the senior now seems to be surrounded by Chu Ji. But Luo Xiaofeng knew very well in his heart that this senior had Tongtian's abilities, especially the strength of the incarnation of a titan, which he still remembers so far. It is worthwhile to take such a deep and unfathomable power as a teacher, even if it is a little risk. What's more, this person is also a fellow from Jiangnan base city, and also from the same family. He even saved his own life, what a great kindness. Luo Xiaofeng didn't have anything to offer in his heart. Luo Jun, okay. Babata. Don't even think about it. Luo Jun waved his hand and said, my way of cultivation is not in the same system as yours, and it is not suitable for you. Babata said angrily, it's my other master, an immortal level powerhouse, you will kneel down in front of his corpse later, and you will allow you to be the descendant of the meteorite. Luo Xiaofeng shook his head, I just want to worship Luo Jun Sr. as my teacher. Okay, let's talk about this matter. Luo Jun waved his hands and looked at him in surprise, you seem to have something to ask me. Senior, something is wrong. Is it? Luo Xiaofeng said with a solemn expression, now the strong ones left Kirishima, after connecting to the network, they found that the god of war palace was destroyed, they want your trouble, find a place to hide. Stand up. Yet. Luo Jun smiled slightly, I can just use them to try the power of my newly refined Laha sword. Master Hong and Master Lei Shen are both looking for trouble with you. Luo Xiaofeng said with a pale face, there are other speakers, you can't stop them. Hong also has realm, planet level invincible. Realm. Babata said sternly, Luo Jun, then you have to be careful. People who own realm, even in the universe, are rare and peerless geniuses, and they are invincible with realm. There is nothing wrong. Yet. On the contrary, Luo Jun became even more excited, full of strong fighting spirit, and said, "I want to experience it, realm is so powerful, let me see where the limit of my strength is." Then, just ask Hong. Why did he accept his daughter as his apprentice in the first place? Do you know some secret? Will there be clues about the daughter? No matter what, he's going to meet him. Go. Babata said, fighting against a genius who owns realm may bring you some insights. When necessary, with your flame, you also have the power to protect yourself. Walk. Luo Jun didn't hesitate anymore, he waved his big sleeves, covering Luo Xiaofeng with a shocked expression, and disappeared in place. And at this moment, at the ruins of the God of War Palace, there are ancient and powerful figures floating, and they are all among the top 10 powerhouses among human beings. Among them, Hong, who was wearing an ancient Tang suit, had a gloomy face. The original God of War Palace Island has sunk in the ocean. Even many surrounding cities were reduced to ruins. He not only killed all the God of War in the God of War Palace, but also destroyed the nearby cities. A speaker had a gloomy face, what a vicious person. Hong opened his mouth, beat him. Mort Hansen, go to Jiangnan base city. The news of Hong and the God of War's return immediately swept the world.